Introduction. A man clad in white approached the two individuals, lifting his hands to grasp their shoulders. In an instant, a flash of silver-white lightning surged forth, and the three figures vanished without a trace. As if nothing had transpired, tranquility returned once more. Enormous bubbles floated upon the sea, bursting upon contact with the air, scattering droplets of seawater that drenched those kneeling at the ship's edge, murmuring prayers to the sea deity. At long last, they beheld the light of day again. On the decks of various vessels, people knelt in gratitude, softly thanking the sea god for his protection and extolling his benevolence. On a fishing boat, Li Bowen stood at the prow, gazing out at the still, tranquil sea, with the undulating coastline stretching endlessly before him. Chapter 1. The Burning of Harrenhal. Harrenhal, situated on the northern shore of God's Eye in central Westeros, was constructed over 4 decades by the nefarious Harren, a member of the Hoare family. During its construction, countless captives from various kingdoms perished in the quarries or atop the 5 towering spires. Countless trees were felled to provide timber for the beams and rafters. From a moment of its completion, Harrenhal stood as the largest fortress among the 7 kingdoms. Harren boasted that his new stronghold was impregnable, and indeed it was. Yet, he failed to account for the conqueror Aegon and his dragons. The dragons were unimpeded by high walls and towers. Ultimately, Harren met his fiery demise within the tallest tower, which thereafter became known as the Tower of the Burning King. The intense heat rendered the castle a charred, molten shell. However, since the conqueror Aegon incinerated Harrenhal has remained the most sinister and accursed place in Westeros. The curse has prevented anyone from maintaining possession of the fortress. Following Harren, the families that claimed Harrenhal of Coheries, Towers, Hightower, Strongs, and Rosby Siege faced extinction after gaining control of the castle. Currently, the Rivellins family holds ownership of Harrenhal, yet they too have been unable to escape the curse. As the curse manifested, members of the Rivellins family have perished one after another. Though Laon is the sole male descendant of the Rivellins family, his surname is Rivers rather than Hoare. From the Rivellins, bastards are named Rivers. Even as Walter sought to legitimize Laon's status as a bastard on his deathbed, many nobles across the 7 kingdoms opposed the notion of Laon inheriting such a significant stronghold as Harrenhal. After all, despite its curse, Harrenhal remains the wealthiest territory in the Riverlands, and many nobles coveted the prospect of incorporating Harrenhal into their own domains. This circumstance contributed to Laon's reckless disposition. On the eve of his 12th birthday, our extraordinary young Laon committed an act that would echo throughout the 7 kingdoms. "Stand aside. I shall burn this cursed family's castle." Behind Laon stood a throng of dozens, mostly young lads of similar age, all of whom were his companions, unwaveringly rallying behind him in the midst of the crowd. Only one individual was an adult, observing the farce before him as if it were a theatrical performance. This was Ryan's recently appointed martial arts instructor, the mentor to the young lads, and the second most feared figure among them, after Ryan himself. "By the 7 hells, young master, please do not act in this manner. The lady will be displeased," implored old John, the steward of the Heen family, as he stood resolutely in front of Ryan, attempting to prevent him from setting fire to their ancestral castle. Old John was troubled, perplexed by the sudden madness of the young master, who intended to burn down his own family's estate without causing a deed even the Mad King would never contemplate. "Our family is waning due to the malevolent spirit of the Blackheart Helen. I must show that spirit that if Egan can burn him, then so can I," declared Ryan, swinging the torch forcefully, producing a crackling sound that sent old John to his knees in fear. "Young master," old John exclaimed, nearly in tears, "who would dare to burn Helen Castle? Please, I beg you. This castle not only embodies the glory of the Heen family, but also signifies our duty. If you truly destroy it, our family will be utterly finished." Ryan sneered. "It has only brought disaster to our family. What difference does it make whether we perish sooner or later? Step aside." At that moment, a crisp voice rang out, "Ryan, what are you doing?" Everyone turned to see a splendidly dressed elderly lady approaching with measured steps. "Grandmother," Ryan uttered, his bravado momentarily diminished. "Ryan, how can you behave so recklessly?" Lady Heen chastised. Today's antics had pushed even the excessively indulgent Lady Heen to her limits. When informed that Ryan intended to set Helen Castle ablaze, she nearly fainted. Her thoughts paralleled those of old John. This was an act beyond comprehension, even for a mad king. "Put down the torch," she commanded. Ryan complied, but muttered, "But the curse of this castle." Lady Heen sighed, gently stroking Ryan's head. My child, the castle is not at fault, it is our family's destiny. As the Lord of Helen Castle, appointed by the king himself, our duty is to safeguard it for the crown. Ryan lifted his gaze, resolutely declaring, Grandmother, I understand all that you say, but for the Heen family to endure, we must depart from this castle that consumes the lives of our kin. If the family is lost, what use is there for the ancestral estate? Lady Heen could only respond with a bittersweet smile and fell silent. Ryan was still young, unaware of the castle's significance. Lady Heen had contemplated seeking a new fief from the king, yet Helen Castle represented far more than just the wealthiest territory in the region of Hygeia. Since the inception of the conquest, every king had recognized its strategic importance. To control this land would facilitate an effortless military advance, whether through the King's Road or by navigating downstream along the Black River directly to the capital, King's Landing. Whoever occupies Harrenhal can threaten King's Landing at any moment. Thus, Harrenhal must not be seized by the great nobles. It should only be entrusted to the king himself, with the entire family serving as the price to safeguard the northern gate of King's Landing on behalf of the king. This is the fate of House Hightower. Lady Shira closed her eyes in anguish. Her husband, for sons, and one daughter had all departed from her, leaving only her grandson, Ryan. Even now, his surname remains Hightower rather than Hightower. Is it truly the end for House Hightower? Grandmother, why not build a new stronghold near Harrenhal? Ryan suggested. Regardless, leaving Harrenhal would be advantageous. Shira shook her head. Ever since her husband's death, she had felt increasingly powerless. She feared she would not live to see the day the new stronghold was completed, and the current state of House Hightower lacked the financial means to do so. During the War of Usurpation, House Hightower chose to support the Targaryen crown. In the aftermath, to secure the forgiveness of the victorious King Robert, House Hightower offered most of their wealth to him. Combined with the exorbitant maintenance costs of Harrenhal, their finances had yet to recover. After hearing Lady Shira's account, Ryan's expression darkened. Grandmother, if it comes to that, let us travel to the southern town near the God's Eye for a while. I believe the king would not object. Lady Shira sighed softly. Alas, my old bones cannot endure the rigors of travel. Ryan, if you truly wish to visit the town south of the God's Eye, then go. Grandmother. Ryan choked back tears. Enough, let us go. Your actions will soon reach the king's ears, and the royal council will undoubtedly hold House Hightower accountable. I shall permit your journey to the southern town under the guise of punishment if you do not wish to be Lord of Harrenhal. Then so be it. Chapter 2, Balan. From the moment Ryan was acknowledged by House Hightower, he yearned for a life of ease. Lacking any extraordinary advantages, as a noble bastard, he could at least aspire to a knightly title. Yet alas, the original narrative depicted House Hightower in dire straits. During the War of Usurpation, House Hightower sided with the Royalists. Thereafter, the curse of Harrenhal began to afflict House Hightower, leading them steadily towards decline. By the time the War of the Five Kings erupted, only a handful of the main family remained. In the early stages of the War of the Five Kings, Duke Tywin Lannister's forces invaded the Riverlands, and the beleaguered Lady Hightower abandoned Harrenhal to flee. The lands and titles of House Hightower were stripped away by the Iron Throne. Shortly after her escape, Shira passed away, marking the extinction of the once prominent House Hightower. To survive in this world without feeling stifled, one must leverage the knowledge from a past life and grasp the overarching narrative. Ryan understood that the fortunes of House Hightower were intertwined with his own. He knew that to prevent the tragic fate of House Hightower from repeating, he must alter the course of events. After thoroughly familiarizing himself with the customs and geography surrounding Harrenhal, Ryan resolved to utilize his understanding of the narrative to lay the groundwork in advance. Firstly, Ryan must depart from Harrenburg and journey to the quaint town south of Lake God's Eye, transforming it into a formidable stronghold for the future of the Riverrun family. Ryan's intention to construct yet another castle near Harrenburg is not merely idle talk. The enormity of Harrenburg renders it difficult to defend. A smaller, robust fortress by Lake God's Eye would be far more advantageous, allowing for support from the southern town through the lake, undoubtedly serving as a decisive weapon to pin Tywin down in Harrenburg. If it were not for the presence of the children of the forest on the island of Thousand Faces at the heart of Lake God's Eye, Ryan would have eagerly considered establishing a castle there. With the addition of the southern town, it would resemble the Riverlands version of the Three Cities, a conundrum Tywin could not easily overcome. As long as he can pin Tywin in Harrenburg, rendering him incapable of aiding King's Landing, Ryan could ascend to the position of Prime Minister in King's Landing, and even in retreat, could unite the North to deal a significant blow to Tywin's main forces, ensuring his own survival. Regaining his focus, Ryan mounted his steed and addressed his bodyguard, Balin, who had been behind him moments ago, saying, "Balin, you lost the bet, remember. No drinking for this entire month. Master, please spare me, you'll go mad without alcohol." In the original narrative, Balin is a low-born mercenary, skilled yet cunning, who rose to prominence by serving Tyrion Lannister and eventually attained the title of Duke of the Riverlands in the television adaptation. Perhaps due to the actor's remarkable performance, Ryan has grown fond of Balin's character, and Balin's extensive mercenary experience complements Ryan's military endeavors. Finding Balin was not a challenge. Ryan fortuitously located him in a tavern within his own territory. After witnessing Balin deftly dispatch a drunken troublemaker, Ryan seized the opportunity to offer him the position of trainer for Harrenburg. Initially reluctant, Balin was directly informed by Ryan. "Do you know how the Riverland family became the lords of Harrenburg? You too might ascend to that position. I have no desire to be the lord of Harrenburg. I am aware that the ruling family here has no heirs. Are you the kind of person who cares for future generations?" Indeed, Balin is the type who would dismiss the concerns of posterity. Ultimately, Balin accepted Ryan's offer, becoming the trainer of Harrenburg, and swiftly earned the respect of everyone in the fortress through his exceptional yet unscrupulous skills. "I cannot allow you to feast too heartily if you are satiated. Where will you find the motivation to hunt, Trainer Balin? Only you can discern whether your skills have advanced or regressed over the past year." Balin shrugged. "Since I've been with you, there have been no battles. It's rather dull." "Very well. Once we reach the southern town, you may drink to your heart's content. The wine of the Riverlands, I'd rather drink horse urine." Ryan rode away on his swift horse, leaving a trail of laughter behind. As the crossroads of Westeros, news travels here like wildfire. Ryan, the illegitimate son of the Riverland family, intends to set Harrenburg ablaze. This event has sparked fervent discussions among the townsfolk, becoming a popular topic of conversation in taverns and streets alike. Most people express understanding of Ryan's motivations, believing that it stems from the youthful indignation at the tragic fate of his family. Conversely, others have reported him to the king, condemning Ryan's audacity as a bastard to so boldly disrupt the family stronghold, further affirming their belief that he is unfit to be the heir of Harrenhal. However, neither the king nor the royal council wished to dwell excessively on the matter. Upon learning that Lady Harlan had sent Ryan to a southern town as punishment, the incident was quietly brushed aside. While the upper echelons exhibited little interest, the common folk regarded it as a captivating tale, leading to Ryan eventually acquiring a perilous moniker, Aegon II, but that was a matter for the future. Regardless of the various attitudes towards the incident, Ryan undeniably stirred ripples in the previously tranquil realm of the Seven Kingdoms. In the aftermath of the War of the Usurper, even though the Harlan family relinquished a significant portion of their wealth, the territories of Harrenhal inevitably faced division. By decree of King Robert, half of the lands north of Harrenhal were granted to Derry as compensation, while the Harlan family received lands surrounding the God's Eye Lake. The presence of a lake between the two regions undoubtedly complicated governance. Previously, the Harlan family could manage their dominions through numerous offspring, but now they were left with the aging Lady Harlan and the young Ryan, making their control over the lands along the shores of God's Eye decidedly inadequate. Ryan, accompanied by Boron and his entourage, spent a day journeying to the small town south of God's Eye Lake. This town boasted numerous white houses built around a fortress, a grand wooden-roofed chapel, and a lord's tower on a small hill to the west. Beside the lake stood a modest inn, a long dock, and several smaller wharfs. The fortress was formidable, with its unplastered rough stone walls standing approximately 10 feet high, and wooden walkways nestled within the crenellations. A narrow, winding, damp passageway, concealed beneath a pile of straw, led to the lakeshore. The town's refuge was a low, elongated stone building. As Ryan gazed upon the town, which would one day be ravaged by war, he turned to Boron and declared, "From this day forth, this town shall be known as Quenchtown. Here will be our foundation. It may be an ordinary town now, but in time, it will become the very heart of Westeros." "Master, do we have the funds?" Boron, as a mercenary, was acutely aware of how financial constraints could thwart even the most valiant endeavors. Ryan smiled confidently. "Rest assured, I have a detailed plan. We shall commence with the construction of roads, and tomorrow I intend to issue a proclamation to recruit laborers. The recruited laborers would also serve as a valuable source of soldiers. Moreover, in Quenchtown, an old friend awaits us." With that, Ryan led Boron and his companions into the town, making their way directly to the fortress at its center. Inside the fortress, the tower's door stood ajar, seemingly welcoming their arrival. Upon entering, Ryan and Boron descended to the basement, where they opened the door to find a familiar figure engrossed in arranging items on a table. Master Cobain, it has been a long while since we last met. Chapter 3. Perfume Caban, originally a bachelor from the Academy of Learning, was stripped of his necklace and title due to his involvement in excessively radical experiments and his study of necromancy. After being expelled from the academy, Caban joined the mercenary group known as the Warriors Guild, assuming the role of a physician to survive. Despite the abhorrence towards Caban's inhumane experiments, Ryan resolved to incorporate him into his ranks. The lack of skilled personnel on their side necessitated such a decision. The Heian family was bereft of kinship support and lacked formidable vassals. Thus, Ryan required the efficacy of these unconventional talents. Master Ryan, you truly have arrived in the southern town, Caban remarked as he set down his instruments, noting the absence of any human presence or organs on the table. To prevent Caban from conducting human experiments at that moment, and to better serve his own interests, Ryan imparted a portion of his scientific knowledge from his past life to Caban, allowing him to temporarily switch specialties, promising that ample material would be available for Caban's experimentation in the future. Caban was indeed deserving of his reputation as a talent who could have ushered Westeros into the Industrial Revolution a century early, with just a nudge from Ryan. He was able to extrapolate and immediately engage in experimentation. This place is no longer referred to as the Southern Town. Master has bestowed upon it a new name. Kuin Town, Boron stated. In truth, Boron harbored a slight aversion towards Caban, feeling an unsettling chill emanating from the elder. Although he himself was one to stab from behind, he believed that Caban's treachery was far more venomous. As Boron had surmised, Caban's presence in this locale was not solely to fulfill the research task assigned by Ryan. He also acted as a head of espionage, conducting a subtle purge throughout the town. Without any hesitation, he eliminated all obstacles for Ryan, which was one of the reasons Ryan favored Caban for his utility. Kuin Town, a yearning for time. What a splendid name, Caban mused, nodding thoughtfully, recognizing that this name indeed suited the current state of the Heian family. Bachelor Caban, you may now present the item I requested, Ryan instructed. Observe closely, Boron, as this could lead us to great wealth. Caban gestured for the two to follow him. I am quite curious about what could inspire such confidence in you, Master, Boron remarked, gazing at the two with keen interest. Firstly, I must say this is a small object, yet it possesses the potential to enrich each of us, however. It constitutes merely a minor facet of our business, Caban explained. I concede that Master excels at tantalizing expectations, Boron replied, licking his lips slightly before turning his gaze to Caban. Do you concur? Caban refrained from answering directly, instead retrieving a semi-transparent vial. You know that to the south lies the river bay, abundant with vast fields of crops and various blossoms. It is said that the garden of House Tyrell is among the most beautiful places in Westeros. As Ryan accepted the vial handed to him by Caban, he declared, this is a spice unlike any previously known to the world, capable of compelling every noblewoman to part with her last golden dragon. In the realm of Game of Thrones, perfume does indeed exist, derived from the aromatic flowers of the Dothraki plains, which serve as the botanical source for its creation. Originating from the lands of Valyria across the narrow sea, these fragrances are often exorbitantly priced due to the merchants who transport them to Westeros. Moreover, Lion has encountered the perfumes of this world. To be candid, they resemble mere rudiments of modern fragrances. As Lion gently removed the wooden cork from the bottle, a delicate crimson liquid began to flow forth, releasing an extraordinary aroma that wafted through the air. With Caban's technical expertise combined with Lion's knowledge, the perfumes produced in Ketun Town could very well dominate the fragrance market in Westeros. Do you truly believe this could be profitable? Caban queried skeptically, eyeing the bottle in Lion's hand. Upon receiving it, he poured a few drops into his palm and inhaled deeply. Balin observed the liquid, which appeared no different from ordinary water yet exuded an exceptional fragrance. He frowned as the perfume's potent scent overwhelmed his unrefined senses. While undeniably fragrant, surpassing any existing perfumes, he remained unconvinced of its potential for substantial profit. Alas, you are merely a mercenary, unacquainted with the upper echelons of society, Lion replied with a smile, aware that Balin's experience was predominantly with sweat and blood. For Balin, the essence of perfume was superfluous. Perhaps one day, when Lion developed an exotic oil, Balin would come to appreciate his master's intentions. In this world, perfume is fundamentally a spice, akin to Caban's obsessive fascination with human experimentation. Westeros' fixation on spices borders on the pathological. They appear ensnared in an unrelenting fervor for such pursuits. Lion has long contemplated the creation of a product that is low in cost, devoid of complex processes, yet yields rapid financial returns. After successfully prying Coben from the grasp of the Warriors Guild, while traversing a field of flowers in the countryside, Lion suddenly conceived the idea of producing perfume. The southern part of Ketun town is characterized by thriving floriculture, complemented by the Blackwater River for transportation, aligning perfectly with Coben's academic background. He envisioned importing grains from the river valley to brew and utilize floral pollen as raw materials, subsequently refining and fermenting the beverages to serve as catalysts, while manufacturing perfume. Lion could also seize the opportunity to procure grains in abundance. In times of future conflict, grain would become a crucial element in the foundation of his grand endeavors. Lion is indifferent to whether the methods of perfume production might be replicated. On the contrary, he welcomes the possibility of others seeking him for guidance on creating such products. With his advantageous geographical position, Lion is poised to secure a prominent place in the perfume market. The market in Westeros is vast, and Lion has no desire to monopolize it, nor could he possibly do so. Beyond Westeros, Lane must urgently devise a method to sell the recipe for perfume to the royal family in order to repay the debts owed to the Iron Bank, garnering support from the crown and striving to maximize profits from the perfume within a few years. Indeed, Boron is not entirely mistaken. In a time fraught with conflict, such luxuries as perfume are superfluous. Perfume is a luxury, not a necessity. In Lane's previous life, it was only within stable and prosperous societies that such extravagant fragrances, costing no less than gold, were abundant. Once war breaks out, all societal resources are diverted to the conflict. Who on the battlefield would concern themselves with the sin of sweat? How many would care to enter the tents of courtesans with bodies unwashed for days? The future of Kintown is destined to become a battleground, rendering the perfume trade untenable for an extended period. Rather than pursuing a slow and steady approach, it would be far more pragmatic to seize the opportunity for quick profits while actively expanding personal connections. In the turbulent times that lie ahead, possessing substantial wealth and a broad network of relationships will be essential for navigating the impending chaos. Chapter 4. A glimpse of the thousand-faced Isle. Considering that the perfume business primarily caters to the nobility, and that Lane, as a bastard, cannot attend noble gatherings, he entrusts Boron with the task of promoting the perfume. Boron, a former mercenary, is known for his love of wealth and women. Boron, I need you to promote our perfume at the largest female exchange in King's Landing. I shall cover the costs. With no reason to decline, Boron readily accepted the task, departing with the funds and the perfume in hand. Observing Boron's lively stride, Lane remarked to Coben, "One can imagine that the local brothels will experience a surge in business these days." Coben merely nodded in response, showing no interest in the desires of men and women. In his eyes, only the pursuit of science, as spoken of by Lane, mattered. Of course, a touch of power would not be unwelcome. With the perfume matter settled, Lane must now focus his energies on governing Kintown. According to Coben's report, the town currently boasts a population of over 300, with young and able-bodied individuals constituting about 40%, or roughly 500 people. These individuals either farm the surrounding lands or fish in the Lake of Divine-Infested. Thanks to the fertile riverland, the residents of the town manage to lead a tolerable existence. It is said that those in the center of power either dominate or are dominated, while the riverlands serve as a vital artery in Westeros. They have yet to produce a formidable army. To establish a firm foothold in this land, mere economic strength is insufficient. A powerful military force is imperative. However, at present, there are not enough individuals available for Lane to organize a strong army. He must wait for Kintown to develop further and attract a sufficient population. After arranging the affairs of Keegantown, which were rather minimal since nothing had yet commenced, Ryan could only instruct Coben to transform the raw materials of perfume into finished products. He then assigned him additional tasks, which included imparting knowledge to the companions who would accompany him on the journey. These companions numbered 20 in total. From a young age, they had followed Ryan and relied on his provisions for their daily sustenance. By day, Ryan engaged them in combat practice. By night, he would blend the knowledge acquired from his scholarly pursuits with insights from his previous life to enlighten them. Over time, this group of young ones had established an unwavering loyalty to Ryan. He nurtured them with the foresight of future talents, believing that through the crucible of war and intrigue, their abilities would rival those of the long-established nobility. Having organized Balin and Coben, Ryan resolved to venture alone to explore the enigmatic Thousand-Faced Isle, located at the heart of the Eye of God Lake. This sacred isle, nestled amidst the riverlands, was one of the few remaining places in the southern region of Westeros where the fishleaf tree still flourished, as most had been felled and burned elsewhere. At the twilight of the Dawn Age, the forebears and the children of the forest engaged in a protracted conflict lasting centuries, until enlightened individuals from both sides signed a pact on thousand-faced to conclude the hostilities. To commemorate this hard-won peace, every fish leaf tree on the island was carved with a face to witness the oath signing. Following the treaty, the sacred organization known as the Green Men was established to guard this southern isle of fish leaf trees. After a millennium, it remained uncertain whether the children of the forest still inhabited Thousand-Faced Isle. It was likely they did. Otherwise, the isle would have long been claimed by others. One night, Ryan paddled alone to the Thousand-Faced Isle and immediately spotted two figures. He speculated that perhaps his otherworldly essence had attracted the attention of the three-eyed raven, sent to observe him, as the children of the forest would not willingly expose themselves to human sight. Before Ryan could scrutinize further, the figures vanished from his view. Paying little heed to the disappearing entities, he disembarked and ventured into the depths of the isle's forest. With each step on the darkened forest floor, Ryan moved silently, his footfalls barely audible, and his mind was not preoccupied with these details. Suddenly, he stepped into a puddle with a splashing sound. In an instant, Ryan's attention sharpened, and he turned to sprint forward at breakneck speed, spurred by a chilling scream echoing behind him. Fortunately, whatever had emitted that cry did not pursue him. After a prolonged run, ensuring his safety, Ryan collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, striving to erase the memory of the harrowing encounter from his mind. But in this current predicament, the more Ryan sought to forget, the more the bizarre whispers lingered in his ears, causing excruciating pain in his head, akin to a dagger piercing his mind and twisting within. He yearned to rise, only to discover that his limbs were utterly immobile, seemingly stripped of all control over his own body. Was this a dream conjured by the three-eyed raven, or a stark reality? Ryan fervently wished it were but a dream. Alas, the relentless pain served as a constant reminder that he remained ensnared in reality. His will wavered like wisps of smoke, elusive and difficult to harness, despite his efforts. He could not stave off the dissolution of his resolve, as errant thoughts surged forth. Waves of agony coursed through his mind, leaving him powerless and collapsed upon the ground. Ryan sprang to his feet, yet before his legs could fully straighten, another surge of pain struck his head, causing him to momentarily lose strength, and his center of gravity faltered, leading to a harsh impact of his raised posterior against the earth. Crack! The pain failed to deter Ryan. He pressed his hands against the ground and sat up, achieving success this time. The throbbing in his head sharpened his thoughts, and as he raised his gaze to the heavens, he realized he was beside a fish, leaning against the cool surface of the fish. Its frigid touch seemed to possess a wondrous magic that gradually calmed his chaotic thoughts. Raindrops cascaded from the sky as Ryan opened his eyes and looked upward, observing the dense clouds overhead, with rain pouring down like a curtain of pearls. This downpour was perfectly timed. Ryan stood in the rain, splashing water on his face, allowing the droplets to drench his visage and body. The refreshing rain washed away the grime and weariness from his face, invigorating him. As the water flowed, Ryan's senses gradually awakened, and his thoughts began to coalesce. However, the gathering clouds above grew denser, and although the fish was a vessel of the old gods, the knowledge from his past life that one should not shelter under a tree during a thunderstorm prompted Ryan to abandon the idea of resting there any longer. Wrapping his garments tightly around himself, Ryan retraced his steps, now aware that the forest children were issuing him a warning. Chapter 5. The Little Finger. Ryan's decision to send Boron to King's Landing to peddle perfume stemmed from his belief that in the city, the allure of perfume would surely captivate the populace more than anywhere else. This was the seat of the Iron Throne, the very heart of Westeros, where any trend within the court would be fervently emulated by the locals, a clear case of top-down influence, even if it were merely because the local courtesans smelled delightful. Enticing the king to indulge further, the nobles would exhaust their ingenuity to uncover the reason. They would speculate that the courtesan's beauty was the draw, prompting them to seek a taste of her charms, or they might conjecture that she possessed unique skills to please the king, igniting their desire to experience it themselves. In any case, understanding the king's preferences was no disadvantage. Upon arriving at the most lavish brothel in King's Landing, Boron brandished his golden dragon to gain entry, and soon, with his silver tongue, he elicited screams of astonishment from the women, capturing the attention of the male clientele. As a woman emerged from the room, her skin glistening with perspiration, all the male patrons were captivated by an unfamiliar fragrance that ignited their desires. On that day, the number of requests for the young lady surged to 3 times its usual rate. With this compelling evidence, Mr. Poland successfully persuaded the madam to invite him to her chamber to share his secrets on how to triple daily profits. Mr. Poland, would you be interested in joining our establishment? The madam's words drew a bemused expression from Poland, yet he produced the perfume given to him by Ryan, emphasizing that these Quench Comfort brand perfumes were not only more fragrant than the usual ones, but but also more affordable. The madam, intrigued by Poland's presentation, expressed her willingness to purchase the entire stock. However, just as the transaction was about to conclude, a man dressed in opulent attire strode in. His piercing gaze swept over Poland and his perfumes, and he jestingly remarked, "I was wondering why it smelled so delightful today. It seems someone has come bearing gifts." Poland nodded in agreement. Who wouldn't find money enticing? He smiled and replied, "And you are, sir? Could it be that you too have an interest in these perfumes?" The madam introduced him. "This gentleman is none other than our esteemed proprietor, Lord Peter Baelish." Upon hearing her words, Poland scrutinized the man before him. Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, lord of all the brothels, and the king's treasurer, left a deep impression on Poland, especially due to his notable lineage. During the War of the Ninepenny Kings, Littlefinger's father forged a friendship with the Tully family, leading to Peter being raised alongside the Tully children Caitlin, Lisa, and Edmure in the bustling city of Riverrun. Baelish donned an exquisite robe, although lacking gold trim at the collar and cuffs and devoid of a jeweled belt. Poland could easily discern his immense wealth. His hair was meticulously styled, and an enigmatic smile graced his lips, his eyes revealing both shrewdness and cunning. Poland understood that to achieve success, he too would need the support of influential patrons like Baelish, so he keenly observed him for insights and wisdom. Seemingly aware of Poland's scrutiny, Baelish smiled slightly and asked, "Madam, could you introduce me to this gentleman who has brought me such a lucrative opportunity?" "Oh, I am Poland, a tutor from Harrenhal. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed treasurer," Poland said as he grasped Baelish's hand. Baelish replied with a smile, "Not at all. You flatter me. You hail from Harrenhal? How is Lady Hightower? You see, Lisa's mother is from the Hightower family, and I often received the lady's kindness during my childhood in Riverrun." After exchanging pleasantries, Peter Baelish invited Poland into a luxurious private chamber for a more in-depth discussion. As he witnessed the exquisite display before him, Poland felt a resurgence of vitality coursing through his weary body. The Chancellor of Finance possesses a remarkable acumen, and Bolong gradually set aside his initial perception of Barys as merely a figure of nepotism. While enjoying his drink and the entertainment, Barys remained engrossed, meticulously uncorking one exquisite bottle of perfume after another, inhaling their fragrances with rapturous delight. On the surface, it appeared as though Barys was discerning the perfumes. Yet Bolong was acutely aware that this was merely a fade. Every time Barys pretentiously mimicked the act of savoring the scent, his gaze would inadvertently dart towards Bolong. "This gift will undoubtedly please Lisa," Barys remarked as he carefully placed the perfumes aside. "I can assure you, these will compel every woman in King's Landing to empty their purses. Since you, the Chancellor, appreciate them, I shall bestow these perfumes upon you, as they hold little intrinsic value." "Oh, so Harrenburg can produce an abundance of such perfumes?" "The true origin of these fragrances is not Harrenburg, but a small town to the south of the Lake of the Divine Eye," Barys affirmed. "Blackwater River, Riverbend. Your young master has chosen an excellent location and sent a commendable representative to King's Landing. Naturally, one selects a profitable site," Bolong replied, loosening his belt. "You wouldn't mind if I spritz a bit of perfume here, would you?" "Indeed, not at all." The banter between Bolong's roguish demeanor and Barry's concealed malice was akin to a match of wits. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Barry's eyes, but he swiftly regained his composure. Smiling as he said, "If Harrenburg can indeed produce such a plethora of high-quality perfumes, it would surely create a market sensation. Imagine the multitude eager to engage in this enterprise." Bolong chuckled inwardly, recognizing Barry's intent to involve himself, yet he was fortunate that Ryan had already provided him with a specific plan. With an air of nonchalance, Bolong continued, "In truth, this is a tribute the Khan family intends to present to the king. They have recently heard of the royal family's extravagant expenditures and wish to offer the method of perfume production to the crown. My purpose in coming to King's Landing was merely to showcase the profitability of these fragrances to the royalty." Barrys, clearly skeptical of Bolong's assertions, inquired directly, "What troubles does the Khan family seek assistance from the crown with? Speak plainly, and I shall see if I can be of service." "The Khan family wishes to leave Harrenburg, as our young master firmly believes it is cursed, and they beseech the king for an alternative grant of land. A transfer of land. The Khan family seeks to relocate." Barry's eyes gleamed with renewed interest, his smile broader than before. "Bring in a few more maidens," he commanded. Thus, Barrys savored an exhilarating spectacle, while Bolong maintained a facade of disinterest. After being lavishly entertained by Barrys, Bolong prepared to depart the following day. As he listened to Barrys generously offering him a membership card, Bolong mused, "My master was right. Barrys indeed harbors intentions towards Harrenburg." Chapter 6. The Royal Council. The Royal Council comprises a cadre of esteemed advisors who assist the king in managing state affairs. each providing counsel and recommendations from their respective areas of expertise. The origins of the Privy Council remain shrouded in mystery, yet it undoubtedly existed throughout the reign of the Targaryen dynasty. The council acted under the direct command of the king, who alone possessed the authority to enact its resolutions as law. In the king's absence, his powers were delegated to a representative, and in the case of a minor king, a regent assumed the throne's responsibilities. The appointment and dismissal of council members were at the king's discretion, owing to the Undul's reverence for the number 7. Stemming from their worship of the 7 gods, the council typically comprised 7 members. Currently, King Robert's council includes Hand of the King Jon Arryn, Master of Coin Petyr Baelish, Master of Laws Renly Baratheon, Master of Ships Stannis Baratheon, Spymaster Varys, Grand Maester Pycelle, and Captain of the Kingsguard Barristan Selmy. Today's agenda involves the Riverlands House Tully presenting a proposal for a new town in hopes of receiving a charter. This seems to lack legal foundation. During the meeting, it is rumored that Renly enjoys jogging alongside men, and while he is uncertain of the perfume's popularity among women, he understands that for certain gentlemen with particular tastes, it is undoubtedly a sought-after commodity. Apart from his optimism regarding the perfume's prospects, Renly's support for the proposal is motivated by his ambition for the throne. As the Duke of Storm's End, he commands the vast Stormlands and has allied with House Tully of the Riverlands. With the backing of both the Stormlands and the Riverlands, Renly believes his chances of ascending to the throne are considerable. The perfume could not only win favor with House Tully but also, given King Robert's lavish spending habits, Renly is keen to avoid the burden of millions of gold dragons in debt when he finally claims the crown. The 2 Baratheon brothers engaged in a heated dispute, which exemplifies the peculiar nature of the Privy Council. The Master of Ships stubbornly invoked the law, while the Master of Laws countered with the claim of royal insolvency. The council chamber resonated with clamorous voices, each faction unwavering, leading to a stalemate. In contrast to the Baratheon brothers' fervent exchanges, the Spymaster Varys, Grand Maester Pycelle, and Captain Selmy remained notably reticent. To them, today's discussion merely represented a desperate attempt by a dwindling family for survival, as Harrenhal had indeed led to the extinction of several houses. Previously, House Tully's request to legitimize their lineage was obstructed by the nobility, now, by foregoing Harrenhal. The pressure to legitimize their claim has considerably lessened, especially with the burgeoning perfume trade. King Robert has never formally designated a successor, although Stannis has been granted Dragonstone, a traditional fief of heirs. Yet, according to Queen Cersei Lannister, Robert considered the bestowal of Dragonstone to Stannis a slight. From the perspective of governing the 7 kingdoms effectively, Jon Arryn clearly harbors hopes that Stannis will inherit the throne. After all, the eldest son of King Joffrey is truly a figure difficult to place one's hopes upon. He appears hardly fit for the throne. The second son, Tommen, is excessively feeble, entirely unlike his father. As for the third child, the lovely Princess Myrcella, heavens, the blood of Targaryen has already left a profound lesson for posterity. Nevertheless, in matters of succession, the most prudent method remains the inheritance of the father's legacy. In contrast, a system of brotherly succession could likely incite civil strife. Observe how the Baratheon brothers quarrel before even ascending to the throne, though the discord was sown by Robert. It is conceivable that by the time the new king is crowned, he may have long been deceased. Yet, Jon Arryn sincerely hopes for a smooth transition for Robert's realm. The Riverlands family seeks a transfer of fief, but the Prime Minister is indifferent. His concern lies with whom Harrenhal will be granted next. As Lady of the Riverlands aptly states, the position of Harrenhal is crucial. Take Lancel, for instance. Should he obtain Harrenhal, it would enable an encirclement of the Crownlands alongside Storm's End and the Rainwood. His own wife, Lisa, is quite fond of the perfume gifted by Petyr Baelish, and the implication is clear. Petyr wishes to bestow Harrenhal upon himself. After some contemplation, Jon Arryn resolved to cast a vote on whether to accept the Riverlands transfer of fief, deferring discussions regarding the lordship of Harrenhal for another time. Even though Stannis opposed, the outcome of the vote leaned favorably towards finance and legal matters, with the remainder abstaining. Stannis glared at Petyr, fully aware of his intentions to claim Harrenhal as his fief. How could such a pivotal stronghold be entrusted to Petyr? Stannis silently lamented, his resentment towards his brother intensifying. Lancel too understood the Prime Minister would not hand it over to him, at the very least. He needed to ensure that the individual receiving Harrenhal would be amenable to negotiation. Within the council, the only one who proved agreeable was Petyr. Thus Lancel struck a deal with him, 2-1, and thus the transfer of the Riverlands would be placed on the agenda. To where would it be transferred? At this juncture, Petyr suggested that the Riverlands retain the lands along the shores of the God's Eye, while simultaneously ceding the territory north of the tributary bend, east of the God's Eye, and west of the King's Road to the Riverlands. The Riverlands Perfume Workshop resides in the town south of the God's Eye, allowing for a proposition that they could remit a portion of their annual perfume profits as a fee for the land acquisition. As the Minister of Finance, Peter's proposal was adequately robust. However, the members of the council were still taken aback by Peter's audacious wealth accumulation, yet felt disinclined to voice their objections. Chapter 7 3 years later. Hey, have you heard? The Riverlands family is hiring again, offering 2 copper pennies a day, with meals included. This is hardly surprising. Ever since the Riverlands family shared their method of perfume production with King Robert, they have prospered. The last time, it was to construct a residence for the Lady of the Riverlands. What, pray tell, shall they undertake this time? This time, the town of Kuin is set for expansion. And Lord Ryan is indeed a benevolent man. It is perplexing why certain nobles have dubbed him the wastrel of Lake Goddess Eye. Perhaps in the eyes of these aristocrats, Ryan's decision to offer his stronghold to the Chancellor, Peter, a bastard who ascended through the influence of the Prime Minister's wife, seems a collusion of sorts. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that in recent years, Lord Ryan has amassed considerable wealth. Otherwise, he might have been burdened with even more disparaging epithets. Standing atop the tower of the fortress in Kuin, Ryan gazes down upon the bustling and vibrant marketplace. Shops line the streets, throngs of people traverse the alleys, and the air is filled with the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. This town, which once was modest, has flourished under his stewardship, and a profound sense of accomplishment swells within him. Alas, the 9-back crest of House Riverin is rather unsightly. Otherwise, Ryan would yearn to plant his banners throughout Kuin. Over the past 3 years, the population of Kuin has more than doubled, now totaling 4,000 residents. Ryan feels this number still falls short, particularly given that only 3 years have elapsed, and due to the feudal system, the movement of people in Westeros is rather limited. Most of these newcomers are individuals Ryan has drawn from King's Landing. Among the influx, 60% are young and able-bodied, and combined with the existing populace, Ryan boasts a pool of 2,000 potential soldiers. However, those reared in the markets of King's Landing do not necessarily make for formidable troops. While they may suffice for city defense, engaging them in open combat presents significant challenges. Recruiting them risks importing the frivolous attitudes of the gilded youth from King's Landing into the ranks. Speaking of the military, Ryan has not expanded his forces significantly over the past 2 years, adding merely 300 men, honest folk recruited from the town and surrounding villages. These 300 are trained in rotation by Ryan and Boron, including some of Ryan's slightly older companions. 200 men are tasked with maintaining the peace in Kuin, while the remaining 100 serve as guards for the merchant caravans, simultaneously safeguarding the tribute of perfumes for the king and undergoing military drills. With a regime of constant training and shifts, they have begun to exhibit nascent combat readiness. The limited size of the army is unavoidable. Firstly, there are insufficient funds for maintenance, as most profits from the perfume trade have been directed towards constructing a villa for his grandmother on the northern bank of Lake Goddess Eye and subsidizing the populace to attract more residents. Secondly, Ryan is merely a count. What purpose would a small army serve? Is he plotting rebellion? Aside from the Westerlands, the Riverlands are affluent and boast 2 of the only standing armies in Westeros, exceeding 10,000. Even the city guard of King's Landing consists of just over 2,000 men, as anything more would be unsustainable. Ryan suspects that in the original narrative, following Robert's demise, Ser Loras succumbed to the bribes of Cersei Lannister, leading the King's Guard to betray Ned Stark, likely due to unpaid wages. Considering the future, when conflict inevitably breeds multitudes of refugees, that will be the moment for Ryan to assert his influence. Under the guise of perfume production, he has procured substantial grain supplies in the Riverlands. In times of turmoil, food is the most valuable currency. A single loaf of black bread can compel famished refugees to fight for their survival. When the time comes, rallying tens of thousands of refugee soldiers will be a trivial endeavor. The essence of Lon's intentions was not merely to send refugees to their demise in battle. Rather, these very refugees formed the foundation of his ambition to dominate Westeros. Ahem, I digress somewhat. There is another matter worthy of mention, the perfume workshop of House Tyrell. As anticipated by Lon, the market remains unsaturated, and thus, his perfume enterprise has yet to clash with that of the Tyrells. Otherwise, merely severing the supply of raw materials, restricting the export of grains and flowers, would suffice to send Lon into a fit of despair. To date, Westeros hosts but 2 perfume workshops, one in the town of Karth and the other in the grand city of Highgarden, belonging to House Tyrell. The clientele of Karth primarily encompasses King's Landing and the Westerlands, along with regions such as the Riverlands, the Vale, and the North. The Riverlands and the Vale are relatively well off, yet the North is lamentably impoverished. Apart from a few notable noble families, hardly anyone purchases perfume. And even those esteemed houses buy in minuscule quantities. Were it not for the sake of personal favors, Lon would be disinclined to sell to them at all. Furthermore, the nobles of Dorne, situated in a desert expanse, exhibit the highest demand for perfumes. Lon has made it a point to reserve some stock specifically for Dorne, which is poised to play a significant role in the future. The perfume supply for Dorne is entirely sourced from Karth, a situation arising from the fact that Highgarden's sales focus is confined solely to the Stormlands and the Reach. In truth, the workshop in Highgarden is larger and more productive than Lon's. However, nearly all of its perfumes are consumed internally by the opulent nobility of the Reach. Perhaps the perfume trade is merely a trifling profit for House Tyrell at this juncture, as they often dispatch boxes upon boxes of perfume to their allies in the Stormlands. One cannot help but marvel at the sheer magnitude of House Tyrell's wealth. In the realm of perfume purchases, Lon has also observed the unity among the nobility of the Reach, or perhaps the Tyrell's adeptness at winning hearts. Lon is compelled to procure supplies from the Reach, yet the funds he spends are diverted to purchase Highgarden perfumes. It is baffling that they would prefer to pay exorbitant prices for a mere drop of Lady Margaery's essence rather than accept the perfume of a bastard. Upon hearing such sentiments, Lon felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. So, Tywin's excrement is gold, and Margaery's spittle is diamonds, is it? They profit from my endeavors yet disdain me. Just wait. I shall ensure that one day they drink an entire bottle of Karth perfume before my very eyes while embracing Margaery. Alas, what can one expect? Lon is but a scion of a fallen house, a bastard's plight. Beyond Dorne, bastards in Westeros generally face discrimination, although the strength of House Karstark is on the mend. Nobility recognizes only lineage and heritage. No matter how formidable one's prowess, genuine acknowledgement remains elusive. Thankfully, Littlefinger has secured for Lon a royal endorsement. Without it, he would be relegated to the lower echelons of the market. It is indeed Peter Baelish who truly operates in exchange for coin. With the transition of Harrenhal, both Lady Lysa, the Prime Minister's wife, and Queen Cersei have chosen to exclusively use the fragrances from the town of King's Landing, which are renowned for their royal endorsement. The perfume business of Lysa is flourishing immensely, leading one to speculate that this may be a contributing factor to Queen Cersei's disdain for House Tyrell. Peter Baelish is akin to a half-brother of Lysa in a manner of speaking, as she shares the bloodline of House Arryn. In a few years' time, should Peter wed Lysa, he and Lysa would indeed be true relatives. Peter's pathway is one that requires careful nurturing by Lysa, for his wealth and influence have garnered him numerous allies and connections, including the guards of King's Landing. His role is pivotal in determining whether they can breach the city gates. Lysa is acutely aware that Peter possesses far more potential that remains to be unearthed. Chapter 8. Preparations this month. We aim to expand our trading caravan by adding 20 more wagons, and our fleet must also increase accordingly, necessitating the recruitment of additional personnel. Observing the recruitment notices posted by Lysa, the workers at the construction site gathered in their makeshift shelters, deliberating whether to stay or depart. I am thoroughly tired of scrounging for work, living like a wild dog fighting for scraps. I wish to enlist as a soldier under Lord Lysa. The pay for a week's service could sustain us for half a month, spoke a curly-haired man, breaking the silence. The attention of the group turned to Carl, known as the Iron Tower, the leader of the many laborers. Rubbing his forehead with his left hand, he glared at the black-haired speaker, Rex. Do not forget that serving under Lord Lysa is not merely about maintaining order within the town. You have witnessed for yourselves that Lord Lysa's soldiers are tasked with escorting caravans. Should you fall, there may be no one to retrieve your remains. Rex, originally a farmer from a village near the northern border of the kingdom, had been exiled 2 years prior after a violent altercation. Now, he relied on his meager earnings as a laborer in King's Landing alongside Carl and his crew. At this moment, Rex seemed indifferent to Carl's caution, for he was not one to endure a mundane existence. I have seen clearly that every time a caravan departs, there are 100 guards present. What bandit would dare to assault Lord Lysa's caravan? Even if they did, they would be met with misfortune. Lord Lysa offers a handsome reward of a silver stag for every bandit's head, Rex asserted confidently. The workers nodded in agreement, murmuring their approval of Rex's words. Let us all quiet down. I understand that you are weary of this dog-eat-dog life. However, enlisting as a soldier can lead to death, Carl declared, surveying the group with a commanding voice. The workers fell silent, the atmosphere in the shelter becoming somber. Do not deliberate further. This is a serious matter that requires personal reflection. Now disperse, return, and ponder this carefully. Those who are timid should refrain from joining. For those who are resolute, I shall first ascertain whether the conditions are as stated in the notice before proceeding. As the multitude of workers gathered to deliberate, Balin was accompanied by Edmund, the most adept logistics officer among his companions from Ryan, renowned for his mathematical prowess. They arrived at the entrance of a newly opened grain shop. Observe closely. This is a practical lesson, Bowen instructed as they entered the establishment. Upon stepping inside, Edmund initially presumed they were there to procure provisions for military use. Indeed, he was not mistaken, yet everything shifted when the shopkeeper emerged to engage with Bowen. Bowen elevated his chin, casting a condescending glance at the shopkeeper, who was significantly shorter than him, his narrow eyes scrutinizing the man from head to toe. I am here to procure grain. You are aware of our substantial needs. The shopkeeper, upon hearing of such a lucrative transaction, immediately brightened with a beaming smile, affirming that visiting Quan Town was indeed a wise decision, as it was said that the lord here was exceedingly generous. Pray tell, how much do you require? Without a hint of emotion, Bowen stated a figure. You must deliver 100,000 pounds of wheat to the warehouse in Quan Town within 3 months. His tone was frigid, leaving no room for negotiation. Very well, please provide half the payment as a deposit, the shopkeeper responded with a forced smile. Bowen abruptly raised his head, fixing the shopkeeper with a piercing gaze that glimmered with menace. Did you not comprehend my previous statement? The shopkeeper, startled by Bowen's intensity, attempted to maintain his composure. But the goods have yet to arrive. How can you demand payment in advance? That defies reason. Bowen scoffed. Humph. Recently, the grain you merchants supplied to Lord Ryan was not delivered on time. What is going on? The shopkeeper's face drained of color, a sheen of perspiration forming on his brow. Sir, you cannot be jesting. What does this have to do with us? They, like you, are from Hebei. Bowen remained unfazed. The payment will be made once the goods are delivered. But this truly contravenes the established order. The shopkeeper protested, grappling with the absurdity of his predicament. Order? Bowen's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Here, I am the order. The shopkeeper could no longer contain himself. I apologize, sir, but we shall not proceed with this transaction. Even if the counterpart were a king, we would not accept such terms. Be informed, I hold considerable influence in Hebei. Mind your words. You are intentionally undermining the king's authority. I am not. Bowen countered. Merely a moment ago, you stated you would not sell alcohol to the king. Is that not an act of deliberate subversion? You compel me to say that. Perhaps I could, in the name of defying the law, take your life right now? As he spoke, Bowen grasped the hilt of his sword. The shopkeeper, in a frenzy, exclaimed, What do you want from me? Bowen extended his hand, fingers splayed, prompting the shopkeeper to promptly present a small pouch of coins. Upon inspecting its contents, Bowen returned it to his pocket. Remember, the grain must reach the warehouse in Quan Town within 3 months. In the next moment, Bowen tossed a pouch containing 32 golden dragons onto the merchant's table, proclaiming, I shall return. It was not until he exited the alley that he unfastened the pouch of coins handed to him by the tavern keeper, meticulously counting the silver coins within, 3 silver bucks and 1 silver moon. He selected 1 silver coin to give to Edmund, pocketing the remainder. After a prolonged moment of bewilderment, clutching the solitary silver coin, Edmund expressed his confusion. Master Bowen, you have acquired this unexpected fortune at the expense of that merchant, who has undoubtedly suffered from selling grain at a loss. Yet, does this not invite considerable trouble upon you? In the Riverbend region, grain was of minimal value. This year had seen an abundant harvest, and during the long summer, a pound of grain fetched merely 3 coppers. Thus, 100,000 pounds of grain would amount to approximately 25 golden dragons. Accounting for transportation costs, the merchant had indeed profited 5 golden dragons. Bowen, with measured patience, responded to Edmund, in the military, the most arduous roles are not those of the soldiers, nor the generals or kings, but rather that of the logistics officer. They tirelessly calculate expenses, striving to procure supplies and recruit soldiers with the least expenditure while managing travel schedules, inspecting armaments, and establishing encampments. A single miscalculation could lead to severe consequences, including execution. They bear the heaviest burdens, yet I have no intention of assuming such a role. During his tenure as a mercenary, Bowen had witnessed logistics officers being accused of embezzling provisions, only to be hanged as scapegoats when employers could no longer afford to pay. Therefore, study diligently, Edmund. I hold great expectations for you. Chapter 9. Recruiting new soldiers. Bowen continued his instruction. Edmund, you should be aware of the composition of the armies of the 7 kingdoms. Edmund nodded, understanding that the armies of the lords were assembled through conscription. Conscripted soldiers were required to bring their own provisions and weapons, arriving at the designated gathering point on the appointed date to serve their lord. Should their service extend beyond the agreed period, the lord would need to provide additional wages. The advantage of this system was that lords could avoid excessive expenditure on troops beyond their personal guards, while the drawback lay in the risk of being ill-prepared for a sudden enemy assault without sufficient forces to defend. Boron remarked, "Thus, speed is paramount. The logistics and terrain can severely hinder the army's movement. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, we should refrain from carrying unnecessary military supplies. We must hasten to enemy territory. If we delay and allow them to harvest their grain and muster their forces, we shall be left watching them fortify their walls until the end of our days." The art of marching was indeed a profound discipline. Beyond accompanying merchant caravans for training in marching rhythm and diligently observing the environment to record notes for mapping, Edmund lacked deeper knowledge of military maneuvers. To march swiftly, it was essential to requisition provisions locally. Thus, having a guide familiar with the surrounding area would greatly facilitate the rapid gathering of supplies. Local ruffians and scoundrels often emerge as the most suitable candidates. As long as they are promised a share of the spoils afterward, they will lead the army to the most prosperous and easily plundered areas, which I refer to as places where food can be readily foraged. At that moment, Edmund experienced a sudden epiphany, realizing that what Boron spoke was indeed profound wisdom. While diligently taking notes, he listened as Boron continued imparting his knowledge. Just then, a memory flashed in Edmund's mind. Recalling the time he and his companions fought over roasted chickens bestowed by young Master Ryan, he remarked that unequal distribution of spoils is also a crucial factor leading to animosity among troops. Boron felt a sense of gratification. Edmund indeed possessed great talent. And he responded aptly, "Excellent. Since you have inquired, I shall share my years of experience with you. If your troops consist of conscripts venturing into battle for the first time and you wish to economize, heed this advice. Do not provide them with direct payment. Instead, the spoils such as golden bowls and silver cups should be what you distribute to them. These items are sufficiently large and imposing, yet size does not equate to value. As for mercenaries, nothing sways them like gold. Those cunning scoundrels are seasoned and prefer treasures that are either easily transportable or can ensure their survival, such as golden dragons, gems, and armor. For knights of stature, the focal points are steeds, women, titles, land, and honor. Particularly, women, an alluring companion, can be more effective than showering them with hundreds of golden dragons. Young Master Ryan once told me that titles, land, and honor are not solely pursued by knights. They can wield effects akin to those of gold. Gold, the precious, radiant, yellow metal. Just a morsel of this can transform the dark into light, the ugly into beautiful, the wrong into right, the lowly into noble, the elderly into youth, and the cowardly into valiant. To this day, Edmund remembers Ryan's words vividly. He yearned to ask more, but Boron deemed it sufficient. Observing the time, he escorted Edmund back to the fortress to report to Ryan about his progress, praising Edmund's promising future, asserting that even if he could not become a logistics officer, he could still make a name for himself as an outlaw. The following morning, Edmund accompanied Ryan to the recruitment site. 3 individuals entered. As they arrived, Ryan surveyed the trio, all clad in the signature coarse tunics of laborers, their arms partially exposed. Years of arduous physical toil had rendered their skin rough and dark, yet it hinted at the formidable strength that lay beneath. "State your names," Ryan commanded. "I am Carl. I am Rex. I am Jack. Introduce yourselves. Who shall speak first?" Carl took the initiative and began, "Good sir, I hail from a village called Soling, situated upstream of the Trident. My family was swept away by a flood, and in search of sustenance, I wandered aimlessly. A year ago, I arrived in Chang'an town to work as a laborer." Upon concluding, Carl glanced sideways at Rex, signaling him to continue. Rex felt somewhat anxious. He glanced at Jack, who showed no intention of speaking first, and stammered, "And my lord, I am Rex from Pigsty Fort." "You hail from Pigsty Fort?" Ryan inquired. The question startled Rex, rendering him speechless. Where had his usual bravado gone? Carl patted Rex on the shoulder and, with a grin directed at Arthur, remarked, "My lord, this fellow is quite the fighter. He is just a bit nervous at meeting nobility for the first time." Ryan nodded, observing Rex with a smile. "Indeed, he seems to be a fine fellow. Rex from Pigsty Fort may prove useful in the future." Next, the last of the group, Jack, began his introduction. Like the previous 2, he was also a solitary figure. After all, if Carl and Rex had families, they would not be wandering around seeking work. Ryan's gaze settled on Carl. It was evident that he was the backbone of the trio. "So, Carl, are you and your companions willing to join my ranks?" "Yes, my lord. We are tired of this nomadic existence, constantly searching for work," Carl replied. Ryan nodded in agreement, gesturing for Carl to continue. Encouraged by the affirmation, Carl took a deep breath and continued, "My lord, please forgive my rudeness, but we wish to accompany you. However, we need assurance that your words are sincere." What attracted Carl and the others to enlist was undoubtedly the generous terms outlined by Ryan in the announcement. All food and lodging provided, a weekly wage of 30 coppers. doubled in times of war, with additional rewards for valor or captured spoils. It was important to note that their daily earnings as laborers amounted to merely 2 coppers. Thus, their request for assurance was entirely reasonable. However, Ryan stated with gravity, "Once you consume my provisions and receive your pay, you must pledge your souls to the 7 gods and your bodies to me." The 3 turned their heads to converse quietly, then spoke in unison. "We are willing to serve you, my lord. This is the contract. Imprint your signatures, and you shall be my soldiers." Ryan signaled to Edmund to lay the contract before Carl and the others. Rex slapped his hand down eagerly, while Carl picked up the document and examined it. Smiling sheepishly as he said, "My lord, please do not take offense, but I cannot actually read what is written here. I merely seek reassurance." A few more mates intended to join today, but I held them back to see how this goes. "Rest assured, my recruitment of soldiers is entirely voluntary. No one will be coerced into service." "That is reassuring, my lord. Shall I call the others over now?" Ryan felt pleased. The quality of the new recruits was promising. "Edmund, prepare some food and drink for the newly joined soldiers." Chapter 10. The knock along the road to King's Landing. Mules steadily pulled carts laden with perfumes and other goods. Wallen, clad in armor and sword at his side, rode ahead, while Cress and Carl walked behind. "Governor Polong, could you impart to me the knowledge of how to single-handedly vanquish multiple foes?" Throughout the journey, Cress persistently sought Polong's guidance in combat techniques. The training of new recruits and martial prowess was under Polong's jurisdiction, and both Carl and Cress had first-hand experience of Polong's formidable methods. After receiving a rather stern lesson, Cress became an ardent admirer of Polong, captivated by his unrestrained demeanor and colorful language. In turn, Polong appreciated Cress's tenacity and boldness. Subsequently requesting Ryan to assign Cress as his personal attendant, Polong turned to Cress with a smile and remarked, "What is there to learn in fighting? It simply involves wielding a stick and swinging it vigorously. That is how I prevailed. Isn't that rather uninformative?" Cress lamented, "Enough of that. Walk properly. This shipment is personally overseen by Lord Ryan and must not be treated carelessly," Carl interjected. As Carl mentioned, this transport was led by Ryan, accompanied by 150 soldiers, a third of whom were seasoned veterans, while the remaining 2/3 comprised newly recruited soldiers. Ryan's justification for personally journeying to King's Landing was tenuous at best. He claimed it was to attend the naming day of Princess Myrcella, who was turning 7. In Westeros, the predominant faith is that of the 7, rendering the number 7 sacred within the faith of the 7. As a princess of House Baratheon, Myrcella was cherished by Queen Cersei, and it is crucial to note that this affection was nurturing rather than indulgent. Consequently, Myrcella exhibited none of the reckless traits of her mother and brother, instead embodying strength, courage, and wisdom. In the treacherous environment of the Red Keep, Myrcella shone like a brilliant jewel, radiating a dazzling light. Her innocent smile and kind-hearted nature endeared her to King Robert above all. Thus, as the apple of the king and queen's eye, Myrcella's 7th naming day was destined to be extraordinarily grand and opulent. As the royal-appointed purveyor of perfumes, this occasion would necessitate an abundance of fragrances. Additionally, Ryan was eager to glimpse the appearance of the 7-year-old princess, prompting his inclusion in the transport caravan. During the peak flood season of the Blackwater River, the convoy was compelled to take the land route to King's Landing, following the King's Road. The caravan reached a grove a half-day's journey from the city by the evening of the 7th day. Ryan sat on a makeshift folding stool, skillfully skinning a wild hare with his dagger. With the city gates of King's Landing closed for the night and not set to reopen until morning, Ryan anticipated a throng of people waiting to enter the city. To avoid any potential mishaps amidst the crowd, he decided to camp in the grove. After several days of arduous travel, over 100 individuals endured the elements, subsisting on coarse barley bread and wheat porridge. While Carl and Cress adapted well to this austere fare, Polong, whose palate had grown accustomed to finer delicacies, found the blandness intolerable. During midday, he departed from the group and ventured into the adjacent woods, soon returning with several wild hares. The logistics officer Edmund had already ignited the fire, while Ryan personally skewered the peeled and gutted hare on a grill, placing it beside the flames to roast, generously applying his homemade spices. In no time, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, revealing why Boron's appetite had been so piqued. Boron, enamored by the scent of the roasting rabbit, exclaimed, "My lord, I can hardly bear to be away from you. I suspect you are doing this deliberately to make it impossible for me to swallow anything once I leave your presence." Ryan, flipping the hare over with a playful grin, quipped, "Then why not go hunt a stag? This little morsel is hardly sufficient. My lord, we are within the territory of those troublesome gold cloaks. The sigil of House Baelish is the crowned stag," Boron cautioned, aware that hunting deer near King's Landing without royal permission would lead to dire consequences. Just then, Cress rushed towards Ryan, clutching firewood in a state of panic. My lord. I spotted another group in the woods, and most of them are armed. What of it? They are likely here for Princess Myrcella's birthday celebration, just like us. They're watching us. Weren't we just watching them, Carl? Don't turn your head. Ryan then rose slowly, projecting his voice. Friends across the way. I trust your rations are rather bland. Why not join us for some roasted meat? A gesture of invitation was made towards the trees. On the other side, a masked man crouched atop the treetops, silently observing Ryan. After a moment, he signaled to his companions below and quietly departed. See. I told you it was a birthday party. They didn't respond. They must be nobles from the Riverlands or the Reach who recognized me. A bastard. Though the gold cloaks were indeed troublesome, they had yet to become audacious enough to venture outside the city to rob caravans. Ryan tore a piece of meat from the hare and handed it to Cress. No need to overreact. Your shouting might as well give away our position. Realizing his blunder had exposed their location, Cress felt an overwhelming sense of guilt as Ryan, despite his misstep, showed leniency and rewarded him with a piece of meat. Cress, unable to lift his head, knelt before Ryan, holding the roasted meat in his hands, his forehead touching the ground. I am truly sorry, my lord. Do not worry, Rise. It was a mistake to assign you as a scout. That is my oversight. And no, this is clearly the fault of a petty man. Stand up, Ryan commanded, gesturing for Cress to rise. Yet, Cress remained unmoved until Ryan kicked him over, causing the rabbit meat to fall to the ground. I said to get up. Ryan unsheathed his sword, spearing the rabbit meat and bringing it to Cress's lips. My words are orders. As a soldier, it is your duty to obey. What a fine piece of rabbit this is, such a pity. Though Cress could smell the savory aroma of the rabbit, what he truly sensed was death. Cress. Carl attempted to step forward, but was halted by Boron. Commander Boron, Cress, do you wish to join Cress in being invited to enjoy the rabbit? Behold. This serves as an invaluable lesson for Cress. After 30 seconds had elapsed, Ryan cast a glance at the ground beneath Cress. Considering you haven't soiled yourself, I shall let you off this time. Edmund, bring Cress another piece of rabbit meat. Yes, eat your meat. Ryan removed the rabbit meat from his sword and placed it in his mouth, waiting until he had chewed and swallowed it before Cress finished the meat in his hand. Ryan remarked, You truly are a worthless fool, incapable even of chopping wood. Indeed. Cress nodded, keeping his head lowered. However, a fool is merely a resource misplaced. Now, lift your head. Cress immediately complied. Ryan turned his back to Cress and approached Boron, delivering a kick to Boron's calf. Train him well, if he cannot chop wood. At least he must learn to wield a blade against men. Boron nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, my lord. Cress, from this moment forth, shall follow you diligently in learning to fight. Cress knelt once more. I vow to serve Lord Ryan unto death. Chapter 11. King's Landing. King's Landing. The capital of the Seven Kingdoms is located on the eastern coast of Westeros, home to the Iron Throne. Since Aegon's conquest, it has been undeniably the heart of the Seven Kingdoms, a place that has captivated countless ambitious souls throughout the ages. The city is encircled by walls, resembling a square, extending several miles, with 7 grand gates leading into it: the Dragon Gate, the Lion Gate, the River Gate, known among the residents as the Mud Gate, the Old Gate, the God's Gate, the King's Gate, and the Steel Gate. King's Landing is exceedingly densely populated, rendering it more crowded and chaotic than other cities in Westeros. The stench of the city was unmistakable to the new recruits, who, without exception, retched their breakfast upon inhaling it. My goodness. The odor can be detected from a kilometer away. Ryan covered his nose with a perfumed handkerchief as he passed through the God's Gate, yet the foul mingling of sweat, excrement, and refuse grew more intense as he ventured deeper into King's Landing. The procession reached the central square, where the new recruits were captivated by the majestic sight of the Great September of Baelor. Indeed, the Great September towered into the clouds, solemn and grand. As sunlight cascaded down, illuminating its pristine walls with a radiant glow, imparting an aura of sanctity. However, Ryan felt no allure for the Great September in his eyes. It paled in comparison to the Alchemist's Guild Hall nearby. Coburn was too occupied. Ryan had entrusted him with numerous tasks, and even with Coburn's considerable talent, it was impossible for him to produce results solely based on Ryan's verbal instructions. 7 gods protect us, the recruits silently invoked as they gazed upon the Great September. Yet soon, they found themselves inwardly exclaiming, My 7 hells. A group of scantily clad women approached the recruits, unabashedly revealing their bodies beneath the few meager garments, showcasing themselves to the throng of eager onlookers. The perfume from Littlefinger has significantly boosted the business of the technicians, and the current group of women hopes to procure some of this perfume from the delivery team to enhance their trade. Even a handkerchief from Ryan is considered a coveted item in their eyes. Witnessing the unrestrained demeanor of the city's women for the first time is truly enlightening for the newcomers. Observing this, Ryan furrowed his brow and said to Boron, "Once the perfume has been delivered, inform the newcomers that if they wish to avoid strange ailments leading to dismissal, they should refrain from seeking the company of women from King's Landing. If their desires become overwhelming, they should venture outside the city." Ryan firmly believes in the existence of syphilis, knowing its devastating impact on the military. With that, he urged the team to hasten their progress towards the Red Keep. After explaining to the guards that he was there to provide perfume for Princess Marcella's naming day, they allowed the team entry into the Red Keep. At the outset of Aegon's conquest, he first set foot on the continent of Westeros at the present location of King's Landing. On the tallest of the three hills, known as Aegon's Hill, he erected his first fortress using earth and timber. Following the conquest of the Seven Kingdoms, Aegon ordered the construction of a royal castle atop this hill, which is now the Red Keep. The Red Keep was completed during the reign of Maegorite, who, upon its completion, executed all the laborers to safeguard the castle's secrets. Ryan gazed intently at the pale red walls of the Red Keep from the cobbled courtyard before it, not expecting to discern any hidden truths. His primary interest lay in the castle's architecture. The Red Keep boasts 7 massive iron-roofed towers. Its formidable walls are encircled by numerous battlements and crenellations for archers to take aim. Thick stone parapets, some rising to 4 feet, protect the edges of the walls, where the heads of traitors are often displayed on iron spikes between the gatehouse's crenellations. The castle is equipped with grand bronze gates and iron portcullises, alongside several narrow side entrances. Behind the walls, there exist many small courtyards, arcades, walkways, barracks, cellars, and granaries. Logically, even if the walls of King's Landing were breached, the defenders could retreat into the Red Keep and hold out for an extended period. However, the Red Keep has unexpectedly proven to be fragile, never enduring even a single day of siege, for reasons unknown. In truth, the Red Keep is not particularly large, its overall size smaller than Winterfell. Yet it houses more inhabitants than Winterfell, leading Ryan to speculate that the food stores within the Red Keep are rather limited. After all, during the Targaryen era when dragons soared, the Red Keep could complete preparations for either awaiting reinforcements or repelling attackers in less than a day. After the delivery of the perfume, Ryan heaved a sigh of relief. However, before he could inquire of Boron regarding the best inn in King's Landing, an unexpected yet anticipated invitation suddenly fell upon him. "Lord Ryan, the Master of Coin wishes to see you." Ryan had received an invitation from Littlefinger. Initially, he intended to visit Littlefinger, not anticipating that Littlefinger would seek him out first. Boron, affluent and generous, replied directly, "Could he resolve the physiological issues for my more than 100 brothers? Merely considering the well-being of his subordinates, I find that Littlefinger pales in comparison to you, my lord." Arriving at the Academy of Arts with Boron, the vibrant echoes of fervent calls from within the establishment filled the air, prompting Ryan to chastise himself for his lack of ambition. What is this? Surely, greater experiences await in the future. Though Ryan may have grown accustomed to the brutalities of slaughter and remained unflinching in the face of life and death, today's encounter stirred a subtle tumult within him. After a prolonged moment, Ryan hesitated to push open the grand entrance. "My lord, what troubles you?" Boron inquired, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "I am still but a novice," Ryan candidly admitted, finding no shame in his confession. According to Lady Sheila's recollections, his father had instilled a sense of trepidation among the household maids at Ryan's tender age. "Boron, lead the way," he instructed, as they proceeded to the academy. Making a beeline for Littlefinger's chamber. "What a delightful child," the courtesans remarked as Ryan entered, their attention immediately drawn to him. "Is this your first visit here? Would you like me to teach you how to please a woman?" "Ah, whoever claims it first gets it," one of the ladies exclaimed, as Ryan tossed a bottle of perfume into the fray, igniting a frenzy of eager hands. As the women grappled, raucous cheers erupted from the male patrons, some even urging their male companions to join in the fray. At Littlefinger's esteemed academy, despite the abundance of perfume, a stringent rule prevailed. Courtesans were strictly prohibited from acting as intermediaries, selling perfumes outside the establishment. However, they could leverage their beauty and wit to receive gifts from patrons, which the academy would not confiscate. In the kingdom of King's Landing, perfume was both precious and scarce. To the courtesans, the perfume Ryan had cast aside represented several days' wages. "Mine. Do not snatch it from me. I saw it first." The commotion drew the attention of everyone within the academy, allowing Ryan to make his way unobstructed to Littlefinger's room. Chapter 12. Paying respects, Ryan followed Boron into the second-floor chamber. Littlefinger, the current Earl of Herrenberg, sat comfortably in an armchair, engrossed in documents, which included royal debt ledgers alongside the month's earnings for the academy. This marked Ryan's first meeting with Littlefinger, who greeted him with the warmth of an old friend, inviting him to take a seat. "Ah, is it you, Ryan? Truly a promising young man. Can you drink?" A servant presented Ryan with a glass of fine wine from Qingting Island, yet he refrained from accepting it. "I beg your pardon, my lord, but I am still quite young and unaccustomed to alcohol." With a deep bow, Ryan continued, "Your Excellency, I shall never forget your assistance to Heian. Were it not for you, the Heian family would still be on the brink of extinction, pivoting to the sale of perfumes. Not a single endeavor could have succeeded without your orchestration." Xiao Zhizhi had never anticipated such a sudden move from Ryan, and for a moment, he was rendered speechless. After a while, he regained his composure and exclaimed, "Ryan, what are you doing? Get up." Despite his words, his admiration for Ryan only intensified. How delightful it was, being showered with flattery. Witnessing a count display such humility before him, even if he were a mere illegitimate son, filled Xiao Zhizhi with immense satisfaction. Although Xiao Zhizhi held the esteemed position of Minister of Finance, many nobles looked down upon him, deeming a parvenu who climbed the ranks through women and opened an academy unworthy of their company, those with illustrious ancestral lines. "Ryan, please rise," he urged, assisting Ryan to his feet. Their eyes met. Regardless of the authenticity of Ryan's demeanor, he had clearly signaled his allegiance to Xiao Zhizhi. The latter valued their relationship not just for the perfume business that his academy required, but also because Ryan's standing among the nobility mirrored his own, creating a natural alliance between them. "Come, let us sit and converse." Xiao Zhizhi guided Ryan to a nearby armchair, initiating an intimate dialogue. "How do you find your first visit to King's Landing?" "To be honest? Yes, speak candidly. It smells quite foul." "Ha ha ha, one gets accustomed to it. Staying in King's Landing is rather inconvenient, but I shall take you to the Prime Minister's tower. I believe Lissa will take a liking to you, little brother." "Thank you, my lord." After exchanging pleasantries and setting the atmosphere, Ryan began to present tangible offerings to Xiao Zhizhi. He signaled the Boron, who approached with a box in his arms, and remarked, "My mentor is rather famished." "I am aware of that, Boron. Bring him in." Xiao Zhizhi called out to those outside. The madam entered, nodding slightly to Xiao Zhizhi and Ryan. "Quickly, fetch Boron's companions," Xiao Zhizhi instructed. "Boron must be exhausted from his journey and deserves a proper rest." The madam, beaming with a smile, led Boron away to gather his companions. "You may all leave now. I have a few words to share with Ryan." Xiao Zhizhi gestured for others to depart. Once they had exited, Xiao Zhizhi leaned closer to Ryan and said, "Ryan, do you know? There have been some rumors circulating in the palace lately. Here we go." Ryan took a deep breath, as if steeling himself, and replied, "Please, my lord, elaborate." Xiao Zhizhi nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, Ryan was a perceptive individual, quick to grasp the nuances. Once merely a 12-year-old child, Ryan had now matured into a 15-year-old youth, reaching the age suitable for Xiao Zhizhi's mentorship. "It is likely that you are aware of King Robert's 3 children, Joffrey, Marcella, and Tommen, who, like their mother, sport golden locks. However, according to the chronicles of the Baratheon and Lannister families, it is noted that the offspring of a Baratheon father inherit their father's hair color." Lisa swallowed hard, feigning astonishment as she gazed at Peter Baelish. A scandal had erupted at the Red Keep years ago when a maid climbed into the king's bed, causing him to miss Prince Joffrey's naming day, leaving the prince despondent. The maid was discreetly dealt with, and as a consequence, the queen found herself neglected by the king, who thereafter brazenly brought his courtesans into his chambers. "Are those courtesans from your establishment?" Lisa discerned the implications. "Indeed. The finest maidens of King's Landing are in my employ," Peter replied. "But why are you on such amicable terms with the queen?" Lisa questioned, puzzled as to why Queen Cersei would befriend someone who facilitated the king's dalliance. "I am acquainted with a physician. Since the king summoned courtesans to the Red Keep, I have ensured that he provides them with a particular concoction, one that is not fatal but temporarily impairs their fertility. Yet, there are occasions when I do not administer the potion, for King Robert has toiled for so long without any fruit of his labor. In time, he would grow suspicious." "Goodness, Peter is indeed treading a precarious line," Lisa mused. "Thus, should this matter come to light, both you and the queen would find yourselves entangled." Peter observed with a knowing smile directed at Lisa. "Subsequently, I borrowed a substantial sum from the Lannisters, and the queen was quite pleased with my actions. The crown is heavily indebted to the Lannisters, and with Cersei being one of them, her influence over the crown has steadily increased. While Peter may not genuinely align himself with Cersei, he certainly relishes the ensuing chaos, for she is the primary source of turmoil, and turmoil serves as a ladder to ascend. An astute move, beneficial to the realm without detriment," Lisa acknowledged. "Indeed. So, my dear, having shared all this, what is it that you seek?" 2 years ago, Harrenhal was officially granted to me, Yet the accompanying lands were apportioned to others. Peter's eyes darkened with malice. After much effort to obtain Harrenhal, I find not only is my territory divided, but I am also burdened with its exorbitant upkeep, ultimately rendering me in a state of negative equity. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to reclaim that which rightfully belongs to me. Peter concluded his revelations with a calm demeanor, pausing momentarily. Lisa, the information you possess today could lead to your demise 1,000 times over. A smile crept across Peter's face as he fixed his gaze upon Lisa, silencing her with his intent. Lisa harbored deep skepticism regarding Peter's motivations for seeking her alliance. Convinced that there were ulterior motives at play, her heart raced, for this was indeed Peter Baelish, innately cunning, with ambitions far grander than his intellect could convey. I never anticipated that I would find myself aligned with this formidable villain. It is undeniable that fate plays a cruel game. My lord, what is it that you require of me? Ryan responded with unwavering clarity. Chapter 13, The First Meeting. Ryan. You must be aware that someone of my humble origins has truly clawed his way to this position through sheer perseverance. In my relentless pursuit of elevation to nobility, I cannot fathom the number of individuals I have lobbied or the vast sums I have expended. Even upon achieving success, I find myself with naught but a fragmented domain. Despite this, many nobles continue to harbor resentment towards my elevation. The territory you possess lies along the southern banks of Lake Vision, merely separated from Harrenhal by a single body of water. It is precisely for this reason that I beseech your assistance. Please, instruct me, my lord. I expect you to successfully muster at least 1,000 mercenaries before the onset of spring next year. Upon receiving my covert directives, you must promptly mobilize to Harrenhal and stand ready. Rest assured, provisions for military expenses and equipment will be dispatched to your domain in a timely manner. As for any potential descent from King's Landing, there is no need for concern. I shall handle that matter with utmost care. A force of over 1,000? What could my lord possibly require of such a multitude? Ryan inquired with feigned innocence. I foresee that within a year, the political landscape of Westeros will undergo a cataclysmic transformation, and I shall require an army to safeguard our territories. Ryan and Peter Baelish's domains, one situated to the north and the other to the south of Lake Vision, effectively obstruct the passage from the Westerlands, the Riverlands, the Vale, and the north into the Crownlands. Due to Peter's decision to align himself with House Lannister before completely losing faith in Eddard Stark, he had already assumed control of Harrenhal. Thus, in this timeline, Harrenhal has become a crucial asset that must be diligently protected, not only for the sake of the territory but also for future negotiations. As Peter must remain in King's Landing to monitor shifting dynamics, he cannot personally attend to Harrenhal and has entrusted its affairs to an appointed representative. To quell any potential gossip, the knight stationed at Harrenhal is from a family that has served the Prime Minister for generations, ensuring that the ambitious nobles eyeing Harrenhal think twice before acting recklessly. However, Peter harbors reservations about this knight, as his loyalty to Jon Arryn could potentially jeopardize Peter's forthcoming plans. Ryan's second task is to keep a close watch on this knight from the Vale. Harrenhal is defended by 800 soldiers, and with the local populace conscripted, there could be as many as 2,000 available for the city's defense. Nevertheless, Harrenhal is vast, and holding such a grand fortress with merely 2,000 men poses a significant challenge. Conveniently, Ryan's grandmother, Lady Shira, has a villa situated on the northern shore of Lake Vision. To ensure her safety, it is only reasonable to station some troops around the villa for her protection. In this manner, Ryan's forces would be poised to swiftly reinforce Harrenhal in the event of an attack. I understand. Ryan nodded, a surge of secret delight coursing through him. This visit to pay homage had yielded him an army of over 1,000 men, along with their equipment. Soon, he would command a force of 2,000. Indeed, having connections in the court proved advantageous, making this trip worthwhile. Without hesitation, Ryan turned to Littlefinger and stated, "My lord, the armory in King's Landing produces the finest armor and weapons in Westeros. I would like to request a larger allocation to equip my personal guards." "Very well." Littlefinger replied with a wave of his hand, recognizing that what seemed a minor favor in his eyes was, in fact, a significant boon for Ryan. "Now, we must pay a visit to Lady Lisa at the Prime Minister's tower." "Ah, but that may not be prudent," Ryan mused. After all, the naming day of Princess Myrcella is fast approaching, and it would be inappropriate to appear without appropriate attire. Perhaps it would be best to postpone our visit until after the celebrations. I intended to procure some garments in King's Landing. He gently shook his head. Moreover, I need to prepare some gifts for Prime Minister Jon. They should not be overly extravagant, yet they must possess a certain uniqueness. Littlefinger nodded in agreement. A few days later, Princess Myrcella's naming day unfolded as scheduled in the gardens of the Red Keep, attended by the most prominent nobles of Westeros, all in high spirits. The nobles mingled, raising their goblets and sharing hushed whispers, ostensibly to congratulate Princess Myrcella while engaging in light gossip. They subtly inquired about the prowess of the young knights. But behind the faade, they contemplated how to secure a marriage alliance between their offspring and the princess. King Robert was in high spirits for his daughter's naming day. He not only toasted repeatedly but also issued a decree in celebration of my beloved daughter Myrcella's naming day. Let it be known that all of King's Landing shall receive free bread and red wine today, in honor of Myrcella. Long live the king. Bless you, Princess Myrcella. With the king's proclamation, the entire city of King's Landing was enveloped in a joyous revelry. Amidst the chorus extolling the king's generosity, Robert spontaneously put on a performance. He summoned a magnificent suit of armor adorned with the Targaryen three-headed dragon emblem, supported by a wooden frame. With a fierce expression, Robert drew his warhammer and, to the gasps of the crowd, shattered the armor in a single blow, which was deemed the pinnacle of defensive craftsmanship of the era. All present nobles, without exception, lauded the king's might, save for Queen Cersei, who disapproved of Robert's crude and disrespectful display on their daughter's special day. While the festivities thrived on one side, Ryan strolled along the garden's colonnade. Although his status had been legitimized, granting him the right to attend the banquet, he still faced exclusion. He had no desire to impose himself on the gathering, so he joined Littlefinger at the table, mingling with a few nobles close to him, thus affirming his association with Littlefinger's faction. Once his necessary interactions were complete, Ryan made his way into the garden. He had contemplated indulging in some delicacies at the banquet, seeking a serene spot within the verdant shade of the winding paths, a refuge from the summer's sweltering heat and irritation, to enjoy a leisurely lunch. However, when he beheld the grand tables laden with an abundance of food, each dish brimming with thick, savory gravies, his appetite vanished entirely. Glancing at the wild boars and deer, he doubted even the most ravenous could partake. The sight of a peacock, its belly hollowed and filled with an array of colorful, mysterious substances, perhaps some animal's reproductive organs, prompted him to wisely retreat. Suddenly, a figure darted from the nearby thicket like a rabbit. In her haste, the individual failed to halt upon seeing Ryan, and with a startled cry, collided forcefully with him. With a loud thud, the person fell to the ground. Ryan looked down to find a girl with shimmering golden hair that sparkled in the sunlight, radiant as gold itself. Chapter 14, Myrcella. Oh, that hurts. Ryan stared bemusedly at the girl who had collided with him, instantly recognizing her as a school-aged child, unmistakably female, and certainly not a match for a 15-year-old. By Westerosi standards, who was already considered an adult. The girl opened her eyes, wincing slightly as she groaned, which was quite endearing. Ryan examined her closely. She was truly a beauty, with her golden curls shimmering softly in the sunlight, emerald eyes, a delicate nose, and skin as fair as milk. Such features foretold the number of men who would be captivated by her in the future, and the women who would secretly deride her as a seductive temptress. Ryan had surmised the girl's identity. "Do you need assistance?" he inquired, refraining from helping her to her feet. "Oh, it hurts so much, but I deserve it. I was running too fast and didn't notice someone ahead," she lamented. "Heavens, I thought I had killed someone." Seeing the girl rise independently and brush off the dust from her clothes, Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. Although his expression suggested he was not as anxious as he pretended. "Who are you? I don't believe we've met," she asked, confusion evident on her face. "I am Ryan, the wayward son of House Riverrun, from the shores of the Lake of the Gods," he replied with a faint smile. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. "You don't know me?" "I do not. I arrived here upon the announcement of the princess's naming day. After all, I am a bastard," he explained. "My apologies." "I did not mean to offend you," the girl said, remorseful, aware that bastards were often looked down upon in Westeros. "Not at all. How could I allow a young girl to feel pity for me?" he retorted, causing her to frown. "How can you say such a thing? Do you look down upon young ladies?" Soon, a teasing voice whispered in her ear, "For some women are born warriors, like Queen Nymeria. Between warriors, offering pity is the greatest disrespect. Do you respect me?" Nymeria, the idol of most girls in Westeros, had Ryan likening the girls to their idol, which naturally brought smiles to their faces. "Very well, I respect you," Ryan said. The girl extended her hand, and Ryan bent down, clasping her hand as men do. She beamed, revealing her teeth, which were slightly yellowed, likely from indulging in sweets. Just as this thought crossed Ryan's mind, a strong, robust hand lifted him up. Turning his head, he beheld a tall, lanky elder with disheveled hair. Notably, the emblem on his sword's hilt was a green-crowned stag. "Sir Bonifor, what are you doing?" "Put Ryan down at once. This lad has just offended the princess," came the reply. Indeed, as Ryan suspected, the girl was none other than the daughter of King Robert, the focal point of today's naming ceremony. "Sir Bonifor, you misunderstand. I was merely expressing gratitude to Ryan for retrieving my lost jewelry." Sir Bonifor Hasty had significant connections. According to Ser Barristan Selmy, captain of the King's Guard, before Princess Rhaella Targaryen was betrothed to her brother, the later Mad King Aerys II, she and Bonnefoy were quite enamored with one another. Bonnefoy had once donned a token given by Princess Rhaella at a tournament, where he triumphed over all opponents and crowned Rhaella as the Queen of Love and Beauty. Unfortunately, Bonnefoy's lineage was deemed insufficiently noble to merit the Targaryen princess. When Rhaella wed Aerys II, Bonnefoy turned devout, claiming that only a maiden could replace Rhaella in his heart. Myrcella fit the mold of a maiden, so in Bonnefoy's eyes. Ryan's act of holding Myrcella's hand was a grave affront to her purity, igniting his ire. After hearing Myrcella's words, Bonnefoy huffed and released his grip. The elder, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, was at an age where one foot was already in the grave. Yet he possessed an astonishing strength that sent Ryan tumbling to the ground. Ryan slowly sat up, feeling rather unfortunate that day, akin to a lecherous youth caught in the act. Such a predicament would only invite mockery from anyone he confided in, though he knew well he had committed no egregious act. Yet, rumors, once unleashed, tend to spiral out of control. However, Bonnefoy was unlikely to divulge the events of the day. Sir Bonnefoy apologized to Ryan at once, Myrcella commanded, her words seemingly imbued with magic, compelling Bonnefoy to comply. I apologize. Please accept my sincerest regrets. The words emerged from Bonnefoy as though a bone were lodged in his throat, lacking genuine sincerity. Not at all. I merely hope you exercise more caution in the future, lest you break a bone, Ryan replied somewhat brusquely, wishing to extricate himself from the entanglement and depart immediately. Ryan's indifferent demeanor stirred a sense of unease within Myrcella. She was acutely aware that Ryan recognized her true identity, however. He deliberately acknowledged it in a manner that allowed for an equal exchange of dialogue. This sensation of genuine respect was something Myrcella cherished deeply. She delicately lifted her skirt, standing upright with a gravity that belied her youth, and stated, Ryan, your demeanor appears somewhat lacking in generosity. It seems I must formally extend my apologies. Please accept them. Your Highness, you need not do so, Bohani interjected loudly, casting a disapproving glance at Ryan. Though I am unaware of your identity, compelling a noble princess to apologize is wholly inappropriate. I trust you will convey the requisite apologies. I am Ryan, and now you are aware of who I am. He replied, a hint of mockery gracing his lips as he regarded Bohani with a piercing gaze. The princess's need to apologize to me stems entirely from your failure, as a vassal, to execute her commands with honesty and sincerity. Consequently, she is compelled to rectify the errors you have committed in her stead. Bohani found himself at a loss for words. Princess, shall we return to the king and queen? I am not ready to return just yet, Myrcella declared. Having escaped from the gathering, her brother Joffrey had cast resentful glances at her throughout the evening, and she could no longer endure it. Chapter 15. Tyrion thus. Snow White and her prince lived a life of bliss and joy. Myrcella was unwilling to return, so Ryan accompanied her as they continued to stroll through the garden. While spending time with Laura was pleasant, the thought of old Bohani lurking nearby sent shivers down Ryan's spine. Once Myrcella had recounted the history of the garden and her favorite spots, the two arrived at a gazebo overlooking the narrow sea to rest. In an effort to pass the time and delight Myrcella, Ryan began to narrate fairy tales. Myrcella became engrossed, prompting him to recount several stories in succession. Your Highness, it is time for you to return. Soon the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms will present their gifts to you. Very well, Ryan. But I wish to hear more stories from you afterward. Before Myrcella departed, Bohani shot Ryan a fierce glare. Upon reaching the banquet hall, Myrcella sat beside King Robert. As noblemen presented her with gifts, Myrcella, do you enjoy these offerings? Queen Cersei inquired gently. These gifts are splendid, but what I truly desire is a pony. Myrcella, we shall discuss that when you are older. Riding is far too perilous at your age. Why not let her ride, mother? If Myrcella wishes to ride, she should be allowed. She is a princess and can have whatever she desires. At her age, she need not worry about such matters. Joffrey remarked with a malicious glint in his eye, likely envisioning the scene of Myrcella falling from a horse. On the Starlight Novel Network, Myrcella glared at Joffrey with evident irritation, while Cersei remained silent, turning her gaze towards her husband, Robert. Robert was still indulging in copious amounts of wine, his belly visibly distending. It was a certainty that the king, inebriated, would seek the company of women, leaving one to wonder whether the queen desired to share his bed tonight. Joffrey, your uncle has gone to that place, he remarked. You mean Uncle Tyrion? He is likely entangled with that harlot in the stables. Joffrey's words were clearly intended to provoke his mother, knowing that a mere mention of Tyrion would ignite her fury, which he relished. I speak of your Uncle Jaime. Do not bring up that little imp on Myrcella's name day. Mother, as you said, today is my name day. I would prefer if you refrained from mentioning Uncle Tyrion today. Can we not enjoy a harmonious family celebration? Tyrion maintained a cordial relationship with his brother Jaime. Yet his rapport with his sister Cersei was abysmal. The mere thought of their father's letter, stating that Tyrion would be residing in King's Landing, living in the Red Keep, and even dining at the same table, made Cersei feel nauseous. Your uncle Tyrion has arrived, bearing gifts. A dwarf approached Cersei with quick strides, followed closely by a Kingsguard. Tyrion addressed Joffrey, saying, "Do not speak ill of your dear uncle in whispers. Though my stature is diminutive, my keen heart grants me exceptional hearing, allowing me to catch any slander directed at me." Humph. Cersei ignored Tyrion, her attention drawn to the frown of the Kingsguard standing behind him. "Jaime, why are you with Tyrion? We are brothers." Even as a Kingsguard, Jaime remains a Lannister. Jaime interjected, "It was my suggestion to accompany Tyrion to convey the Lannister family's blessings to Myrcella. Do not forget, you are also a member of House Lannister." "My little princess." Tyrion stepped forward, arms outstretched. "Come, little princess, allow me to kiss your forehead." Despite Cersei's insistence that Myrcella refrained from approaching, the girl leaned in to receive a kiss from Tyrion. "This is a gift from your grandfather," he announced. Myrcella accepted the present, smiling at Tyrion and Jaime as she said, "Thank you, Uncle Tyrion and Uncle Jaime. Please join us for dinner." "I must decline. I am responsible for the safety of the banquet." Standing before Myrcella to present her with a gift, Jaime felt a sense of fulfillment, knowing he had done all he could. Lyon observed the rare familial scene of the Lannisters, murmuring, "Tyrion." He was Lyon's favorite character, without rival. The most inspirational and sagacious figure in the realm. Unfortunately, he had yet to find a platform to showcase his ambitions. Lyon believed that, given sufficient time and opportunity, Tyrion would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force in Westeros. Tywin recognized this truth, which is why he has persistently suppressed Tyrion. The most exceptional child of the family is ironically the one he despises the most, a reality Tywin is reluctant to acknowledge. The Martell family of Dorne has presented gifts for Princess Myrcella. A resounding voice interrupted Lon's musings about Tyrion. Upon discerning who the gift-giver was, Lon's curiosity was piqued. It is well known that the Lannisters and the Martells are sworn enemies. During the latter stages of Robert's rebellion, Tywin's forces breached King's Landing, and the catalyst for the war was the wife of Prince Rhaegar, Elia from House Martell. Subsequently, Elia and her children were slain by the Lannisters, further inciting the ire of the Dornish. Tywin accepted the actions of Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, who not only murdered Elia's son but also violated and killed her. Later, Tywin justified his orders to his officers to eliminate the royal children as a measure to safeguard Robert Baratheon's claim to the throne. The bodies of Elia and her 2 children were wrapped in the crimson cloaks of House Lannister and presented to Robert Baratheon as a show of allegiance, to which he remained indifferent. The Martell family was profoundly enraged by the deaths of Elia and her children during Robert's reign as king. Although Dorne did not engage in open conflict, covert machinations persisted. Prince Doran was secretly plotting the restoration of the Targaryen dynasty. On Joffrey's name day, Dorne had refrained from sending anyone, and now, with their attendance at Princess Myrcella's name day, the Dornish surely harbored ulterior motives. Everyone present speculated on what gift Dorne might present, with some wagering that it could be a lion or a stag trophy. As the Dornish entered, the gift was unveiled before all. Chapter 16. The Dornish horse. It was a Dornish horse, eliciting gasps from the assembly. Although Dornish horses are generally small in stature, they possess remarkable endurance, able to carry an adult for 2 days and nights without tiring. However, this particular horse was considerably larger than the average Dornish steed. Its coat of deep ebony, contrasted by a mane and tail as white as snow. Its streamlined form, robust limbs, and eyes that sparkled with intelligence rendered it exceptionally striking. In Westeros, fine horses are akin to luxury automobiles, symbolizing status and avidly sought after among the nobility. A prized horse can fetch thousands of golden dragons, a sum the nobles are willing to pay. The gathered aristocracy gazed at the horse with fervent admiration, astonished that the Dornish had offered such a magnificent gift. Robert, a lover of fine steeds, was in high spirits upon seeing such a remarkable horse, especially as it was a gift from the Dornish. Well, Prince Doran is indeed thoughtful. Considering the horse was a present from Myrcella, he glanced at her and remarked, "Myrcella, although you have longed to ride, you truly cannot manage this horse." Myrcella replied sweetly, "Father, this horse is indeed too grand for me. Please give me one more suited to my stature." Seeing Myrcella's agreement, Robert affectionately stroked her hair, saying with pride, "You truly are your father's good daughter. Servants, attend. Take good care of this horse for me. I shall ride it shortly to participate in the tournament, presenting the Queen of Love and Beauty to my beloved daughter as a gift." Robert commanded his attendant to lead the horse away. As the attendant took the reins from the hands of the Dornishman, an unforeseen disturbance arose. The horse suddenly grew restless, emitting sharp whinnies, its mane bristling. and stamping its hooves incessantly against the ground. Its eyes transformed from spirited to volatile, and the reins tightened in the attendant's grasp, pulling him to the ground. Before the attendant could rise, the horse reared up, and its powerful hoof struck the attendant's chest with a dull thud. It was evident that the attendant's chest was crushed, blood gushing from his mouth, and after a few futile struggles, he succumbed to his injuries. A profound silence enveloped the scene, and Cersei erupted in fury. "Guards, seize this Dornishman who attempted to harm the princess." "Enough," Robert interjected, his laughter echoing through the hall. "Indeed, a fine steed. It knows the attendant is unworthy of riding it." Rising from his seat, Robert declared, "Step aside, I shall mount it." The commander of the King's Guard, Barristan Selmy, swiftly stepped forward to intervene. "Your Grace, you have consumed considerable wine. You cannot ride a horse." Robert, growing impatient, retorted, "Shall we allow Dorne to mock us?" Barristan suggested. "Among the nobles attending today's naming ceremony are many skilled knights. They could ride on behalf of the king, showcasing our strength to the Dornish." Robert nodded. Barristan had a point. "Very well, whoever can ride this horse today shall receive it as a gift from me." Upon these words, the knights' eyes gleamed with fervor. It was not merely about the horse. An opportunity to display their prowess before the king, queen, and princess could earn them royal favor. Perhaps even the affection of Princess Myrcella. Knights eagerly volunteered, momentarily forgetting that the princess was merely 7 years old. To prevent the horse from running amok and endangering the guests, it was led to an open area in the garden, surrounded by soldiers in a circle. Should the horse dash toward the king, they were prepared to strike it down with their spears. The first knight took his turn, swiftly mounting the horse, which soon began to buck violently in an attempt to dislodge him. The knight gripped the reins tightly, initially finding success to the crowd's cheers. However, as the horse's movements intensified and accelerated, chaos ensued. In the midst of the tumult, the knight lost his balance and fell, crashing heavily to the ground. The first knight's failure was echoed by the second, and soon the number of unsuccessful contenders grew, darkening King Robert's expression. In truth, many knights had indulged in drink during the feast, the effects of alcohol impairing their usual mastery over the steed. Witnessing the multitude of failures, Barristan proposed to the king, "Your Grace, perhaps we should pause to allow the horse a moment's respite. With so many of us participating, it may exhaust itself." The Dornish envoy, wearing a smile, remarked, "Do not fret. Our Dornish steeds possess remarkable endurance. Even if every knight present were to mount and be thrown off, the horse would show no sign of fatigue. Did you hear that? He has declared the horse tireless. Let us continue to call forth more challengers." Robert, irritated, ordered that even wine be forsaken. All, save for Joffrey, who relished the spectacle of knights being unseated, cast furious glances at the Dornish envoy. This was a scheme devised by the Dornish, intended to see us humiliated. Soon, yet another dozen knights failed, and the envoy, with a triumphant air, suggested, "Your Grace, perhaps we should call it a day? Once Princess Myrcella matures, she may very well tame this horse." Robert, suppressing his anger, recognized the envoy's cunning. On the surface, he praised Myrcella, yet in truth, he implied that all the knights present were inferior to a mere girl. "Indeed, you Dornish possess a fine sense of humor," remarked Robert. The envoy's smile broadened as he continued, "Dornish warriors are as numerous as grains of sand. It is not uncommon for a valiant knight among us to mount this horse." As the day threatened to bring disgrace upon the king during his daughter's naming ceremony, Lon stepped forward. He did not approach the horse directly. Instead, he knelt before the king, saying, "Your Grace, I believe I have a method to tame this steed." Who is he, seemingly no older than 15 or 16? Can he truly ride? Ah, that must be the bastard of House Hightower. Who? The one known for squandering his fortune at the Lake of the Gods. The crowd murmured. While the king regarded Lon with confusion, "You are Lon of House Hightower. Can a mere boy accomplish this?" "I am uncertain." "Uncertain, yet you dare to proceed?" Lon solemnly replied, "Perhaps your Grace wonders why I would choose this path? Why take on such a daunting challenge? Why risk my very life to pursue it? Your Grace, I choose to tame the horse not because it is easy, nor for the rewards it may bring, the favor of ladies, or your esteemed recognition. It is not because they are simple, but rather because they are fraught with difficulty." Lon's declaration resonated powerfully, leaving all present in astonishment as a surge of fervor coursed through them. "I shall make this Dornish envoy aware that resilience is not the sole domain of the Dornish." Myrcella rushed to Lon's side, lifting her skirts, and bowed to Robert, declaring with conviction, "Father, grant me permission to undertake this challenge. Though it is not my strength, I shall pursue it." The imp also rose from his seat, and Myrcella looked at him in delight. "Uncle Tyrion, you have truly opened my eyes today. My brave little princess." With that, Tyrion knelt before Robert, saying, "Since we have both boys and girls, what harm is there in adding a dwarf? Are you also inferior to my brother?" The fourth to kneel was Jaime. I am willing. I too shall take part. An increasing number of individuals, irrespective of gender or age, kneel before the king, beseeching him to lead them into battle. Even Joffrey, albeit reluctantly, joined their ranks. United, they chanted the words of House Baratheon, igniting a fervor that blazed like wildfire. Robert gazed upon this scene with exhilaration. At that moment, he truly felt like a king. However, the envoy from Dorne appeared visibly perturbed. Chapter 17. Reactions from all sides. The envoy from Dorne departed in disgrace, while Robert ultimately returned the horse, informing him that the king welcomed all Dornish warriors capable of riding it to King's Landing, promising to personally greet them at the city gates. Well done, young Lannister, he said. Speak up, what reward do you desire? Your Grace, came the reply. If possible, I hope my lands can be protected before I journey to Essos. What business do you have on the continent of Essos? I intend to secure a loan from the Iron Bank of Bravos. Why? Your perfume business is already quite lucrative. Because I wish to expand my production and sell to the 9 free cities. And what does that have to do with borrowing from the Iron Bank? A sly smile crept across Lannister's face, because if the Iron Bank wishes to reclaim its debts, they will need to promote my perfume. Huh. The lad from House Hightower? You are indeed a cunning fox. Clearly, Robert appreciated Lannister's audacity in treating the debt as a position of power. Go to Bravos then. I shall send someone with you to negotiate with the Iron Bank. Rest assured, I will look after your lands. Lannister had not only helped Robert save face before the Dornish, but also ensured that as his perfume sales thrived, so too would the offerings he received. Leaving Robert with no grounds to refuse his support, Tyrion, with a hint of intrigue, observed Lannister as he took his leave. Contemplating the necessity of conversing with this illegitimate son of House Hightower. Before proceeding, he resolved to learn more about Lannister. Grasping his goblet, he mingled with the crowd, where the attention of the nobles was fixated on Lannister, believing that gleaning some intelligence would not prove difficult. Myrcella, come here, Robert called after Lannister had excused himself. He lifted his 7-year-old daughter high into the air. Myrcella, you have made me proud today. Myrcella urged her father to set her down. Father, it is nothing extraordinary. Lannister merely wished to demonstrate to Dorne that our kingdom stands united. My daughter is indeed astute. The crown of love and beauty no longer suits you. You should be the queen of wisdom and beauty. Joffrey, observing Robert and Myrcella, seethed with envy, directing his ire toward the roast before him. Envisioning it as Myrcella's face as he viciously carved into it, juices spilling forth with each strike of his knife and fork. How infuriating. I was the first to petition father. How dare she? He fumed. And mother, why did she not inform me sooner? Joffrey cast a glance at his mother and noticed that, contrary to her usual affection, she offered no consolation this time. Instead, her gaze was entirely fixed on Myrcella, her face radiating with pride as she regarded her. Joffrey's expression contorted with increasing resentment towards Myrcella. His younger brother Tommen, witnessing Joffrey's demeanor, dropped the cream-covered bread he cherished. Upon returning to his seat at the banquet, Lon saw 3 individuals awaiting him, Peter Baelish, Varys, and Balon Swan. The adults acknowledged him with a nod. There is no need for such formalities today. You need not bow to anyone, one of them stated, having heard of Lon's cleverness and exceptional talent. Varys was gratified to find the rumors confirmed. 3 years prior, Varys had sensed that House Hightower might experience a resurgence under Lon's stewardship. And today's events only heightened that possibility. However, Varys had received intelligence suggesting that Lon had grown quite close to Peter, which was less than favorable news. While others might remain oblivious, Varys was acutely aware that should Peter and Lon join forces, they would hold significant sway over the throne. Although Varys would not openly disclose their covert collaboration, he felt compelled to caution Lon against becoming too deeply entangled with Peter, as it could spell trouble for him. Peter gazed at Lon with a knowing look before exclaiming, "You made quite an impression today in front of the crowd. Many noble maidens are inquiring about you." Lon's performance had indeed been remarkable, earning the admiration of the 3 Baratheon brothers. Robert appreciated the honor Lon brought him. Stannis believed Lon's actions showcased the unity of the realm, dissuading the Dornish from recklessness, while Renly lauded Lon's courage. A knight beside him echoed the sentiment. The first 2 were tolerable, yet Lon felt a shiver of apprehension at Renly's praise. Oh dear, I am quite fond of women, he thought. Peter chuckled softly and reassured him. Fear not, Duke Renly is a gentle soul. He will not impose upon you if you do not wish it. This led Lon to ponder whether Renly might be inclined to other preferences. Then, the last of the trio, Ser Balon Swan, joined the conversation. Ser Lon, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am an admirer of yours. Lon grasped the old knight's hand firmly, receiving a nod in return. Ser Lon, I wish to express my gratitude to you. Thank you for allowing me to witness such a spectacle in my lifetime. Today shall undoubtedly be etched in history. The collective oath taken to defend the kingdom's honor deeply moved Balan, as the most deserving of the Kingsguard title among the seven kingdoms. He had never before witnessed such a multitude, young and old alike, rallying for the king's glory. The more he observed Lon, the more he appreciated him, seeing a reflection of himself in the young man. When Lon remarked that the path was not easily traversed, but fraught with challenges, Balan felt a profound connection. As Balistan reminisced about his 10th year, he recalled how he had relied on the generosity of others to obtain armor, enabling him to participate in the tournament held in Blackport. While others mocked Balistan for his diminutive stature and audacity, Prince Duncan expressed his sympathy for him. Subsequently, during the tournament, no one dared to challenge Prince Duncan except for Balistan, and it was thus that Duncan bestowed upon him the title of the Fearless. Balistan embodied fearlessness, while Lion inspired fearlessness in others. Alas, Lion was the sole heir of House Riverine. Otherwise, Balistan would have earnestly wished for him to join the Kingsguard to safeguard the peace of the Seven Kingdoms. In Balistan's heart, numerous regrets lingered. He pondered whether defeating Rhaegar at the tournament might have averted the impending war. He lamented his unspoken love for Asha, and he questioned whether serving Robert was indeed the right choice. Thus, Balistan believed that Lion's ability to inspire courage was the true strength, one that ought to be harnessed for the peace of the Seven Kingdoms and the prosperity of its people. I truly wish you could join the Kingsguard. If only you were not the sole heir of House Riverine, Balistan mused. Flattery is unwarranted. My skills are, in truth, rather lackluster, Lion replied, expressing his disinterest in joining the Kingsguard, believing it more fitting for Boron to take that role. As Lion conversed with the three, an unseen pair of eyes watched him intently from the throng of the banquet. Chapter 18. The Red Viper. After concluding his conversation, Lion made his way to the garden's colonnade, where he had arranged to meet Myrcella to continue their storytelling. Along the journey, he overheard nobles discussing Princess Myrcella's impending marriage. Isn't this a tad premature? Lion thought, considering Myrcella was merely 7 years old. He had no inclination towards such youthful affection. While traversing the colonnade, Lion sensed someone lurking in the verdant depths, a presence that was neither Myrcella's playful demeanor, but rather that of a silent, venomous serpent. Before long, a shadow darted forth from the foliage, swiftly approaching Lion's back like a specter. Having anticipated an ambush, Lion rolled aside, placing down the gift intended for Myrcella and seizing a handful of pebbles from the garden. The blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at him. Lion retreated with haste, the assailant's speed rendering him unable to alert anyone about the assassin. Yet, the assassin's rapid movements provided Lion with an opening, while the assassin was skilled. Lion wielded only the pebbles. With all his strength, he hurled the stones at the assassin's groin. Although the assassin deftly evaded the lethal blow, several pebbles struck his thigh and toes, momentarily hindering his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Lion bolted away, only to have the assassin throw his knife, narrowly missing Lion's ear by a mere inch. Having narrowly escaped, Lion retrieved the knife before turning to confront his assailant. The Starry Sky Novel Network, has the tide of attack and defense shifted? The answer is no. The assassin retrieved another dagger from his shoe, observing that both he and his assailant wielded the standard short knife used by Dornish assassins. Ryan did not dwell on the assassin's origin but recalled Boron's teachings. One must keep a close watch on the tip of the opponent's weapon, for that is the most perilous part. The rest may merely leave a scar upon your flesh, barring the exceptions of poison blades. The sharp clash of metal resonated in the air, and beads of sweat began to form on Ryan's brow. Unlike the training grounds, where Boron trained him with the intent to kill, this was Ryan's first genuine encounter with the specter of death. Another strike ensued, and the keen edge of the blade tore through Ryan's coat, mercifully drawing no blood. Ryan recognized that his adversary's skill far surpassed his own. He needed to employ some cunning tactics. With a sudden burst of energy, Ryan lunged forward, colliding with the assassin, who then witnessed Ryan raise his right hand, dagger in hand. This action undeniably left Ryan's defenses wide open, prompting the assassin to thrust forward. However, Ryan unexpectedly bent at the waist, relinquished his right hand, and firmly grasped the descending dagger with his left, while his right hand seized the assassin's arm. The blade was perilously close to piercing the assassin's abdomen when the assassin delivered a swift kick to Ryan's chest. Though pained, Ryan clung tenaciously to the assassin's arm, redirecting his attack towards the assassin's legs. Stop. Enough. The assassin suddenly spoke, removing his mask, allowing Ryan to discern his features. The man bore the wrinkles of time, thin brows, and eyes as dark as the eternal night, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. His nose and forehead were sharply defined, and his lustrous black hair was interspersed with a few silver strands, forming a widow's peak above his brow. Oberyn, the Red Viper. Ryan gazed incredulously at the individual before him. Oberyn, the brother of Prince Doran of Dorne, known for his volatile temperament and hedonistic lifestyle, was both astute and acerbic. Yet, he was also a prodigy, having acquired multiple chains of academic achievement during his time at the Citadel, though he ultimately dropped out of boredom. After leaving academia, Oberyn traversed the globe, indulging in numerous romantic escapades, even establishing his own mercenary band across the Narrow Sea. Within his family, he shared a close bond with his sister, Elia, and harbored the strongest desire for vengeance against the Lannisters. Thus, Prince Oberyn, you stealthily infiltrated the retinue of Dornish envoys, intending to assassinate the guest at Princess Myrcella's named day. Even if I were to kill you here, Dorne would not utter a word. Indeed, should I slay you, King Robert would also remain silent. Despite his penchant for drunken revelry, he would not be foolish enough to dispatch an army to Dorne. Well then, I am curious to hear what you have to say, Ryan said, loosening his grip on Oberyn but withholding the return of the dagger. I like you, Oberyn stated forthrightly. Additionally, it was rumored that Oberyn might be bisexual. Ryan's expression darkened. Say that again, I prefer women. Indeed, I too hold a fondness for women. Which man does not cherish their company? Oberyn's response left Lon bewildered, for it carried an air of peril. So, what is it that you seek from me? Nothing much. Do you wish to become my son-in-law? What? Lon questioned his hearing. Could you repeat that? To be my son-in-law, you are truly a man of indomitable spirit. Initially, I doubted your sincerity, but it now appears you embody the principle of action aligning with intention. Oberyn had initially mingled with the Dornish envoy at the banquet to witness the king's folly, yet Lon's declaration left him astounded. Upon learning of Lon's status as a bastard, his mind began to invigorate with possibilities. The Dornish do not discriminate against bastards. On the contrary, they hold them in equal regard to legitimate heirs. In Oberyn's eyes, Lon was a lord of remarkable capabilities, surpassing most lords of Westeros, and the only non-Dornish individual who grasped the essence of perseverance. It would be a grave misfortune not to take him as a son-in-law. Therefore, do you accept this proposition? I have certainly heard of the Sand Snake's reputation. The Martell household has only one male heir, and I am quite affluent. Lon's intentions were abundantly clear. He did not dare consider marrying a sand snake. Nor did he desire such a union, let alone see it through. The Dornish refer to Oberyn's 8 bastard daughters as sand snakes. Some of these daughters hail from noble bloodlines, while others are born of lowly courtesans. Regardless of their mother's origins or appearances, they are all said to bear their father's fierce eyes. They may serve as mistresses, for the Dornish do not concern themselves with formal titles. Oberyn continued to coax him. I am a virgin. Are your daughters also maidens? You still cling to your virginity? I merely wish to bestow my first experience upon a maiden, to ensure we owe nothing to one another. Lon pondered for a moment and decided to retort with a historical adage. Throughout my life, no one has done me immense good, nor has anyone inflicted great harm upon me, and I have repaid them tenfold. Oberyn was taken aback. Lon's words bore a hint of the Lannister essence. Nevertheless, it was a remarkable statement, and regardless, Lon's performance today greatly pleased Oberyn. He had resolved to make Lon his son-in-law. Since Lon desires a maiden, so be it. However, how many of my daughters remain as such? Chapter 19. The tournament. After hearing Lon mention his forthcoming journey to Essos, leaving behind the remark that he would send his daughter to seek him, the Red Viper departed. Oh, by the way, that horse is a gift for you. Remember to ride it to the tournament this afternoon. If you do not, my daughter may be somewhat displeased, for she does not favor cowards. With that, Lon felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. Just as the heavens had bestowed upon him an angel, now a devil appeared. Brushing off the dust to ensure Myrcella would not see any signs of conflict, Lon continued to await in the garden's corridor. Before long, Myrcella arrived. Lion. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. How did you come up with that speech? Everyone at the banquet is now calling you the fearless Sir Lion. How could that be? Lion dismissed her words, thinking Myrcella had exaggerated. Oh, but it is. Sir Bollistan himself said so. Is that so? Lion was taken aback. He had only just met Bollistan, the most renowned knight in the 7 kingdoms, who would speak so favorably of him. Indeed, he hopes that your father will come to value you more. This was splendid news for Lion, as with Bollistan supporting him, his reputation among the nobility would surely improve. Very well, I shall personally thank Sir Bollistan later. Lion looked at Myrcella earnestly and said, but before that, I must express my gratitude to you, Princess Myrcella. Thank you for being the first to stand up for me. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. How could I not? Surely there were others, like Uncle Tyrion, Myrcella replied, lowering her head. Even a 7-year-old girl, no matter how intelligent, feels joy when genuinely praised by an adult. Today, Myrcella had received much acclaim for her brave actions, yet she felt somewhat indifferent to it. Instead, Lion's commendation felt particularly precious to her. In light of your bravery today, I have decided to present you with a gift. What kind of gift? Marcella asked eagerly. This. Lion produced a book adorned with illustrations of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. This is a collection of your favorite fairy tales. All the stories I have edited are contained within, complete with illustrations. Really? Marcella exclaimed as she opened the book, discovering that the first tale was indeed Snow White. She closed the book, cradling it in her arms, and beamed at Lion with the most innocent smile. Even with the book. I still prefer to hear you tell the stories, Lion. Next time, Marcella, I have to participate in the tournament this afternoon. You are going to compete in the tournament? Then you must be careful, Marcella said, her face displaying concern. The tournaments in Westeros included swordsmanship, archery, and the most thrilling event favored by the nobility, the joust. Lion had intended to compete in the archery contest. The joust could be somewhat perilous for a 15-year-old like him. Generally, knights rarely perished in tournaments. Yet one could not dismiss the possibility of ill-intentioned individuals targeting vulnerable spots in an opponent's armor, such as the neck. Do not worry. While I may not be a match for Sir Stan or Sir Jaime, I am confident against others. Lion spoke truthfully. He had just faced the Red Viper. And although there were suspicions of leniency, he was indeed the Red Viper, a knight who could dispatch ordinary opponents in a single strike. Marcella sensed the confidence emanating from Ryan's demeanor and words, prompting her to refrain from further comments as she handed him the silk scarf she carried. May this bring you good fortune, she expressed. Ryan smiled gently in response, saying, Of course, my princess. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, the tournament commenced. This event held significant importance in the annals of Westerosi history, often serving as the catalyst for countless pivotal historical occurrences. The War of Usurpers is but one example. Merely a few years prior, King Robert celebrated his victory over the Iron Islands by hosting a tournament in Lannisport. The subsequent events are well known to all. Another tournament unfolded, and the fervor in King's Landing reached its zenith. Increasing numbers of nobles flocked to the venue, their attendants vociferously shouting the names of their respective knights, proudly displaying the crests upon their shields. King Robert, adorned with his antlered crown, appeared on the viewing platform, and after much persuasion from his ministers, he ultimately decided against participating in the tournament. With a booming declaration, Robert announced the official commencement of the tournament, and a cacophony of noise filled every corner of the arena. The crowd erupted in joyous shouts, their voices even drowning out the sounds of galloping steeds. Each clash of lances elicited waves of cheers. This was a grand celebration, the only occasion for the common folk of King's Landing to revel alongside the nobility. In the midst of the rest area, Ryan was feeding his new steed, Shadowfax, a handful of carrots. Oberyn, who had brought the horse, informed him that it had a particular fondness for carrots. With this treat and a little hoof care, it would become docile. Ryan named the horse Shadowfax in homage to a certain historical figure, recognizing the parallels between their endeavors. Prior to participating in the tournament, Ryan reported to the king the matter of the Dornish envoy bestowing the horse upon him, for he dared not ride a gift meant for Marcella without the king's knowledge. Robert had no objections, granting Ryan permission to compete mounted on this horse. Stan expressed his desire to face Ryan in a jousting match. While feeding Shadowfax, Ryan also scrutinized his opponent, a knight from the Riverlands, clad in gleaming silver armor, his face clean-shaven, as if all from the Riverlands favored a smooth visage. Rumor had it that he was the third-place winner of a previous tournament in his homeland, which frequently hosted such events. His renown was further evidenced by the multitude of noblewomen's scarves adorning his lance, symbols of his illustrious victories and the admiration he garnered from the fairer sex. According to the customs of the tournament, knights would request tokens from unmarried noble maidens. Should the maidens take a liking to the knights, they would bestow their personal scarves as tokens, believed to bring luck and assist the knights in their quest for glory. Ryan took out the token given to him by Marcella, gazing at it for a moment before tucking it securely within his armor, contemplating that victory was now an inevitability. Chapter 20. The competition unfolds. I have wagered my entire month's salary on Lord Ryan. He is destined for victory, Rex proclaimed, his head held high like a proud rooster. Any grand competition inevitably invites betting, and the martial tournament convened by the king is no exception. Countless individuals have today risked their savings or incurred debts, poised to either amass wealth overnight or emerge with nothing. Let it be clear, I shall not lend you any money, Carl said to Rex, a hint of irritation in his voice. Do you not wish for Lord Ryan to triumph? Of course, I desire Lord Ryan's victory. But rather than supporting him in such a manner, it would be more prudent to hone one's skills and bring glory to him on the battlefield. True as that may be, Commander Balin has also placed his bets. Rex glanced towards Balin, who was engrossed in his own world, entertaining his longtime companion and completely oblivious to the tournament, performing magic tricks for her delight. Behold, a golden dragon. Do you wish for it? He exclaimed. Indeed. The companions reached out eagerly, but Balin, with remarkable skill, concealed the golden dragon in a matter of moments. Guess where it has gone? Balin's hand slowly approached the low-cut neckline of his companion's dress, prompting a gasp from her as he produced the golden dragon from her ample bosom. After a brief display, the coin vanished once more, and Balin's hand ventured towards the hem of another companion's skirt, eliciting a series of gasps and pleas for surrender before he conjured the golden dragon yet again. Cress was mesmerized. While Carl playfully tapped his head, "Stop gazing at Commander Balin. Lord Ryan is about to compete." Ryan entered the arena astride Shadow, a magnificent steed gifted by the Dornish. The assembled nobles recognized the horse immediately. What is this? Why is Lord Ryan riding a horse bestowed by the Dornish? Look, the king appears unperturbed and even smiles. He must have anticipated that Ryan would ride the Dornish horse in the tournament. Seeing King Robert's positive demeanor, the nobles refrained from further comment and shifted their focus entirely to the impending duel. Ryan and the knight from the Riverlands steadied their lances, spurring their horses forward amidst the thunderous cheers of the audience, the charging steeds exuding an unparalleled force. Crash! Ryan struck the Riverlands knight's shoulder plate. While the knight narrowly missed striking Ryan's breastplate, the blow deflected by a shield. A wave of cheers erupted from the stands, with Micella herself rising to applaud. Ryan accepted a new lance from Edmund and prepared for the next round of combat. Shadow galloped with remarkable speed, the sound of hooves resonating like thunder. The Riverlands knight could perceive that Ryan's mount was significantly faster than before. With a fierce kick of his spurs, the knight summoned his utmost speed, intent on concluding the match in this round. In the fleeting moment before the clash, the shadowy figure of Jueying suddenly lunged forward. The sunlight glinted off Ryan's helmet, casting a dazzling brilliance that momentarily disoriented the Riverbend knight. Just as the knight squinted against the blinding light, Ryan, from his elevated position, thrust his lance towards the knight's face. The Riverbend knight let out a pained cry and was thrown from his steed. Victory belonged to Ryan. The entire arena erupted in astonishment at his remarkable maneuver. The elegance of his mounted lance strike was breathtaking. The stands reverberated with fervent cheers, the deafening roars nearly threatening to lift the roof off the Colosseum. This 15-year-old lad might just emerge as the dark horse of the tournament. Huzzah! Long live Lord Ryan. Rex leaped up in excitement, for it was Ryan's inaugural participation in the tournament at such a tender age. Although there had been youthful champions in past tournaments, they were few and far between, and many doubted Ryan's capacity for success. Consequently, the betting odds for Ryan were surprisingly high. His recent triumph had earned Rex threefold returns. And should Ryan secure the ultimate championship, Rex would reap 30 times his wager. Go, Lord Ryan. Meanwhile, in the royal box, King Robert nodded approvingly. Splendid. Truly remarkable. Walliston echoed the sentiment. How swiftly he has synchronized with Dorne's steed. Ryan indeed possesses commendable skill. As the foremost knight of the Seven Kingdoms, Walliston held an automatic qualification for the top 8, yet he yearned for the chance to duel with the young contenders below. However, Robert had declined his proposal, asserting that if he entered the tournament from the outset, the young knights would be too intimidated to challenge him. Walliston, how far do you believe Ryan can advance? If he does not encounter Sir Jaime prematurely, he should place 3rd in this competition. That seems a bit excessive. Ryan is merely 15. Let us await the king's judgment. Walliston was inclined to remind Robert that Prince Rhaegar had also claimed victory at the tournament during his adolescence. Upon returning to the rest area, Ryan approached Sir Jaime with a greeting. Jaime, mounted atop his steed, acknowledged Ryan with a nod, one hand gripping the reins and the other resting on the hilt of his sword. Despite the air of arrogance that enveloped Jaime, his tone remained courteous. You are an admirable knight. Thank you, Ryan replied. There is some merit in defeating you. Jaime continued, to fall to me is not a disgrace. Ryan chuckled. Indeed, losing to you carries no shame. At least I can boast of having crossed blades with the illustrious Sir Jaime when I returned to Chongantown. Jaime found amusement in Ryan's words. My brother Tyrion would take a liking to you. He would be eager to befriend you. Who in Westeros would not wish to associate with a Lannister? Except for the Dornish, of course. Jaime then produced a purse of coins and tossed it to Ryan. Ryan took the pouch of coins, opened it, and was pleasantly surprised by the considerable sum it contained, 30 golden dragons. This is for you and Tyrion's drinks. Remember to find Tyrion, said the messenger. Holding the heavy golden coins, Ryan fell into contemplation and called out to Ser Jaime, who was preparing to head to the tournament. Ser Jaime, how about we make a wager? Oh, what sort of wager? If we happen to cross paths in the arena, the victor shall claim the vanquished's entire armament and steed. Are you certain? In some tournaments, the victor may indeed claim the loser's gear and mount, but the defeated may also pay a ransom to retrieve their belongings. Ryan mused that while he could likely reclaim his equipment, the cost of his steed, Shadowfax, would be substantial. Returning the pouch to Jaime, Ryan remarked, this sum is too trifling. when it comes to friendships. A friend ought to offer me at least 10,000 golden dragons, or I shall extend the same to them. Chapter 21. The duel with Jaime. Ryan's second opponent hailed from the north, his beard thick and contrasting sharply with that of the preceding Riverlands knight. The Northerners rarely hosted tournaments. In their harsh environment, the nobility preferred hunting as their pastime. Typically, Northern knights would engage in archery or swordsmanship, which were their true strengths. However, Ryan did not underestimate his opponent. The Northern knight charged at him, embodying the unique ferocity and savagery of the North, and it took considerable effort for Ryan to best him. The subsequent opponents proved less formidable, allowing Ryan to advance with ease. Now, only Ryan, Barristan, Jaime, and a knight from Storm's End remained in the arena. The next match would pit Sir Ryan against Sir Jaime. The assembled nobles were uncertain whether to deem Ryan fortunate or unfortunate. What a pity, had Jaime and Barristan faced each other first. Ryan of House Hightower might have secured a second-place finish. At the tender age of 15, Ryan's performance was commendable, with ample opportunities still ahead. Amidst the nobles' discussions, Ryan and Jaime entered the arena together, bowing to the king before galloping to the starting point to receive their lances and shields from the attendants. As the two accelerated on horseback, the first clash between the Kingslayer and the undaunted Ryan commenced. Ryan was wary of Jaime, adhering to a strategy of remaining motionless until the enemy made a move. He focused on Jaime's lance. As soon as Jaime thrust, Ryan would counter with his own strike. This tactic proved effective, allowing Ryan to parry Jaime's attacks, yet it took a toll on his stamina. Taking a deep breath, Ryan felt the numbness creeping into his arms, signaling that he needed to conclude the duel swiftly. Charging forward, Ryan spurred his horse and executed a leap. Jaime had anticipated this maneuver. He raised his shield and elevated his lance. In that moment, Ryan discarded his lance, braced himself in the stirrups, and leaned his entire body toward Jaime. James did not anticipate Ryan's action, tumbling to the ground alongside him. In the lance tournament, should both opponents fall simultaneously, the victor is determined by swordplay. The attendants hurriedly brought swords to their respective masters. "I underestimated you, you little madman," James remarked as he accepted the sword, drawing it with the tip aimed directly at Ryan. Discarding his shield, Ryan switched to wielding the sword with both hands, silently observing the regicide before him. Noting the blade that may have once tasted the blood of the mad King Aerys II, Ryan was the first to strike, his footwork serpentine as he twisted his wrist, aiming his sword at James's neck. However, James was swifter, launching his own attack and forcing Ryan to retreat defensively. The regicide's strength was formidable. Grasping the hilt with his right hand and the blade with his left, Ryan narrowly avoided losing half his palm to the edge of James's sword, thanks to the protection of his chainmail gloves. Steadying himself, Ryan channeled his muscular force to push James back, delivering an elbow strike that compelled him to retreat. At this moment, both combatants had gauged each other's capabilities, realizing that a decisive victory would not come swiftly. Gasps filled the arena. For James's swordsmanship was renowned as second in all of Westeros, yet here he found himself repelled by a mere 15-year-old. Suddenly, James lunged forward, and Ryan swiftly parried, their swords clashing with a piercing sound. The strikes intensified, each blow from James's sword increasingly forceful and dynamic, alternating between slashes and thrusts. Ryan, having successfully deflected several of James's fierce attacks, then surged forward, realizing the advantage of their armored encounter. Both knights donned heavy armor, and unless one wielded Valyrian steel or a massive sword, penetrating the armor was nearly impossible. Even in this contest of swordplay, points were awarded based on strikes to the armored regions, rendering a fatal outcome virtually unattainable. Ryan once again adopted the defensive grip he had employed earlier. Observing this stance, James shifted to a thrust. Ryan retreated, enticing James to pursue, and when the moment was ripe, he released his right hand, striking with the cross-shaped hilt against James's sword. This blunt impact disrupted the trajectory of James's blade, ensnaring it upon the hilt and rendering it firmly immobilized. Before James could regain his composure, Ryan swiftly twisted his wrist, sending James's sword flying. Stepping aside, he reclaimed the hilt with his right hand, pointing the blade at James. The outcome was clear. A profound silence enveloped the arena as Ryan achieved victory through this unconventional method, leaving uncertainty about the legitimacy of his tactics, especially considering James was the Queen's brother. Until the king made a declaration, none dared to voice dissent. Boron, however, chuckled, recognizing the technique as Ryan's secret weapon, one he had imparted to him. "Your Majesty, this is clearly against the rules." Queen Cersei wore a countenance of deep displeasure as she demanded the king to immediately declare Lon's performance void, awarding the victory to Jaime. "How does this not adhere to the rules? Lon defeated your brother with a sword," she retorted. The king, unfazed, replied, "Perhaps Lon wielded no blade because your brother was simply unworthy. Enraged, Cersei rose abruptly and departed from the stance. Nearby, a member of the Kingsguard remarked, "Do not mention that woman. It seems both Baelish and I have misjudged. Lon indeed secured a place among the top 3 and even triumphed over Jaime. Ha ha ha." Myrcella watched in astonishment as Lon faced her uncle Jaime in the nightly duel, unable to fathom how such a formidable opponent had been bested by Lon. Was my scarf the catalyst? Regardless, whether it was the scarf or Lon's innate prowess, Myrcella felt genuine joy at Lon's victory. In the arena, Jaime removed his helmet, revealing a face slick with sweat, and inquired of Lon, "Was this spontaneous or premeditated?" Lon, still armored, responded directly, "It was premeditated. I devised my strategy the moment we wagered. Very well. As per our agreement, I shall relinquish my weapons, armor, and steed to you. But I cannot part with this Kingsguard armor. I will commission a craftsman to forge a set of equal quality," Jaime stated. "Keep it for yourself. Did I not mention that in friendship, either a companion bestows upon me 10,000 gold dragons, or I grant the same to a friend?" Lon countered. "Are you certain? My horse and armor are treasures beyond compare. I value a friend, rare as they may be, more highly," Lon replied. Jaime chuckled at Lon's words. Realizing that Tyrion had not erred in his judgment, Lon was indeed a worthy acquaintance. He wondered what Tyrion would say upon hearing Lon's sentiments. "Very well," Jaime nodded, continuing. "You have an admirable swordsmanship instructor, imparting practical techniques. I merely possess greater strength. I hope we may duel again in due time." "Indeed," Lon replied, anticipating a future contest as brothers in arms. Chapter 22. The tide of events following Jaime's victory, Lon announced his withdrawal from the upcoming finals. He explained to Sir Baelish that after his bout with Jaime, he lacked the strength to continue and hoped for understanding. Baelish accepted Lon's words, surprised that Lon had managed to defeat Jaime. Subsequently, Lon received a prize of 20,000 gold dragons for placing second in the jousting tournament. Intending to take this sum to the distant continent of Essos, specifically to Astapor, to procure Unsullied. The Unsullied were costly, and with 20,000 gold dragons, Lon would not acquire many. He did not anticipate their numbers to constitute a formidable fighting force. Rather, he sought their expertise in training soldiers, instructing them on formation and the use of spears. In Lon's vision, the primary armament for his refugee army would predominantly consist of spears, which were not only easy to produce but also potent against cavalry. The most renowned battle of the Unsullied was the Battle of Coer, where a mere 3,000 Unsullied withstood the assault of over 50,000 soldiers led by a Dothraki call. The Dothraki, a nomadic warrior race, boasted an estimated 30,000 cavalry among their ranks. To imagine the prowess of the Unsullied's phalanx, which triumphed against such overwhelming odds, is not difficult. Rhaen does not expect the refugee army to withstand a cavalry charge as the Unsullied did. Rather, if they can endure the charge of 100 knights without breaking, they will have earned their place as a regular army. The role of the Unsullied extends beyond mere combat. Rhaen intends to employ them as an execution squad, mercilessly dispatching any deserters. Rhaen is eager to reach the continent of Essos, yet he has numerous individuals to meet in King's Landing before his departure. Following the conclusion of the tournament, an evening banquet is held within the Red Keep. As Rhaen secured second place in the competition, he finds himself besieged by admirers. Much to his annoyance, Rhaen possesses striking features, a head of sleek black hair, a height slightly above his peers, and most notably, his dark golden eyes, which sparkle with depth and a hint of wildness. His long eyelashes surpass those of many young ladies, and coupled with his mature demeanor and heroic countenance, it is no wonder he attracts attention. Although the Tully family has faced misfortune, their lineage boasts commendable genetics, resulting in both handsome men and beautiful women. Rhaen has already acquired the scarves of more than 10 maiden virgins. Observe the advantages of being at the center of power, despite being a bastard. All disparaging remarks regarding his parentage have evaporated overnight, replaced by the king's favor and the endorsement of Lord Bollistan. The future appears bright for the valiant, intelligent, and wealthy Lord Rhaen. In the eyes of many declining noble families, Rhaen epitomizes the ideal son-in-law. Rhaen chooses to disregard the courting advances of these maidens, not because they lack beauty or do not meet his standards, but primarily because most of them are merely 15 or 16 years of age. While it is true that noble families in Westeros often marry young, wherein a woman of 20 who remains unmarried is considered an old maid, Rhaen finds it psychologically challenging to accept such youth. He muses humorously, "Is there not a mature older sister to approach me? Beauty with grace, elegance with poise, akin to that lost elegance of Oyen." Just as Rhaen grapples with how to extricate himself from the throng of girls, a voice emerges to resolve his predicament. "Ladies, it is time for me to have a private word with Sir Rhaen." The voice, emanating from below their line of sight, prompts the young women to glance down. With a look of disdain, they disperse, for the name of the little imp is infamous, and he is the only one whom they can openly deride. Moreover, should his mockery be skillfully executed, Tywin himself would offer a reward to the Lannister. However, tales of Tyrion's humiliation have never circulated, which indicates that those who sought to belittle him were ultimately vanquished by his incisive retorts. "Greetings, Tyrion of House Lannister," said Lyon, expressing gratitude for Tyrion's assistance in dispelling trouble. "There is no need for such sycophancy. My sister is the source of my distaste for self-introduction," Tyrion replied, pouring 2 goblets of wine and offering one to Lyon. Lyon accepted the wine but did not drink, stating, "I appreciate your valiant actions earlier today." Tyrion downed the contents of his goblet in one swift motion and remarked, "That was not an act of bravery. It was merely a decision to go with the tide of circumstances." "And what constitutes the tide?" Lyon inquired. "The Iron Throne is the tide." "The tide is the Iron Throne," Tyrion elucidated. Lyon wholeheartedly concurred with Tyrion's sentiments. Since Aegon's conquest, the Iron Throne has symbolized the sovereignty of the Seven Kingdoms. Whoever occupies it possesses the legal right over the realm. In a nation governed by a coalition of nobles, the son of a duke remains a duke, and the child of a knight remains merely a knight. The only authority capable of commanding the lords is legal legitimacy. With that, the nobility has grounds to rebel against their overlords, thereby creating opportunities for upward mobility. The Riverlands, smaller in area than any of the Seven Kingdoms, have seen the Targaryens maintain their hold on the throne, owing to their power to appoint and promote vassals directly, bypassing the dukes of the Seven Kingdoms. This sentiment resonates deeply with House Hightower, as Harrenhal was bestowed upon them as a reward for resisting their overlord, the deranged Roston family, who had succumbed to the allure of dark sorcery. Furthermore, the Tyrells have never produced a chancellor. All chancellors hailing from the Reach have belonged to House Hightower, possibly indicative of the Targaryen strategy to balance power in the Reach. Tyrion continued, "The Dornishmen's gift of horses ostensibly serves to flaunt their prowess before Robert, yet it is, in truth, a probe into the Iron Throne's stability. It tests whether the progeny of the great houses are willing to curry favor with the king by taking to horseback. Should they acquiesce, it would signify a willingness among the nobility to rally under Robert's banner, prompting Dorne to reassess the potential merits and drawbacks of seeking vengeance against the Lannisters." Lyon nodded in agreement. During Robert's reign, the realm appeared prosperous, with tournaments held in rapid succession, yet such extravagance was funded by depleting the royal treasury. Whispers from Littlefinger suggested that the crown had accrued debts totaling 5 million gold dragons owed to both the Iron Bank and the Westerlands, with expectations of surpassing 6 million this year. Following a crown burden with such substantial debts indeed cast a shadow over its future. Robert's claim to the throne was seized through conquest, and the king's inner circle has predominantly comprised individuals from the Stormlands, the Westerlands, and the Vale. Rumors circulated regarding the Targaryen siblings, exiled in Essos, actively campaigning for their restoration, thereby igniting ambitions among the nobility of the Riverlands, who, having escaped retribution, felt neglected. Rather than languishing under the peaceful reign of the stag, they yearned for the dragons to elevate them to new heights. Chapter 23. Essos at Times. The essence of one's endeavors lies not in providing the correct answer, but in discerning the right question. Reflecting thoughtfully on the matter at hand, Tyrion suggested stepping outside for a conversation, as the crowded surroundings were far from conducive to a meaningful discussion. While discussing state affairs at a banquet is customary, given the current positions of Lon and Tyrion, any careless remarks overheard by prying ears could be exploited by those with ulterior motives, a predicament best avoided. Thus, the two resolved to find a secluded spot for their dialogue, ensuring the vicinity was clear of eavesdroppers. Lon turned to Tyrion and remarked, "Is there anyone here engaged in surreptitious activities, allowing us to speak freely? To be honest, I have been astonished twice today, first by your discourse before the king, and then by your triumph over my brother Jaime. Not to mention your expenditure of 1,000 gold dragons to secure my friendship." Lon chuckled. "Do you feel you've sold yourself short?" Tyrion took a sip of wine and nodded in agreement, implying Lon's assessment was accurate. "Perhaps I shall consider increasing my investment, akin to the Iron Bank." Lon stated earnestly, "A Lannister must honor his debts, and the Iron Bank tolerates no default." Tyrion was aware that the family had invested 3 million gold dragons to ensure Joffrey's ascension to the throne, while Peter Baelish had borrowed an equal sum from the Iron Bank. Lon was aligned with Baelish, strategically positioned to block the West's advance upon King's Landing. Lon's valor had been demonstrated, and their father would find it challenging to breach Harrenhal in the near future. Though King's Landing had been infiltrated by the Lannisters, it was not impervious to assault. Had Baelish not supported the Lannisters, it was likely that the throne could have fallen to Renly or Stannis. Thus, Tyrion inquired, "Are we allies of common cause, or adversaries bound for conflict?" Lon's future could very well see him positioned as a foe of the Lannisters. When one party falls into poverty, the tumult goes unnoticed, while wealth attracts distant relatives, Lon replied. Tyrion's situation was precarious. He considered himself a Lannister and was willing to act in their interests, yet none of the Lannisters, save for Jaime, acknowledged his claim. A solitary minister was Lon's assessment of Tyrion during his tenure as Hand of the King. In time, Lon would require Tyrion's presence in King's Landing to counterbalance Baelish's influence. Fostering a positive rapport with Tyrion now would safeguard him from suspicion of duplicity in Baelish's eyes, encapsulating the essence of this investment. Despite Tyrion's cleverness, he could not foresee that Lon was subtly altering the trajectory of his original narrative. By the way, Lord Baelish is eager to make your acquaintance. He wishes to arrange a meeting at the finest brothel in King's Landing, where he will surely extend a grand reception. Oh, that sounds splendid, Tyrion exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. I can hardly wait to discern how the women of King's Landing differ from those of Lannisport. It is well known that Tyrion harbors 3 great passions: literature, libations, and women. In the original text, he was a frequent patron of Baelish's establishments. You may go at once. Lord Baelish's brothel operates around the clock. Why should you keep him waiting instead of the other way around? Perhaps I shall wait a little longer, Tyrion replied. Indeed, Ryan, after Mycella's naming day, you shall venture to the continent of Essos, correct? Ryan gazed at the moon and replied, Yes, I intend to expand my business there. You must exercise caution, as your perfume enterprise has significantly impacted Lysa's trade. Lysa was the primary supplier of perfume in Westeros before Ryan's invention. One of the 9 free cities, known as Lovely Lysa, is renowned for its exquisite female slaves and equally attractive young boys, along with beautiful tapestries, perfumes, and finely crafted daggers. The infamous poisons, Tears of Lysa, and the Strangler, are products of the local alchemist guild. Ryan understood that undermining one's livelihood is often more devastating than murder or theft. Yet his pursuit was to maximize the profitability of his perfume, and should Lysa offer favorable terms, he would engage in commerce. I need not worry. Even if they destroy my perfumes, they would still continue production. Even if they burned everything, House Tyrell would seize the perfume market. They likely only desire my formulas. Ryan mused. His concerns lay not with Lysa's poisons, but rather with the venomous fangs of the sand snakes. At least Lysa had a motive, while the sand snakes did not. A perfume formula is trivial. Once given, it is given. Presently, there are only myself, the Tyrells, and Lysa in the perfume trade. I should not fret that the Tyrells might one day absorb my enterprise. Ryan remarked mischievously. Adding another rival for the Tyrells could be beneficial. Then I shall rest easy. Tyrion sighed. Even if your coin purse holds but a single copper, I believe you could become a millionaire in Essos. At 16, Tyrion longed to visit the 9 free cities of Essos, much like his uncles, to seek news of their lost ancestral sword. However, his father forbade him, fearing such a journey would bring shame upon the family. What if Tyrion were to recover the lost sword? Thus, his father dispatched him to clean the sewers of Casterly Rock. You may accompany me to Essos, Ryan invited Tyrion. Ryan sincerely hoped Tyrion would join him on the continent, as having Tyrion's intellect would provide him an advantage in negotiations with the various factions of Essos. Tyrion shook his head, saying, While I would love to accompany you to Essos, my father has tasked me with keeping an eye on my sister and that dreadful nephew of mine. Although the Lannisters' influence over King's Landing was gradually strengthening, as long as King Robert reigned, the Lannisters' position in the capital remained precarious. Tywin understood that Cersei was a fool, and so was Jaime. Cersei's arrogance and Jaime's impulsiveness, combined, were disastrous. Hence, Tyrion was needed to temper their excesses. He dared to chastise Cersei, to thwart some of her more reckless schemes, and he could command Jaime's obedience, warning him that certain actions were irreversible. In the original narrative, Tywin had long plotted to send Tyrion to King's Landing. Although Tyrion was captured by Catelyn during this time, he managed to return in time to organize the Battle of Blackwater, successfully buying time for reinforcements to arrive. King's Landing is indeed a splendid place, replete with the Iron Throne, the Great September of Baelor, the Dragon Pit, and even Littlefinger's establishment. We shall meet again in half a year. Lon raised his goblet, taking a sip of wine. Must we be apart for such a lengthy duration? I do not merely wish to trade perfumes in Essos. I also aspire to bring back a contingent of slaves. You are aware that the slave trade is illegal in Westeros, are you not? Will you be procuring them from Meereen or Yunkai? Or perhaps Littlefinger has requested you to secure some goods for her. Tyrion jested. Consider it a favor for Lord Baelish. Lon's intent was not to purchase women, but rather instruments of death. He believed Littlefinger would comprehend his plight and provide adequate cover. Littlefinger, my grand ambitions rest upon your shoulders. The day following Myrcella's name day, Lon, under Littlefinger's guidance, arrived at the Hands Tower. Lon surveyed this potential abode in King's Landing. The hand's parlor was considerably smaller than the king's, yet adorned with plush carpets, wall hangings, and golden circular windows, imparting an air of intimacy. According to records, the fireplace in the hand's chamber concealed a small door leading to a secret passage. Of course, Lon had no intention of trespassing into the hand's private quarters. Littlefinger remarked. The hand is a man of simplicity. These embellishments were arranged by Lady Lisa. As Lon surveyed the surroundings, the hand and his lady entered. Lon bowed to the couple. Lon, rise. You may call me Aunt Lisa. Indeed, Lon and Lisa were of similar standing. He was the illegitimate son of Lord Walter, while Lisa was the daughter of Walter's daughter, making Lon's address to her not entirely inappropriate. Having pledged allegiance to Littlefinger, who had spoken favorably of him to Lisa, he presented a small gift for her son. Here we refer to him as young Robert. Young Robert timidly peered from behind his mother at Lon. And when Lon revealed a detachable knight figurine, the boy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he snatched it away. While playing with the knight, young Robert exclaimed to Lisa, Mother, I love this. It is a gift from your uncle. Do you like it? Lisa affectionately regarded her son. I do. Ahem. Lisa, you may take your son upstairs. I have matters to discuss with Baelish and Lon. Lisa frowned but, upon noticing Littlefinger's gesture, sprinkled some perfume in the parlor before departing with young Robert. Please. Have a seat. The three gathered around the circular table in the parlor to commence their discussions. The agenda revolved around the royal family's proposal to use the method of perfume production as collateral to offset some of the debts owed to the Iron Bank. As Robert was only familiar with spending, and Cersei did not wish for the royal family to achieve financial independence, the perfume workshop in King's Landing had initially met an untimely demise. To augment revenue, the hand had instructed the master of coin, Littlefinger, to increase taxes on perfume exports. Now, the demand for the disclosure of the perfume-making method undoubtedly threatens the perfume business of Ryan. The Prime Minister hopes that Ryan can empathize with the difficulties faced by the royal family, assuring him that their efforts will not go unnoticed. Should Ryan be amenable, the Prime Minister is prepared to advocate for a commendable position for him within the royal establishment, or perhaps even a unique matrimonial alliance. Ryan, however, remains non-committal. Firstly, the export tax has indeed curtailed his perfume sales and diminished his profits, yet over the years, Ryan has not skimped on his expenditures. He has firmly established his roots in the town of Caen. Moreover, Ryan suspects that Jon's proposed marriage arrangement likely involves marrying one of Robert's illegitimate daughters. With so many of Robert's illegitimate offspring, marrying one off does not stir any pangs of regret in him. The Prime Minister's intention to sell the perfume-making method to the Iron Bank does not concern Ryan, but he must feign some indignation, for as the saying goes, a crying child gets the milk. Prime Minister, you are aware that the prosperity of my town of Caen hinges on the perfume industry. Had it not been for our proximity to King's Landing, my perfume workshop would hardly compete with the Tyrell's enterprise, Ryan implored. Enough, enough, the Prime Minister waved his hand, signaling Ryan to cease his protests. To compensate for the losses incurred by House Harlan, the royal family will enact a decree allowing them to freely recruit personnel across the 7 kingdoms for the next decade. You must expedite the expansion of Caen and your perfume workshop, although your sales in Essos may falter. Caen's closeness to King's Landing ensures that the market in Westeros remains yours, the Prime Minister stated. Jon believes that as long as Ryan's perfume workshop can rival that of House Tyrell, transforming Caen into a flourishing city will enable Ryan to accept his terms. The overwhelming surprise nearly contorted Ryan's face, yet he exerted all his will to maintain a semblance of composure, nodding in a manner that conveyed his suppressed grievances. Ryan calculated the timeline. Upon his return to Westeros, he would require 6 months, leaving him with nearly 8 months after his return to Caen. Doubling the population within a year poses a challenge, yet Ryan is confident that with sufficient financial incentives, attracting a larger populace should not be an issue. He intends to address this very matter with the Iron Bank. Immediately upon exiting the Prime Minister's chamber, he dispatched someone to instruct Corbin to commence recruitment. However, Ryan has resolved against further expansion of Caen. He has devised a plan for the newly recruited populace, which involves fortifying the town. During Ryan's 3-year reign, Caen lacked fortifications. As the town was in a phase of continuous growth, constructing walls would not only be a waste of resources but also risk instilling insecurity among the inhabitants, leading them to flee at the onset of conflict. The timing for fortification is now ideal. A year is sufficient for Ryan to transform Caen into a bastion. With the War of the 5 Kings igniting, Ryan will lead the majority of his forces and a substantial number of refugee soldiers toward King's Landing. Before approaching the capital, he requires a fortress capable of enduring even with a sparse garrison, ensuring the security of his headquarters. This fortress must feature towering robust walls to enhance the inhabitants' sense of security, alongside the excavation of a nearby Blackwater River to create an additional moat. Moreover, the walls envisioned by Ryan do not resemble the medieval fortifications typical of most castles in Westeros. Rather, they are akin to bastions, designed in such a way that any point of attack would leave the aggressors exposed to the defenders' firepower, undoubtedly complicating the construction process. Fortunately, we have the versatile Bachelor Coben, who will oversee the entire construction of the fortress and the excavation of the moat, ensuring not only the pace of the work, but also the quality of the project. Coben is indeed invaluable. Without him, Ryan would not have contemplated acquiring the Unsullied. Upon seeing Ryan's consent, the Prime Minister, in his esteemed position, found himself in a rare situation. Who among them would dare to approach a vassal to request a division of profits for the crown? This meeting was conducted in secrecy. Should the nobles become aware of it, they would fret over whether their own interests might also be subjected to the crown's demands, leading to a fracturing of loyalty. In domestic affairs, it is indeed a tumultuous season. Chapter 25, Voyage. Rex leaned over the railing, expelling his vomit into the sea, while Carl patted his back beside him. Let it all out. Once you're done, you'll get used to it. Why aren't you seasick? Rex replied weakly. Carl simply stated, I hail from the Riverlands. The Riverlands, abundant in waterways, had long afforded Carl the opportunity to hone his seafaring skills. Gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean, Carl murmured, This is far larger than the rivers I frolicked in as a child. To embark from the continent of Westeros to Essos, one must traverse the narrow sea. Fortunately, it is neither autumn nor winter, for otherwise, the ship would have to navigate through the stepstones to reach Essos, prolonging the journey considerably. On this expedition to Essos, Ryan brought along Boron, Edmund, Carl, Rex, and 20 other attendants. They set sail from King's Landing, and 3 days have elapsed, barring any storms. They should arrive in Braavos by tomorrow. Except for Boron, none of the others had ever boarded a ship, and most found themselves retching upon stepping onto the deck. Much to the amusement of the crew, who found it a source of entertainment amidst the monotony of their maritime existence. Given the inherent dangers of seafaring, most captains and sailors are hedonists, seizing the moment to indulge as soon as their voyages conclude, fully aware of what this signifies. It is also worth noting that in the world of A Game of Thrones, maritime ventures are insured. Many seasoned sailors purchase insurance to safeguard their families against unforeseen misfortunes. Conversely, single sailors seek assurance of their own safe retrieval, especially during voyages in the Bay of Slaves, if one is seen alone in the wild. Slave traders care little for one's nationality or noble lineage. They will apprehend first and inquire later. Thus, it is advisable to refrain from traveling by land across the continent of Essos, even if one were to avoid the slave traders. There remains the peril of being seized by the Dothraki for blood sacrifices to their deities. In the cabin, Ryan utilized the sunlight streaming through the window to study the map, contemplating how to chart a safe route. The journey from Braavos to Astapor, where the Unsullied are sold, is quite distant. Braavos lies in the northwestern corner of the eastern Essos continent, while Astapor is situated in the southeast. Essos is the largest landmass in this world, and to this day, a comprehensive map of Essos remains elusive. At least, the map in Ryan's possession reflects this limitation. The voyage from Braavos to Astapor could easily span the width of the narrow sea multiple times, requiring over a month for a normal passage. Along the way, one must pass through Lys, where Ryan wished to linger no longer than necessary, yet Lys would undoubtedly present obstacles. Those detestable slave traders would likely employ throngs of beautiful women, anointed with poison, to ensnare him. He cannot perish in such a manner. Beyond Lys lies the infamous ruins of Valyria, a region shattered by cataclysm, now a treacherous sea known as the Smoking Sea. Not only is the water there tumultuous, but it is also rumored to be home to demons and sea monsters. Many who have ventured to explore the Valyrian ruins have not returned. Given his experiences at the Isle of Faces, Ryan surmised that the Valyrian ruins would prove equally unfriendly, and to avoid squandering his life, he resolved to circumvent the Valyrian peninsula. Little did Ryan anticipate that on this occasion, he would not seek out the mountains, rather, the mountains would seek him. But that is a tale for another time. Ryan focused his gaze on the journey's end, Astapor. Each time he read Astapor, he inadvertently pronounced it as a start. Ryan jested. In Astapor, Ryan's sole purpose was to procure Unsullied and return home thereafter. He pondered how to transport them back, as Westeros forbids the buying and selling of slaves. After acquiring the Unsullied in Astapor, he would need to devise a plan to clandestinely smuggle these killing machines into Westeros. This was also essential for maintaining the stronghold of Harrenhal. Peter Baelish had promised to cover for Ryan, but he would need to venture to Lys or the Whispering Isles to assist Peter in obtaining supplies to evade customs scrutiny. Lord Baelish, possessing a compassionate heart, could not bear to see these unfortunate women live out their lives as slaves. he was willing to ransom them and provide them with opportunities to sustain their families. The customs officials and soldiers expressed their profound admiration for Peter's benevolence, declaring, "We must not allow these women to suffer from cold and hunger." After contemplating all this, Ryan stretched lazily and departed the room for the deck, intending to breathe in the sea breeze to clear his mind. Amidst the sea wind, Ryan heard the captain coughing violently. Upon inquiry, he learned that this ailment was a remnant of the captain's youth. Subsequently, the captain opened up. "I was once merely a fisherman, following my family to sea. I believed fishing held no future. So I secretly took a few iron coins and ventured out on my own. Initially, I labored as a dock worker at the old clothes market in Bravos. However, upon hearing sailors boast in the taverns about the joys of life at sea, I was compelled to embark on the same path. Indeed, their claims proved true. Much to my delight, the merchant vessel I joined was a spice ship traversing between Bravos and Karth, occasionally stopping at Coer to import timber, which was then utilized by courtesans to construct lavish flower barges and floats. During my tenure aboard, fortune favored us, as several voyages unfolded seamlessly. The sailors' wages, coupled with some contraband, allowed me to amass a considerable sum, which I diligently deposited into a strongbox. Just as I envisioned gradually accumulating experience to ultimately secure a position as a captain for a merchant, followed by a leisurely retirement after decades of service, we encountered pirates. It was a pirate ship adorned with an octopus insignia, and its crew was eerily silent, reminiscent of a ghost ship. They swiftly overtook us and silently dispatched every soul aboard. I sustained my injury from one of them, whether by fortune or misfortune. I was struck while attempting to seize a wealthy man's purse that had fallen onto the deck during his frantic escape. In a moment of reckless impulse, I dashed to retrieve it, successfully garnering the attention of a pirate. After being wounded, I clutched a wooden barrel and plunged into the sea. The pirate who had struck me could only watch in silence as I fled. I drifted in that barrel for a week before being rescued. With the funds from the wealthy man's purse and my own savings, I procured a small vessel, began transporting goods, and gradually ascended to the rank of captain of a larger ship. Chapter 26. Bravos. If one were to identify a hallmark structure of Bravos, it would undoubtedly be the Titan, for it is the first sight that greets those arriving in the city. Although Bravos boasts numerous ports, they all share a singular entrance and exit. To enter or depart from Bravos, one must navigate the strait guarded by the Titan. The Titan serves not only as a landmark and lighthouse, but also as a fortress. Any fleet intending to invade Bravos must pass beneath its colossal form, enduring a barrage of arrows raining down from the Titan and boiling oil cascading from its skirts. The origins of the Titan remain shrouded in mystery, yet since its construction, Bravos has never fallen to invaders. However, Lion posits that the city's resilience is not solely due to the Titan's formidable defenses, but rather the formidable strength of Bravos' navy. The prosperity of Bravos hinges upon its unparalleled naval power. Were the Bravosi navy to falter, enemies would need not assault the Titan. A mere blockade would suffice to bring Bravos to its knees. It is believed that rulers throughout Bravos' history have recognized this truth, which is why they have relentlessly fortified their navy. Adjacent to the Titan lies the world's largest shipyard and armory, reputedly capable of constructing a warship in a single day, should all engines be set to full throttle. During wartime, Bravos would commandeer the vessels of local merchants, as their ships, constructed in the shipyards, were akin to warships. To this day, the naval prowess of Bravos surpasses that of the 9 great free trade cities. Any city contemplating a challenge to Bravos' supremacy must weigh whether their fleet could withstand the might of the numerous and well-trained Bravosi navy. Passing beneath the colossal Titan's groin, Ryan and his companions disembarked at the grid dock. Bravos boasts 3 types of ports: the Purple Harbor, reserved exclusively for locals; the Old Cloth Harbor, the former workplace of captains, designated for foreign merchants; and the grid dock, which serves as customs, where all vessels must undergo inspection, with officials levying taxes based on the cargo carried. For instance, 50 cases of perfume would incur a fee of 5 iron coins per case, totaling 250 iron coins. Should one lack iron coins, they may exchange currency at the adjacent building. The customs officer handed Ryan a slip detailing the 50 cases of perfume and instructed him to proceed to the toll station nearby. "Is it true that Bravos imposes such exorbitant tariffs?" Ryan remarked, exasperated, noting that King's Landing only charged 2 gold dragons per case for perfume exports. The customs officer, with an air of annoyance, replied, "This is the decree of the Sea King. Consider yourselves fortunate, Westerlanders. Your perfume is highly sought after in Bravos, and the opportunities here will yield profits thrice what you would earn in Westeros." The customs officer spoke with merit. Bravos is home to many affluent individuals. While these gentlemen may not be entirely devoid of economic concerns, the majority aspire to convert their earnings into political influence. Every merchant yearns to gain entry into Braavos' council. Although the city is governed by the Sea King, the position is not hereditary but elected by the governor and the coin counters among the citizenry. While the coin counters belong to the Iron Bank, the governor is elected by the council and wields authority second only to the Sea King. The true business lies in the collusion between officials and merchants. After expending half a day to pay the dues, Ryan finally set foot on Braavos' soil, where the Iron Bank's envoy had long awaited his arrival. "Welcome, Mr. Ryan," the Iron Bank's representative greeted him with sincere respect. "I am Tycho Nestoris, the humble servant of the Iron Bank of Braavos." Ryan returned the greeting and expressed, "I intend to explore Braavos first and will meet with the Iron Bank tomorrow." "Mr. Tycho, you shall be my guide, I presume?" "Certainly, the Iron Bank never neglects a distinguished guest." "Please, follow me," Tycho replied, leading Ryan onward. However, Ryan remained stationary, extending his hands and stating, "I wish to dine first. Braavos is renowned for its seafood, and as a man from the inland, I have yet to savor such delicacies." "Of course, that is only fitting," Tycho nodded. "Allow me to escort you to Braavos' finest restaurant." In Braavos, the most advanced city in the world, there are restaurants specifically designed to cater to the upper echelon of society. Ryan beckoned Edmund closer and whispered into his ear, "Take Carl and Rex to sell the perfume. Sell it to the highest bidder." The group arrived at the restaurant, where an array of seafood was being served: herring, cod, oysters, clams, crabs, mussels, scallops, shrimp, and more. Ryan, maintaining his composure, swiftly devoured his meal, displaying an impressive knowledge of the proper way to enjoy each type of seafood. This left Tychus questioning whether Ryan was indeed a Na'vi inland dweller unfamiliar with seafood. His technique surpassed even that of the locals of Braavos. Once Ryan finished, he heard a commotion outside. He inquired, "What is happening out there?" Tychus nonchalantly replied, "It must be the procession of the courtesans, every day at this hour. The Mermaid Queen dines here." In Braavos, courtesans are often regarded by the nobles of Westeros as the pinnacle of high-class prostitutes. However, their services extend beyond mere physical companionship. They offer their clients an elevation in social standing. As previously mentioned, merchants seek to convert their wealth into political power. And one of the most effective means of achieving this is by befriending a courtesan. In Braavos, courtesans hold a significant reputation, and their presence at various events allows clients to swiftly integrate into the circles of the elite. Courtesans. After a moment of contemplation, Ryan stepped out of the restaurant and spotted a throng of people gathered around the courtesan's float not far ahead. Despite the crowd, the float's progress was unimpeded. With each step it took, the crowd moved in unison, growing ever larger, their pace remarkably synchronized. Finally, the float halted at the entrance of the restaurant. Ryan had yet to catch a glimpse of the courtesan aboard, as the float was too elevated for someone of his height, standing at 1.7 meters, to see through its windows. For youthful maidens gracefully lifted the courtesan's skirts and long hair as she elegantly descended and smiled at Ryan, asking, "Hello, are you the newly hired servant at this restaurant?" The delicate fragrance that enveloped her was intoxicating, and the dazzling attire she wore, adorned with flawless pearls, was enough to dispel any darkness. This was no exaggeration, for the pearls sparkled in the sunlight at the restaurant's entrance, reflecting light into the eyes of the onlookers. Ryan nodded, momentarily dazed, and replied, "Yes, I have just arrived in Braavos." Chapter 27. The Mermaid Queen, please, come in. Ryan held the door open for the Mermaid Queen, ensuring the crowd remained outside. "Everyone, please be quiet. I trust you wouldn't want such a beautiful lady to be disturbed while dining, would you?" His words brought a measure of calm to the restless crowd, comprised mostly of the affluent, who had come either with their families or of their own volition to pursue the Mermaid Queen. Afterward, Ryan returned to the Mermaid Queen and said, "Madam, please follow me." He guided her to a table adjacent to his own. The Mermaid Queen was somewhat perplexed. She had a designated spot in this establishment, situated by the window overlooking the river. During this hour each day, she could hear the passing barges serenading her, and she would lean out to purchase a rose from the flower girl for the finest singer among them. The Mermaid Queen inquired, "Do you not recognize me?" "No, I do not. I hail from Westeros, and this is my first visit to the tavern," Ryan replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. "Oh, you are from Westeros?" The Mermaid Queen regarded Ryan with a hint of surprise. "No wonder you do not know me." "Indeed. I am a bastard of a noble family from Westeros. Bored at home, I ventured to Braavos in search of opportunity," Ryan explained. "Best of luck to you. However, before you find success, remember that I am the Mermaid Queen. You may inquire about me from anyone here. The four beside me are my mermaids." Ryan nodded vigorously, understood. "For the upcoming meal, I shall instruct the kitchen to omit octopus entirely. there shall be no ink of it in sight. As the ships from the Iron Islands had yet to reach Bravos, he expressed, "Yet, today, I desire octopus." In the eyes of the Bravosi, a courtesan was a noble profession. Beauty alone did not suffice. A courtesan must be well versed in music, poetry, dance, history, and literature. Knowledge was one of the infinite sources of her allure. The Mermaid Queen, renowned as a courtesan, was well aware of the ruling Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands, who claimed descent from the Sea King who had a mermaid. Curiosity filled the Mermaid Queen as she observed Ryan, since becoming a courtesan. No one had spoken to her in such a manner, and she anticipated what he would say next. Her life was monotonous and repetitive. Thus she welcomed a bit of excitement. "Understood, my lady. Would you care for some cod as well? The fisherman caught the morning's first haul. It is quite fresh." "Yes, please," she replied. Ryan walked to the kitchen, while Tychonistos gaped in astonishment as he witnessed Ryan escort the Mermaid Queen into the restaurant and take a seat beside her. Acting as a servant to place her order, he remarked to Boron, "Your master certainly knows how to charm women." "Not at all. He is still a virgin and knows little of how to win a woman's affection. He is merely indulging in a prank," Boron retorted, casting a glance at the Mermaid Queen, who was indeed breathtaking. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence, her nose was elegantly refined, and her lips were lush and cherry-like, perpetually adorned with a casual smile. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth and delicate like mutton-fat jade, drawing the attention of all around her simply by her presence. It was understandable why Ryan harbored such thoughts. Upon reaching the kitchen, Ryan conveyed the Mermaid Queen's order to the chef and awaited the meal's preparation. "Remember to first mix the spice powder with the chopped green onions, then add the breadcrumbs and cover the oysters with this mixture before baking. This is how I desire my oysters prepared." Soon, the chef rang the bell to announce the meal, and Ryan presented roasted oysters, marinated octopus, and grilled cod at the table of the Mermaid Queen. The Mermaid Queen pointed to the roasted oysters and inquired, "What is this?" "It is a delightful surprise prepared especially for you, my lady." Under Ryan's expectant gaze, the Mermaid Queen savored the roasted oyster. Such a novel flavor. "Kelly, Eve, Lillian, Natalie, do come and taste this," she exclaimed. The Mermaid Queen lifted the plate, allowing her 4 mermaid companions to each take one. They all simultaneously displayed expressions of bliss, marveling at why the oysters they often consumed at home could taste so exquisite. Oysters were a specialty of Bravos, accessible even to impoverished families willing to fish. The 4 mermaids hailed from such humble backgrounds, having been purchased by the Mermaid Queen as handmaidens. "This is truly delightful, but why are there only 5 on this plate?" "You must have done this on purpose," the Mermaid Queen remarked, her mood dampening. Ryan, with a sheepish smile, replied, "I did not anticipate your generosity, my lady. I shall arrange for more." As Ryan made his way to the kitchen, numerous male patrons approached him, requesting the same oysters the Mermaid Queen had just enjoyed. "All right, gentlemen. Please be patient. I will instruct the kitchen to prepare them," he assured. "Kitchen, prepare 30 more servings of oysters." Even the restaurant owner was taken aback by the unexpected popularity of Ryan's requested dish, and in pursuit of profit, he complied without hesitation. Ryan returned to the Mermaid Queen with 2 plates of roasted oysters. "Please enjoy, my lady." This time, Ryan took a seat directly opposite the Mermaid Queen. "You young man," she began, but her handmaiden was about to reprimand Ryan for his impolite action when the Queen raised her hand to stay her. "I owe the apology. I initially regarded this gentleman as a servant, and he has graciously played along, providing me with this delectable dish." As the Mermaid Queen attempted to rise to express her gratitude, Ryan hastily interjected, "In truth, I have utilized your presence as well, my lady. I dined with the Iron Bank representatives and, seeing you arrive, wish to leverage your influence before them to strengthen my position for the forthcoming negotiations." Ryan gestured towards the roasted oysters on the table. "You see, this establishment now boasts a dish that can be sold for a long time to come. And it happens to be one that you enjoy. Then, shall we consider ourselves even?" the Mermaid Queen inquired. "Indeed," Ryan affirmed. The Mermaid Queen chuckled lightly. "I still do not know your name, sir. Would you be so kind as to share it with me?" The Mermaid Queen gazed at Ryan in astonishment, realizing that he was the renowned Ryan. His eloquent speech before the king on the day of Mycella's naming and his victory over Jaime in the tournament had begun to spread his name throughout the streets of Bravos. Moreover, Ryan was a producer of perfumes. The Mermaid Queen, being the Mermaid Queen, had undoubtedly used his fragrances and was well aware of their exorbitant prices in Bravos. Thus recognizing the extent of Ryan's wealth. Ryan was handsome, youthful, and having secured the runner-up position in the martial arts tournament, it was certain that his physique was commendable. As these thoughts crossed her mind, the Mermaid Queen's gaze intensified with fervor. "Might I request a small favor from you, my lady?" she inquired. "Please, do not stand on ceremony. Feel free to call me by my name." Very well, my lady. Use my true name. Of course. Ryan nodded earnestly and continued. I wish for you to be my muse. I aspire to paint a portrait of you and myself. Chapter 28. The Iron Bank. While each of the 9 free trade city-states has its own banking institution, only the Iron Bank has expanded its operations globally, encompassing both Essos and Westeros with meticulous precision. The vastness of its influence has rendered the Iron Bank wealthier and more powerful than its counterparts. The Iron Bank does not tolerate debts. This adage, familiar to the citizens of Braavos, has caused the downfall of countless princes and kings, for in their eyes, nothing is more dreadful than owing money to the Iron Bank. Ryan gazed upon the grand edifice of the Iron Bank, inhaling the cold, decaying scent of capital. Following Tycho into the building, they arrived at a reception room where the black and white tiled floor symbolized the caution against deceitful practices towards the Iron Bank. 5 representatives of the Iron Bank were already seated, all donned in identical black uniforms, comprising both men and women, young and old. Ryan took a seat opposite them, meticulously observing each of their expressions. Gentlefolk, King Robert has sent his regards to the Iron Bank. I am Ryan of House Hightower, here on behalf of the Crown to propose a settlement regarding the 3 million golden dragons owed. An elderly male representative of the Iron Bank responded directly. The method of leveraging the production of perfume against the debt is indeed an appealing proposition. However, the young woman seated across from him interjected. We are unaware of when we might recoup the 3 million golden dragons through perfume sales. The establishment of a perfume workshop and the recruitment of workers require time, perhaps 3 years, or even 5. Mr. Ryan, you are aware that the Iron Bank does not tolerate debts. Indeed, the Iron Bank does not tolerate debts, yet that does not imply it will overlook lucrative opportunities. This is an investment, Ryan countered. However, both House Hightower and House Tyrell are also engaged in perfume production. Your perfume is a royal exclusive, and we do not believe ours will successfully penetrate the market in Westeros. But you have Essos at your disposal. Let House Hightower and House Tyrell compete for Westeros. A young man scoffed. Such audacity, attempting to seize the Westerosi market. It is not a matter of desire, but rather the overwhelming advantage of House Tyrell. I am merely considering the interests of the Iron Bank. Pray tell, what advantage does House Tyrell possess? The ingredients for perfume are merely 2, grain-based spirits and flowers. The Reach is not lacking in either. Should the Reach amplify its perfume production, it could lower prices, making perfume accessible to a broader audience and engaging in a price war to capture market share. Do you truly believe that Braavos' grain can compete with the Tyrells? Ryan continued. The perfume brand has only been established for 3 years, a mere blink of an eye in the market, which remains unsaturated. If I do not seize the opportunity to capture the market before Tyrell fully absorbs the Riverlands, securing the royal endorsement, I truly do not know what I shall do. This principle applies equally to the Iron Bank. To sell fine perfume, one must capture the market. The others fell silent. Perfume represents a lucrative enterprise, and the Iron Bank wishes to partake. However, Braavos, being a city of water, lacks arable land and relies entirely on imports for sustenance. Thus, if they wish to sell perfume, they must adopt a high-end approach. The Iron Bank intends to monopolize the fragrance market, perceiving Ryan as a negligible threat. The real challenge lies with House Tyrell, as neither they nor the entirety of the Riverlands owes the Iron Bank a debt. The bank's tactics prove ineffective in that fertile region. Any unprovoked aggression would result in a catastrophic loss of credibility for the Iron Bank. By your reasoning, the Iron Bank should refrain from engaging in the perfume trade, one remarked. Ryan nodded. The decision rests with you, not with me. However, the royal court intends for me to journey to Lys, where many are eager to acquire the secret of my perfume. Ryan's words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, stirring ripples of concern among his companions. Although Lys is one of the 9 free trade city-states, its relationship with Braavos has been strained due to the latter's principles of freedom and reliance on slave trade. The 2 city-states have previously been embroiled in conflict, most notably after the dissolution of the Alliance of the 3 Daughters, when Braavos allied with Lorith and Pentos in the War of the Narrow Sea in the disputed territories. Furthermore, Lys boasts a banking sector that, during the tenure of Governor Roga, once surpassed the Iron Bank of Braavos in prominence. Through a strategic marriage alliance with Westeros, Roga successfully integrated Lys's banking and brothel establishments into the realm. During that period, vast sums of wealth flowed into the banks of Lys, leaving the Iron Bank merely as an onlooker. Had it not been for Roga's sudden demise, suspected to be the work of the Faceless Men, the bank's position would likely have been usurped by Lys. These circumstances render the Iron Bank exceedingly wary of Lys. Should they extend their reach into Westeros, the bank's standing would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Ryan's intentions were unmistakable. If the Iron Bank could not furnish him with satisfactory terms, he would seek a loan from the banks of Lys to repay his debts, thereby positioning the Lyseni banks as the financial backers of the Iron Throne. The increasing prominence of the perfume trade poses a significant threat to Lys, and it can be anticipated that as the production of perfume continues to expand, the banks of Lys will find themselves increasingly unable to compete with the Iron Bank. Should Ryan entrust the formula for his perfume to Lys, given their existing equipment, workforce, and distribution channels, the perfume industry in Lys would experience a renaissance, sweeping across Essos. At that juncture, the banks of Lys would possess the financial prowess Ryan envisions. With an air of indifference, Ryan remarked nonchalantly, "The Minister of Finance, Barry's, wishes for me to visit Lys, to seek out a few courtesans who might entertain the king. Isn't that the essence of Lysian women? Vulgar and licentious. Do those women even deserve the title of social butterflies?" Ryan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is only those who can provide comfort to King Robert that he favors. I have no desire to disrupt the camaraderie between the royal family and the Iron Bank, but if you push too hard, I will have no recourse. Mr. Ryan, please articulate your terms. The representatives of the Iron Bank have reached a decision. They are aware that Rhys is capable. Ryan slammed his hand on the table. Splendid. Since the Iron Bank has extended courtesy to the royal family shall not be remiss in their reciprocation. Having wielded the stick, it is now time to present a sweet reward. Ryan produced a scroll and handed it to the representatives of the Iron Bank. Upon unfurling the scroll, they discovered an image of the Mermaid Queen, holding what appeared to be a bottle of perfume. This is my proposal for a perfume sales initiative tailored for the Iron Bank. Imagine the reaction of the affluent men in the city when social butterflies are paired with perfume. It would yield mutual benefits, a win-win situation, would it not? The representatives of the Iron Bank, witnessing such commercial promotion for the first time, felt a stirring within their inherent business acumen, recognizing the immense commercial potential contained within. Mr. Ryan's creativity was indeed whimsical yet enticing, evoking the sensation of having struck a deal with the devil, one of the representatives mused. Ryan extended a finger. The formula for the perfume shall be sold for 1 million golden dragons, a price that is non-negotiable. As for ensuring it is not sold to others, I lack the authority. I must consult the king. Very well, we shall send a representative to King's Landing to discuss this matter with King Robert. The representatives of the Iron Bank understood that Ryan was subtly raising the price. Yet if they could suppress Rhys and seize the perfume market in Essos, it would be worth it. Chapter 29, The Grand Dome. Having alleviated a portion of the royal family's debts while simultaneously securing a loan from the Iron Bank, Ryan successfully completed his mission in Braavos. As a gesture of gratitude for the Mermaid Queen's willingness to serve as his model, Ryan agreed to accompany her to the Grand Dome of the Braavos Opera House to attend a performance. This attire does not suit me at all, Ryan thought awkwardly as he regarded his clothing, which represented the current fashion of Braavos. Since you have promised to accompany me to the theater, you cannot appear before the public in those outdated Westerosi garments. The Mermaid Queen linked her arm with Ryan's as they entered. With their similar heights, they looked like a pair of celestial beings, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. The Mermaid Queen relished the gazes of the crowd, whether filled with astonishment or envy. She savored it all. Meanwhile, Ryan was silently praying to the gods, hoping to avoid any encounters with assassins, not for any particular reason, but simply due to the trouble they bring. The most notorious assassins of Braavos are the faceless men. In Ryan's view, those resplendent in finery could only be considered swordsmen. In Braavos, it is only the assassins who adorn themselves in opulent attire. Assassins frequently indulge in mutual slaughter under the guise of social butterflies. Upon witnessing Ryan, the outsider, escorting the Mermaid Queen into the theater, their ire is undoubtedly ignited. Those enamored with the Mermaid Queen would emerge in succession to challenge Ryan to duels. How tiresome. Entering the Mermaid Queen's exclusive box, he takes a seat. The evening's performances include the Song of Lorna, the Two Wives of the Conqueror, and the Merchant's Unsatisfied Wife. These are renowned plays, yet Ryan has long since seen them and feels no interest. He cannot fathom what merit lies in the incessant repetition of these productions. Devoid of any innovation, Ryan quips, if the merchant's wife is unsatisfactory, why not accompany the merchant to Lys for a holiday? There. One might wonder if the merchant could regain his prowess in the company of the delicate Lysian women, or if his wife, witnessing her husband's revelry, would suspect him of infidelity. These scenarios could be vividly explored. Ryan stifles a yawn, aware that if noticed, it would cast him as a rude guest invited by the Mermaid Queen, tarnishing her reputation. Yet, the same play performed by different actors offers a varied experience, Ryan. You must savor it more deeply, the Mermaid Queen patiently explains. However, recalling Ryan's words, she cannot help but conceal her amused smile behind her fan. Ryan, your imagination is truly boundless. You ought to seek out Isbelo to enact your script. He would relish such novel narratives. Ah, but in the presence of the Braavosians, I prefer to maintain a barbaric persona. Why? Is it not preferable to be civilized? Only the barbaric earn the favor of all on the Essos continent. Look at those Dothraki roaring warriors. Who among the city-states of Slavers Bay would dare provoke them? Alas, you have exposed yourself before me. Does the queen not require a barbarian capable of wielding a longsword to protect you? Haha, I wonder how Ryan's tongue is so eloquent, speaking only to you. Ha! The mermaid queen drew closer to Ryan, playfully tapping his chest. Here, take a silver coin and fetch me some oysters from the market. Ryan summoned a mermaid handmaiden to procure the oysters. Why not send them all? In the opulent box beneath the grand dome, the mermaid queen exhaled softly. They've all gone for oysters. We shall not consume them all. Fool. Very well, I shall heed the lady's wishes. Ryan nodded resignedly and instructed the 3 mermaids, please. Do fetch me some candied fruits, a bottle of red wine, and some smoked herring. The 3 mermaids exited the box, their faces flushed, fully aware of the queen's intentions. Mastering the art of teasing a 15-year-old virgin was child's play for the mermaid queen. However, it was the first time the queen had been so audacious, daring to do so within the confines of a private box. Yet, Ryan indeed possessed the requisite allure, handsome, of noble lineage, physically admirable, and, most crucially, wealthy. The Ryan family was engaged in the perfume trade. Their affluence was unparalleled, not to mention, even the queen herself would yearn for his attention. The remaining 3 mermaids obediently followed Ryan's orders and exited the grand dome to procure items. As they left, Poland watched as they each ventured down different streets. With all 3 mermaids now outside, it signaled the time to inform their master. Poland expressed his deep gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Poland. Here is your reward. Poland, holding a rather substantial purse, replied, no need for thanks. This is simply a task assigned to me by my young master. Once the mermaids had exited, the mermaid queen, noticing the box was finally empty, removed a glove. Do you not find it rather warm in here? She inquired. Is it? Ryan glanced around. Indeed. Yet I feel a bit cold, he retorted. How strange. Leaning towards the woman before him, Ryan's gaze was laden with meaning. The mermaid queen, unaware of Ryan's intentions, desired him to take the initiative. If it's cold, one could simply don another garment. Where's the clothing? She asked. Just as she was about to respond that the garments were with her, a sudden knock echoed through the door. The mermaid queen jumped in surprise, her eyes darting towards the entrance. Elder sister, it's Nightingale, are you inside? Called a melodious voice from beyond the door. Damn that little brat. The mermaid queen cursed inwardly. Nevertheless, she quickly composed herself and opened the door, embracing Nightingale as she entered. Sister, it's been ages. Why have you not come to visit me? I've missed you dearly. Oh, dear sister, I've missed you too. I heard you found a new lover. I thought you might have forgotten about me. The mermaid teased as she pinched Nightingale's cheek, which was met with no resistance. Afterward, the mermaid tilted her body to glance at Ryan, who was smiling at the affectionate exchange between the sisters. Nightingale blushed, her beautiful face turning a rosy hue. Sister, who is this? Oh, this is Ryan from the Riverlands of Westeros. Wealthy, of the utmost caliber. His demeanor is also exceptional. His physique? Simply sublime. And his looks? Truly unparalleled. Nightingale, much like the mermaid queen upon her entrance, took Ryan's arm and said, Sister, how could you not introduce such a splendid man to me? I would adore taking care of him. Haha. Dear sister, were you not enjoying the company of your new beau? I would not dare to intrude upon your happiness. Chapter 30. The contest for affection. Ryan held high standards for a partner, as he sought to secure a favorable position for himself, or rather, to find a supportive spouse from a family of influence. Ideally, just like Lyanna, there remained only one heir in her household. Yet she was a wealthy matron with vast estates and immense fortune. Lyanna understood the intentions of the mermaid queen, but she was not Lyanna as first choice. At least the first criterion, her virginity, was not met. However, to reject an invitation from a socialite in Braavos was both a cruel and terrifying affair, as Lyanna wished to avoid the relentless threat of assassination. Consequently, she relayed the news of the mermaid queen's upcoming endorsement of a perfume to other socialites. It is noteworthy that the perfume from Braavos aimed to conquer the Essos market. Thus, the mermaid queen's endorsement implied that her enchanting visage would sweep across Essos like a gentle spring breeze. With this network, the mermaid queen's influence extended beyond Braavos to encompass all of Essos and even Westeros. Yes, even Westeros. The socialites were aware that Lyanna had proposed the concept of the spokesperson, and since the representative for Essos was the mermaid queen, what about Westeros? If the mermaid queen were to monopolize Lyanna, apart from the esteemed Black Pearl, her recognition would surpass that of the majority of socialites, establishing her as the second most influential figure in Braavos. This was simply unacceptable. Yet, what socialite could be deemed naive? Do you think they would willingly allow the mermaid queen to savor the fortune that fell from the heavens? Thus, the scramble for the opportunity began. Upon learning of the perfume spokesperson, the socialites sprang into action, some leveraging their connections within the Iron Bank, while others sought to entice Lina. In essence, good fortune should not be hoarded by a single individual. True friends ought to share. Lina, would you like to hear me sing? Nightingale inquired, her voice lingering on the air. Lina nodded. Of course she wished to. Then come to my home afterward. I shall sing just for you. Sister, Lina has already promised to stay at my house tonight. We agreed to enjoy the mermaid fountain together, the mermaid queen stated, but her words were a fabrication. Lina had not acquiesced. Thus, she stepped forward, gripping Lina's clothing and the flesh on her back, warning her that should she dare to refuse, she would twist her wrist. Was this the arena of a battle? It felt rather pleasant. Externally, Lina appeared awkward, yet internally, she reveled in the situation. The mermaid fountain could be viewed at any time, but today was particularly exquisite. After today, she feared she would be unable to produce such delightful verses. Could Nightingale's state be anything less than splendid, considering the stakes involved? The mermaid queen continued to argue her case. Yet a promise is a promise. Lina, as a gentleman. How could you breach your word? Lina, come to my house. I have also invited a poet. The poet mentioned by Nightingale was another renowned socialite from Braavos. Oh no. The mermaid queen thought to herself, realizing that Nightingale, that little vixen, had unexpectedly allied with the poet. The combined invitation from these two socialites posed an overwhelming temptation for Lina. Let us eat first, Lina suggested, pointing toward the mermaid who had just returned from shopping. Meanwhile, within the Iron Bank, Miss Black Pearl and the masked lady, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? In the same reception room. With identical furnishings and even the same tea, this time the representatives of the Iron Bank are not meeting the lords of Westeros, but rather the courtesans of Braavos. Black Pearl, with her silken hair tied back in a ponytail, possesses a blend of diverse qualities that render her not merely a courtesan, but rather a shrewd businesswoman. Without any veiled language, she states directly, the perfume spokesperson should include all courtesans of Braavos. The representatives nod in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her suggestion. Indeed, having all courtesans of Braavos endorse the perfume would maximize profit. There are numerous varieties of perfumes. We can determine the suitable spokesperson for each scent based on the unique characteristics of each courtesan. The masked lady contributes. This is a battle among courtesans. The one whose endorsed perfume sells the most will emerge as the foremost courtesan of Braavos. One can foresee that tomorrow the thresholds of renowned painters in Braavos will be crossed. A splendid proposal, however. Merely desiring courtesans to endorse perfumes does not necessitate such elaborate arrangements to convene here. The Iron Bank representative remarks with a smile, his gaze, though greedy, devoid of any lewdness. We hope the Iron Bank can discuss with Mr. Lane about allowing us to represent the perfumes of Westeros as well. In Essos, the origin of courtesans is the same, but in Westeros, the decision of who represents the brand lies solely with Lane. If Lane endorses a particular courtesan, then with Westeros as a backing, regardless of her performance in Essos, she will remain invincible. In truth, the Mermaid Queen had not intended to monopolize the endorsement in Essos. Firstly, because she could not compete, and secondly, the Iron Bank would surely seek other courtesans for endorsements to maximize profit. However, Lane is different. If the Mermaid Queen, through her charm, were to enchant Lane and secure the endorsement, employing the strategies of a courtesan to achieve her desires, the other courtesans would have no grounds to contest her. Miss Black Pearl, you are aware that the Iron Bank does not tolerate delays, Black Pearl interjects. Rest assured. As long as the Iron Bank acquiesces to our request, the courtesans of Braavos will offer a price that satisfies you. Black Pearl, the undisputed leader among the courtesans of Braavos, from the moment she heard about the spokesperson opportunity, did not contemplate monopolizing the endorsement from Westeros. Instead of approaching Lane directly, she enlisted the masked lady to engage the Iron Bank, appealing to Lane through the purest of interests, allowing the courtesans to compete on an equitable stage. This is Black Pearl, beautiful, proud, and wise. Even if she does not endorse the perfume, her status among the courtesans of Braavos will remain unshaken. Returning to the Great Dome Theater, Lane feels the sensation of 2 different feet climbing up his legs while he remains as steady as a mountain. Enjoying his oysters and smoked fish. Everything is proceeding as planned. The socialites of Braavos have become quite lively. It is only a matter of time before they petition the Iron Bank for representation in Essos, and as the holder of the Westerosi representation, these astute courtesans are likely to offer me exceedingly favorable terms. A modicum of courtesy on my part will not only yield substantial profit but also grant me access to the elite networks of Braavos. The sacrifice of allure is indeed worthwhile. As the coveted prize in the eyes of these courtesans, any assassin's attempts against me are strictly forbidden by them, allowing me a period of tranquility. Bravo! Applause. Lyanna clapped enthusiastically for the stage. Truly, it is a threefold triumph, and I cannot help but commend my own remarkable sagacity. Chapter 31. Encounter. While Lyanna indulged in revelry and libations, Carl and Rex were engaged in their own extraordinary adventures. For the two country boys, accompanying Lyanna has afforded them a glimpse into a broader world. They have not only visited King's Landing but also arrived in Braavos, with future destinations including Lys and the Slaver's Bay, providing them with ample material for boasting in taverns for years to come. Braavos, reminiscent of the famed Italian city Venice, is crisscrossed with an intricate network of waterways and bridges. The two, unwilling to spend money on boats, currently strolled through the streets of Braavos. Everything here is splendid. Save for the abundance of water, one must be cautious to avoid falling in. Rex lamented the waterlogged streets, while Carl found the place rather agreeable. The clean thoroughfares and well-dressed pedestrians undoubtedly surpassed the hustle of King's Landing, and the seafood they had only heard of was now readily available. Countless ships laden with goods arrive at this world's largest trading hub, only to depart once again, with King's Landing merely outpacing it in population. The city exudes vibrant life and charm, drawing merchants from across the globe. Child, bring me 10 oysters, and don't forget the vinegar, Rex called out. Spotting a vendor selling oysters, Rex gestured for 10, which he and Carl shared. Watching a young boy adeptly pry open the oyster shells with a small knife and pour vinegar over them made Rex's mouth water. Although Lyanna did not secure first place in the tournament, her second-place finish has nevertheless allowed Rex to profit handsomely, sustaining the duo's expenditures in Braavos. As they savored their oysters while strolling down the street, they attracted the attention of passers-by. The first child approached, trembling as he raised a tattered bowl high. Good sirs, please have pity on me. Grant me a copper coin. Your single coin could transform my life. It was then that Rex noticed the number of beggars around them. Carl, however, pointed out an interesting detail. But don't the people here speak Valyrian? How is it that you understand the common tongue of Westeros? Many individuals from Westeros come to Braavos for commerce, and as I listened, I learned. I realized that once a child receives money, a throng of people will soon surround him, demanding alms. Rex frowned and stated, "What does your change of fortune have to do with me? Let's move on." However, Carl interjected, "Rex, wait a moment. He is not an elderly man. Let us hear what this child has to say before deciding to give him money." Carl mentioned that he was not an elder, referring to a tale told by Lyanna aboard the ship. The story spoke of certain gangs in Braavos that disguise themselves as old men, feigning falls when passers-by approach, and then accusing the unsuspecting pedestrians of having pushed them, seizing the opportunity to extort. "Thank you, sir. Do you know that child who sold you the oysters earlier? He was once a beggar as well." "Oh?" Rex's interest was piqued. "Do tell. That child was indeed a beggar. Each time someone gave him money, he would save a portion until he could afford a small cart, allowing him to buy a reasonably decent outfit. Thus, he became an oyster vendor in Braavos." "Is it truly that simple?" Both Rex and Carl were incredulous. "Sir, this is Braavos. Anyone who comes here is free and has the opportunity to become significant. Many prominent merchants hail from humble beginnings as beggars." The child's voice brimmed with aspiration. He too hoped to one day join the ranks of those who dwell in splendid homes, free from want. Rex and Carl fell silent. For to them, receiving their military pay on time was a cause for gratitude to the seven. They were astonished that a mere child harbored greater ambition than themselves. "The cheapest bread here costs only half a copper coin. Because I speak the common tongue, I can actively solicit from the people of Westeros each day. Though success is not guaranteed, I still manage to earn somewhat more than other beggars. Previously, I bought a second-hand garment, but it was stolen from me. Thus, I have decided to save my coins until I can purchase clothing, a cart, and a load of oysters. I also wish to visit a bathhouse for a wash. I wonder if they will turn away a filthy child like me, so I plan to rinse off the surface grime with seawater first. After selling the oysters, I intend to gather all the shells. I have heard that a new fertilizer requires oyster shells, and I can sell the collected shells to the fertilizer factory. I will deposit all the money I earn in the iron bank, and when I have amassed enough, I will withdraw it to buy goods. By then, I will have grown, ready to set sail. With a few successful voyages back and forth, I shall become a prosperous merchant." Listening to the child's dreams for his future, Rex and Carl were moved. "Very well, considering your command of our hometown's tongue, I shall regard this as a reward. May you become a great merchant." Rex handed the child the oiled paper containing oysters, which held not only the remnants of 5 oysters but also a silver coin. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The child clutched the silver coin to his chest, gratefully cradling the oiled paper as he departed from the street. Meanwhile, the beggars stood frozen in place, intimidated by the swords held by the two men. As soon as the child was estimated to have wandered far enough away, the two continued their advance. The beggars cursed behind them, greeting their ancestors in Valyrian. "Rex, why did you give so much money to that child?" Carl inquired with a chuckle. "If that child truly becomes a great merchant in the future, he is unlikely to forget the noble soul who bestowed upon him a silver coin," Rex replied, his gaze not fixed on Carl but rather distant. "What is this called?" "Ah, yes, investment. Do you understand? The Bravosi prefer to refer to it as such." "Haha." Rex produced his purse. Upon hearing the child's words, the money he had earned through gambling suddenly seemed devoid of value. With each coin he withdrew, he felt the weight of his diminishing wealth. "Carl, do you think we will ever find success?" he lamented. "At least not at present. Look, that child speaks 2 languages, while we cannot even comprehend the insults hurled by those behind us. Conducting business here is challenging," Carl responded. "Put the money away. The thieves in Bravos are at least as numerous as those in King's Landing." Rex nodded, genuinely agreeing with Carl's assessment. "Carl, let us seek out Edmund tomorrow to learn how to write. This money is..." Before Rex could finish, a figure suddenly dashed from the alley and snatched his purse. "What the? Damn it. Just as I was about to strive for improvement, this happens." "Stop," Rex shouted as he pursued the pickpocket. Carl sighed. "I told you. Never display your money in any location." Chapter 32. The supporter catch him. Thief. Carl and Rex chased the thief down 3 streets. The thief, caught off guard by their determination, never expected these 2 Westerlanders, fluent in the common tongue, would be able to pursue him through familiar streets, thus employing his usual tricks. The thief led them to his gang's hideout, darting into a narrow alleyway. "Boss, the savages from Westeros are here." The thief handed Rex's purse to a man who appeared quite menacing. The boss inspected the purse and, without asking any questions, ordered his henchmen to arm themselves. "Westerlanders, get out of here, or you shall face dire consequences." The gang leader glared, warning the 2 that should they take another step forward, he would not be merciful. "Tell your men to return my money, or I shall not hold back either." "Humph." You refuse to heed the warning, then prepare for the consequences. Both sides conversed in the common tongue and Valyrian, unable to decipher each other's words. There was no need for further dialogue. They would simply act. A dozen gang members, wielding clubs, charged forward with wild cries. Carl and Rex understood the necessity of preventing encirclement, and they roared as they surged into the alley. To confront such ruffians, one must be fiercer than they. "Die, scoundrel." Rex landed a punch that sent one thug sprawling to the ground, then kicked another down before picking up the fallen club. In this narrative, we encounter Carl and Rex, once mere laborers enduring daily hardships, now transformed into formidable fighters. Despite their lean appearances, they possess remarkable strength and resilience, excelling in their synchrony as they force their adversaries to retreat within the narrow alleyways. The ruffians, accustomed to preying on the weak, are unaccustomed to such ferocity, prompting them to wail for mercy. "Curse you. Why did you bring these 2 here?" bellowed the gang leader, who remained hidden in the rear, urging his subordinates to continue the assault. In contrast to Rex's aggressive onslaught, Carl exhibited a more calculated approach, wielding a wooden stick to fend off attackers and shield Rex as he advanced towards the gang leader. Upon witnessing his men suffer such humiliation, the gang leader, filled with rage, struck a thief across the face. The thief, clutching his reddened cheek, pleaded, "Boss, I had no idea they were this formidable. Hurry. Summon the patrolling guards from the street." Hearing the command, a subordinate dashed towards the far end of the alley. "Humph, I expected more. This is hardly a challenge." Rex scoffed, casting a disdainful glare at the gang leader and spitting on the ground. Enraged by Rex's blatant insult, the gang leader charged forward, only to be met with 2 swift blows, collapsing to the ground. Rex, brandishing his club, relentlessly struck the fallen leader. The gang leader, in desperation, produced Rex's money pouch, pleading for mercy. "Please, stop. I was wrong. I'll return the money." Rex meticulously counted the contents of his pouch, discovering several missing gold coins. "Where's the thief? Bring him forth. He must have taken the coins." Rex gestured, demanding answers. "What? I know nothing of this." The gang leader protested. "I don't care. The money is missing," Rex retorted, drawing his sword and pressing it against the leader's throat. "Where is he? Bring him here." The thief was soon presented, falling to his knees and shaking his head frantically. "Please, spare me. I truly did not take any money." Each time the thief pilfered, he was obliged to surrender a portion to the gang leader, yet he discreetly concealed the most valuable spoils. Admitting to his theft would spell his demise within the gang. "Carl, search him," Rex commanded. Carl approached the thief, soon retrieving the gold coins hidden within his shoes. "Interesting. I was watching you, Ron. How did you manage to conceal the money?" Rex laughed heartily. The gang leader, now visibly anxious, exclaimed, "You really did hide the gold. Did I not make it clear that half of all stolen goods must be surrendered? I cannot comprehend your words, nor do I wish to, Rex replied, stepping on the gang leader's head. Yes, you are correct, my lord, the leader stammered in submission. At that moment, the young man who had rushed out returned with the patrolling guards. Halt! Balerion forbids brawling. Lower your swords. The captain of the patrol barked sternly. Upon seeing the arrival of the patrol, Rex had no choice but to sheath his sword and allow the gang leader to rise. My lord, you must stand up for us, thought the gang leader, aware that for a gang to thrive in the city, it must maintain cordial relations with the law enforcement. With his connection to the captain, he contemplated how to imprison these two ruffians from Westeros for several months in the water dungeon. That scoundrel! I should have trampled him just now, Rex seethed, glaring at the gang leader as he twisted the narrative, claiming they had provoked and bullied innocent citizens. Carl restrained Rex, advising that acting impulsively would only solidify the false accusations, bringing further trouble upon Rex. Once the leader finished speaking, the patrol captain immediately ordered the arrest of both individuals. Wait, it was their man who stole my companion's purse. Our pursuit led to this altercation, Carl insisted, locking eyes with the captain, knowing he communicated in the common tongue, which had prompted Rex to lower his sword. You may inquire with the thief, it was this man. Tell him that should he wish to leave Bravos for elsewhere, I can arrange passage on our ship. Let him speak the truth. Although he did not understand Balerion, Carl inferred the meaning of their conversation through the expressions and gestures of the thief and the leader. I care not for your explanations. You two have drawn weapons in Bravos, and according to the laws of this city, any foreigner who uses weapons must be detained, the patrol captain replied impatiently. We are lords from Westeros, Carl countered with a final trump card. By the gods, someone. The captain surely recognized the name of Lane, who has recently stirred up quite a scandal in Bravos due to his entanglement with the Mermaid Queen. If these two truly serve Lane, it complicates matters. Carl continued. The tavern where we are staying is nearby. You may accompany us to ascertain our affiliation with House Hightower. It seemed they were indeed legitimate, as the patrol captain deemed it unwise to offend a lord from Westeros, especially one connected to the Iron Bank. Very well. For the sake of the friendship between the Iron Throne and the Iron Bank, you may both go. Chapter 33. The Iron Bank's maneuver after the performance. Lane did not follow either of the courtesans back to their homes. Upon returning to his inn, he found Tycho waiting for him. Greetings, Mr. Tycho. What brings you to my doorstep? Tycho replied, Mr. Lane, your proposal regarding the spokesperson has received high praise from the Iron Bank. The courtesans of Bravos are immensely grateful for the opportunity you have afforded them to gain renown across Essos. The social butterflies have captured the essence of the situation. Ryan recalls that he only provided the representation of the Mermaid Queen to the representatives of the Iron Bank. So, has that particular socialite cleverly sought the Iron Bank for negotiation? Your confidentiality efforts require enhancement, Ryan implies. Although the information regarding the spokesperson was divulged by Ryan, he has not disclosed the loan from the Heian family to anyone. While this matter does not require extreme secrecy, Ryan feels compelled to express it in order to underscore his point. Taichu chuckles. Witnessing Ryan's demeanor, he no longer dares to underestimate the young man before him. Mr. Ryan, we are also striving for you to sell your perfume better, he quips. Or rather, to repay the Iron Bank effectively. That is one way to put it. Taichu responds mysteriously, as long as Mr. Ryan shows a modicum of goodwill, the socialites will compensate you manifold. In Bravos, the influence of these socialites cannot be overlooked. They possess an extensive network of connections. Nobles, politicians, merchants, and suitors intertwine, forming powerful factions under the socialites' coordination, which have significant sway in Bravos and even in Essos, leaving indelible marks in the annals of history. Then I must visit these socialites individually to express my heartfelt gratitude, Ryan continues, inquiring of Taichu about the preferences of these socialites so that he may prepare appropriate gifts. Taichu shakes his head, stating that not only the socialites but even their suitors would be concerned about the order of your visits. I can also invite the socialites to come, Ryan offers. That would be disastrous. The suitors of these socialites might go mad. I believe the socialites considered this when they sent the Iron Bank to approach me, Ryan muses. You are quite astute, Mr. Ryan. Intelligence does not equate to wisdom. My perfume is exclusively supplied to the royal family, and those in Westeros have always regarded socialites as mere high-class courtesans. Of course, I hold no such prejudice myself. I believe Mr. Ryan is a true gentleman. If the Queen or the esteemed ladies were to see the perfume bottles they use adorned with what they perceive as courtesans' imagery, I would be in trouble. How could that be? Mr. Ryan, the packaging of your tribute to the royal family is adorned with stags or golden lions. We are aware of that. The conversation flows, each party contributing, delving deeper into the discussion. Haha, it seems nothing escapes the Iron Bank. Here's the deal. I can have the socialites endorse the Heian family's perfume. But I hope the Iron Bank can assist me in contacting the Bravos government to procure a standard warship from the armory. This request posed by Ryan presents a conundrum for Taichu. The armory in Bravos produces the most advanced vessels in the world, the pinnacle of Bravosian naval craftsmanship. And only Bravosi citizens can place orders at the armory. Taichu inquired, "Mr. Ryan, your territory is entirely landlocked. And I fail to comprehend why you would order a ship." Ryan replied, "I intend to visit Slave Bay next." Upon hearing this, Taichu shifted to a more amiable yet stern demeanor, cautioning Ryan, "Mr. Ryan, allow me to remind you that should you utilize the Iron Bank's loan to purchase slaves, the bank will promptly demand repayment, as it does not tolerate delinquency. The founders of Bravos originally fled the bondage of the Valyrian free cities to establish this place, swearing from its inception that no man, woman, or child here shall be enslaved. Freedom is the unyielding law of the city. Bravos stands against all forms of slavery and is prepared to wage war against those cities that permit the slave trade. One such free trade city, Pintos, was compelled to abolish the slave trade after being vanquished by Bravos, and its citizens are forbidden from owning slaves. While Bravos may have ulterior motives in its crusade against slavery, it is undeniable that the city harbors a profound contempt for the slave trade. Embodying the essence of political correctness, Ryan responded with a grin, "I shall only use my own funds, simply deliver the Iron Bank's loan to my territory. Yet, you will still purchase slaves, which will undoubtedly lead to a downgrade of your credit with the Iron Bank. Your endeavor to acquire vessels from the armory would also be thwarted, as Bravos will never permit its ships to transport slaves." Ryan underestimated the sensitivity of the Bravosi towards slavery. Still lacking in capital, Taichu remarked, "Rest assured, every individual aboard my ship will be a free person. Trading in slaves is also illegal in Westeros. I would not be so foolish," Ryan assured Taichu. "If the Iron Bank doubts my intentions, you may appoint an envoy to oversee my ship." With unwavering conviction, Ryan declared, "I will personally shatter the shackles of the slaves, tear their contracts asunder, and grant them the status of free men. Once the transaction is complete, I will perform this act in the presence of their masters. That too is unacceptable. Ships constructed by Bravos would be easily recognized by the inhabitants of Slave Bay, and such an act would be perceived as a provocation by the slave masters. Has Bravos not already engaged in enough provocations against them?" Ryan chuckled. "You are playing with fire. Then allow me to rephrase, mercenaries?" Taichu discerned much from Ryan's words. What would the Minister of Finance need mercenaries for? Ryan replied with a hint of melancholy, "The governor of Pintos has recently been in contact with the Dothraki, and Slave Bay is in close proximity. Those people know how to deal with the Dothraki." Upon hearing this, Taichu gasped, his eyes widening in shock as he regarded Ryan. The governor of Pintos, Illyrio Mopatis, had sheltered the exiled Targaryen siblings from the previous dynasty, who have long yearned to reclaim the Iron Throne, a fact well known to the public. Illyrio's dealings with the Dothraki signify the Targaryens' desire to enlist their aid in retaking Westeros. Ryan stated that the inhabitants of Slavers Bay possess the knowledge necessary to negotiate with the Dothraki, implying that they are well versed in the art of warfare against them. "Where do you intend to procure what?" "Unsullied." The mind of Taish was abuzz. This was indeed a significant affair. Although it was uncertain whether the Iron Bank was aware of this situation, as a subordinate, he felt compelled to report it to the higher-ups. Should the Targaryens successfully reclaim the Iron Throne, all debts owed by the Baratheons would be rendered null and void. The Iron Bank must take decisive action, either to compel the Baratheons to settle their debts or to ensure that the Targaryens acknowledge their obligations. Chapter 34. The Spider, one of the members of the Small Council. The Master of Whisperers leads the Iron Throne's espionage network, gathering any intelligence that the kings of Westeros and beyond the Narrow Sea desire. In the eyes of the Westerosi, the Master of Whisperers is far more fearsome than the Hand of the King, though Varys is the least distinguished among his predecessors. It is undeniable that he is also the most capable. How did Ryan of House Rain come to acquire intelligence from Pintos? Varys furrowed his brow as he scrutinized a letter sent from across the Narrow Sea. This matter was known only to him and his confidant, Illyrio Mopatis. Even the Targaryen siblings, who were bound by marriage, remained oblivious. Was it Peter Baelish who informed Ryan? Varys could only speculate, for Ryan had never left his fief and had no known intelligence network. Even if he suspected the Targaryens would return to Westeros to reclaim the Iron Throne, how could he ascertain that the Dothraki would assist them? Furthermore, Varys himself could not be certain whether the Dothraki would agree to a marriage pact, cross the Narrow Sea, and launch an expedition into Westeros. These remained uncertainties. The letter indicated that Ryan was preparing to purchase Unsullied and Astapor for a potential war that might never occur. This was clearly nonsense. The Unsullied army was not intended to combat the Dothraki, but rather, Peter was preparing for civil strife. Varys had always been wary of Peter Baelish, recognizing the latter's considerable ambition. Because Peter's ambitions could aid in the restoration of House Targaryen, Varys was willing to overlook a series of his actions and, at times, even extend assistance. Both Varys and Peter were aligned in their goal of dismantling the usurper's rule, a partnership that would persist until the return of House Targaryen. Along with the arrival of the letter came an envoy from the Iron Bank, seeking to purchase the secrets of perfume making from the crown. Varys had not anticipated that Ryan could negotiate a reduction of 1/3 of the Iron Bank's debt owed by the crown. The court was pleased, including Queen Cersei. Although the crown owed substantial debts to both the Lannisters and the Iron Bank, Cersei believed that as long as her son ascended the throne, the Lannister debts would seem inconsequential and entirely manageable. The wealth of House Lannister may remain unrepayable, yet the coffers of the Iron Bank are a different matter entirely. They must be settled without fail. Out of a maternal instinct, she finds joy in witnessing the reduction of the royal debts. As the representative who frequently negotiates with the Iron Bank, the cunning master of coin, Peter Baelish, successfully secured a substantial sum from them this time. Our clever Peter took the Iron Bank's envoy on a leisurely tour of the alleys of Old Town, resulting in the following outcome. The royal family still bears a debt of 2 million gold dragons, but the Iron Bank shall bestow a generous gift amounting to 6 figures in gold dragons, alongside their willingness to extend an interest-free loan. In return, the crown is merely required to refrain from sharing the secrets of perfume production with other city-states and Essos for the next 3 years. One might wonder at the seemingly unreasonable generosity of the Iron Bank. When did they become so magnanimous? However, Varys understands that this is a consequence of Peter secretly depositing 1 million gold dragons with the Iron Bank. Though this sum constitutes a significant portion of Peter's wealth, it pales in comparison to the political rewards he anticipates to reap in the future. King Robert and Prime Minister Ellen hold both Lyon and Peter in high esteem. It is rumored that Prime Minister Ellen intends to marry one of Robert's bastards to Lyon. As Lyon and Peter shine in their negotiations with the Iron Bank, the influence of the Master of Coin grows unprecedentedly, and Peter's sway in the Privy Council increases day by day. Lyon has formed a strong alliance with Peter, with Lyon operating externally while Peter manages internal affairs, utilizing his financial resources and influence to forge numerous alliances. Although these allies consist mainly of minor nobles, merchants, and mercenary leaders, Varys foresees that Peter will soon emerge as the second most powerful force in King's Landing, potentially shaping the fate of the Seven Kingdoms in the near future. This represents yet another variable, prompting Varys to seek information about this new alliance. Additionally, Varys faces a decision regarding Lyon's recent conversion of a warship at the Braavos Armory. The journey from Braavos to Astapor will inevitably pass through Lys. The Lyseni will likely target Lyon, to which Lyon's countermeasure is to have a Braavosi official aboard his vessel, unbeknownst to the Lyseni. With Braavosi protection, it becomes nearly impossible for Lys to acquire the secrets of perfume production from Lyon. Varys contemplates whether to inform the Lyseni of this development, allowing them to prepare accordingly. Although Varys hails from Lys, his sentiments towards the place are far from favorable, bordering on loathing. Born into slavery, he was sold to a troupe of performers due to his rotund visage and bald head, which made him an ideal jester. He traveled with the troupe to Myr, only to be sold again to a sorcerer. After the sorcerer utilized Varys for a ritual, he was discarded, and it was through a desperate exchange of his manhood that Varys ultimately secured his freedom. Upon gaining his liberty, Varys soon encountered Illyrio Mopatis and Pentos, marking a significant turning point in his life's trajectory. In the present day, Varys and Illyrio have each ascended to positions of considerable power in the realms of Westeros and Essos. The journey of Lane is beset by more than just the machinations of Lys. There exists another individual who harbors a keen interest in him, none other than the Red Viper. Dorne has long been a stronghold of support for the Targaryen restoration, naturally aligning with Varys' interests. It was not until the day following the naming ceremony that Varys learned from a letter penned by the Red Viper that he had infiltrated the entourage of Dornish emissaries bearing tribute. Such cunning concealment. Lane undoubtedly crossed paths with the Red Viper on that fateful day, and in the missive, the Red Viper implored Varys to keep him apprised of Lane's whereabouts, for his daughter, the Sand Snake, would seek him out. Varys pondered the implications of the term Sand Snake, speculating which of the Serpentine daughters would be dispatched. Indeed, the Red Viper would provide Lane with a maiden. Yet could one truly believe that the other Sand Snakes, unchaste as they might be, would remain indifferent to Lane's desires? If they did, they would hardly be worthy daughters of the Red Viper. This presented an inequitable contest for Lane. Should he slay the Red Viper's daughter, vengeance would undoubtedly follow. Conversely, if a Sand Snake were to dispatch Lane, the Red Viper would naturally conclude that Lane had failed the test imposed by his daughter and thus deserved his fate. Such is the audacity of the Red Viper's character. Varys, after a moment's contemplation, retrieved a pen and paper. Let me indulge in a small gamble of my own. He mused. Chapter 35. The Soaring Riverlander. It is said that the seas of Lys are composed of the nectar of Lysian women. Do you know why? Why? Just taste it. Is it not all salty? Ha 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 ha. Lane, overhearing this crude jest, felt a chill. They had yet to reach Lys. And already these sailors were regaling him with tales of Lys. Yet, this only served to confirm the reputation of Lys's brothels, which are unrivaled in their excellence. And the service industry flourishes there. After departing Bravos, Lane and his companions encountered smooth sailing as they approached the Stepstones. Legend has it that the Stepstones were once part of the Dornish corridor, linking Westeros and Essos. The first men traversed this corridor to reach Westeros. But the children of the forest, wishing to prevent further incursions by the first men, employed magic to shatter the corridor, thus giving rise to the Stepstones. The most renowned city upon the Stepstones is Tyrosh. Tyrosh, one of the 9 free cities, boasts a thriving slave trade, and its slavers are deemed among the most aggressive, sometimes daring to sail north beyond the wall to capture free folk for enslavement. This madness aligns with the prevailing image of the Tyroshi. The Tyroshi are infamous for their avarice. For the right price, they will undertake any task you desire. It is said that Lys may attempt to intercept Lane, but given the greed of the Tyroshi, they too may pose a significant threat, making this the first true challenge of their journey. Mr. Taichu, do you believe the likelihood of the Tylosians targeting us is substantial? The Iron Vault has dispatched Taichu to supervise and protect Ryan. Perhaps, Taichu remarked. The Tylosians are notoriously avaricious, yet they are equally cunning. It is conceivable that the authorities may refrain from direct action. Instead, they might employ mercenaries to commandeer ships and drive us into a corner, at which point they would possess numerous methods to strike against you. Most of the Tylosian forces are comprised of mercenaries, individuals who are motivated by monetary gain. What were once Tylosian official troops may, by the next day, transform into marauding pirates along the Stairs Islands or the shores of the Narrow Sea. Ryan nodded in agreement, lifting his gaze to the sails, and casually remarked, thankfully. The arsenal has assisted in modifying my ship. Dealing with common mercenary pirates should pose no issue. Ultimately, the Iron Vault did not consent to allow Ryan to purchase a warship from the arsenal, yet they were amenable to permitting modifications to his vessel. Pantos was indeed in contact with the Dothraki, and while war may not materialize, Ryan's awareness of the situation clearly demonstrated to the Iron Vault the potential of either him or the forces behind him, prompting them to consider investment. The ship underwent 3 days of modifications at the arsenal, receiving a new ram and 2 ballistae, yet beyond that, Ryan's understanding of maritime knowledge was limited. Initially, he had intended to name the ship Black Pearl, but as Bravos already possessed a vessel by that name, he opted to register it as the Flying Riverlander. The noteworthy aspect of this endeavor was the ballistae, both of which were produced by the Bravos arsenal. Although naval warfare during the Age of Cold weapons primarily relied on close combat and ramming, the Bravosi had long recognized the significance of the ballista. In naval engagements, ballistae proved far more effective against enemy ships than catapults, which are only advantageous when besieging ports. While catapults boast greater power, their accuracy is considerably low, unlike ballistae, which can strike effectively even at close range. To secure an advantage in maritime conflict, the Bravosi invested extensive effort into the development of ballistae, which are not only powerful and quick to reload, but also remarkably simple to assemble. In the event that a ship loses mobility during battle, seasoned ballista operators would disassemble the weapon and transfer it to another vessel, continuing to bombard enemy ships, just as Bravos harbors fears of being blockaded. The primary mission of the Bravosi fleet is to impose a blockade on their adversaries until they can no longer withstand the pressure. Ryan and Taichu were still engaged in deliberations on how to proceed when a sharp whistle echoed from the lookout atop the ship. A pirate vessel appeared on the horizon. All hands immediately prepared for combat. Ryan decisively commanded, all combat-capable personnel aboard the ship are to report to the deck. Acknowledged. Instantly, the deck was bustling with the frantic figures of Ryan's soldiers and sailors, scurrying about, likely bewildered that their inaugural encounter in earnest combat would transpire upon the sea. Edmund swiftly retrieved gear to assist Ryan in donning his armor. As Ryan donned his gear, he addressed Taichu, saying, "Mr. Taichu, please retreat to your quarters for a while." "Very well," Taichu replied succinctly, understanding that not hindering Ryan at such a critical moment was the greatest assistance he could offer. With Ryan's command issued, the crew of the ship sprang into action, hoisting the sails, transporting crossbow ammunition, and inspecting the bowstrings for moisture. 3 pirate ships approached, yet none matched the size of theirs. News from the lookout invigorated the sailors aboard. "Excellent. Let us bombard the enemy into oblivion with our crossbows." "Wait, what if these pirates are carrying treasure? Should we allow them to sink to the depths?" "Pirates hardly venture out with gold. I might believe they carry women instead. That too could be plausible. A light repast and list wouldn't be amiss. Haha. The seasoned sailors from Bravos were well acquainted with encounters with pirate vessels, despite being outnumbered. They felt no trepidation about their ship being captured. Having equipped himself, Ryan approached the starboard side, overhearing the sailors' banter. Adhering to a principle of caution, he inquired, "What is the situation, sailors? The pirate vessels have scattered, attacking us from 3 directions, but the wind favors us," a sailor confidently reported. "They possess no weaponry capable of breaching our ship, while our crossbows can puncture their hulls with a single shot. Very well, full speed ahead. Since our vessel surpasses the pirates in size, we shall exploit this advantage and aim to ram one of their ships." Whoosh, whoosh. The crossbows on the starboard side commenced firing. Although a few shots missed their mark, they instilled considerable fear in the approaching pirates, who hesitated to draw near. The crew continued forward, then maneuvered to strike from the rear, a position out of the crossbow's reach. It appeared that the coordination among the 3 pirate ships was lacking. As Ryan's warship charged toward the nearest pirate vessel, the latter urgently steered hard to starboard to evade the ram. The warship followed suit, aligning its starboard side against the evading pirate ship. Fire! The crossbow struck the pirate ship's stern, precisely hitting the captain's quarters. Once the splinters ceased to fly, it became evident that the bolt had embedded itself in the captain's bed. Hooray! The crew aboard the warship erupted in cheers, enthusiastically patting the crossbow operator on the shoulder, commending him for the splendid shot. This was an auspicious sign. Everyone began to believe that victory was within their grasp. Chapter 36. The marksmen. As the crossbows continued their relentless barrage, the 3 pirate vessels sustained significant damage, yet they remained afloat. Although Ryan's warship was larger, it lacked the speed of the pirate ships. The initial advantage in striking the pirates unexpectedly was due to the favorable wind direction. After the first exchange, the 3 pirate ships seized the advantageous wind for themselves, with their numbers likely exceeding those aboard Ryan's ship. It was imperative that the 3 pirate vessels did not coordinate simultaneous attacks. The warship surged forward at full speed, intent on inflicting maximum damage with its crossbow artillery before the pirate vessels could encircle it. Ryan kept his soldiers busy, forming a defensive line on the deck, ready to eliminate any pirate that dared to board. One of the pirate ships gradually closed in on the warship, prompting Ryan to command his vessel to draw closer to the enemy. The crossbowmen readied their weapons, while the archers drew their bows, initiating a barrage of fire. The pirates, undeterred, retaliated in kind, but due to the elevated sides of Ryan's ship, their attempts were rendered ineffective. Boarding. The pirates on deck hastily set up ladders or hurled grappling hooks, fearlessly braving the rain of arrows to ascend the ship's side. Ryan swiftly felled the first pirate to reach the railing with a well-placed shot. Quickly aimed the crossbows directly at the enemy ship. Ryan commanded, determined to sink the vessel before the other 2 pirate ships could close in. However, the angle of fire was inadequate, and the crossbows could not be tilted low enough. "Are you not going to lift it? The archers will provide cover," Ryan bellowed. "Understood." The crossbow operator, after loading the ammunition, called a few men to help raise the weapon. 1, 2, 3, lift. The pirates, realizing the crossbow was aimed at their ship, were struck with panic and rushed toward the artillery. "Archers, fire." From the 2 elevated positions at the bow and stern, the archers unleashed a volley into the gathered pirates, decimating their ranks. Meanwhile, the few pirates who managed to board were swiftly dealt with by Ryan's precise shots or by Boron's blade. As an aside, Boron had once remarked on Ryan's prowess. His archery skills are unparalleled, followed by his swordsmanship and hammer techniques in lesser degrees. Ryan's archery was exceptional. He had intended to participate in an archery competition at the previous tournament. Had it not been for the Red Viper insisting he compete in the spear contest, Ryan might well have claimed the championship in archery. With the cover of the archers and Ryan, the trajectory of the crossbow was successfully adjusted to target the pirate ship's deck. Fire. The operator maneuvered the mechanism, and a massive bolt pierced through the pirate ship's deck, continuing through the cabin until it reached the hull. "We're taking on water." The pirates gazed in horror as the crossbow bolt created an irreparable breach in the bottom of their vessel. The slaves below deck, realizing their imminent doom, surged toward the deck in a frenzy. The supervising pirates made no effort to stop them, as they too were part of the fleeing mob. "Move forward. This ship is doomed. We cannot allow these desperate souls to board our vessel." Boron severed the grappling hooks that the pirates had thrown, leaving deep gashes along the railing. As the number of crew on deck increased, the pirate captain understood that his ship was beyond salvation. "Damn it, I should never have agreed to those women's terms." With a grimace and a stomp of his foot, he lamented, "Abandoned ship." A pirate ship was sunk, leaving the remaining 2 vessels in profound shock. They ceased their pursuit of the warship, and one of the pirate ships approached the wreckage. Oh, is that not Captain Teach? Barbassa, what are you doing? Hurry up and haul me aboard. Oh, Teach, did you not claim that your ship was unsinkable? Where is your vessel now? Pull me up. 10 times. Take me to the brothels and risk 10 times, and I shall pull you up. 10 times. Why don't you kill me? Certainly. No, don't shoot. I'll do it. Is that not enough? Meanwhile, on another pirate ship, the captain was furiously shouting at a cloaked woman. No. I will not advance any further. The crossbows on that ship are two. The pirate was cut short as the woman pressed a dagger to his throat. Captain. The other pirates, witnessing this, aimed their blades at the woman. Do not act rashly, for goodness sake. The captain restrained his crew. Not solely because the woman held his life in her hands, but because he recognized her as the daughter of a formidable man. Pursue that ship. The woman commanded the captain. Did you not hear me? Pursue that ship. Seeing his companions continue their chase of the warship. The pirate who had just rescued his comrade paused briefly in contemplation before joining the pursuit. Ryan, observing the scene, commanded all archers to the stern. Fire. A barrage of arrows rained down upon the nearest pirate ship, causing many pirates to fall, struck by the arrows. Ryan's prowess was exceptional. He deftly launched arrows that struck true, piercing the very crowns of the pirates. Such occurrences were not rare. They were a constant reality. Even as the warship navigated tumultuous waters, Ryan maintained his composure, drawing his bow and eliminating foes as though on level ground. It is worth noting that while Ryan possessed remarkable archery skills, there existed a distinction between mounted and foot archery. Ryan's mounted shooting surpassed his footwork. The turbulence of the ship was no less daunting than the tumultuous sea, perhaps even more so. As long as Ryan could attune to the rhythm aboard the vessel, his arrows would find their mark. His actions instilled fear among the pirates as the specter of death descended upon them from above. Some began to slow their tasks, lowering the sails, deliberately distancing their ship from the danger. Hurry, tell them to increase speed, the woman urged. The recently hydrated pirate captain lamented. That archer across the way is utterly ridiculous. He is like a storm cloud, poised to unleash terrifying lightning at any moment. My brethren are truly afraid. Killing me would serve no purpose, the captain added. TSK. The woman clicked her tongue in displeasure. Indeed, in this world, apart from my father, most men are cowards. How vexing she managed to board that ship. Watching Ryan's vessel gradually disappear, the woman resigned herself to the situation. Very well, knowing that Ryan's destination is Astapor. I shall await him there. On board Ryan's warship, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as the recent encounter with the pirates concluded with little more than a scare. Although the battle involved little close combat, it nonetheless afforded Ryan's soldiers their first taste of bloodshed. Armed with crossbows or bows, they had merely pulled the trigger to take lives, and those lives belonged to pirates far more seasoned than these fledgling combatants. This night was destined to be one of wakefulness for them all. Chapter 37. One of the sand snakes, Nymelia Sand, one of the sand snakes, was the daughter of the Red Viper and a noblewoman from Volantis, ranking second among the sand snakes. At 22 years of age, she was 7 years Ryan's senior. As the saying goes, like father, like daughter. When the Red Viper barged into her chamber, Nymelia was in the company of the twin daughters of House Fowler. Nymelia, I have arranged a marriage for you and your maiden sisters. Initially, Nymelia believed her father was jesting, referring to the twins in her bed. However, he truly summoned the virgin sisters among the sand snakes, a gathering of fully grown maidens. Only then did Nymelia realize her father's words were no mere jest. Ryan of Dorne? The name was somewhat familiar to Nymelia, a perfumer, a wastrel of the goddess I, and recently dubbed the Fearless Ryan, among other epithets known widely among the Dornish. According to her father, Ryan possessed an indomitable spirit akin to that of the Dornish, coupled with cunning intelligence surpassing that of a serpent. Nymelia bore little resentment toward the marriage arranged by her father, though she found his praises of Ryan excessively grandiose. Thus, the dissection of Ryan's true character piqued the interest of Nymelia and several of her sand snake sisters. One of the non-virgin sisters, upon hearing Ryan's preference for virgins, also joined their inquiry into Ryan's nature. As the three deliberated on how to approach Ryan, they received intelligence from Varys. Upon learning that Ryan intended to travel to Astapor, the trio resolved to hire pirates from the Stepstones to ambush him en route. Ryan was mistaken. The pirates were not in the employ of the Tyroshi, but rather orchestrated by the Sand Snakes of Dorne. The Sand Snakes agreed that each would commandeer 3 pirate ships, racing to see who would board Ryan's vessel first, with the victor earning the right to claim Ryan's affections. However, the execution of their plan took an unexpected turn. Although Nymelia was the first to board Ryan's ship, her vessel was swiftly sunk by crossbow fire, while the 2 ships carrying her sisters were repelled by Ryan's remarkable archery skills. Consequently, the trio of sisters attempting to board was reduced to just Nymelia. Who would claim him remained uncertain. Yet, rather than succumbing to despair in the face of danger. Nymelia found herself exhilarated by the thrill of the moment. During the day, she concealed herself within the cargo hold, but as night fell, she stealthily made her way to Ryan's quarters. As darkness enveloped the ship, the crew remained entranced in the aftermath of the recent violence, and Ryan, ever considerate, offered them a glass of wine to alleviate their distress. The limited supply of wine served two purposes. First, during a maritime voyage, fresh water is prone to spoilage, compelling sailors to substitute wine to replenish their hydration, a vital resource that must not be squandered. Second, should the pirates unexpectedly pursue them during the day and launch a nocturnal ambush, it would prove disastrous if the men were unable to rise. All the soldiers clutched a glass of wine, some basking in the sea breeze on the deck, while others succumbed to slumber in their hammocks after a drink. As the night deepened, a portion of the crew remained on watch, while the rest began to rest. Nymelia finally awaited the opportune moment. When it came to hide-and-seek and physical agility, none among her sisters could rival her. A shadow, dark as night, glided through the ship's hold and descended to the deck, moving swiftly over the damp planks. With all the soldiers asleep, only Ryan, Boron, and a handful of sailors stood guard on the deck. Nymelia concealed herself behind a crate, striving to shrink her form, ensuring not a sliver of her body was exposed. Ryan's quarters were located in the captain's cabin at the stern, where he and Boron stood vigil. Damn it, why has Ryan returned to rest yet? Nymelia cursed silently, but could only bide her time in quietude. After patiently waiting for over an hour, Ryan finally entered the captain's cabin. To confirm that he had indeed settled down, Nymelia lingered a bit longer, until the light within the room extinguished, before she unsheathed her dagger and stealthily slipped inside. The room was engulfed in darkness as Nymelia advanced cautiously. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed behind her. Before she could react, a chilling sensation coursed through her back. Realizing she had been struck with a tranquilizer, Nymelia attempted to struggle, but the numbing sensation spread throughout her body, rendering her limbs unresponsive as she collapsed. Just before closing her eyes, she glimpsed the light being ignited. The following day, Nymelia awoke from her slumber to find herself bound to the ship's mast. What a fine catch! How did she manage to infiltrate our vessel? Just look at her physique, such a waste for those pirates. As Nymelia listened to the sailors' lewd taunts directed at her, she retorted fiercely, "I shall use your skulls as bowls." To which the sailors responded with lascivious grins. A wave of humiliation surged from the crown of her head, coursing throughout her being, causing her to tremble and yell in desperation. "Enough. You've stared long enough. Go about your business. I shall personally interrogate this suspicious woman now." With that, Ryan dismissed the sailors and stood before Nymelia, speaking gently. "Now, can you tell me who you are? You shall not compel me to utter a single word. Just wait. Once I capture you, I will ensure that you regret your actions. There are 232 souls aboard this vessel, of which 231 are men." Ryan spoke softly. At sea, even damp firewood can be ignited when it encounters a roaring flame. Nymelia's expression changed instantly as she fixated on the emotionless gaze of Ryan. Undoubtedly, this man was capable of such deeds. "Answer me, woman," she demanded, her eyes fixed intently on him, yet she relented. "So, she is the daughter of the Red Viper. It all makes sense now." Ryan nodded and instructed his crew to bring forth some sustenance. "Having leapt aboard my ship yesterday, you must have gone without food for a day. Would you care to eat?" A sausage was presented near Nymelia's lips. Cursing Ryan inwardly, she inquired, "How did you know I came aboard?" "Eat, and I shall tell you," Ryan smiled. Nymelia turned away, contemplating refusal. "Refuse, and I shall have you stripped of your garments to dine with the sailors instead. You insufferable man." Nymelia's eyes blazed with fury. She never anticipated Ryan's audacity would reach such depths. "Do you comprehend the price of insulting the daughter of the Red Viper?" Ryan regarded her with disdain, retorting, "And do you grasp the consequences of daring to assault me?" Chapter 38. Tylos. Ryan and Nymelia's standoff persisted. With practiced elegance, Ryan savored his breakfast, and even Nymelia had to concede that no noble from Dorne or Volantis could rival Ryan's refinement. She attempted to dismiss him as a mere pretty face, yet his archery skills displayed yesterday rendered her unable to entertain such a notion. As Ryan skillfully handled his knife and fork, he remarked, "The Red Viper is indeed a formidable individual." Humph. Hearing Ryan praise her father, Nymelia proudly raised her chin. "I once sparred with him in the gardens of the Red Keep, and it ended in a draw," Ryan stated nonchalantly. Nymelia gazed at him in disbelief, her expression shifting from anger to confusion. The idea that her father could have reached a stalemate with Ryan seemed nearly impossible. Yet his words did not appear to be lies. Her father had indeed spoken highly of Ryan. After a moment's reflection, she could not ascertain whether this man possessed the prowess he claimed, and coupled with her being bound for an entire night, Nymelia felt utterly exhausted and ravenous. Meanwhile, Ryan was casually enjoying his breakfast in front of her. This thought reignited her fury, and she continued to glare at him. Although Ryan appeared outwardly calm, he found himself in a quandary regarding how to deal with this woman. After all, she was the daughter of the Red Viper. And while Ryan would not take her life, releasing her was out of the question. Given Namelia's temperament, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance in the future. In the realm of Starlight Novel Network, after much contemplation, Ryan concluded his breakfast and addressed Namelia, stating, "Given that your father is the Red Viper and your mother hails from the noble lineage of Volantis, I shall escort you to Volantis to demand a ransom from your mother." Namelia was perplexed. How did Ryan discern her mother's Volantian heritage? Did he anticipate our arrival and deliberately investigate the information concerning the Sand Serpents? "Before we reach Volantis, you must remain in my company and within my line of sight. What say you? Will you comply?" Ryan stipulated. Namelia pondered for a moment, realizing that this arrangement was preferable to being bound to the ship's mast. She nodded in agreement, hastened to release my bonds. "Excellent," Ryan replied with a knowing smile, commanding his men to untie Namelia while simultaneously presenting her with a delectable lunch comprising sausages, 2 small tomatoes, and a poached egg. "Perhaps, compared to your usual fare, this may seem akin to swine's diet, but I trust you can endure it, my lady." Ignoring Ryan's remarks, Namelia focused on her meal, squatting down to finish her breakfast. Once she had regained some strength, Namelia turned to Ryan and requested, "Return my dagger." "That is out of the question, my lady. You are already perilously dangerous without a weapon. I cannot afford to escalate the risk," Ryan countered. "How infuriating. You men are always like this. Preaching righteousness while harboring base thoughts," Namelia retorted, a rare hint of grievance gracing her tone. "Have my words truly led to such a misunderstanding on your part?" Ryan's smile took on a peculiar quality, as though he and Namelia were not on the same wavelength. When her request for the dagger met refusal, Namelia shifted her inquiry. "Pray tell, how did you discover my whereabouts? I should have concealed myself adequately." Casting a glance at Namelia's striking figure, Ryan replied, "Did we not sink a pirate ship? I initially suspected it to be the work of Tylosian or Rithian forces. At that time, I had someone retrieve a pirate who had fallen into the sea, intending to use him as evidence to extort a ransom." He waved dismissively. "Little did I know it was a sand serpent. Dorne is notoriously impoverished," which was quite disappointing. Realization dawned upon Namelia. It was that rescued pirate who had betrayed her. "Bring him forth," she commanded through gritted teeth, her humiliation stemming from that traitor demanding retribution. "That cannot be, for I have promised to ensure his safety. I cannot break my word." Ryan firmly declined her request. "You are now my captive. Had it not been for your gender, I would have cast you into the sea to feed the fish by now." The term women served as a profound insult to Namelia. Yet she had to endure it. Ryan's happiness seemed to be contingent upon her discontent. Thus, within Ryan's entourage, a sand serpent was added. Although Ryan ceased conversation with Namelia after his inquiries, the sailors aboard the ship were more than eager to converse with the beautiful lady. Namelia did not refuse, as she gleaned valuable information about Ryan from their discussions. What one observes with their own eyes is far more authentic than the intelligence regarding Varys. Upon learning of the sand serpent's arrival, Taichu from the Iron Vault took the initiative to greet Namelia, apologizing for his side's previous rudeness. His demeanor markedly more gracious than that of Ryan. Namelia seized this opportunity to engage in subtle sarcasm, while Ryan chose to disregard her remarks. After 2 days at sea, they finally beheld Tyros. Tyros is a fortified city, protected by towering walls constructed from black dragonstone, reputedly as impervious as the castles of Dragonstone. Any army attempting to breach the walls of Tyros would be courting death, merely adding a splash of crimson to the gilded armor of its defenders. The Tower of Weeping Blood looms high at the harbor, with legends proclaiming that as long as this tower stands, Tyros shall forever bask in the brilliance of sunlight. Gazing at the tower, Ryan contemplated whether to resupply at Tyros. Should he do so, the ship could sail directly to Volantis, bypassing Lys. Conversely, if he chose not to, resupply would be necessary at Lys. Both Tyros and Lys are not to be trifled with, although the previous pirates were employed by the Sand Serpent. It does not preclude Tyros from harboring ulterior motives. Ryan sought the counsel of someone well-versed in Tyros, and thus he approached Taichu's quarters, inquiring, "Mr. Taichu, what manner of individual is the overlord of Tyros?" Ryan knew little of the overlord, save for the fact that his green-bearded brother had participated in the ceremonial meeting between Daenerys and Drogo. Generally speaking, the overlord of Tyros is a most cunning individual, his greed matched only by his guile. Taichu replied with composure, however, "This overlord still owes a considerable debt to the Iron Vault. Now that we have arrived at the gates of Tyros, you may rest a bit easier, Ryan. The overlord's indebtedness to the Iron Vault brings to light the political structure of Tyros. The overlord is elected, And the citizens of Tyros believe that any candidate who cannot even secure a bribe is unworthy of ruling their city, thus their avarice is well known. Each overlord ascends to power through bribery, necessitating vast sums of money. To amass such wealth, the overlord borrows from numerous banks, including the Iron Vault. The Iron Vault's illustrious first campaign was launched in Tyros. Consequently, the overlords of Tyros have always tread cautiously around the Iron Vault. Every new overlord feels compelled to acknowledge the previous administration's debts to the Iron Vault, fearing that failure to repay could lead to the Iron Vault supporting another candidate for the overlord's position. Chapter 39. Dialogue Ultimately. Ryan resolved to make a brief stop in Tyros for resupply, planning to depart immediately once all provisions were aboard. The Tyrosians are quite opportunistic. Our one-day docking incurs a fee of 10 golden dragons. In the captain's quarters, Ryan lamented the exorbitant docking fees of Tyros. Nemelia, observing Ryan's complaints, regarded him with disdain. Remarking on his stinginess, "For the trifling sum of 10 golden dragons, you bemoan your fate. You hardly resemble a nobleman of vast wealth." Ryan gazed with a playful glimmer at Nemelia's beautiful visage and remarked, "Most of the sailors aboard have sought solace in the brothels of Tyroshi. I initially intended for them to remain on the ship, but upon encountering your exquisite beauty, they have become rather impatient." Presently, only Ryan and a handful of guards remained on the vessel. Boron had ventured to the brothel, while Edmund was tasked with guarding the ship alongside Carl and Rex. And Taichu had gone to negotiate with the Lord of Tyrosh, weighing the risks of allowing Nemelia into the city versus keeping her aboard. Ryan resolved to stay on the ship to monitor her personally. Despite Nemelia being unarmed, Ryan unsheathed his sword and held it firmly in hand. Being alone with the sand snake required a measure of authority. "My apologies for compelling your subordinates to defy your orders," Nemelia languidly remarked as she reclined on Ryan's bed. "Not to worry, letting them indulge for a while might be beneficial. Ideally, they will exhaust themselves, and by the time we pass by Liss, they will have no inclination to tend to the brothel's business," Ryan sighed. "I fear they might incite a mutiny if they cannot contain themselves." "That would indeed be a pity," Nemelia lamented. "I must ask, how long do you intend to occupy my bed? Surely, even as your captive, I ought not to be treated like a dog," she expressed with discontent. "You are already plotting your revenge against me. And if I do not take this opportunity to educate you thoroughly, I may regret it in the future." "You are quite the dull man," Nemelia retorted. "Then why did you seek me out in such a manner?" Ryan inquired. "I simply wish to ascertain what manner of man my father has chosen for me as a husband," she replied. "Your approach is rather unique. Why not assemble a mercenary company in Essos before seeking me?" Ryan was aware that he had been ensnared by the Red Viper. Yet he felt compelled to lay the groundwork for his next statement. "In truth, I initially declined your father's proposal." Then why did you express a desire for a virgin?" "Because I believe that among the sand snakes, none suitable for marriage are virgins." "You are making a malicious assumption. While the Dornish are indeed open-minded regarding intimacy, not every man is deemed worthy by a sand snake." "Are you a virgin then?" Ryan posed a question that could easily earn him a slap, relieved to maintain a distance from Nemelia. Nemelia countered, "And are you a virgin?" "Indeed." "Did your father not inform you?" "No. Perhaps he intentionally withheld that information to create a surprise." "Your father has certainly brought me considerable trouble. If it were otherwise, he would not be my father," Nemelia observed with interest. "Pray tell, why are you still a virgin?" "Because I wish to reserve my virginity for my bride on our wedding night." Ryan once again recounted to the Red Viper the words he had spoken. "In my life, no one has shown me great kindness, nor has anyone inflicted upon me great malice, yet I have repaid them tenfold." Nemelia rose, staring at Ryan with unwavering intensity, and inquired, "If that is the case, how would you interpret my intention to abduct you?" Ryan pondered deeply for a moment before boldly declaring, "My worth is at least 200,000 golden dragons. If you wish to kidnap me, you must compensate me with 2 million golden dragons. I shan't make it difficult for you. Upon my return to Westeros, I merely require your father to provide me with 2,000 splendid Dornish horses." He spoke earnestly, as he genuinely needed the horses. The Shadowfax had already been taken back for breeding, and by the time Ryan returned, he would likely have a multitude of offspring. "You must be dreaming. 2,000 Dornish horses? Why not just rob a bank?" Nemelia couldn't help but exclaim. "What a pity it would be, then, to have to sell you to a brothel and list to settle the debt. I wonder if the daughter of the Red Viper could fetch 20,000 golden dragons." "Weren't you supposed to send me to Volantis?" "I've changed my mind, unless you were willing to answer my earlier question." Nemelia felt a tumult of emotions. Ryan's words always left her perplexed, and she could only follow his lead. "No man has ever climbed into my bed." "Is that so?" Ryan questioned, doubting Neamelia's honesty. "Otherwise, why does it feel as though you were quite experienced?" At this, Nemelia added, "There have been many women in my bed." "Oh, so you prefer ladies," Ryan said. enlightenment dawning upon him. Truly, she was the daughter of the Red Viper, and he regarded Amelia with newfound respect, speculating that she must be the more assertive type. You are thinking of something sordid. My apologies, I should not have doubted your virginity. I was merely pondering how many of the sand snakes share your inclinations. There is one sand snake aboard this ship. What about the other three? As for my other sister's preferences, let me think. Amelia reminisced about the encounters of the sand snakes. Obara relished combat with men. Tyene devoted herself wholly to her faith, while Sarella cherished the written word. Elia, Obara, Dorna, and Larisa were still too young. Aside from the first three, Amelia elaborated on the backgrounds, personalities, skills, and even the favored colors of lingerie of the four remaining sand snakes. All daughters of the Red Viper's last mistress, Ilaria Sand, his most cherished consort. How many of you are there? 3. The other two sand snakes who had come to capture Ryan were among Obara, Tyene, and Sarella. Ryan, bewildered, questioned, "Why are you sharing this with me? If I were the only one captured, I would surely be ridiculed. Besides, you wouldn't harm me or my sisters. What harm is there in inviting them to keep me company? Your words bear an ulterior motive." The words of Amelia may have been laced with falsehoods, and Ryan would not fully trust them. However, he harbored some concern for the sailors who had ventured out. He hoped that your sisters would not lay a hand on my sailors, for if they did, I would have no choice but to present her with a knife. What does that mean? Ryan revealed his white, bared teeth, for after 3 days and nights of hunger on the deserted island, he was delirious and incoherent. That knife would serve a purpose. One could swiftly end one's life with a knife or sever an artery to indulge in a final feast before death. Chapter 40. Excess. With the formidable influence of the Iron Treasury in Tyros, Ryan was not summoned by the Grand Duke for tea. Taichu even returned with a gift for him, a helmet adorned with precious metals, shaped like a bird. What kind of bird is this? Ryan inquired as he held the helmet. It's a cuckoo. This is the national bird of Tyros, isn't it? After resupplying the ship, the sailors who sought pleasure returned unscathed, and the river Onren continued its voyage toward Volantis. Next, they would pass by Lys. And to quell any dissent among the sailors regarding the detour away from Lys, Ryan reached into his pocket to treat them. He offered each sailor 3 silver coins for their indulgence, sufficient for a day of revelry. Are you certain the sailors have exhausted their savings? Ryan asked Poland, who had taken the sailors to indulge. Poland thumped his chest confidently. Of course. Even a man as robust as myself was nearly rendered immobile, naturally. Those sailors have depleted their resources. That's good to hear. With Poland's assurance, Ryan chose not to inquire further. For days later, the ship sailed into the waters of Lys. Although Ryan had treated the sailors, some still voiced their dissatisfaction about bypassing Lys. The brothels in Tyros are fine, but those in Lys are superior. Lys is the benchmark for the customs industry and free trade city-states, one sailor complained. Why don't we spend a day in Lys? Another added, to which several sailors agreed. Indeed, the women of Lys are the best. Yet, some sailors understood the virtue of gratitude and countered, enough of the complaints. After all, Lord Ryan treated us once. He is pressed for time, and we must complete our task. Yes, that is true. Moreover, when we reach Slave Bay, Lord Ryan might invite us to indulge in the depths of the abyss, and if we speak nicely, he may take us there, suggested another. The complaining sailors nodded in agreement. Ryan's gesture proved effective. Seeing the sailors willing to bypass Lys, he sighed in relief. A mutiny at sea is far more perilous than one on land, for there is truly nowhere to escape. The best outcome might involve being cast upon a deserted island to fend for oneself. The worst would be to be thrown overboard to feed the fish. Amelia, observing the sailor's calmer demeanor, praised Ryan. Not bad. It seems you are not a miser. Ryan replied, I shall not shortchange my subordinates, unlike your sand serpents, who readily bury people in the sand to feed scorpions. This is something I observed in a television series, where Nymeria expressed to Lyanna that she would never bestow a spear upon a condemned prisoner as an act of mercy. Humph, if one only favors their subordinates, they will never heed your commands. Nymeria's powerful rebuttal left Lyanna speechless. She indeed had shown some kindness to the sailors, while her own soldiers felt they had been treated unjustly of late. In Tyrosh, they all remained aboard the ship, neither indulging in pleasures nor receiving any silver coins. Lord Lyanna, why is it that those Bravosi can partake in such pleasures while we cannot? After all these days at sea, I feel I might suffocate. One soldier exclaimed in frustration. Lord Lyanna would never neglect her men. Our rewards may well be bestowed upon us in due time. Rex, what has come over you? You were usually the most boisterous in the ranks, and yet today you seem transformed. Rex had been studying under Edmund these past few days, who, at Lyanna's behest, had imparted some foundational knowledge of warfare to him. Rex's understanding had undergone a profound transformation, naturally altering his perspective on matters. Reflecting on their last confrontation with pirates, he noted that the sailors deserved the most credit. Had it not been for their adept naval experience, they would have been ensnared by 3 pirate ships, with no chance to even draw their bows. After expressing these thoughts, Rex paused before continuing. In my view, Lord Lionel's rewards for the sailors are due to their significant contributions. This is a test set forth by Lord Lionel. Upon hearing Rex's words, the soldiers recalled the scene, and as he stated, without the sailors, they would not have been able to vanquish their foes so effortlessly. Very well. Next time an enemy approaches, I shall certainly cast aside my crossbow and charge forth with my battle axe to strike at their heads. Enough of that, Jack. With your skills, you can't even defeat a woman, let alone conquer pirates. What did you say? If you dare, let us compare our strengths. I shall not shy away from a challenge. Lord Lionel forbade his soldiers from engaging in brawls, gambling, robbery, or assault. The so-called competition was merely an arm wrestling match. The soldiers fetched a bucket, placing their hands upon it to commence their contest of strength. Go, go, go. Witnessing the soldiers congregating to test their might, Lionel smiled knowingly. This was the mark of good soldiers. Rex spoke truly. This was Lionel's deliberate design, to observe whether the soldiers would express discontent over these trivial matters. Once the day had passed, and Lionel had assessed their emotional states, he would announce their appointments as officers upon their return. They were to become Lionel's future officer corps, exposed to the wider world. Yet amusingly, Lionel's soldiers had never entertained the notion that they might ascend to such ranks. In their eyes, what was the purpose of serving? Was it not merely for coin and women? Officers were the domain of knights and lords. Even among the few of common birth, they were but a rare handful, and the rest would be left wanting. Since promotion seemed unattainable, the soldiers naturally turned their thoughts to amassing wealth. Namelia observed from the side, watching Ryan with a bemused expression. What a peculiar individual, she mused. At times affable, at others indifferent, he could gossip over trifles yet lavish substantial sums to win hearts. He bore a grudge yet repaid kindness with profound generosity, reminiscent of her uncle, Prince Dowling. Like Dowling, Ryan exuded an air of authority, yet distinctively. He possessed a greater arrogance. The aura of intimidation he radiated suggested a supremacy that would annihilate any who dared to challenge him. Each word he uttered seemed to resonate with undeniable truth, making it a natural inclination for the world to remember his declarations. The sea breeze tousled Ryan's hair, revealing his sharply defined, handsome visage, and his dark golden eyes glimmered with an eternal brilliance akin to the stars above. Ryan appeared quite dashing indeed. Namelia felt a flush rise to her cheeks as her long-dormant femininity began to awaken. He is now 15, I am 22. I am 7 years his senior. Had I truly been oblivious to this significant age gap? I hardly sensed his youth. Namelia found her previous intentions towards Ryan dissipating, replaced by a desire to draw nearer to him. Chapter 41. The pleasure ship. Today, a thick fog enveloped the sea. Amidst the mist, a vessel, larger than Ryan's and flying the flag of Riss, approached. Initially, Ryan presumed it was a warship from Riss, prompting him to prepare everyone for battle. However, the lookouts soon relayed the news. The ship bore no visible armaments, and through the telescope, they spotted a group of women dancing on board. Just as Ryan sought further confirmation, a cacophony of revelry drifted from the large ship. Taichu instantly understood and informed Ryan that it was a floating brothel from Riss. These maritime establishments, known as pleasure ships, were significantly larger than ordinary vessels, although armed only with the personal guards of patrons. The presence of such a ship typically indicated the proximity of at least 8 Riss warships, regardless of how one considered it. The grand ship was steadily approaching the River Onren. With the surrounding fog thickening and knowing evasion was futile, Ryan ordered the ship to halt, curious as to what the Riss would orchestrate. The large vessel anchored merely 3 meters from the side of the River Onren, under the vigilant gaze of all aboard. The ship lowered a basket, within which sat a woman of quintessential Riss appearance, blue eyes, platinum curls, and flawless, fair skin. Is this His Excellency Ryan of the Haquan family? The woman inquired. Taichu, standing beside Ryan, spoke first, his tone less than cordial. Nevertheless, the Riss woman seemed unfazed and addressed Ryan directly. We would like to invite Mr. Ryan aboard our ship for a banquet. May I inquire if Mr. Ryan is available? Since it is an invitation from a lady, I cannot decline it. Ryan stepped forward and politely addressed the woman from the Riss. May I bring a few guards aboard? Upon seeing Ryan's intention to board, Tycho exclaimed anxiously, Ryan, you cannot go up. The Riss are surely laying a trap up there. Ryan, stepping onto the basket and holding on to Namelia, replied to Tycho, what harm would there be in going? Perhaps a Riss fleet awaits us beyond this fog. Tycho attempted to follow but was halted by the Riss woman. Mr. Tycho, you are not invited to the banquet and are not a guest. Hence, you cannot board. Taking a deep breath, Tycho addressed the Riss woman with a calm tone. The Iron Vault shall remember this affront from the Riss. Unfazed, the Riss woman turned and returned to the ship. Once aboard, the chaos on the ship defied description. Men adorned in gold and silver reveled loudly, proclaiming that their lives had been squandered until now. The ship was filled with both men and women, all indulging in the hedonistic pleasures that captivated them. If the Tylosians are synonymous with greed, then the Reese embody decadence and depravity. The Reese fervently embrace hedonism, venerating a goddess of desire whose name is shrouded in secrecy. Said to possess unparalleled beauty, Ryan speculated that this goddess might be called lust. The scent of perfume aboard was overwhelming. Namelia, with one arm linked with Ryan and pinching her nose with the other, remarked, "I do not like it here." She inherited more of the traits of a red viper warrior, and as for debauchery, that is entirely a matter of upbringing. Ryan suggested, "If you are uncomfortable, you may disembark and wait for me." Namelia turned her head, haughtily asserting, "I would not. I fear you might be seduced by the women aboard." Ryan, bemused, replied, "Isn't it you who would seduce the women on the ship?" Namelia retorted sharply, "Just as you wish to give your first time to a virgin. The one I share a bed with must also be a virgin. When the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you to the twins from the Follett family. They are still virgins." Namelia stated confidently, "You will surely like them." Ryan frowned. The idea of being with a woman who had been with others felt rather peculiar. Those accompanying Ryan began to board in succession, instantly awestruck by the spectacle before them. "By the seven hells!" Rex exclaimed, staring in shock at a couple engaged in a scandalous act. "Carl, why don't they find a donkey or a sheep? Must they engage in this cursed behavior?" Carl was equally appalled by the scene, shielding his eyes with his hand, fearful that the image would be seared into his memory, leading to nightmares that night. Poland patted both of them on the back and casually remarked, "You'll get used to it. The big shots enjoy such antics." Carl replied, "But this is too much. Here in Reese, ungoverned by the seven gods, if it becomes unbearable, just stay close to Ryan. With your eyes fixed ahead, you shall see nothing." According to Bowen, the two followed Ryan into the captain's quarters of the grand ship, a lavish room measuring a full 30 square meters. At the entrance, the woman from Reese turned to Ryan and said, "Please, Mr. Ryan, enter alone." Ryan pointed to Namelia, stating, "This is my companion. She should be permitted to enter as well." Indeed, but she must first be searched. After Ryan and Namelia underwent a thorough search, they stepped into the tent. Even by palace standards, the opulence within the room was unparalleled, adorned with exquisite carpets, goblets embellished with gemstones, and even a lovely maiden clad in silk serving as a living spittoon. A sheer curtain partitioned the room, behind which a figure, merely by silhouette, could be surmised to weigh around 300 pounds. As the curtain was drawn back, Ryan beheld a mountain of flesh reclining on a cushion, its thick beard dripping with liquor, while small eyes, squeezed by excess fat, gleamed with shrewdness. He had a beautiful woman on either side, one sweet-faced and the other sensuous, both leaning against the corpulent man, their low-cut attire allowing his hands to roam freely over them. "Greetings, Mr. Ryan. I am Home, the emissary of the governor of Reese. Welcome aboard my ship." Home's smile was almost sinister as he seemed intent on uncovering all of Ryan's secrets. Ryan replied with a measured tone, "Hello, Mr. Home. Thank you for your invitation. Today's banquet is indeed an eye-opener." "Ha ha ha. I'm delighted you think so." Home raised his greasy hand, gesturing towards 10 beautiful women standing nearby. "You wretched harlots, hurry and serve Mr. Ryan." They responded in unison. "No need. I have my own woman to attend to me." Ryan chose a seat for himself, and Namelia poured a glass of wine, handing it to him. "Mr. Home, please. Please, please." Home drained his glass, but noticed that Ryan's remained untouched. "Mr. Ryan, your glass seems to have not diminished," Home remarked, his smile beginning to falter. Ryan set his glass down and replied coolly, "I am not accustomed to drinking. My earlier toast was merely out of courtesy." "Well, if you cannot drink, perhaps some tea?" Holmes signaled to a slave to pour Ryan a full cup of tea. Ryan gazed at the tea with an unusual expression. This was no ordinary brew. It was moon tea, specifically concocted for abortion. "Mr. Ryan, why do you not drink?" Holmes queried with a grin. "I fear it may contain Reese tears and stranglers." At this utterance, the atmosphere within the tent grew tense. Ryan handed the tea to Namelia, who, upon receiving it, promptly hurled both the tea and the cup away. The cup shattered on the ground with a crisp sound, sending a splash of liquid across the floor. As Ryan declined both tea and wine, Holmes' tone grew decidedly unfriendly. However, his ire was not directed at Ryan, but rather at the slave girl serving him. "You clumsy fool," he admonished, "if you cannot serve Lord Ryan properly, you might as well perish." The slave girl, trembling with fear, fell to her knees, pleading for Holmes to spare her life. Yet, her entreaties were in vain. 2 burly slaves restrained her, while another unsheathed a knife, bringing the blade perilously close to her heart as she struggled desperately. "Enough of this veiled discourse," Ryan interjected, rising to halt the 2 men. He then addressed Home directly. The secret of the perfume has already been sold to the Iron Bank. Home's demeanor transformed instantly. His expression softened into a crescent-eyed smile as he signaled for the release of the slave girl. If it can be sold to the Iron Bank, it can surely be offered to the Bank of Lys as well. We are willing to finance the Iron Throne. Ryan shook his head. The Iron Bank has dispatched representatives to King's Landing. They desire exclusivity over the perfume's secret in Essos. However, there is room for negotiation, is there not? The Iron Throne cannot afford to lose the Iron Bank, and we have never truly possessed Lys. He gestured outside. Alternatively, you might ensure not only a victory over Braavos but also guarantee that the governor of Lys remains in his position until that victory is secured. Home fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Ryan's words. Lys had never triumphed over the naval forces of Braavos, and several governors had risen to power with the backing of the Iron Bank. The acquisition of the perfume's secret was a unanimous decision of the Lysian Council, which allowed Home to disregard the Iron Bank's representative, Tycho, and invite Ryan aboard his ship. The imperative to obtain the perfume's secret was a directive Home could not ignore. Ryan stood up, brushing off his garments. If you have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. Not at all, Home interjected. This is the most opulent vessel in Lys. Lord Ryan should take a moment to explore. We can continue our discussion shortly. Ryan pointed to the still kneeling slave girl. Very well, but I require her as my guide. Of course. I trust you will soon find my assistance invaluable. As they exited the chamber, Boron and the soldiers boarding the ship remained in place. Boron approached Ryan, inquiring, "How did it go? We did not reach an agreement. It is merely intermission as we prepare for the next round. What of your findings?" Boron reported that he had observed numerous warriors aboard the ship, with 50 scarred men engaged in revelry, while another 50 robust slaves looked on. Understood. You should join them and gather more intelligence, Ryan instructed. After arranging matters with Boron, Ryan and Neamelia began to explore the opulent vessel, ascending to the second deck. That rotund fellow possesses some cunning. To endure such circumstances without losing his composure is a shame for one who could easily become a eunuch, Neamelia remarked with derision. Ryan, however, appeared indifferent. He is a merchant. The one who can profit him becomes his benefactor. Especially someone like me, possessing capital. He would not dare to threaten me, at least not overtly. At that moment, Ryan overheard a group of individuals engaged in discussion within a room. The atmosphere distinctly lacking the essence of Lys. Curiosity piqued, he inquired of the female slave regarding their activities. She informed him that it was a gathering of artists. The nobility and commoners of Lys were enraptured by indulgence, often investing far more in socialites, artists, and sculptors than in military endeavors or armaments. While this led to Lys's significant reliance on mercenaries, it also propelled the region's artistic culture to the forefront of Essos. Intrigued, Ryan decided to listen in on the artist's discourse, where a modestly dressed man was recounting his tale. I hail from Coer and am an actor. However, you must understand that in Coer, the sound of the forge drowns out the melody of song. After countless disturbances, I could no longer endure and resolved to seek my fortune along the coasts of Essos, hoping a patron might invite me to join my troupe. After failing hundreds of auditions and playing several minor roles, I grew weary. One day, witnessing a slave master lash a slave, I found inspiration. I decided to utilize the techniques from my homeland of Coer to create props that would elicit pleasure. The man produced samples crafted from leather and rope. You can even have her or him wear a mask, pretending to be a Bravosi. Excellent idea, Ryan concurred. Marvelous. Bravos hosted a 10-day masquerade annually, and the man's words were met with fervent enthusiasm from the artists. Yet, as Ryan listened, the narrative began to feel increasingly discordant. Were these individuals truly artists? And that Cohorite boasting of his inventions, was he not concerned that the blacksmiths from his homeland might retaliate against such use of their craft? The Cohorite, turning respectfully, replied, "What do you suppose, my lady?" The artist shifted their attention from the center of the gathering to another area where a stunning blonde with blue eyes sat. Draped in a silk gown and adorned with a noblewoman's hairstyle, she wore no jewels, yet her skin, reminiscent of creamy jade, eclipsed any ornamentation. Her striking figure radiated a devout quality that stirred within men the desire to cradle and protect her. "Oh, are you addressing me?" The woman languidly stretched. "Why engage in bloodshed when we could simply sit and chat? Teren, what brings you here?" Neamelia seemed astonished by the woman's presence. "Weren't you supposed to be with us?" The woman named Teren interrupted. "Sister, I sailed on a pirate ship. It is only natural I would find my way here." Neamelia queried, "How did you manage to board this vessel?" Teren shrugged, "Quite simply, for I am sufficiently beautiful and well-educated. Invitations tend to come my way." She then turned her gaze towards Ryan. "You must be Ryan? Quite handsome, I must say, and skilled with a bow, very much to my liking." Ryan spoke in a calm tone, expressing his gratitude for the care he received on Stone Step Island. "I am not here to engage in conflict with you today." Trini rose, and a man promptly stepped forward to assist her. Approaching Ryan, she remarked, "It is unfortunate that you did not consume the wine Hom offered you. Otherwise, you would be dead by now." Ryan's expression turned troubled. "Indeed, I regret spilling the moon tea. I should have fed it to you instead." He recognized Hom's intentions in providing him with the moon tea. Chapter 43. A change of heart. "The moon tea should have been yours to drink," Ryan said apologetically. "I am sorry. Nomelia accidentally knocked it over." Trini's eyes widened momentarily, revealing her goodwill, but she quickly donned a smile. "As expected of Ryan, your words are rather unpalatable." "Unpalatable is far better than useless." Ryan maintained his composed demeanor, pulling a chair to sit opposite Trini. She tossed her golden hair, questioning, "Do you think I would fall for you like my sister did?" Ryan instructed the female slave to wait outside, then stroked his chin, feigning contemplation. "Perhaps so. Overconfidence can be detrimental. You know, confidence requires capability, and I happen to possess both." Their gazes locked, blue met dark gold, with the latter ultimately prevailing. "I concede," Trini said, sitting down resignedly. "Let us discuss matters concerning this vessel." Nomelia then inquired, "Trini, what exactly is the situation with this ship?" Rhys was aware that sending a fleet to intercept the vessel carrying the Iron Vault representatives would provoke ire. Despite the decision to obtain the perfume formula being that of the Rhys Council, Trini popped a grape into her mouth. However, some council members still owe money to the Iron Vault and are reluctant to confront the issue. Isn't preventing Taichu from boarding tantamount to a confrontation? This ship serves as Rhys's floating brothel, which has the authority to determine who its patrons are. This is the unassailable law of Essos. Ryan nodded, acknowledging the validity of her reasoning. "Do you know Hom's specific plans?" "I cannot say. I merely revealed my identity and boarded to avoid being mistaken for a courtesan and causing unnecessary trouble. I now regret that decision." Observing Trini's lack of opulent attire and her physical features, Ryan understood how easily one could mistake her for a courtesan. "Hom provided me with a cup of moon tea, likely as a warning that a sand serpent aboard intends to kill me." Trini furrowed her brow. "Is that so? That fat man has indeed betrayed me. He may believe I would not desire Rhys' women, hence the suggestion to capture one." Ryan effortlessly discerned Hom's intentions. "You must have come aboard with the intent to kill me, correct?" As Ryan surmised, Trini's presence on the ship was a deliberate move orchestrated by Hom, who had obtained intelligence from pirates indicating that the Sand Serpent was orchestrating a hunt against Ryan. If one could save Ryan's life at the hands of the Sand Serpent and deliver such a beautiful woman to him, having incurred such a profound favor, do you think it would be possible to acquire the secret formula for the perfume? If that were not the case, Hom would have no choice but to pilot the yacht and whisk Ryan away to distant lands. However, Hom was unaware that there was another Sand Serpent aboard the vessel. The three sisters had sought assistance from different pirate factions, each of which was oblivious to the presence of Sand Serpents on the other two ships. To conceal her sister's whereabouts, Tyranny had already commanded the pirates she had hired to dispose of those rescued from her sister's ship. In light of this, "How about you take me to Hom and confront him?" Tyranny extended her hands, feigning a desire to be captured. Ryan shook his head. "No. You should remain here and continue your engagement with the artists." He believed that even if he brought Tyranny to confront Hom, it would bear no fruit. It was better to embrace the chaos. Tyranny waved her hand dismissively. "No, I do not wish to. The artists here are all perverse. They are either contemplating the use of torture devices or fantasizing about being subjected to them. That is truly repugnant," Nymeria remarked disdainfully. "Exactly. So please take me away from this hell," Tyranny implored Ryan. "No, you must stay here a while longer." "Why?" Ryan smiled mysteriously. "I hear from your sister that you are quite skilled in using herbs to induce excitement. Would you care to engage in your old profession?" Ryan and Nymeria returned to the room, where Hom was still waiting. "Mr. Hom." Observing Hom's portly figure and glancing at the door, Ryan was curious how they had managed to fit her inside. "Mr. Ryan, it seems you are having a delightful time aboard the yacht." "Quite so. I have encountered many new positions that may prove useful in educating my future wife." "Ha ha ha. As long as you are pleased, our skills are unparalleled." Hom remarked with a knowing tone. "Have you encountered anything unusual, Mr. Ryan?" "Encountered whom?" "Mr. Ryan, do not feign ignorance. I am already aware that the Sand Serpents are pursuing you, and coincidentally, there is a Sand Serpent aboard this ship." "Indeed," Ryan nodded, glancing at Nymeria. "There is indeed a Sand Serpent on this vessel. She is right here." Nymeria stepped forward, raising her chin. "Indeed, my name is Nymeria, one of the Sand Serpents." Hom was initially taken aback but quickly regained his composure, smiling. "Oh, so this beautiful lady is Miss Nymeria. What an honor to finally meet you." "What does Mr. Home mean by saying there is another sand serpent on the ship? Have Mr. Ryan and Miss Nymeria not encountered Miss Tyranny aboard? Who is Tyranny? Tyranny has blonde hair and blue eyes, resembling the people of Rys. With so many blonde-haired, blue-eyed women aboard, I truly cannot discern. Nymeria spread her hands, indicating that she genuinely had not met Tyranny. Continuing from Nymeria's statement, Ryan addressed Home. Mr. Home, I have reconsidered the matter of the perfume formula, and I shall not sell it. Afterward, Ryan added, You presumptuous pig. Humph. My subordinates have informed me that you and Tyranny are engaged in delightful conversation. One might mistakenly assume you are planning a rendezvous, Home remarked, unable to contain his irritation as he realized Ryan and Nymeria were toying with him. I was even considering selling tickets to witness this spectacle, though it seems you shall never see that day. Ryan twisted his joints, expelling the foul air he had inhaled. Nymeria. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the vessel grew increasingly intoxicating. Tyranny, veiled in a silk scarf and carrying an incense burner, floated about the ship with the grace of a sprite, bestowing the most exquisite dreams upon all. Inside the cabin, everyone was enraptured, desperately seeking more: guests, slaves, soldiers, even those who settled for whatever was available on the table. The commotion within the cabin grew louder, and those on the deck began to take notice. The ship itself started to tremble. Just as the onlookers pondered the source of the disturbance, Tyranny ascended to the deck, dragging a silver tray laden with dozens of vials of elixir. Gentlemen, this is the latest concoction for vitality, sent by Lord Home. I hope you enjoy your time aboard the ship. The patrons, stirred by the ruckus below, surged forward without hesitation, eagerly seizing the potions. Goodness, it truly works. Those who missed out on the elixirs turned to Tyranny, inquiring if more were available. Do not fret, there is plenty of elixir to go around. Chapter 44. The Pledge of Allegiance. Home subordinates drew their weapons and charged forth. Nymeria, Ryan bellowed. She swiftly produced 2 daggers from seemingly nowhere, accurately launching one to strike a subordinate in the neck. She then moved with lethal precision, inflicting fatal wounds upon the others. Call for help. Where are my men? Home gazed in terror at the blood-soaked Nymeria as she approached him. Surely, reinforcements should have burst into the room by now to subdue Ryan and Nymeria. After dispatching Home as subordinates, only his female slaves remained in the room. You, don't come any closer. I have plenty of money. Home attempted to rise and flee, but his girth hindered him. He typically required assistance to stand. His female slaves had long since retreated to a corner. Cowering as Ryan picked up a weapon from the floor and advanced step by step toward Home. Ryan placed the blade against Home's throat. You poisoned my drink. Did you not? Yes, Home admitted with a slight nod, fearful that an emphatic confirmation would incite Ryan's wrath. Then why did you also give me the moon tea? A warning? Because I wanted to see if you, Mr. Ryan, are truly astute. By consuming the poison, I could threaten you with the antidote. By abstaining, I could alert you to the sand serpents aboard intent on your demise, correct? Ryan completed Home's sentence. Indeed, at the Starlight Novel Network. Ryan set down his sword and turned to exit the room. As he opened the door, he glanced back at the female slaves and remarked, I leave you in charge of him. None of you have demonstrated loyalty, so you must be aware of how he will treat you upon his return. The expressions of Home and the female slave shifted simultaneously. You are all astute women. I trust you will not make misguided choices. With that, Ryan closed the door, and the female slaves approached Home. What do you intend to do? Do not forget your station. If you manage to rescue me, I shall grant you your freedom. Unbeknownst to Ryan, Home was nicknamed the Liar among the crew. Upon exiting the room, Ryan was taken aback by the sight of a multitude of people convulsing upon the deck. Bolong and the soldiers were scavenging from these individuals without regard for their bare state. Those who were still conscious refrained from protesting their treatment, fearing the consequences of castration. Ryan called Bolong over for a discussion. These individuals are merely exhausted. It is inappropriate for you to plunder them. The people here are either wealthy or influential. Crossing them will not bode well for you. Bolong shrugged nonchalantly. I am teaching them not to indulge excessively in their desires. Moderation is key. Consider this a lesson. And the money is merely tuition. Furthermore, I only scavenge on deck, not in the cabins. Ryan nodded, relieved that he had not completely alienated everyone. When Trini approached him, he inquired, how did you manage to incapacitate such a large number of people? Trini replied with a hint of mischief, every woman has her little secrets. No. I mean, how did you produce such a quantity of poison so swiftly? I had anticipated a bloody confrontation here. Ryan assumed that Trini could only have affected those on deck, while Bolong would have to handle those in the cabins. Just as your sister carries numerous blades, I too possess an ample supply of poison. Trini spoke indifferently. My aphrodisiac, when mixed with alcohol, results in a far more potent effect, albeit at the cost of rapidly exhausting the body. You are more formidable than your sister, Ryan complimented. Trini appreciated his words, lifting her skirt as she said, "Thank you." However, Nymeria was displeased. She had just assisted Ryan in dealing with home subordinates. Armed with a knife, Nymeria approached, but Ryan swiftly spun around, sweeping her legs out from under her, causing her to fall and relinquish her weapon. With a fierce glare, Nymeria confronted Ryan. Ryan raised a finger. "Firstly, I could have dealt with those individuals without your help." He raised a second finger. "Secondly, Trini has aided us in overcoming the majority of our foes, sparing us a grueling battle. Her contributions indeed outweigh yours." Finally, he raised a third finger. "As for the third point, both the intestinal toxin and the bone-slicing steel blade can be lethal, but one must apply them appropriately to maximize their effectiveness." Tyrrhenia watched with great interest as Ryan admonished Nymeria. He was indeed an intriguing man. Aside from her father, her sister had never so obediently listened to a man's reprimand. Had it been another man, Nymeria would have long since silenced him with a swift thrust of her dagger. "Well then," Tyrrhenia addressed Ryan, "since I have assisted you, might I also receive a ticket for your vessel? What is the name of your ship?" "Of course," Ryan replied. "The crew will be delighted to welcome another beauty aboard. My ship is called the Flying Riverlander." With that, Ryan escorted his new passenger back to the Flying Riverlander. Taichu was the first to approach, inquiring, "Mr. Ryan, you didn't say anything to the Lysini, did you?" His gaze shifted to Boron and the others, who were laden with numerous sacks, each filled with coins or precious metal trinkets. To dispel Taichu's suspicions, Ryan stated plainly, "I killed the envoy the Lysini sent to negotiate with me." "What? You killed him?" Taichu was taken aback by Ryan's audacity, daring to slay a Lysini on their own ship. He continued, "How did you manage to return?" "Thanks to this lady," Ryan said. Introducing Tyrrhenia, she incapacitated everyone aboard with poison. Tyrrhenia greeted Taichu with a courteous nod. "Greetings, Mr. Taichu. Another sand serpent, I see." Before Taichu could ponder how Tyrrhenia found herself aboard a Lysini vessel, his thoughts were consumed with how Ryan had managed to charm the daughter of the Red Viper. Surely he hadn't claimed her entirely for himself? Sensing Taichu's peculiar gaze, Ryan cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Taichu, we should depart promptly. Once the crew regains their senses, we may be unable to leave." "Very well, let us be off." At Ryan's words, Taichu quickly remembered his primary duty, to supervise Ryan. As Ryan had not divulged the secret of the perfume, the rest of his affairs were no longer Taichu's concern. As the Riverlander prepared to set sail, Holmes' female slaves appeared on the deck, calling out to Ryan, "Sir, please take us with you. We have killed Home. The Lysini will not spare us." The sailors aboard gazed in awe at the beautiful Lysini women. "Come aboard," Ryan beckoned the slaves. "Mr. Taichu, these women have slain their oppressor and fought for their freedom. Bravos will accept them, will it not?" Ryan looked at Taichu with a sly smile, anticipating his response. Taichu recognized this as Ryan's declaration. He had no choice but to acquiesce. "Of course, Mr. Ryan." Chapter 45. The attention of Varys. The women successfully boarded the Riverlander. Taichu issued a strict order forbidding the sailors from laying a hand on them, having earned their freedom through their own efforts. They were no longer regarded as slaves but as liberated individuals, in accordance with Bravo's principles of freedom. For the sake of freedom, Bravo shall ensure that no one treats these women as slaves. The sailors comprehend and accept Tycho's orders. Despite the allure of these women, they will exercise restraint. The belief in freedom has firmly taken root in the hearts of the Bravosi, and the sailors understand that should they lay hands on these women, they would be scorned by all of Bravos, with the government expelling them. Moreover, should they return with these liberated women, Bravos would undoubtedly bestow accolades upon them. The sailors would then possess tales of valor to boast about, increasing their opportunities for courtship. A deeper reason lies in Tycho's acceptance of the pledge from Lane. He must assist Lane in lifting the burdens. By accepting the Reese slave, Tycho signifies his shared culpability in any offense against Reese, assuring that Iron Bank will protect him. Lane holds great optimism regarding the prospects of the Iron Bank and Bravos, believing Reese to be no match for either. Days later, the ship Haon successfully traverses past Reese to the waters near Volantis. "Well, once we reach Volantis, you shall be set free," Lane declares to Nymeria and Trini in the captain's quarters. For 3 days, Nymeria and Trini have resided here. Nymeria may be unconcerned, but Lane must keep a vigilant eye on Trini, the skilled poisoner. Nymeria retorts, "Am I not your captive? How is it that you so easily release me?" Trini also protests, claiming she is merely a passenger, with Volantis not being her intended destination. To Lane, having 2 sand serpents aboard is akin to sand in his shoes. He can walk, but it is uncomfortable. Lane wishes to rid himself of this discomfort before proceeding. He questions the sand serpents one by one. "Nymeria, I shall only release you once your mother provides ransom in Volantis." She responds, "My family would never pay my ransom." They despise me due to my father's disruption of an important matrimonial alliance for my mother's family. Lane inquires, it seems Volantis harbors no virginity complex. Namelia explains, my father's notorious reputation deters anyone from courting the woman of the Red Viper. For noble families, women are often seen merely as pawns in marriages. A daughter who remains unmarried is deemed a burden. Namelia's mother is viewed as such. And were it not for the Red Viper's decency in bringing both Namelia and her mother to Dorne, Namelia would have faced a tragic childhood. Lane then turns his gaze to Trini. And what of you? Where is your destination? She replies, I simply believe that accompanying you will lead to exciting adventures. Plus my other sister awaits you in your destination, Astapor. As she speaks, Trini applies polish to her nails, lifting her skirt to reveal her smooth, taut thighs. I fear she may succumb to the temptation of engaging in a brawl with the innocents there, ultimately being captured and thrust into the arena as a slave gladiator. Ryan remarked, given your penchant for snake slaying, that sister would likely relish her time in the arena. Namelia and Trini both nodded in agreement, acknowledging Ryan's astuteness. How clever. Yet regrettably, there is no reward for being correct. What could be more disheartening than that? Trini lowered her head in disappointment. Ryan, aware of Trini's theatrical display, turned his gaze toward Namelia. It seems you have more to say. Here is your chance to redeem yourself. Can you enlighten me on how you came to know of my impending journey to Astapor? Oh dear, I let it slip, Trini said, snapping back to reality and feigning innocence. Go ahead and tell him. It's not a secret worth safeguarding, especially since our father does not trust him. Namelia sighed. Varys conveyed your information to us. Varys, the spider? Indeed, the master of whispers at the small council. Trini set aside her nail polish, rising to dance before Ryan. Surprised? Astonished? That spider has set his sights on you. Ryan replied calmly, given all the commotion I've caused, it would be odd if Varys were not watching me. Are you not astonished that Varys has connections with us Martells? Varys has connections with everyone. Do you think his moniker, the spider, is merely for show? There may be a conspiracy afoot to topple the Iron Throne. Trini lifted her delicate foot, freshly painted, glistening with polish between her toes. What Varys intends is of no concern to me. I simply wish to live quietly and prosper, reviving House Dane. Ryan, his expression wary, said, you share too much. Are you attempting to entangle me? When it comes to Varys, Ryan's greatest advantage lies in his knowledge of the narrative, understanding Varys' next moves. Varys is not devoid of weaknesses, but dismantling the intelligence network he has woven around himself is beyond Ryan's current capabilities. Truly lacking in ambition, Namelia remarked. I prefer to call it cunning, Ryan responded, continuing to Namelia, since Trini's arrival, you have lost your former gentleness. Trini erupted in a peal of laughter. Ha ha ha. Do not blame my sister. As the elder, she must present a facade of strength before her younger sibling. Then, with an inquisitive look, Trini asked Ryan what had transpired between him and her sister before she boarded the ship. Ryan graciously acquiesced to Trini's request. Now that is more like it. Shifting the topic away from politics to share delightful anecdotes of life. That is what Ryan desires, though it is not what Namelia seeks, as she is determined to protect the image she holds in her sister's eyes. Yet, the more Namelia tries to obstruct, the more Ryan feels compelled to speak. To put it simply, your sister nearly had her garments stripped from her, and she even indulged in your sausage. Trini's lips curled into a smile, her delight nearly spilling over. Why is your summary so unrefined? Ryan gazed at Tyranny in silence, then glanced at the humiliating expression on Namelia's face. Contemplating a change of topic, he inquired of Tyranny, did your mother not teach you the etiquette expected of a lady? Tyranny shook her head, replying, my mother is a nun. She taught me only how to worship the divine, not these matters. Ryan muttered a sarcastic remark about the Red Viper's audacity, then pressed further. Did the Red Viper never face punishment from the church? No, she retorted, even dragons cannot contend with Dorne. Do you think the church can? Ryan's question was rather superfluous. Although Dorne also venerates the Seven, they have assimilated many customs from the Rhoynar. Dornish attitudes towards sexuality are far less stringent than those of their northern neighbors. The scorching deserts of Dorne deter most missionaries from the Seven, and those few who venture there must endure the trials posed by Dorne's women, or men. On the morning following his conversation with the Sand Snake sisters, Ryan stood upon the deck of the Riverlander, gazing at the sulphurous plumes emanating from the Valyrian volcano ahead. The region enshrouded in smoke was known as the Smoking Sea. If the ship could traverse this perilous expanse, their journey would be significantly shortened. However, as previously noted, the Smoking Sea is fraught with danger, and few vessels dare to navigate its treacherous waters. For safety's sake, one must navigate around the Valyrian Peninsula towards the Slaver's Bay. Yet, this route is hardly secure either. There are no city-states along the way to Slaver's Bay. But it happens to be the essential trade route between the free cities and the bay, making it a haven for pirates. Any ship traversing this area must remain ever vigilant. At that moment, the weather took a turn for the worse, dark clouds gathering ominously, heralding an impending storm. Ryan couldn't help but recall the rain he had experienced on the Isle of Faces. Am I truly so unwelcome among the mysteries? He pondered despondently. What troubles you? You wear a look of disappointment, Neamelia inquired. It is merely a restless spirit. Ryan gestured towards the horizon, that ahead is the ruins of the Valyrian freehold. Do you not feel a sense of sentimentality, a desire to express your emotions? I am no poet, but a warrior. If you seek discourse on cultural matters, you might consult Tyranny, Neamelia responded, turning away. Ryan did not confine Neamelia and Tyranny to Volantis, but instead took them along to Astapor. Of course, they could not simply lounge about on the ship. The women who had fled from the pleasure barge were temporarily entrusted to the two sand snakes. Neamelia would instruct them in combat, while Tyranny would teach them the art of poisons, as the Sand Snake sisters prepared to form a mercenary company. The Red Viper had previously established a mercenary band in Essos, and now, with the right individuals at hand, they could give it a try. Neamelia and Tyranny had already devised a name for the mercenary group, the Widowmakers. Amidst the silent cries of the women, the Riverlander advanced along the shores of the Valyrian Peninsula. At last, the heavens opened and rain began to fall. In the distance, a ship appeared, its dark sails billowing ominously. The mast towered above a hull painted in a shade of dark red, reminiscent of blood. At the prow stood a statue of a maiden forged from black iron, her arm outstretched. With a slender waist and a proud chest, her long, graceful legs complemented the flowing cascade of her dense, black hair. This exquisite statue bore a peculiar characteristic. She possessed no mouth. Pirate ship sighted. We are still 5 nautical miles away. Prepare for battle. This pirate vessel was larger than any the crew had encountered before, even exceeding the tonnage of the River Peace. The sailors, taken aback, had never witnessed a pirate ship of such magnitude. The River Peace began to spin like a rapidly twirling top. Drawing closer to the oncoming pirate ship, the crew adjusted the angles of their crossbows, targeting the enemy vessel, loading their ammunition and launching their projectiles. Opposing them, the pirates, though lacking crossbows, possessed weaponry of even greater ferocity. Silently, several pirates loaded an oil-soaked stone projectile onto their catapult. With a flick of a torch, a deadly fireball was hurled forth, striking the bow of the River Peace with devastating precision. An explosion erupted, sending sailors tumbling overboard or engulfed in flames as they roared in agony upon the deck. Flaming debris scattered, while a sailor, his body ablaze, pleaded for his comrades to save him. His companions recoiled in horror, offering no assistance, until he ultimately collapsed upon the deck. Rain fell from the sky, extinguishing the flames on the ship's bow and the unfortunate sailor. Yet the acrid scent of charred flesh lingered. Whether it was human or wood, none dared to discern. The recent massacre undoubtedly inflicted a severe blow to morale, and before they could fully grasp the horror, a second fireball was launched their way. This projectile missed the ship, landing in the sea before the bow, sending a column of water skyward, which subsequently cascaded onto the deck, drenching the hearts of all aboard. Damn it! What kind of accuracy is that? Ryan cursed, then commanded the River Peace to swiftly close the distance to the pirate ship. If the enemy maintained such precision, his vessel would not withstand for long. They needed to maneuver to a position out of the catapult's reach, close to the pirate ship. All hands, prepare to receive orders. The sounds of footsteps on the deck, the crashing waves, and the rumble of thunder formed an epic tapestry akin to a ballad. The ship soon sailed alongside the pirate vessel, the helmsman expertly controlling the distance between the two ships, approximately 200 paces apart. Faster. Push ahead with the tide in the storm. Despite the crossbow's lower accuracy compared to the enemy's catapults, the operators continued to fire, and occasionally, a few were struck and sent plummeting into the sea. Another successful hit elicited exuberant praise to the gods from the operators. Suddenly, a feathered arrow flew from afar. The operator's words of reverence were cut short as he was struck in the head, collapsing lifelessly. Wilson, his companion, let out a mournful cry. Shortly thereafter, following the man named Wilson to the realm of the dead. This phenomenon was witnessed by Ryan, who realized that the opposing vessel harbored an archer of equal prowess to his own. To prevent the adversary's archer from neutralizing the crossbow, Ryan drew his bowstring and loosed an arrow towards the rival ship. Across the way, the archer who had felled the crossbow operator was eagerly claiming more lives. This archer, with his left eye concealed beneath a patch, revealed a bright blue iris in his right eye. The hue of his lips mirrored the color of his eye, a telltale sign of frequent indulgence in the waters of nightshade. With a slight smile gracing his blue lips, he drew his bow with an elegance reminiscent of a siren serenading sailors, heralding their inevitable demise. One by one, sailors fell to the archer's precise shots, and with each arrow that pierced a skull and splattered brain matter, his lips curled upward in delight. In the midst of his revelry, the archer was interrupted by a pirate who tugged at his sleeve. He turned, fixing his solitary gaze upon the pirate, calmly stating, "You are aware of the consequences of disturbing my enjoyment. It would be wise to provide me with a reason." The pirate remained silent, for he possessed no tongue to utter a sound, instead humbly kneeling before the archer and gesturing towards the deck. Upon glancing down, the archer noted with intrigue that the carnage he had wrought was mirrored aboard his own ship. Oh, how amusing. The deaths of his own crew members did not incite an ounce of anger within him. His motive for slaying the crossbow operator was not vengeance for his fallen comrades, but rather an affront to his vessel, which had been damaged. No one was permitted to inflict even the slightest harm upon his ship. Not even verbal insults were tolerated. Thus, he had severed the tongues of the initial crew members, subsequently recruiting only mute individuals for his crew. This practice inspired the name of his ship, the Silence. Euron Greyjoy took great pleasure in this appellation. Chapter 47, Naval Warfare. With his left eye uninjured yet obscured by a patch, he earned the moniker Raven Eye. Euron, inherently mad and cunning, was an enigma to those around him. In the year 297 of the conquest, within the narrative, it was the time when Euron was banished by his brother. Regardless of whether he had been exiled this year, he would command his flagship, the Silence, to rampage across the summer sea. As for Euron's presence in Valyria, he had accepted a commission from the Lyseni, who offered substantial gold and 100 female slaves as payment. This was a strategic move by the Lyseni, as they required a discreet executioner who would not divulge secrets. The Silence was ideally suited for their needs. Should negotiations with Ryan falter, the Lyseni would instruct Euron to annihilate all aboard the Riverland's vessel, sparing only Ryan to be taken to Lys. Initially, Euron regarded the Lyseni's commission with indifference. To him, it was merely another hunt. Yet Ryan, that lad who crafts perfumes, is to be offered to the men of Lys. The Iron Islands have no need for perfumery, for they can seize whatever they desire. Euron secretly hoped that Ryan would reject the offer from Lys. He would fulfill the contract with Lys, but once the delivery was made, the agreement would cease. It would be then that the unsuspecting Lys would find themselves vulnerable. Plunder outweighed toil. 100 female slaves could not satisfy Euron's ambitions. As had occurred on the vessel, Ryan not only dispatched the envoy home, but also took away his slaves. This was perceived as a great humiliation by Lys, who subsequently increased their offer with additional gold and 50 more slaves, demanding that Euron ensure Ryan and his ship were brought to Lys. They wished for Ryan to witness the sinking of his ship along with all aboard. With no effort on his part, Euron found himself in possession of greater rewards, which pleased him immensely and piqued his interest in Ryan further. Hearing that Ryan had secured second place in the tournament named after Princess Micella and had vanquished the Kingslayer, Euron began to anticipate a duel of swords with Ryan. However, when Ryan demonstrated his prowess with the bow, Euron's thoughts shifted. Due to the storm's influence, Euron could only make out a young man at the stern shooting arrows, yet he was certain that it was Ryan. Euron commanded the Silence to draw closer to the Riverlander ship. He intended to challenge Ryan in archery. The Ironborn, aside from their penchant for cleaving foes with axes, also delighted in shooting captives with arrows, believing that those who knelt did not merit the use of their axes for execution. Over time, archery became a beloved pastime for both men and women of the Iron Islands. The iron or produced there could forge arrowheads, while the remnants of shipbuilding timber could be fashioned into shafts. As for the fletchings, each Ironborn's arrows, save for the very first given to him by his father, were crafted from the gulls they had personally slain. As a member of House Greyjoy, Euron was naturally an adept archer. None among the archers of the Iron Islands could rival him, whether due to his own strength or the respect the Ironborn held for him. It would be a pity to simply shoot Ryan down. Euron was reluctant to part with such a chance. He devised a game with Ryan, wherein on the chaotic battlefield of the ship, both parties would shoot arrows at one another while contending with enemy interference, until one side was either slain by arrows or cut down. The Silence disregarded the threat of ballistae and charged towards the Riverlander ship. The Riverlander vessel was forced to alter its course to avoid a collision with the Silence. As the Riverlander ship completed its maneuver, the Ironborn aboard the Silence hurled grappling hooks, and dozens of Ironborn began to climb aboard the Riverlander vessel, cut the ropes on the grapples. The sailors' attempts to distance their ship from the Silence were thwarted by the Ironborn, who, though not as formidable as Euron, surpassed the Riverland sailors and soldiers. After a few lives were lost, the crew of the Riverlander ship resignedly drew their blades, ready to face the dozens of Ironborn who, shield removed from their backs, unsheathed their axes upon the deck of the Riverlander ship. Kill. The sailors aboard the ship erupted in a fierce roar, momentarily gaining the upper hand in spirit. Yet, they soon found themselves on the receiving end of the brutal tactics employed by the Ironborn. Seasoned by years of life at sea, The Ironborn swiftly formed a shield wall even amidst the swaying vessel. While they were more accustomed to solitary combat, this experienced group understood that breaking through the enemy formation was the first step toward unleashing havoc. As the slender blades of the Bravo sailors struck against the Ironborn's heavy shields, it came as no surprise that their efforts were utterly futile. The Ironborn advanced, first knocking their opponents down with their shields before cleaving skulls with their axes. These mute warriors executed their grim task with the cold efficiency of machines, devoid of any emotion. Just as the sailors found themselves at a loss, the soldiers from the House of Riverrun surged forward, their armor far more formidable than that of the sailors. The soldiers, equipped with an array of weapons, swords, axes, iron maces, and even flails, held shields in one hand, adorned with helmets and breastplates. Under the command of Bolo, they formed a precise line, crashing their shields against the Ironborn. The shields of both sides clashed tightly, with maces and axes swinging fiercely from behind. Hold firm. Karl's veins bulged. This was a raw clash of strength, where retreat meant certain death. The sailors joined the fray, pushing the soldiers forward as fresh Ironborn reinforcements boarded the ship. As the standoff continued, Ryan shouted to the helmsman, "Hard to port." The helm spun rapidly counterclockwise, and the Riverrun vessel collided with the Serene, sending a tremendous shockwave that sent several Ironborn tumbling into the sea, still clinging to the ropes. The incline of the Riverrun ship caused the Ironborn to lose their footing, granting the soldiers and sailors the opportunity to knock them to the ground. Though these Ironborn would soon rise to fight again, their formation had been shattered, and the soldiers penetrated deep into their ranks after dispatching several foes. The battle devolved into chaos, allowing the Bravo sailors to finally unleash their prowess, wielding their curved blades with abandon in the throng. The soldiers, adhering to their training, repeatedly raised their shields and struck, raising and striking with rhythmic precision. Despite the breach in their formation, the Ironborn did not lose their fighting spirit. The collision allowed even more of them to easily board the ship. Euron's vessel was larger than Ryan's, signifying that it could accommodate more warriors. A contest of numbers that Ryan could not win. We joined the fray. Unfazed by the odds, Namelia leaped into the tumult with excitement, armed with twin daggers. She moved with agility and grace, reaping the lives of the Ironborn. She swiftly severed one Ironborn's throat, blood splattering across her face, only to be washed away by the rain. Not a trace of filth could mar her, as Namelia appeared as a Valkyrie upon the battlefield. The morale of the defenders surged. This was indeed the arena for the Blade of Steel. The slaughter had only just begun. Chapter 48, The Clash of Steel. Kill. On the deck, the cacophony of battle raged, with the clash of weapons resonating through the air. Rex had just shattered the skull of an iron creature with his iron cudgel. The sickening crack of bone echoed as the iron creature collapsed onto the deck, struggling for a brief moment before falling silent. Rex inhaled deeply, having expended considerable effort to vanquish this foe. Initially, the two had exchanged blows, leaving marks upon each other's shields, followed by the resounding collisions of cudgel and axe. Ultimately, Rex delivered a decisive blow to the creature's abdomen with his shield, causing it to crumple to the ground, granting Rex the opportunity he sought. Gazing at the cudgel in his hand, which he had chosen for its weight, he found it to be of little use. Consequently, Rex discarded the cudgel and seized the iron creature's axe. "Prepare to meet your end," he proclaimed. This time, the axe proved far more effective. With its superior ability to breach shields, coupled with Rex's brute strength, he became an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Among the soldiers, Rex claimed the highest number of kills, with the second being the logistics officer, Edmund. Edmund wielded a flail, a tool originally used by farmers to thresh grain, and he had been a farmer's son before crossing paths with Ryan. Even though his needs were met while following Ryan, he would occasionally return home to assist with farm work, transforming the flail into a lethal weapon against the iron creatures. The flail possessed immense power, capable of fracturing bones even through chainmail, let alone the simple cloth garments worn by the iron creatures. Each swing of the flail saw another iron creature topple onto the deck, leaving the soldiers in awe, realizing that this unassuming logistics officer was the mightiest among them. With formidable allies like Beyond a Lookout and Namelia on Ryan's side, the front lines were temporarily reinforced. Meanwhile, as Ryan prepared to draw his sword and join the fray, an arrow whizzed past his hair, embedding itself in the mast. Had it veered slightly off course, it would have struck not the mast but Ryan's head. Swiftly tracing the arrow's trajectory, Ryan identified the archer. Yuluen stood upon the deck, having dispatched a sailor with a swift kick before piercing the sailor's skull with his bow. Understanding Yuluen's intent, Ryan sheathed his sword, opting instead for his bow and a quiver of arrows, and began to sprint across the ship. Yuluen followed, albeit at a slower pace. Drawing his bow, an arrow flew towards Ryan's back. Ryan swiftly dodged, turning to return fire at Yuluen. However, the arrow lacked potency. arcing toward Yuluen rather than shooting straight. Yuluen stepped back, and the arrow missed its target, embedding itself in the deck. "Huh, what a clever lad. Given time, you shall achieve greatness." Yuluen laughed heartily, having narrowly escaped disaster. Thus, the two began a game of hide-and-seek upon the ship, arrows occasionally soaring through the chaotic battlefield from bow to bow. Occasionally, a few individuals were struck by arrows. Yet neither Ryan nor Yolen managed to hit one another even once. A fierce Ironborn charged at Ryan, who had no intention of engaging in fair competition. He continued to draw his bow. Ryan bent low, executing a sweeping kick that sent the Ironborn crashing to the deck. Before Yolen's arrow could arrive, he ensnared the bowstring around the Ironborn's neck and pulled taut. The bowstring constricted, choking the Ironborn, who struggled to free himself while Ryan pressed a foot against his back, exerting pressure that rendered him immobile. It was only when Yolen's arrow pierced his chest that Ryan relented. Swiftly disarming himself, Ryan unleashed his ultimate skill, firing 3 arrows in rapid succession. Each arrow soared along distinct trajectories towards Yolen, who, without a flicker of hesitation, seized another Ironborn to shield himself from the onslaught. It appeared that the contest between Ryan and Yolen would persist for some time. Meanwhile, the women in the ship's hold listened in terror to the cacophony of battle above. They believed the assailants were surely pursuers sent by Rhys. Taichu and Trini stayed with these women. Although Trini possessed commendable combat skills, they paled in comparison to her sister Namelia's prowess, which is why Ryan had assigned her to protect the enslaved women. Though she yearned to join the fray, she understood that if she were the sole protector here, even if she couldn't thwart all the enemies, she could at least allow these women to take poison rather than suffer humiliation. Trini handed the poison to the women, who accepted it with grim determination, knowing that if captured and returned to Rhys, they would face a fate far more harrowing than death. Taichu regretted not persuading Ryan to procure a ship from the arms factory, feeling the imminent threat of death for the first time in such proximity. "Miss Trini, do you think Ryan will prevail?" Taichu inquired. Trini, discerning the situation merely from the sounds of combat, replied, "The situation above remains stable. Both sides are still locked in a stalemate." Hearing this, Taichu felt somewhat relieved, but Trini's next words rekindled his anxiety. "If this drags on, our side will inevitably falter." "What shall we do then?" "Let fate decide," Trini said, placing a box of poison into Taichu's hands. "If you do not wish to consume it, pray to the deity you believe in." As more Ironborn boarded the vessel, Ryan's forces found themselves embroiled in a desperate struggle. The Ironborn surged forward, catching the sailors and soldiers unaware, who had not yet extracted their weapons from the bodies of the fallen before the next wave of Ironborn charged, axes raised. The cries of the wounded grew louder. A young sailor tragically fell on the deck under the Ironborn's onslaught as a sharp axe cleaved into his abdomen. With a final scream, he recalled his ambitious declarations at home. "I shall venture into the seas to seek fortune and return triumphantly to marry the childhood friend who awaits me at the street corners." The iron species that had split the sailor's belly was struck open, and the newcomer brandished a longsword, the crimson hue of the steel blade deepening further. The sailor widened his eyes in astonishment, realizing that Carl had come to exact vengeance on his behalf. With his last vestiges of strength, the sailor pointed to the pendant around his neck, urging, "Deliver this to her." Carl, unable to mourn the unfortunate sailor as he too faced the specter of a similar fate, could only grip his longsword tightly, shield at the ready, to vanquish foes and safeguard his own existence. The battle raged on. Poland and Namelia had already claimed the lives of more than a dozen iron species, while Carl and Rex also boasted commendable feats. The line they occupied remained steadfast due to their exceptional combat prowess, yet other fronts were less fortunate, with soldiers and sailors retreating steadily under the relentless assault of the iron species. The situation grew increasingly dire. Chapter 49. Retreat amidst the cacophony of furious storms and enraged tumult. Namelia felt a tingling numbness in her arms. The battles had been relentless. She had just been hurled to the deck by an iron species wielding a shield, landing like a rag doll. The iron species approached her with a malevolent grin, its heavy legs thudding against the deck. Namelia hastily retrieved a vial of potion, a gift from tyranny, capable of alleviating fatigue and momentarily dulling pain. After spitting out a mouthful of saliva, she rose to continue the fight, maneuvering around the iron species. She understood that facing it head-on with her current stamina would be futile, thus she opted to weave around, seeking a chink in its defenses. The iron species, noticing her evasive tactics, hurled an axe to impede her movements before charging at her with the intent to lift her as one would a chick. The creature succeeded, grasping Namelia by the neck, relishing the murderous glint in her eyes. Yet, in the next instant, Namelia raised her legs, entwining herself around the iron species like a serpent, twisting her body to climb upon it. Startled, the iron species released its grip, and seizing the moment, Namelia utilized her extraordinary flexibility to lock her legs around its head, performing a forward bend to drive her blade into its eye. After slaying the iron species, Namelia glanced at her comrades. Most, like herself, were utterly fatigued. Yet they understood the imperative of enduring the battle. As the tempest raged on, there was no escape upon the tumultuous sea. Everyone strained to persevere. How can these foes be endless? Rex fumed, swinging his axe and kicking aside an iron species. Enough of the chatter. There's no point in discussing the immortality of these wretches, Carl remarked, leaning against Rex. Suddenly, a colossal wave crashed against the ship, drenching those facing the sea in salt water. I love this, Rex exclaimed in ecstasy, believing it a divine blessing, and with a cheer, he rushed forward to claim more heads. Rex, come back quickly, Carl shouted. Observing the iron species wiping the seawater from its face and calling out to Rex, who had plunged into the enemy ranks. Rex is not merely a brute. After dispatching 2 unsuspecting Ironborn, he retreated, feeling considerably more at ease. The chaotic skirmish was gradually transforming back into its original formation, heralding the impending triumph of one's side. On Ryan's team, there were numerous formidable pairs working in unison, such as Boron and Edmund. This master-apprentice duo exhibited an even greater synergy than their predecessors. Either Boron wielded his swords with both hands to deflect the Ironborn's assaults while Edmund seized the opportunity to strike with his flail. Or Edmund utilized his shield for defense, while Boron lunged forward with his longsword, piercing the Ironborn's skull. Their collaboration was seamless, conserving energy while ensuring a high efficiency in slaying enemies. Edmund, it appears your skills have not waned, Boron remarked as he danced with his sword. Edmund, forcing the Ironborn before him to retreat with a flourish of his flail, replied, supply wagons are the favorite targets of ambushes. I must continually hone my craft. Truly, you are a reflection of my teachings. Your knowledge remains intact. As long as you survive this encounter, I shall aid you in becoming a true man. Boron, even at this moment, could not resist spreading his ominous beliefs. Mr. Boron, you once claimed that constantly lamenting one's survival on the battlefield would surely lead to demise. He said as he cleaved an Ironborn in 2. You see, it's not me. I always utter blessings to my comrades before battle, thus diverting misfortune onto them. Meanwhile, having exhausted a quiver of arrows, Ryan could no longer resist seizing an Ironborn's shield from the ground and sprinting towards Yoren. Yoren, growing weary of Ryan's delayed shots, drew his sword upon seeing Ryan charge. As Yoren's long sword swept across, he gracefully ducked to avoid the strike, launching a flamboyant thrust aimed at Ryan's visage. Yoren's swordplay was remarkably unique. Unlike the broad strokes of a Westerosi knight, his blade was slightly more slender, executing maneuvers reminiscent of Bravo's water dance, delivering rapid, precise assaults to subdue his adversary. Ryan, with a serious demeanor, parried Yoren's thrust with precision and countered with a swing of his own. Yoren, seemingly unfazed, deftly deflected Ryan's strike and then, gripping his sword firmly, unleashed a flurry of attacks from unpredictable angles. This onslaught began to wear Ryan down. As Yoren moved with an agile grace, each strike faster than the last, Ryan's strength grew with each blow, delivering an arc so powerful that even the rain was cleaved in 2. Yoren absorbed the impact, stepping back slightly, and smiled at Ryan. Impressive, quite forceful, I appreciate it. Ryan glanced at the octopus emblem on the shield. This is the sigil of the Iron Islands. Are you not the brother of Balon, the ruler of the Iron Islands? Indeed, I am Yoren. Had I known, I would have refrained from wearing this eye patch. My attire is far too recognizable. Yoren observed Ryan with intrigue, commenting, I am aware of your prowess. You triumphed over the Kingslayer at the tournament, yet I did not anticipate you possessing so many intriguing facets. Yolen pinched the tip of his sword with his fingers, his malevolence intensifying. Do you wish to see what my other eye looks like? I do not. Ryan charged at Yolen once more, sword in hand. Once again, Yolen evaded Ryan's second assault, a cold sneer escaping his lips as he thrust his blade directly at Ryan's abdomen. Initially, Yolen had only aimed to mar Ryan's handsome visage. Now, he sought to claim Ryan's life. Ryan retreated several steps, when suddenly a cacophony erupted, followed by the river and people's ship violently shaking, the tremors persisting for 3 minutes before ceasing. Upon peering beneath the ship, fate intervened. As the storm swept the river in and the serenity to the rocky shores of Valyria, the rugged rocks tore through the hull of the river and inside the cabin. Tyranny stared at the shattered vessel and the ominous black rocks, promptly commanding the women within to gather food and valuables and ascend to the Valyrian peninsula through the breach. Taichu urged Tyranny against disembarking. Miss Tyranny, this is Valyria. Those who set foot here seldom escape alive. Tyranny retorted, we are on the brink of defeat. Shall we await our demise? Surely not. I belong to the Iron Bank. The men above have gone mad. They care not for your identity. Trust me. Having lost so many comrades, they will resort to anything. Ultimately, Taichu succumbed to Tyranny's resolve and descended the ship, shouting to the sailors and soldiers still battling on deck, "Retreat." The sailors and soldiers hesitated at the sight of the Valyrian Peninsula as their only escape route. Yet upon witnessing the corpses strewn across the deck, they understood that even surrender would yield no favorable outcome. Ryan commanded everyone to retreat to the cabin, utilizing the confined space to buy time for the evacuation of supplies. Why is this? These were Ryan's parting words upon leaving the Riverine. Why had Valyria lured him here? Chapter 50. Survival. The tempest and the smoke-laden rocky shores of Valyria provided ample cover for the retreat. Yolen did not pursue, perhaps deeming the harsh environment of Valyria utterly inhospitable for survival. He intended to explore Valyria alongside the Serenity, entering the fog-laden sea akin to the Iron Islands. Rather than delving inland, Yolen ordered his subordinates to scavenge the river and thoroughly before setting it ablaze and departing. Under the fiery glow of the burning ship, those who had survived managed to escape Yolen's clutches, finding temporary refuge in a cave. Finally, they could breathe a sigh of relief. Yet the impending struggle for survival loomed larger. Many intrepid adventurers sought treasures amidst the ruins of Valyria, yet their fates invariably led to oblivion. The pressing concern was sustenance. Time was of the essence, as Tyranny and the others had salvaged little food from the ship, and the environment of Valyria had become barren since the cataclysmic devastation. Moreover, regarding potable water, fortune smiled upon them as the rain continued to pour. Ryan instructed the soldiers to remove their helmets and breastplates to collect and store any water they could find. After tallying the numbers, he found there were 73 sailors, 16 soldiers, and 18 women, including himself and those like Balan, making a total of 110 individuals in this group of refugees. Ryan ordered the collection of all leather items, except for shoes, to be given to the women for crafting into water vessels. The remaining scraps were also to be gathered, as the treacherous terrain could easily wear down their soles. Walking barefoot would be tantamount to courting death. Consequently, after the women had unloaded the food from the ship, they were left stranded, as they had previously been sex slaves and were barefoot. Once everything was arranged, Ryan gazed at the sky, his emotions tangled. Despite all his calculations, he had not anticipated Yoren's arrival. Truly, he was a character destined for greatness in the narrative, and his appearance had dealt Ryan a significant blow. Regrettably, the flying Riverlander, upon setting sail, was rendered incapable of flight. The 20,000 coins meant for purchasing the Innocents had been lost aboard the ship, leaving Ryan utterly destitute. He attempted to lighten the heavy atmosphere with dark humor, remarking, "Fortunately, we do not require money here. Otherwise, I would have to sell myself. Ha ha ha." Ryan's jest elicited a brief moment of levity among the somber group, but it was but a fleeting distraction. Without addressing their fundamental need for survival, humor held little value. Subsequently, everyone began reminiscing about tales and legends of the Valyrian ruins, hoping to glean some assistance for their plight. They were aware only that they were situated in the coastal region of Valyria, possibly linked to the continent of eternal summer, or perhaps isolated on an island shrouded by the smoke sea. 2 hours after entering the cave, the rain ceased, and the surrounding temperature began to rise. With renewed hope, the group set forth towards the north, should they fail to glimpse the coastline. It would signify they were on the mainland, significantly enhancing their chances of survival. However, the conditions of the journey proved even more dire than Ryan had anticipated. The smoking rock formations and rugged terrain severely hampered their progress, as they only managed to cover a mere 5 kilometers over half the night. Had he not feared that Yoren might be lurking along the coastline, Ryan would have preferred to travel along the shore. At the very least, they might catch a fish. Yet, he had clearly overestimated the situation, for the entire route was lined with steep cliffs. It was impossible to catch a fish, let alone for Yoren to pursue him. Namely, as a scout, climbed to a high peak to survey the northern expanse, she brought forth good news. No coastline had been discovered. This revelation invigorated the weary spirits of the group. They were not stranded on a desolate isle, but rather connected to the land, greatly enhancing their prospects for survival. However, as the temperature continued to rise, their water supply dwindled rapidly. "Aren't you two from Dorne? Please teach us how to survive in the desert." Balan implored the Sand Snake sisters. "This is a volcano, not a desert," Tranny retorted sharply. "Isn't it all the same? It's scorching," Balan exclaimed, opening his garments to catch the breeze. "According to the experience of the Dornish people, you should secure your garments at this moment." After uttering this statement, Tyrion continued onward. How could the Dornish truly secure their clothes? They are impervious to heat. Balin would never entertain such a foolish notion, in reality. The Dornish don their garments tightly to shield against sandstorms, not excessive heat, as their fabric is remarkably breathable. There are no enchanting beauties whose attire clings to their bodies with sweat. None. Soon after, the sun emerged from the horizon, and once it fully ascended, the temperature would rise to levels unbearable for the average person. Thus, Ryan commanded a halt, urging the search for shade. Intending to resume their journey under the cover of night, the women began distributing provisions, with the most coveted items being fruits, particularly the pears purchased in Tyros. These sweet and juicy pears were undoubtedly the finest remedy for thirst, with each person receiving a small piece. In addition to pears, they carried lemons. The Braavosians had long recognized lemons as a cure for scurvy, hence their ships always replenished supplies with lemons, no matter their destination. However, since lemons are more durable than pears and offer no less flavor, they were only used to extract juice to enhance their stored water, thereby supplementing the team's vitamin intake. Ryan took a sip from his helmet, and upon tasting a hint of acidity, passed it to Edmund, as it was his helmet. Tyrion, displaying great wisdom, had secured not only thirst-quenching fruits, but also energy-rich, long-lasting provisions such as raisins, smoked fish, and cured meats, along with a crate of rum, which would serve to alleviate the suffering of the injured. She had even brought along several pieces of gold jewelry, pilfered from the Lycene vessel. After quenching his thirst, Ryan picked up a raisin and savored it slowly. This pace was far too sluggish. Ryan contemplated how to accelerate their progress. They were burdened not only with supplies but also with the weight of the women. Such a slow speed would inevitably lead the sailors to view the women as a liability. For now, they were merely buoyed by the hope of escaping peril and the undeniable beauty of these women, which offered a diversion during their arduous journey. However, once the food was depleted and solid land remained elusive, even Tycho would likely be unable to prevent the sailors from abandoning these women. Ryan resolved to send a few individuals ahead of the group to continue their advance. When he shared this idea with Balin, Tycho, Namelia, and Tyrion, he was met with unanimous opposition. Ryan, what are you thinking? Traversing this cursed land alone is far too perilous, Tycho admonished. No. You are aware of the state of our party, Ryan retorted, gesturing toward the food crates. Once our supplies are exhausted, the group will disband. We need someone to scout ahead, regardless of what lies before us, to bring back good tidings. Ryan sighed. If we can delay for a day, we shall. Then I shall go, Edmund suddenly declared from behind Ryan. Ryan shook his head. No, Edmund, you must remain here and keep watch over the soldiers. I shall go with Boron. Chapter 51. The beast. The chosen ones to advance ahead of the group were Ryan and Boron. The rationale behind selecting Boron was straightforward. There were no other viable candidates. Edmund needed to lead the soldiers, Tycho had to oversee the sailors, and Namelia and Trini were tasked with the suppression efforts. Thus, only the loyal yet adaptable Boron, who held genuine affection for his friends, remained. It was decidedly unsafe to send Boron alone. There was a substantial risk he might not return, and by not returning, it meant not accompanying Ryan back to Westeros. As night fell, the sea breeze, blistering as if it had been scorched, swept across Ryan and Boron's faces, offering no respite. The road ahead was shrouded in smoke, and the two men trudged along the narrow mountain path, their steps synchronized. The stifling air filled Ryan's lungs, making him feel as though his organs were being heated in a microwave. Boron fared little better. He had stripped off his upper garments, beads of sweat cascading from his skin. The rapid loss of moisture left him parched, yet he resisted the urge to reach for his water flask, knowing that the precious liquid must be preserved for a more critical moment. Accompanying you on this voyage has been the gravest mistake of my life. Had I known, I would have remained in town. When the news of your demise reaches me, perhaps I would have succeeded you as Lord, Boron lamented aloud. Since Boron dared to voice such thoughts, it was evident he harbored no betrayal towards Ryan. Responding to his words, Ryan remarked, Indeed, when you become Lord, your humble origins as a mercenary would render you unrecognized by the nobility. You might occupy a land of wealth yet lack a formidable backing, ultimately falling victim to unforeseen calamity. And Littlefinger? I could seek him out. He would surely wish to lay claim to your fortune. Precisely, Boron. If you aspire to be a true lord, it is only through the sword that you may carve your path. Ryan spoke candidly to Boron, asserting that even in death, the rewards Boron might gain would pale in comparison to what Ryan could offer him while alive. At the very least, he would have to pay for his visits to the brothels, no longer able to indulge without cost. Ryan cautioned Boron, be vigilant. The rocks here sporadically emit steam. You do not wish to experience that sensation, trust me. Boron ceased his chatter, recognizing that further conversation would merely deplete his energy. He chose to press onward. Thus, 2 days passed. The myriad hills and valleys had receded, revealing sparse grasslands before them, with a vast lake visible in the distance. Our suffering has finally come to an end. Ryan nodded gently, yet he swiftly drew his sword. Just as Boron was about to inquire about what lay ahead, a sudden cry pierced the air. Following the sound, they spotted a dark figure leaping across the grassland. An unknown creature, undoubtedly perceiving them as prey, was charging towards them. This beast was impressively large, standing over a meter tall, resembling a hybrid of a lion and a wolf. To charge or not to charge? Let us charge. Upon receiving instructions from Ryan, Boron charged forward like an enraged bull, while Ryan followed closely behind, providing support at a slightly reduced pace. Die, you wretch, Boron cried, swinging his sword at the beast, which nimbly evaded the strike and retaliated with its sharp claws. Ryan swiftly intervened, blocking the lethal blow aimed at Boron, who then thrust his sword swiftly, piercing the creature's flank. The beast howled in agony, releasing its grip in a fit of rage. In the desolate realm where death and desolation converged, two men relentlessly hunted a colossal beast. The creature lunged fiercely at Boron, who rolled aside to evade the attack, then retaliated with a powerful slash, striking the beast's arm. Sweat streamed down Boron's face, his body marked with wounds from the friction of evading the beast's onslaught. Come on, you brute. The clash of claws and sword only intensified the beast's agitation, blood flowing profusely from the wounds inflicted by Boron. Yet, fleeing was not in the nature of this creature. It was inherently combative, ready to fight to the death even against a dragon. Ryan maneuvered laterally behind the beast, seeking an opportunity for another strike. However, the creature's tail proved to be a formidable obstacle, long and whip-like yet robust. Each time Ryan approached, the tail lashed out. An attempt to sever it with his sword proved futile. The saying copperhead, iron bones, tofu waste rang true. The beast's skeleton was indeed remarkably resilient. Ryan signaled Boron to retreat towards a rocky outcrop, reasoning that while the beast's paws could withstand the sharp rocks, there were elements even the sturdiest could not resist. This beast, likely a carnivore from the grasslands, appeared to be ravenous, charging at the unfamiliar humans with wild abandon. Boron led the creature to an elevated area they had previously encountered, and without hesitation, the beast pursued. In that moment, the high ground erupted with scalding steam, and Boron leaped to safety just in time. The beast, however, faltered, letting out a pitiful wail as it struggled to escape the tormenting vapor. The elevation was shaped like a volcanic crater, and Boron had lingered at the edge, while the beast, lacking wisdom, charged straight into the heart of the high ground. Once the gas dissipated, the creature's body bore the hue of a steamed crab. What degree of burns could this inflict? Ryan pondered. The agony of steam burns was excruciating. After the initial sharp pain, it was followed by waves of torment that could drive one to despair, even as the pain threatened to rend it asunder. The beast staggered towards Boron, its last remnants of adrenaline fueling its final efforts. A cornered beast still fights. Boron remained vigilant, undeterred by the creature's weakened state, continuously sapping its strength. Each wound he inflicted, first to its limbs, then to its torso, accumulated upon the beast. Ryan delivered the final blow, thrusting his sword into the creature's neck, blood splattering across his face, warm to the touch. The food delivered to us was truly delightful. Indeed, Lady Luck has favored me. Boron approached the beast's carcass and deftly unsheathed his dagger, skillfully peeling away the creature's fur, revealing large chunks of meat before him. Alas, I had not brought any seasonings this time. Ryan wiped the blood from his face, leaned closer to the beast's body, and inhaled. It bore no foul odor, though he wondered if it might be toxic. The two men transported the carcass to a grassy area, ignited a fire, and while roasting the meat, they also set aside the excess to smoke. Was it wise to light a fire? The flames and the aroma of roasting meat could potentially attract more beasts, similar to the one we had just encountered. However, it seemed unlikely that any large carnivores remained. This particular beast appeared to be a solitary creature, and each beast's territory is typically fixed, unless there are smaller animals nearby waiting for their mother's return with food. Were we to have slain a male or female? Uncertain, for I had never encountered such a creature before. This was likely the first fire to arise in this desolate land in millennia. Indeed. Boron gnawed on a leg of the beast. This time, Ryan found solace in asserting dominance over the weaker, alleviating his earlier melancholy, and his spirits brightened. Tomorrow, we shall return with this meat. Everyone will be quite pleased. Chapter 52. Choices. Ryan and Boron retraced their steps with the meat in tow, and upon witnessing the bounty Ryan had brought back, the group felt a swell of hope, temporarily alleviating the crisis of division within the ranks. After 2 more days of travel, the group arrived at the grassy expanse Ryan had described. This was indeed the land of eternal summer. Tai Chu gazed upon the endless wild grass, took out his notebook, and began to record his observations and feelings, should he meet an untimely demise. Perhaps someone would discover his writings in the future. In Tai Chu's journal, he detailed the land of eternal summer as follows. It was once part of the Valyrian freehold, renowned as the most fertile land on earth. However, after the cataclysmic apocalypse. It was scorched by volcanic fire and submerged by the sea, transforming into a desolate wasteland. The once beautiful forests were consumed by flames, the land and water sources polluted, and the remaining trees withered under the thick ash that obscured the sunlight, forcing animals to mutate into predominantly bloodthirsty creatures for survival. Thus, this locale became a favored haunt for sorcerers who coveted the remnants of magic hidden within the ruins of Valyria. Here, the animals were regarded as precious materials in the eyes of the wizards. Even 3 centuries after the apocalypse, the land of eternal summer had only managed to recover enough to support wild grass, and restoring its former glory would require the passage of time and the healing touch of nature. Moreover, the lake Ryan had seen in the rocky area was not a lake at all, but rather an inland sea within the Valyrian peninsula, known as the Sea of Sighs. At the northernmost tip of the Sea of Sighs lies the city of Materis, which was once a directly governed city of the Valyrian freehold and the sole city to have survived the cataclysm. Ryan informed the group that they could navigate north along the Sea of Sighs to reach Materis for respite, and there were 2 routes available for their return, west to Volantis or east to Slaves Bay. However, no one in the crew wished to venture to Materis, for it was said that the inhabitants were grotesque aberrations. The people of Materis were rumored to abduct travelers passing through their city for breeding purposes, resulting in offspring equally deformed. Lane asserted that if they were to avoid Materis, their only option would be to head east to Orus. The sailors predominantly favored Orus, as the recently perilous journey had instilled in them a reluctance to take further risks. To them, the tongueless Ironborn seemed no different from the deformed denizens of Materis. Lane, however, advocated for a passage through Materis, claiming that since he had already entrusted 2,000 gold dragons to Yoren for purchasing Unsullied, he wished to return home swiftly. Lane had 3 objectives for his expedition to Essos: to foster amicable relations with the Iron Bank, to acquire Unsullied, and to distance himself from the shadow of House Baelish. Having spent 6 months away from Westeros to mitigate any associations, with the acquisition of Unsullied no longer feasible, Lane felt compelled to hasten back to his fief, considering the second objective unattainable and remaining in Essos a mere waste of time. This was his declaration. Yet, the sailors were resolute in their desire to reach the Slave Bay. Even Lane's reassurances of Materis being devoid of danger fell on deaf ears. This was not due to the sailors' intentions to sell women for their passage home, but rather their apprehension regarding the Valyrian stance towards the Braavosi. Valyria stood as the most prominent city-state in the Free Trade Federation for the slave trade, surpassing even Lys, and Braavos naturally found itself at odds with Valyria. Although Braavos and the Slave Bay harbored mutual disdain, no conflict had erupted thus far. While the enmity between Braavos and Valyria dated back over 2 centuries to the resurgence of the Valyrian War, with both sides engaged in the slave trade. The sailors deemed the Slave Bay less perilous than Valyria. Should the Valyrians become aware of such a destitute Braavosi crew, they would undoubtedly target them with greater intent than those in the Slave Bay. As the sailors constituted the majority, Lane was obliged to respect their will. Orus was rumored to be inhabited, or perhaps it was merely conjecture, yet it posed no threat to the crew. Whether Orus was populated remained uncertain to the sailors, but they were assured that Materis was home to deformities, having indeed witnessed individuals from Materis and Braavos, and not just one. Thus, the crew ultimately resolved to journey eastward to Orus, where they would seek the Valyrian road, and thereafter head east to the Slave Bay, from whence they would embark back to Braavos. Regardless of the conditions along the Valyrian road, slave traders would be present, and more daunting still, there was the possibility of encountering Dothraki raiders. Lane understood that to traverse this perilous path, the crew must remain united, supporting one another through the challenges ahead. Traversing the grassy plains of the long summer, though the grasslands were also ill-suited for military movement, they were certainly more traversable than the treacherous rocks. Women could weave some grass into sandals to walk on, while the men were finally able to set down their burdens, significantly increasing the pace of the caravan. The group set off eastward, although they might not necessarily find Orus. Discovering the Valyrian road would lead them to the path towards Slaves Bay. The Valyrian road, a broad stone pathway constructed by the Valyrian freehold, connected the city-states of free trade on one end and Slaves Bay on the other. These roads, imbued with magic, remained as vibrant as ever, even 4 centuries after the fall of Valyria. The caravan successfully located the Valyrian road, proceeding along it with both speed and safety. "I must hunt a beast larger than any you have captured," Nemelia declared, greeting Ryan before sprinting off into the distance. With the immediate crisis behind them, Ryan found no need to weave tales to comfort the others. Nemelia suggested taking on the role of scouts, to which Ryan agreed, acknowledging that he could not assume that duty every time. From that point onward, Nemelia, Carl, and Rex would act as scouts, tasked not only with forging ahead but also with foraging for animals to supplement their provisions. The sweltering heat from the volcano was carried by the winds to the grassy plains, yet Ryan felt an unsettling chill, breathing in the dry air. He worried about potential fires in the grasslands, prompting him to send additional scouts further afield. This cursed place lacks even a single tree, a sailor complained. All around was nothing but endless grass. As long as the Valyrian volcano remained active, trees would never thrive here. Throughout their days of marching, Nemelia consistently returned with substantial game after her scouting trips, until one fateful day when she encountered a pack of social carnivores. "A pack of dogs ahead," she reported. The term dogs was used as these creatures bore resemblance to hyenas but possessed an extra spiked tail. The humans and the pack faced each other, with over 80 men remaining in the caravan compared to a mere dozen hyenas, causing the latter to hesitate, wary of the odds. Yet the pack had caught wind of the ample food within the caravan and was reluctant to relinquish such a feast. The battle was initiated by a single hyena cautiously advancing toward the food. Nemelia swiftly hurled a dagger, pinning it to the ground. In response, the pack surged toward the fallen hyena's carcass. While they may have been drawn merely by the scent of their fallen comrade, their actions unmistakably signaled the onset of an attack. Kill. The day spent in the wilderness had left these sailors restless, and Ryan did not hinder their desire to slay the pack. A release of pent-up frustration was well-deserved. In truth, Ryan had deceived them. The route he spoke of was entirely inaccurate. Chapter 53. The Valyrian Council Hall. Following the Valyrian Road, the caravan took 15 days to reach Orys. It is said that before the cataclysm of Valyria, Orys was the second most prosperous city, nestled in the southern reaches of the land of long summer, on the northern shores of the Smoking Sea. However, upon the arrival of the party at Orys, they were met only with a city composed of ruins and ashes. Legends persist that a portion of its inhabitants still reside in Orys, yet this does not hinder the group from setting up camp amidst the desolation. The omnipresent haze of smoke from the Smoking Sea perpetually shrouded the city, while the structures bore the scars of fire. Lyron also beheld a statue of a dragon. Though it had succumbed to the ravages of time and the apocalypse, no longer standing tall and majestic as it once did, much like the freehold of Valyria today. Nevertheless, Orys evoked awe in many. The architectural layout of the Valyrian city-state was revealed before them, with incomplete towers piercing the heavens, broad avenues wide enough for 8 carts to traverse, and even a fragment of a crumbled wall that had withstood the test of a century. Tycho could not help but recite the descriptions of Valyria from his tome. At its zenith, Valyria was the greatest city in the known world, the epicenter of civilization. Within its shimmering walls, 40 rival families vied for power and glory, engaging in an unceasing, treacherous, and often brutally bloody struggle for dominance. Regardless of Valyria's past splendor, it had met its demise. Lyron gazed upon the ruins before him. A site that might have once been a villa belonging to a dragon lord family, even more noble than the Targaryens. But what of it? It had all turned to ash. The Loinai, the Undulls, the Valyrians, these peoples once established nations on the continent of Essos, yet all ultimately arrived in Westeros. Civilization is fleeting. It is but a cycle of one era giving way to another. Only the dead endure. In truth, Lyron had deceived the party. The map of Valyria etched in his memory indicated that if they followed the route along the Sighing Sea northward and veered slightly west, they would reach Volantis. However, Lyron was unwilling to return so easily. He believed that since the storm had brought him to the Valyrian Peninsula, he ought to return with something of worth. Even if it meant enduring a beating, he would accept it. Lost in profound contemplation, Lyron recognized that the lords of Westeros had already demonstrated through their actions that he was undoubtedly the rightful leader of the group. No one dared to disturb him. As the others busied themselves constructing defenses, laying down beds, lighting fires, preparing meals, and seizing the opportunity for rest, it was then that a sudden, thunderous noise erupted from the sky, the source unknown. Was it a tsunami or a volcanic eruption? Chaos ensued, and Lyron, breaking from his reverie, rose to command a few individuals to accompany him deeper into Orys to seek out other secure locations for their encampment. No one voiced any objections. For those who joined him were his trusted subordinates, Nemelia, Boron, Karl, and Rex. The four, without a word, armed themselves and followed Lyron into the streets. Half an hour later, a group arrived at the grandest and most prominent structure in the city, the Great Hall of the Duke of Genelin. An edifice unmatched even by the towering spires of the Old Town. Rather than entering through the imposing bronze doors, Ryan and his companions discovered a narrow gap in the wall and slipped inside. Upon entering, they were enveloped in darkness, prompting Ryan to instruct Rex to ignite a torch. Though the feeble light barely illuminated the interior, Ryan speculated that this might serve as the meeting chamber established by the Dragon King family. As they ventured deeper, an unsettling sensation grew. It felt as though they were descending, although the torch revealed a level floor beneath their feet. Ryan spotted a corridor and decided to explore it. Despite its dilapidated state, Ryan reasoned that, as a public structure, it was unlikely to harbor any traps or concealed mechanisms, perhaps just a few bats nesting within. The torch blazed brightly, guiding them successfully through the corridor until they emerged into a vast open space. The ceiling soared to heights of 100 meters, supported by numerous columns. The earlier impression of descending was not an illusion. This meeting hall was indeed situated within a colossal cavern. The Valyrian Peninsula was rich with precious veins of ore, and the freehold had transported countless slaves from Essos to toil within these hot, oxygen-poor mines. Unbeknownst to them, they had crossed below the waterline, with no visible path leading back to the surface. Above them, 40 grand viewing boxes, reminiscent of the domed chambers of Bravos, were arranged in a circular fashion, likely representing the council seats of the 40 Dragon King families. Some of these seats had been completely destroyed, their structures crumbled, while others hung precariously, with only one remaining intact. The elevation of these seats was daunting. Ryan saw no ladders or means to ascend, as only the Dragon King families, mounted on their great dragons, could claim these thrones that symbolized the pinnacle of power within the freehold of Valyria. Ryan felt a twinge of disappointment, wishing to examine the seats for any artifacts left behind by their former owners, such as a letter opener forged from Valyrian steel or a magical carpet. Beneath the elevated seats lay hundreds of chairs, and Ryan noted the sigils of the Valerion and Celtigar families, adorned with seahorse and crab motifs, respectively. These were likely the seats of the Valyrian families subordinate to the Dragon Kings, with portraits and decorations gracing every corner, each a masterpiece of exquisite artistry. Truly, the grandeur of this place dwarfed that of Harrenhal, Ryan mused. As they continued towards the center of the hall, Ryan noticed the ground was pockmarked, evidence of meteoric impacts from the cataclysmic volcanic eruption during the Doom. Approaching one of the larger craters, he found indeed that each depression contained a meteorite. "Carl, Rex, come over here," Ryan called, urging them to help lift one of the larger meteorites. With considerable effort, Carl and Rex managed to hoist the meteorite before Ryan. Rex, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, "This thing, it's so small, yet so heavy. This may very well be the raw material for Valyrian steel," Lian speculated. Upon hearing this, Naumelia and Boron fixed their gazes intently upon the meteorite. Valyrian steel is renowned for its lightweight yet formidable nature, with weapons forged from it being sharper than those made from any other metal, embodying the aspirations of every warrior. Lian pondered this notion, acknowledging that it was merely conjecture. The true essence of Valyrian steel is derived from a unique forging technique and magical incantations. The eruption of a volcano may have transported the ore here, rendering this mere fragment an ordinary stone. Boron drew his sword, declaring, "Let me test it." A clear, resonant sound echoed throughout the vast council chamber, as Boron might have been the first foreigner to draw a sword within the Valyrian assembly hall. However, the remnants of Valyrian glory swiftly exacted a toll from him. Half of the sword's blade was propelled away, the cut remarkably smooth, leaving Boron momentarily dazed. He quickly regained his composure, showing no remorse as he discarded his sword upon the ground and gathered small meteorites to stow away. "Upon my return, I shall have a craftsman forge these petites into a new sword." Chapter 54. The Slave Bay. Each member of the group collected several meteorites, with Lian selecting one the size of an ostrich egg. After resting for a night at their camp, the party set off northward toward the Slave Bay. On their journey, they passed through a city, which Lian identified as an unnamed Valyrian settlement. The inhabitants treated Lian with respect, not unleashing any aberrations upon them, though they did encounter numerous slave traders, signifying their approach to the Slave Bay. The Slave Bay is situated in the sorrowful Gulf of the Summer Sea, established upon the ruins of the ancient Giscali Empire, and currently stands as the unequivocal epicenter of the global slave trade. It lies within the sorrowful waters of the Summer Sea. Giscali, a nation presumably modeled after Rome, ascended to prominence over a millennium prior to Valyria. While Valyria's ancestors were still shepherds, the Gui's empire had already established itself as the undisputed sovereign of West Essos. Absent the dragons, Giscali could have perpetuated its resplendence for millennia, leveraging its immensely wealthy territories and unparalleled legions. With the fall of Giscali came the decline of the Gui's language. Despite the inhabitants of the Slave Bay proudly declaring their heritage as descendants of Giscali, the city retains the emblem of the Gui Sphinx. Yet, the Gui's language has largely faded into obscurity, and the people of the Slave Bay now converse in the tongue of their conquerors, Valyrian. Whether or not the Slave Bay speaks Giscali is of little concern to Lian. His primary focus lies on the safety of their journey. The abundance of slaves in the Slave Bay naturally attracts a multitude of slave traders, these despicable miscreants are not to be trifled with. Incidents of solitary travelers being seized and sold into slavery occur with alarming frequency. The most egregious case involved a scion of Kian, who was captured and brazenly sold to a Kian brothel. Astonishingly, the young man's family procured substantial sums of gold to secure his release, though the slave trader later found himself sold into servitude at the house of a young nobleman. The fundamental principle of the slave bay remains unchanged, regardless of a slave's prior status. Acquiring a slave necessitates a financial transaction. This rule is sacrosanct across all city-states, and one can easily anticipate the fervor of the slave traders, particularly upon encountering a group comprised of uncooperative Braavosians and a dozen enticing Lyseni courtesans. No slave trader would dare overlook such a sumptuous prize. Ryan had contemplated the idea of having the men in the group masquerade as slave traders, prompting Boron to suggest it. However, this nearly resulted in a pursuit by the Braavosians, who resolutely refused the notion. The Braavosians, staunch in their principles, would neither become slaves nor enslave others, demonstrating an unwavering ethical boundary regarding slavery. With no alternative, Ryan instructed the group to sharpen their blades, ready to eliminate any slave trader bold enough to attack them. As dusk approached, a brown figure darted silently through the woods, moving with remarkable swiftness. A group of Braavosians and women gazed greedily at a nearby encampment. Another brown figure remarked, is this not a fortune bestowed from the heavens? Go, inform our employer of this discovery." Swiftly, the brown figure traversed to the opposite side of the woods to report the matter to his employer. "You claim there is a gathering of Braavosians and women?" The slave trader expressed surprise, for encountering Braavosians in the slave bay was indeed a rarity. Indeed, most of them are attired in the fashion of bravos, likely survivors of piracy or shipwrecks who have fled here. I notice they possess no carts, only a dozen wooden crates filled with provisions. As a scout, he conveyed the size of the group to the slave trader. Their numbers exceed 100, with women comprising 1/5. The slave trader pondered this information. Facing over 80 adversaries, his own contingent numbered 150, escorting 750 slaves to Kayuan. He deemed it essential to leave 20 individuals to guard the slaves, allowing the remaining 130 to mount a night raid, significantly increasing their chances of victory. The slave trader slapped the table and declared, "Let us proceed." With the sun fully set, the slave trader stealthily approached Ryan's encampment with his band of men. "Where is he? Wasn't it agreed that we would keep watch over those Braavosians?" The slave trader noticed the absence of the scout. However, having made his decision, nothing would deter him from seizing the opportunity presented by this group. As 150 men crept closer, they observed women in the camp distributing food to the men. A perfect opportunity. The slave trader could hardly contain his excitement. Advancing further, they soon spotted a corpse beneath a large tree, capturing everyone's attention. The body lay with its abdomen torn open, blood still oozing from the wound, indicating that the individual had recently succumbed to death. The slave trader, upon noticing one of his own scouts, speculated that this unfortunate soul had been discovered by the Braavosians, leading to his current predicament. "Bury him," he commanded his subordinates. As they proceeded a few steps, they suddenly felt as though they had stepped onto something ominous. Oh no, a trap, hidden beneath the foliage. A barrage of sharpened stakes launched toward the throng of the slave trader's men, while a robust tree branch swung down from the adjacent tree, propelled by its own limbs. Several of his subordinates were instantly impaled by the stakes, which sent a dozen more sprawling through the air. Those who were thrown to the ground writhed in agony until a foot came down to halt their suffering. As they opened their eyes in desperation, a more harrowing scene unfolded before them. A Braavosian, expressionless, wielding a knife, swiftly ended the life of a man begging for mercy at his feet. The cries for blood from the Braavosians resonated from all directions, and it dawned upon the slave trader that he had fallen into a trap. "Charge. We have 150 men, while they number only around 80. Should we fear them?" he shouted, attempting to bolster his troops' morale with the advantage of numbers. In truth, he was uncertain of the actual strength of the Braavosians. It was entirely possible that the scout had only glimpsed a fraction of their forces. Ultimately, the slave trader decided to abandon his men and flee, for the battle had been overwhelmingly one-sided, his subordinates proving no match for the Braavosians. The Braavosians fought with a ferocity akin to that of a spring-activated beast, as if a long-repressed rage had been unleashed all at once. The slave trader even witnessed a woman wielding a staff armed with a dagger, mercilessly slaying many of his own men. Terrified, he resolved to escape under the cover of night with a few trusted followers. He did not head toward his cargo. As a slave trader capable of transporting 700 slaves, he had ample emergency funds hidden away. He accepted this loss, but not to the Braavosians. Rather, it was to his fellow slave traders. "Just wait. The entire slave bay will rise against you." Chapter 55. disposal. The skirmish with the slave trader concluded swiftly, and Ryan led his men toward the enemy camp. Ryan was well aware that the slave trader had set his sights on him, but he had no desire to engage in conflict with these traders. The scout had only been eliminated after confirming the slave trader's intent to attack. Dealing with the guards overseeing the slaves required little time, and the troops began to victoriously scavenge. Food to fill their bellies, coin to soothe their spirits, and tents to provide rest, all were now theirs. Yet, the most coveted spoils were the horses and carts. Upon entering one of the carts, Ryan discovered it occupied by the elderly, the weak, and women and children. Their presence in the cart was due to their status as learned academic slaves. Deserving of such treatment, academic slaves undertake scholarly tasks for their masters, including writing letters and serving as tutors. This group of slaves enjoys some of the most favorable conditions among their peers, leveraging their extensive knowledge and the trust of their masters. Fortuitously, an academic slave might even become a representative of their master, overseeing all slaves and engaging with rival families without subservience. Beyond academic slaves, the slave traders also deal in artisans, laborers, prostitutes, and gladiators. These individuals are treasured, yet Killian found himself at a loss as to how to manage them. Killian sought counsel from Taichu regarding the fate of these slaves. Taichu too faced a dilemma. Releasing these slaves could lead to their recapture, and granting them freedom only to see them shackled again would starkly contradict the principles of liberty espoused by Bravos. To take them along would mean enmity with all the city-states of the Slavers' Bay, complicating any return to Bravos. I cannot say. Perhaps you should inquire about their wishes, whether they prefer to accompany us or depart on their own, Taichu suggested subtly, implying a partial retention and partial release. He understood that not all of the 750 slaves Killian had rescued yearned for freedom. For some academic slaves, a life of independence might prove more harrowing than their existence as slaves. In the Slavers' Bay, where slave traders abound and each slave bears a mark, the prospect of escape is virtually impossible. Those released would find that survival necessitates a return to their former servitude. When Killian expressed his desire to grant the slaves freedom, it was unsurprising that the majority knelt in earnest supplication, beseeching him not to liberate them, but to sell them instead. The sailors from Bravos were bewildered by this apparent rejection of liberty, as these slaves, having been captured and sold, possessed a clearer understanding of their plight than the sailors did. Killian, with a mere 100 followers, was not the 8,000-strong army of the innocents. They harbored doubts regarding his ability to protect them post-emancipation. This was a comical, yet sobering reality. Among the few slaves who sought freedom, Killian was met with an unexpected surprise, a group of Dothraki. The Dothraki also sell their kin into slavery. When rival Khalasars clash on the plains, the defeated Dothraki become the property of their conquerors, often offered as gifts to slave traders. Dothraki slaves typically find themselves thrust into the arena for relentless bloodshed. A disgraceful fate in the eyes of their kin, yet dying honorably in battle remains the ultimate aspiration for these warriors. Killian summoned a translator proficient in the Dothraki tongue to inquire where they would go upon gaining their freedom. The Dothraki revealed that their Khalasar had been destroyed, with Caro and his blood riders slain. These vanquished warriors would seek to join another Khalasar, awaiting the day of their valorous death. Afterward, our company will face hundreds, if not thousands, of adversaries. Will you join us? The Dothraki perceive commerce as lacking in masculinity. However, they graciously accept gifts and reciprocate the generosity. Thus, rather than explicitly stating his desire to enlist the Dothraki, Lyanna extended an invitation for them to partake in battle. Nothing serves to erase the shame of defeat more than the valor of combat. Lyanna bestowed upon these Dothraki a gift known as freedom, compelling them to repay her through their prowess in battle. The Dothraki vowed to fight until their last breath, yet Lyanna possessed a vision that extended beyond their own. As a horse-riding people, the Dothraki were the unrivaled cavalry of the world. By bringing them to Westeros, Lyanna could assemble a formidable cavalry force, distinct from the knights. Mobility was paramount to Lyanna's future. After concluding discussions with the Dothraki and arranging for their rest at a designated location, she redirected her attention to the slaves. In light of this, I shall grant you your freedom. You may proceed to the nearby slave city and proclaim your escape, Lyanna announced to the assembly of slaves. Following her proclamation, the group parted to allow the slaves to depart. To facilitate their journey to the city, Lyanna distributed a modicum of provisions. However, the slaves only took enough for a single day's sustenance, fearing that carrying ample supplies would lead their masters to suspect them as runaways. The slaves departed empty-handed, their garments barely sufficient to cover their modesty, and Lyanna held firm in her belief that a mere band of 10 brigands could easily subdue the nearly 700 slaves. The sailors from Bravos cast scornful glances at the departing slaves, their displeasure palpable, and one sailor, unable to restrain himself, approached and kicked one of the slaves. The struck slave, terrified, curled into a ball, shielding his head with his arms, allowing the sailor to leave his mark without retaliating. The slave's submission only fueled the sailor's fury, prompting him to kick harder. It was only the intervention of a companion that halted him. The sailor spat on the ground in contempt, exclaiming, "Cowardly wretches." The slave remained silent, slowly rising and continuing onward with his head bowed. Lyanna shook her head, as did Boron and Tyranny, all in disapproval, while the Dothraki guffawed, gnawing on their meat. This was the order of the slave bay, a structure so entrenched that even dragons could not disrupt it. Among the 750 slaves, while many departed, a portion remained, consisting of robust gladiatorial slaves, solitary children, or parents with their offspring, a group characterized by a stronger sense of free will, whether they chose to stay or leave. The decision of the slaves stemmed from their inherent humanity. The liberation of the slave bay should not fall solely upon Lyanna. Yet she would lay the groundwork for those who would come after. Throughout the night, Lyanna diligently recorded her thoughts, and by dawn the next day, she summoned Boron and Tyranny to her tent. Upon their arrival, they found Lyanna's demeanor gravely serious. Ryan handed Boron a scroll of parchment and a heavy pouch of coins, all acquired from the slave traders. "You two must now make haste to the nearby port, regardless of the cost. Deliver this to the Mermaid Queen or any courtesan in Braavos." Chapter 56. The plan. In the ensuing days, Ryan intended to expand his raids on the slave traders, whose captives, much like before, were mostly unwilling to follow him. His plans to recruit able-bodied men had to be temporarily set aside. However, these raids proved fruitful. Not only did he acquire horses, but his coffers also grew heavier. After plundering 5 slave traders, his ranks swelled by 40 Dothraki, over 300 slaves from the bay, and 30 Westerlanders captured by slavers due to shipwrecks. Upon revealing his noble lineage, the Westerlanders chose to follow Ryan back to Westeros. Now, the band numbered over 500, with 460 combatants and more than 40 women and children. This force comprised sailors from Braavos and cavalry from the Dothraki. The slave traders would surely meet misfortune should they cross paths with Ryan. Next, Ryan planned to head to a coastal city-state. Boron and Tyranny had already set off for Braavos, believing that if Ryan's exploits were publicized there, Braavos might send envoys to escort him and Tycho away from the Bay of Slaves. In the best-case scenario, Ryan anticipated he would remain in the Bay for at least 3 months, time enough for the city-states of the Bay to either subdue him or for him to dismantle them. Ryan aimed to seize the coastal city-state, using its walls to defend against the slave traders and the armies of the slave cities. He needed to inflict significant damage on the slave cities for them to willingly release him. The narrative continued, though Ryan held uncertainties. However, since he had come this far, it would be remiss not to engage in a few battles. Aside from Astapor, the true military force of the slave cities consisted of mercenaries, with the Second Sons and the Stormcrows among the most notable. The apparent armies of the slave cities were merely composed of the offspring of slave masters and their concubines, serving only ceremonial purposes. They were no match for a proper army. Even the impoverished rabble of King S Landing could easily overpower them. As long as the Unsullied were not deployed, Ryan was confident he could endure until the day Bravo's envoy arrived in the Bay of Slaves. Yet, no matter how formidable the army, it could not withstand the attrition of relentless engagement. A solid fortress was essential for rest and recuperation. With this mindset, Ryan arrived at a coastal city-state within the Bay of Slaves, encamping outside its walls. Initially, the city-state was extremely wary of the arrival of such a force, but soon they noticed the army posed no threat to the merchants traveling to and from the city. Swiftly, the city-state dispatched an envoy. The envoy, a minor slave master, greeted Ryan with a chest of silver coins and 4 beautiful female slaves. Ryan declined these gifts and explained to the envoy that his crew had found themselves in Slave Bay due to a pirate attack, hoping that the city would allow them entry so he could return home by ship. However, the Dothraki envoy expressed doubts about the presence of Dothraki among Ryan's forces. "Those Dothraki were rescued from slavers," Ryan earnestly stated. "It was the slavers who provoked me, prompting their demise." The envoy nodded, acknowledging that it was not unusual for slavers to prey upon one another. Thus, Ryan's account bore no evident discrepancies. "And the slaves?" the envoy inquired. "I set them free." "Free?" The envoy rose, his tone laced with incredulity. "Why would you grant those wretches their freedom?" The act of releasing slaves was utterly incomprehensible to the slave masters of Slave Bay. While it was indeed the prerogative of the owner to decide the fate of their slaves, Ryan's release of them without any form of compensation was a breach of fundamental logic. Such logic was sacrosanct in Slave Bay, the very foundation of its thriving slave trade. As previously mentioned regarding slavers capturing noblemen, any treatment of slaves must be transactional. Ryan had transgressed the established norms. and those who defy such rules are unwelcome in Slave Bay. I am a Westerosi, and we do not accept slaves. Besides, having those slaves would impede my progress." Ryan replied, failing to satisfy the envoy. "I regret, Mr. Edward, but we cannot permit you entry. Should the slavers learn that we have allowed a rule breaker into the city, they would cease trading with us." Here, Ryan was using an alias, not wishing to expose his true identity. Even the Westerosi in his ranks were under the banner of other families, avoiding his own name. If whispers emerged that Ryan of Westerosi perfume was pillaging in Slave Bay, all eyes would turn towards him, jeopardizing the growth of his forces within the city, since he could not acquire the Unsullied. Ryan intended to train this army gradually comprised of slaves, with slavers serving as the ideal targets for practice. A slave army may sound dubious. Yet the slaves within Ryan's ranks were indeed formidable soldiers. These individuals had originally been gladiators, imbued with strength and unwavering fighting spirit. Having slain several slavers alongside Ryan over recent days, they vowed never to return to slavery. With this faction leading the charge, Ryan gradually liberated more slaves from their masters, who subsequently joined his ranks. It is often said that miners are the best source of soldiers, strong, resilient, and obedient to command, and these attributes apply equally to the slave gladiators. With a few hearty meals to restore their strength, some practice and courage through slaying their former masters, and the opening of avenues for advancement. These slaves could transform into excellent soldiers. This unprecedented method of training and leading was perhaps more significant than Ryan's acquisition of the Unsullied. "You claim that I have granted freedom to the slaves, yet in recent days, the city-states of the West have acquired numerous captives, many of whom were originally goods from the East. Had it not been for your avarice, I would not have dared to act so brazenly," Ryan retorted. In recent days, Ryan had been ambushing slave traders near the coastal cities, expanding his ranks while continuously driving slaves into the nearby towns. Edward's infamy had already spread throughout Slave Bay. Strangely, however, Ryan's activities in the western part of Slave Bay had not yet provoked retaliation from even a single city-state. There were profound disputes among the city-states over their interests. The principal city-states of Slave Bay, Astapor, Karth, and Meereen, were all situated in the east, dominating a significant portion of the slave trade, resulting in the East's prosperity overshadowing that of the West. During the past fortnight, the Western slave city-states have freely accepted many slaves released by Ryan, including a substantial number that were originally destined for the East. These freely given slaves had proven to be immensely profitable for the Western city-states. Of course, the West's temporary amicability towards Ryan would not last. Before Ryan's power grew to a level capable of completely severing the slave trade routes through repeated raids, they would gladly take advantage of the slaves he provided. Once the eastern city-states could no longer tolerate the situation and dispatch mercenaries, the western city-states would then send their armies to reap the final benefits from Ryan. "I hope your excellency will carefully consider your actions in Slave Bay." The negotiations ended on an uncordial note, and the envoy departed empty-handed, with neither gold nor women left behind. Such a lack of magnanimity. Let Naemilia infiltrate the merchant convoy into the city and prepare to seize it. Chapter 57. Entering the city Slave Bay was even more prosperous than Ryan had imagined. Just a small coastal city-state boasted walls 6 meters high and 3 meters wide, an achievement unattainable without substantial financial resources. As long as slaves continued to flow into Slave Bay, the city-states could maintain their affluence. The economy of slavery was formidable. Slave owners engaged in trade to sustain their lavish lifestyles, allowing capital to circulate within Slave Bay and resulting in its grotesque prosperity. However, the politics of slavery were weak. Akin to a Rolls-Royce powered by a lawnmower engine, reliant on violence to uphold its authority. In the original narrative, it was the loss of the Unsullied, the most formidable weapon in the slave owner's arsenal, that led to the swift downfall of the 3 major city-states of Slave Bay. As they succumbed effortlessly to Daenerys, Ryan did not perceive Slave Bay as an unbeatable adversary. It simply could not be vanquished. Fortunately, Ryan would not linger here for long, nor would he become ensnared in its quagmire. The task of liberating the slaves would be left to those who followed him, allowing her to achieve what Ryan could not. In the future, there would undoubtedly be comparisons drawn between Ryan and her, with claims that she liberated the entirety of Slave Bay while Ryan merely occupied a single city. Yet, as time passed, historians would come to recognize that the city Ryan had claimed held greater significance than her liberation of Slave Bay, for it marked the inception of his dominion. As dusk fell, a cart laden with grain halted just in time before the closing gates, confronting the guards on duty. The exploits of Ryan, who briefly operated as a slave trader for the western city-states, had inundated this coastal city with a considerable number of slaves. The fervor among the slave masters to procure these individuals surged relentlessly, as they reveled in the blood of their captives, sliding further into a state of moral decay. Although the slave masters did not provide their slaves with anything but the most meager sustenance, the influx of slaves into the city had begun to deplete the grain reserves, which were not accustomed to the specter of war and thus lacked foresight in stockpiling provisions. Ryan, however, was not foolish enough to target ordinary merchants, ensuring that the supply of food in the city remained uninterrupted. At the city gates, the captain of the guards encircled a convoy transporting grain. "Halt! The gates are about to close. You must wait until tomorrow to enter the city." The merchant aboard the cart implored, "Please make an exception. I am part of a convoy that has a grain purchase agreement with the local slave masters." He presented a document to the captain. "Indeed. This appears to be an order," the captain acknowledged as he scrutinized the official document of the city. Yet, the timing seemed suspicious. Ryan's troops had only departed that morning. And now, a merchant convoy appeared just as the gates were nearing closure. How fortuitous, though the captain himself was a slave. He was the son of the city's most prominent slave master, which had granted him the position of captain at the gates. His life was considerably more favorable than that of ordinary slaves, and he had no desire to relinquish his position. With this in mind, the captain remained reluctant to allow the convoy passage through the gates. He gestured for the guards to inspect the cargo within the carts to ascertain whether it truly contained grain. The merchant shrugged. "Feel free to inspect. It is merely grain. Vegetables, fruits, and wine specifically ordered by the slave masters." The guards lifted the tarpaulin and opened the bags to check for contraband. Before long, the guards reported back to the captain that the carts were indeed filled with grain, vegetables, and meats. "You may proceed," the captain finally nodded, granting the convoy entry into the city. "Are you not going to check the wine?" the merchant inquired. "Never mind. Did you not say the wine is solely for the masters? If I were to open it without permission, I would surely receive a beating." The captain waved his hand, urging the convoy to hasten into the city, for if the gates were not closed soon, he too would face the lash. "You truly have it tough," the merchant remarked with a hint of sympathy. The captain nonchalantly replied, "It's manageable. At least it is better than the relentless toil of those wretched slaves. One cannot ask for more." The convoy successfully entered the city and settled at an inn. As night descended, the entire city embraced a tranquil atmosphere. Aside from the guards patrolling the walls with torches, the raucous revelry of the slave masters' residences, and the peculiar noises emanating from the grain convoy, most inhabitants had succumbed to slumber. Inside the cart, there were 8 barrels of wine, one of which had been opened. The individual who opened it plunged his hand into the liquid, stirring it before retrieving a dark object from within. "All right, my companions, it is time to commence our task." The 7 barrels of wine in the cart were successively opened, and the guards of the convoy retrieved the pre-prepared items from within. "Rex, you shall lead a group to set fire to the slave owner's mansion. The rest of you follow me. We shall breach the city gates and allow our cavalry to surge in." "Very well." Nemelia beamed with satisfaction as she observed the resounding agreement among the crowd. "Splendid. Let us embark on a grand endeavor." In the dead of night, as the slave owner's mansion was rapidly engulfed in flames, all the guards were dispatched to extinguish the fire, leaving the sentinels at the city gates to meet their silent demise. How pathetic. These guards are nearly non-existent. One member of Nemelia's team scoffed at the guards, remarking that the army of slaves was utterly ineffectual, requiring no diversion of the guards' attention. Enough. A measure of caution is never unwarranted. Carl's mind remained clear, eschewing blind optimism. "Let us hasten to open the city gates and allow our lord's forces to enter." Meanwhile, the commander of the guards, having just completed his shift, returned to camp for a brief respite. Awoken from his slumber, he was informed of the fire at the slave owner's mansion, prompting the master to order all guards to assist in extinguishing the flames. On his way to the fire, the commander instinctively glanced towards the city gates, only to be seized by dread as he heard the sound of galloping hoofs. Turning, his heart sank at the sight before him. The gates had been flung open. The Dothraki have entered. "We are doomed." The guard commander struggled to maintain his composure and immediately commanded all guards to hasten to the slave owner's residence. "We must rescue the masters." This was the commander's foremost thought. However, the Dothraki cavalry was already upon them. Aware of his own force's limitations, the commander, his eyes aflame with desperation, instructed his trusted guard, "You must lead our masters out of the city. I will remain here to hold them back. They are Dothraki. You cannot hope to stop them. We must flee." His confidant, alarmed by the commander's reckless decision, was nearly in tears. The commander's expression shifted, and with a resolute bite of his lip, he pushed his confidant aside. "Remember to take my father, brothers, and sisters to the nearby slave city-states, to seek out benevolent lords, wise and great masters, and inform them of the foreign occupation. They surely will not stand idly by." "But," the commander bellowed in anger, "depart swiftly." The sound of hooves drew nearer, and seeing no further time for hesitation, The confidant complied, while the commander unsheathed his sword. The sound of him ceased momentarily, only to resume 10 seconds later. Chapter 58. National Policy. As the sun rose above the sea, casting its light upon this coastal slave city-state. The siege led by Ryan was nearly concluded. Once the gates were opened and the Dothraki poured into the city, charging towards the slave owner's residence. The outcome of the battle was already assured. Ryan, I have aided you in conquering this city. What reward shall you bestow upon me? Nymelia tossed the key, symbolizing the authority of the city's rulers, to Ryan. Ryan seized the opportunity and responded, 10 fragrant women. Is that all? You are rather stingy. Indeed. I thought you would perceive me as exceedingly generous. With laughter and banter, Ryan made his way to the place where the slave masters were held captive. Bound like their own slaves, the masters knelt before Ryan, hesitant to inquire about the ransom required for their redemption. Haunted by the recent unprovoked slaughter of their kin by the Dothraki, fear gripped them. They dared not speak, lest Ryan's displeasure lead to their demise. Ryan had a chair brought forth, seated himself with an air of authority, and commenced a moral discourse directed at the slave masters. I have no intention of harming your lives, truly. As he uttered these words, the expressions of all present shifted subtly. Casualties in war are unavoidable. And the masters nodded in agreement with Ryan's sentiment. Thus, we must strive to avert unnecessary suffering. With a glance towards Edmund, he drew a dagger and approached one of the slave masters, severing the ropes that bound him. With a swift tug at the collar of his garment, the master rose to his feet, incredulous as he regarded Ryan. Therefore, I shall release you all, along with your possessions and the entire populace of the city, should they choose to depart. Thank you for your mercy, the slave masters expressed with profound gratitude. Ryan, maintaining a stoic demeanor, continued. I hope you will convey my intentions to the slave bay. I merely wish to return home, once the ship to retrieve us arrives. This city shall remain under your stewardship. The slave masters departed with their belongings, and a former slave soldier could not restrain himself, exclaiming, My lord, why do you let them go? They should all be made slaves. Ryan patiently elucidated to the soldier, CG. I know those masters will undoubtedly return with an army seeking vengeance. Then why, my lord? This is your true opportunity for freedom, CG. Suddenly, Ryan unsheathed his sword, admiring the indelible stains of blood upon it. CG flinched at the motion but remained steadfast. He was a youth of Ryan's age, yet a genuine prodigy in combat. Having slain 4 of the slave traders' henchmen at the mere age of 16 while defending his homeland from their plunder. Though his village was ultimately destroyed and he was captured, the slave trader spared him, recognizing his martial prowess, intending to sell him to the arena. What followed is well known. CG brought his talents to Ryan. The sword bore an aura of death as it had claimed the lives of many. Ryan imparted to CG with profound meaning. Slaying only one will not instill fear in the slave masters. CG fell silent, realizing the truth in Ryan's words. As long as the masters remained unscathed and refused to acknowledge their freedom, he would forever be regarded as a slave in the eyes of all. After expelling the slave masters, Ryan commenced the meticulous preparations for the city's fortifications. The initial step in his defense strategy involved ousting both the slave masters and the unwilling slaves who lingered within the city. Their presence not only necessitated Ryan's provision of sustenance but also posed a significant risk of betrayal during a fervent siege. Only the artisans remained in the city, as they were indispensable for the maintenance of weaponry and the crafting of armor, essential components of warfare. Previously, Ryan had liberated artisan slaves from the clutches of slave traders. But at that time he lacked the means and tools to allow these craftsmen to demonstrate their skills, forcing him to release them in favor of retaining combatants. Fortuitously, the number of artisans in the city was sufficient to equip Ryan's forces for battle, and he also recognized several familiar faces among them. Once he had determined the number of individuals to retain, Ryan proceeded to the military camp, where he and his troops were currently residing. Upon his arrival at the camp's entrance, he found Taichu standing ready and awaiting him. Ryan, are you aware that you have conquered a city-state of slaves? You will soon face a furious retaliation from the entire slave populace. If the prior raids on the slave traders were merely trifles, this assault on the city-state had Taichu perplexed regarding Ryan's intentions. Was this man truly mad? Taichu pondered. Isn't this rather splendid? We possess sturdy walls, ample provisions, comfortable quarters, and fearless soldiers, Ryan scoffed. As for the soldiers of Slave Bay, do not jest, ha ha ha. After laughing, Ryan proceeded to elaborate on his plans to Taichu. Poland and Tyranny had already departed for Bravos, intending to return with the Bravosi fleet to escort them home. I have transformed our narrative into a dramatic tale. When the Bravosi witness our perilous journey, traversing volcanoes, navigating grassy plains, exploring ancient cities, rescuing slaves, and defending a solitary stronghold, such a grand adventure, how could they bear to bestow it with a tragic conclusion? Ryan was wagering on whether the Braavos Council would be swayed by the overwhelming public sentiment, and whether the Sea King would honor his oaths. Upon learning of Ryan's scheme, Taichu was at a loss for words. Recently, a particular sentiment had been emerging within the Braavos Council, indicating that Braavos was preparing to once again export its principles of freedom. How fortuitous that Ryan had coincidentally aligned with this movement. Braavos' first target for such exportation was the nearest Pantos, which had been compelled to abolish the slave trade following its defeat by Braavos. After the war with the Pantosians concluded, the reigning Sea King suspended the exportation of freedom principles to focus entirely on economic development. This was undoubtedly a prudent decision, demonstrating an understanding of when to withdraw and employing a tactic of moderation to avoid becoming a target. Ryan was unaware of how the Sea King had managed to temper the fervor of the masses at that time, but the fact remained that Pantos, having abolished the slave trade, had significantly diminished in power, and this city-state nearest to Braavos could no longer pose a threat. Consequently, Braavos gradually assumed dominion over trade in the Narrow Sea. The abolition of the slave trade in Pantos occurred in the year 209 of the conquest. 80 years have elapsed, and the might of Braavos now surpasses that of 8 decades prior, prompting the parliament to once again raise the specter of war. This represents the national policy of Braavos. Although it may gather dust, it shall never be discarded. All city-states that permit the existence of slavery stand as potential targets for Braavos. The grim reality is that the slave-based economy is exceedingly perverse, with the cost of goods produced by slaves approaching zero, rendering Braavos products nearly impossible to compete against. The essence of Braavos strategy lies in compelling the free trade city-states to abolish slavery, thereby shattering their economic foundations and rendering them incapable of engaging in trade against Braavos. While Braavos harbors a desire to address the issue of these slave-holding city-states, Taika considers the leap from Pantos to the slave bay to be excessively ambitious, fraught with peril. Whether the Braavos fleet will make an appearance remains shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 59, Military Strength. What? You say the Braavosi have laid siege to your city? Indeed. The freed slave owners, as predicted by Ryan, scurried to nearby cities to seek assistance from local slave owners. However, before they reached the neighboring city-states, a single escaped slave owner had already arrived. Yes, those savages infiltrated the city by deceit, catching us off guard. By the time I regained consciousness, the city had fallen. It was the guards within that helped me escape. The fleeing slave owner was the half-brother of the captain of the guards. This half-brother clutched a goblet, incessantly pouring wine down his throat. The other slave owners regarded him with disdain, scornfully observing that even in such dire circumstances, he continued to indulge in drink. Rumors of his drunkenness had circulated for some time. He would hardly fetch a decent price if sold, despite their contempt. The slave owners had previously entertained thoughts of Ryan's potential for rehabilitation. However, upon learning of his conquest of a city in the slave bay, their tolerance evaporated. Recently, slave owners from the east had sent emissaries requesting slaves, and eliminating Ryan would provide a convenient explanation for the eastern slave owners. Aside from the 3 major city-states that could not be trifled with, the loss of slaves from other city-states would serve as recompense for assisting in the resolution of the Ryan issue. The western city-states would naturally accept the slaves. Days later, various city-states dispatched a contingent of standing troops and supplies to a freed slave owner, entrusting him with the mission of reclaiming the city. The slave armies from the city-states numbered 1,000, and combined with the able-bodied slaves who had accompanied them, the total reached 3,000. Having witnessed Ryan's forces, the freed slave owner understood that his ragtag band would stand no chance against the walled troops of Ryan. Thus, upon the arrival of aid from the city-states, the slave owner refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to await the arrival of mercenaries. The mercenaries, totaling 2,000, were procured at considerable cost through unequal treaties with other city-states. While 2,000 mercenaries may seem excessive, it is only natural in the context of a campaign to reclaim lost territory. However, due to the varying distances and speeds of the mercenary groups, precious time for the impending assault was squandered while waiting for their arrival. Seizing this opportunity, Ryan intensified the preparations for defense. The intensity of warfare in Slavers Bay was remarkably low, leading to a striking complacency in the city's armament, with numerous deficiencies requiring personnel to address them. Everyone was diligently preparing, except for the Dothraki, who were idly loitering nearby, while Ryan's forces were busy transporting supplies atop the city walls. Hurry, hurry, bring those stones up. And the cauldrons, those men are particularly fond of what's inside them. Within the guardroom of the walls, the entire command structure of Ryan's forces convened to discuss the impending siege. The participants included Ryan, Naemilia, Taichu, Karl, Rex, and Siji. A map of Slavers Bay was unfurled upon the table, and Ryan pointed to a specific location, stating, according to the intelligence gathered by the Dothraki. The slavers have encamped with 3,000 men by a stream 50 kilometers from here, with mercenaries entering their camp daily. Ryan elaborated on the situation. Noting that the 3,000 enslaved soldiers posed little concern, the real threat lay in the growing number of mercenaries. Do you know how many mercenaries the slavers have recruited? Amelia inquired. Ryan shook his head, responding, I do not know, but I suspect the number is not less than 1,000. And how many do we have? At best, we number around 1,500. The city harbored over 5,000 slaves, with 2,000 remaining, of which 1,000 were young and able-bodied. By instilling fear regarding the treatment they would receive from the slavers, they could be persuaded to serve as a reserve force. Thus, while Ryan had 1,500 men at his disposal, 90% of them were slave soldiers with no real combat experience. Even though a few, like CG, were skilled fighters, the overall combat effectiveness remained low. The true elite of their forces consisted of barely over 100, supplemented by more than 40 Dothraki cavalry. As for the notion of bribing mercenaries to fight for Ryan, he had not entertained such an idea, primarily due to a lack of funds. Coupled with the mercenaries' lack of integrity, Ryan did not trust them, in the reality that he was fighting a desperate battle. Knowing mercenaries would not side with a faction facing a high probability of defeat, Rex erupted in a tirade, cursing those mercenaries who were blinded by gold and devoid of honor. Fortunately, we have driven most of the city's populace away. The food supplies are sufficient for us to last a year, Ryan continued, outlining their advantages. This city is not large, thus with our current numbers, we can adequately defend the walls. The slave soldiers cannot match us, and though mercenaries are fierce in battle, they will be cautious in a siege, reluctant to expend themselves fully. What if the enemy attacks from the sea? Techu, being from Bravos and familiar with naval warfare, posed a crucial question. That is indeed a concern. I will ensure that iron chains are raised at the harbor and that catapults are installed. The elevation of iron chains serves to thwart enemy landings, while the installation of catapults is intended to retaliate against enemy vessels. Should the catapults aboard the enemy ships launch incendiary projectiles towards the city, it would profoundly undermine the morale of the slave army. Regrettably, the inhabitants of Bravos are too few in number. Otherwise, should enemy ships appear, Lane could command the sailors to engage them directly. The majority of the troops comprise a slave army, who converse in Valyrian, rendering them unable to communicate with the Westerlanders. Consequently, Lane has appointed the Bravosi sailors as officers, each responsible for commanding and supervising 5 members of the slave army. The sailors play a pivotal role within the ranks, serving as the key to Lane's control over the forces, and thus cannot be easily reassigned. One can only hope that the Western Slave Bay will refrain from dispatching a naval contingent. Now, let us address the remaining 2 groups within the army. The Westerlanders have been consolidated under Lane's command, serving as his personal guard, ready to assist wherever the front lines become strained. As for the Dothraki, Lane has opted not to involve them in the city's defense. Instead, they continue to launch assaults to harass the slave owners' forces. Once they return to the city, they will act as a mobile unit, poised to strike the enemy decisively. The optimal strategy to maximize the Dothraki's effectiveness lies in allowing them to run free, as Lane intends for them to hang like the sword of Damocles over the enemies, instilling a constant sense of dread among the slave owners and mercenaries. This assemblage represents merely the forces gathered from the western city-states. The intentions of the eastern city-states, particularly the 3 in question, remain uncertain. Should Astapor send the Unsullied, Lane would have no choice but to abandon the conflict altogether and flee. Why is it that the conditions in the slave bay are perpetually dismal? Tycho expressed his frustration. Yet, this is not entirely definitive. Previously, I intercepted a shipment of slaves destined for the eastern city-states, and those freed slaves were subsequently accepted by the western city-states. Just as the slave owners are bound to retaliate, Lane does not intend to return the city to them. Lane has persistently monitored the movements of the freed slaves, deducing that the eastern city-states will likely disapprove of the actions taken by the western city-states before they commit any excessively egregious acts. It is improbable that the eastern city-states will mobilize their forces. Perhaps they would be quite pleased to witness Lane inflicting a beating upon the western city-states. Provided that victory is achieved, the news of triumph should inspire the slaves with aspirations to enter the city, steering everything towards a favorable outcome. In summary, from this day forth, this city shall only welcome those who are willing to come here and earn their freedom through iron and blood. Chapter 60. The Second Son's Fire. Fire. Why are you all running? Where are your masters? Hurry, put out the flames. The masters have long since fled. We cannot heed your commands. By the riverside, chaos reigned in the encampment of the slave owner's army, as flames gradually engulfed the entire site. The 3,000 soldiers flailed about like headless chickens, utterly bewildered, with only a scant few attempting to fetch water to extinguish the fire. Although the leader of this army is a freed slave owner released by Ryan. Among the 3,000 enslaved soldiers in the camp, 1,000 hail from various city-states, and they are effectively commanded by second-generation slave owners seeking to enhance their credentials. The enslaved army merely serves as a distraction and naturally does not heed the orders of the overall commander. This disobedience resulted in chaos when the second-generation slave owner was frightened away by the flames, causing the troops to scatter. The ensuing turmoil led to the camp being overrun. And even though the slave owner attempted to suppress the chaos, the enslaved soldiers from the other city-states refused to follow his commands, perpetuating the disorder. On a distant high ground, Ryan observed the flickering flames reflected in the river. The success of this ambush was striking. Ryan had managed to incinerate a substantial amount of supplies belonging to the enslaved army, while these resources could be replenished quickly by the city-states. The time required for transport was certain, thus buying considerable time for his side. The success of this operation was also attributed to the slave owners' lack of trust, which led them to camp separately from the mercenaries. Under the false impression of safety provided by the mercenaries, the enslaved army had let down their guard, allowing Ryan's men to infiltrate the camp disguised as enslaved soldiers, leading to an effortless victory. "West, you performed admirably," Ryan praised the stalwart West, who humbly replied that it was merely an easy task that did not warrant commendation. "Upon our return, I shall have a fine sword forged for you. In the style of Westeros, may you wield it in my name to achieve great deeds. As you command, my lord." While Ryan and West enjoyed a harmonious rapport befitting a ruler and his subject, on the other side, the slave owner was in a furious state. Summoning the captain of the mercenaries, "I have paid a substantial sum to employ you so that my wealth would not be seized by others. What manner of incompetence allows the enemy to infiltrate our camp so effortlessly?" The captain was met with a deluge of accusations as he entered. He, too, felt wronged, arguing, "It is your own cowardice that led you to refuse to camp with us. Now that your camp has been breached, you blame us entirely. With so many slaves at your disposal, how could we possibly know what each of your slaves looks like?" However, mindful of the payment received and the obligation to uphold his promise, the captain patted his chest and assured the slave owner that he would lead his men to reclaim the city. "No. This time the command of the mercenaries will not rest with you, but with me." A tall figure entered the tent, and the mercenary captain gasped in astonishment, recognizing the piercing light green eyes and the dense, waist-length golden-red beard of the newcomer. "My lord, how could you dare to employ Mero of the Second Sons and appoint him as the commander of the mercenaries?" The Second Sons is one of the oldest mercenary companies on the Essos continent, founded during the bloodshed following the fall of Valyria's freehold due to the power vacuum. Though their numbers are few, merely 500, their record stands out remarkably among the multitude of mercenary factions. The current leader of the Second Sons, known as Melro, is referred to as the bastard of the Titan, hailing from Braavos. He is a figure of cruelty and cunning, marked by treachery, and under his command, the Second Sons have become a group that few dare to hire. This reputation is the reason why mercenary captains often advise their employers against employing them. Yet slave masters have their own motives for engaging the Second Sons. Only a Braavosi can truly understand another Braavosi, which is why I, Melro of the Second Sons, can assure you of victory, my lord. He is exceedingly dangerous. You cannot trust him." Melro did not even glance at the mercenary captain, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, assuming a stance ready to draw. The mercenary captain fell silent immediately. The slave master nodded in approval. This was precisely the fierce character he desired. "Very well, I shall not shortchange any warrior willing to fight for me, provided he brings me victory. Speak your thoughts. How should we proceed?" The slave master demanded Melro present a concrete strategy for their campaign. "My lord, I advise against separating your camp from the mercenaries, as this will leave you perpetually exposed to danger. Today's attack was merely a warning." "What do you mean?" "From what I have gathered, the enemy has incorporated some of the slaves into their ranks, while your supplies are guarded collectively by all the city-state slaves, presenting the enemy with an opportunity to infiltrate your camp and sow chaos." The mercenary captain nodded inwardly. Despite Melro's infamous reputation, he indeed possessed genuine skill, having identified the issues with the slave army upon his arrival. "This is indeed a concern. I shall propose this to others from the city-states." "What else?" the slave master continued. Melro smiled mysteriously. "My lord, if I may speak a truth you might find unpalatable, you have already squandered the prime opportunity to seize the city. The slave city-states should have mobilized the moment they learned of the occupation. You have afforded the Braavosi too much time to organize their defenses." Upon hearing Melro dare to question him, the slave master grew displeased. "You are also a Braavosi." "Indeed, I am a Braavosi, which is precisely why I comprehend the prowess of my people. They will never surrender. They will fight to the last breath." Melrose spoke with a sincerity that even he rarely exhibited. He continued, "With each passing day you linger here, your expenses will escalate, and the enemy's ranks include Dothraki cavalry. Once they charge, even the second sons will struggle to withstand them." The slave master picked up a bunch of grapes, refraining from consuming them. Instead, rubbing the skin between his fingers. "What do you propose we do? Allow me to lead all the mercenaries and a contingent of slave soldiers lightly armed directly to the base of the walls, catching the enemy off guard. And if I hand over all the mercenaries to you, who will protect me?" The slave master questioned. "Should we continue to dawdle, my lord, you will find yourself unable to reach those walls, thus becoming the laughingstock of the entire Slavers' Bay," Melrose asserted confidently, leaving the slave master deep in contemplation. The Bravosian's assertion was indeed accurate. This army represented the entirety of his wealth, mortgaged in exchange for the promised benefits of reclaiming the city from other city-states. Should he fail to retake the city, those city-states would undoubtedly grow weary, withdrawing their funds, supplies, and soldiers. Without these resources, he would be unable to afford the mercenaries' wages, leading to his inevitable destruction. "Success or death," the slaver proclaimed, raising his head to address Meloro. "Very well, I consent to your proposal, but I can only provide you with 1,200 mercenaries and 1,000 slave soldiers. You must reclaim the city for me." Meloro inclined his head, removing his hat and pressing it to his chest, executing the proper Bravosian gentleman's salute. "As you wish, my lord." Chapter 61. Testing the waters. Meloro, accompanied by over 2,000 men, hastened southward, reaching the city's outskirts in less than a day. Lion had not anticipated the slavers' retaliation would be so swift, but the Bravosian sailors soon clarified his confusion. Having recognized the banner of the broken sword raised at the center of the siege camp, the second sons, led by Meloro, were indeed the culprits. Damn it! While Meloro was undeniably a Bravosian, he was also a figure shunned by his fellow countrymen, a slave who had groveled before the slaver, bearing a nickname that was a source of shame to the people of Bravos. It was likely that Meloro could sense the curses being hurled at him from the city walls. In response, 2 formidable counterweight trebuchets were being assembled. Crafted by skilled artisans sourced at great expense from other city-states, Lion would not allow the assembly of these siege engines to proceed unimpeded. He dispatched Dothraki cavalry to sally forth from the city. However, Meloro was well prepared. He ordered his slave soldiers to dig trenches and erect obstacles around the perimeter of the siege camp. With archers positioned, the lightly armed and outnumbered Dothraki cavalry stood little chance of breaching the defenses to destroy the trebuchets. Realizing the futility of destroying the siege engines, Lion commanded the Dothraki to raid the supply lines. Meloro dispatched 200 mercenaries to transport provisions, among them 50 cavalry. Given the overwhelming disparity in numbers, the Dothraki cavalry found themselves at a significant disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity before the enemy reinforcements could completely encircle the city, Lion ordered the Dothraki to return within the walls. There were too few cavalry under Lion's command. Had he had 200 Dothraki, he could have confidently sent them out to engage in guerrilla tactics. Lion had lost the initiative on the battlefield, and furthermore, the Dothraki were deeply dissatisfied with the prospect of relying on the protection of the city walls. Lion could only strive to appease them. A day later, the siege camp was largely completed, and the trebuchets were successfully assembled. The siege was set to commence. Fire! A hefty stone projectile was hurled against the city walls, causing the very ground beneath the defenders to tremble. As the trebuchets continued their relentless assault, Meloro commanded 500 slave soldiers to attack the walls. The slave soldiers charged forward, bearing 10 ladders each 10 meters in length, aimed directly at the fortifications. Standing atop the city wall, Rex had never commanded troops before. Just days ago, he was under the authority of others, and now, as the superior of the Bravo sailors during this siege, he felt a considerable amount of anxiety. The slave army was merely 100 paces away from the wall when Rex commanded the Bravo sailors to commence firing. A flurry of arrows, light as feathers, fell before the slave troops, instilling a momentary panic among them. However, as none of their comrades fell to the ground, the slaves quickly regained their morale and advanced once more. Rex turned his gaze towards Ryan, who was observing from within the arrow tower, his embarrassment almost palpable. Ryan cast him an encouraging glance. It was not Rex's fault. The slaves still had a long way to go before they could be considered true soldiers. They were merely novices, and their deficiencies were entirely understandable. Moments later, the slave army had charged to the base of the wall. While only a handful of defenders managed a second volley, which merely grazed the leather shoulder of a slave soldier. On the attacking side, the trebuchets continued their assault. But now their targets were the city's interiors, launching incendiary projectiles in an attempt to sow chaos among the defenders. Ryan had already prepared sand to extinguish the flames, and the makeshift firefighting brigade, composed of both young and old, swiftly quelled the blazes. The true significance of this battle lay with the walls. The archers of the attacking force advanced to shoot at the wall, providing cover for their climbing troops, their archery skills far exceeding those of Ryan's men. Before long, any head daring to peek over the battlements was met with a hail of arrows. Seeing this, Ryan drew his bow, and soon the opposing archers were engulfed in a wave of panic, struck down by his precise volleys. Although the pressure on the wall diminished, the enemy climbing the ladders had already ascended halfway. Rex commanded his soldiers to push the ladders off the wall. Forks, push these scoundrels down. The soldiers on the wall grasped their forks and aimed them at the wooden ladders, while those below held the base firmly. Stones, bring up stones. Archers, keep firing. With that, Rex cast aside his weapon and hurled a stone the size of a human head at the enemies on the ladder. The descending rock struck the foes atop the ladder, causing havoc and bloodshed, and they tumbled down. Rex then ordered the firepower to focus on the enemies holding the ladders. Without support, the ladders soon toppled, and the slave troops lost their will to fight, having already suffered 15 fatalities among their 500. As the sound of horns echoed from the camp, the besieging slave army felt as if they had received a reprieve, turning to retreat without formation or cover. Fortunately, their exposed backs went unscathed by arrows during their flight. This was Ryan's command: no firing, for their aim was poor, and the enemy were but cannon fodder, thus merely wasting arrows. Thus, the first wave of attack concluded in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. However, Ryan was acutely aware that the initial wave of assault merely served as a test of their defensive capabilities. After the attack subsided, the enemy encamped across the besieged city became increasingly industrious. The engineers among them added hooks to the tops of the ladders, making it more challenging for the defenders to topple them with their pikes. Enormous shields, crafted from wood and leather, were erected to effectively fend off arrows. While a siege tower was rising ominously, posing a significant threat, should it reach the walls, the enemy would regard the fortifications as insignificant. Ryan had yet to catch a glimpse of the battering ram, likely due to his recent efforts digging a serpentine trench at the city gate, leading Marrow to believe that the ram, which could only be stationed in place until the trench was filled, was of lesser priority in its construction. Approximately 4 hours after the initial probing assault, the enemy commenced their second siege, heralded by the sound of a horn. This time, it was not the rudimentary version manned by slave troops with ladders, but rather a formidable force of 150 heavily armored mercenaries wielding shields and cleavers, accompanied by 700 slave soldiers. These slaves bore the ladders and large shields, facilitating the mercenaries' swift ascent of the walls. The slave soldiers, mere fodder for the slaughter, were generously treated by Marrow with a lavish luncheon, which filled them with unwarranted pride. They believed that Marrow's treatment of them was far superior to that of the primary slaves, even better than that of a father. Oblivious to the grim fate that awaited them, the morale of the slave soldiers surged. After the mercenaries let out their battle cries, they echoed in kind, albeit sounding more akin to a cacophony of monkeys squabbling over fruit. Nevertheless, in that moment, they charged towards the walls with unwavering determination. As Ryan beheld the dense throng of enemies brandishing an assortment of weaponry advancing, he understood that the true trial for their forces was only just beginning. Chapter 62. The second wave. With a melodious blast of horns from the besieging camp, the second round of the siege commenced. The enemy positioned their large shields at the forefront, providing cover for the ladders as they approached. Although their speed diminished significantly, so too did the defenders' capacity for inflicting damage. Ryan's arrows could pierce through the gaps between the shields to strike the enemy, yet reinforcements soon filled those gaps under the watchful eye of the mercenaries. Thus, the slave soldiers gritted their teeth, resolutely advancing towards the walls. Captain Marrow had decreed that anyone who ascended the walls would receive a reward of 5 silver coins, while the first to climb would earn 5 gold coins, and the squad that captured the walls would be awarded 50 gold coins. The mercenary commander shouted to his troops. The mercenaries did not erupt in cheers, as they considered this merely a matter of course. Some even cursed Marrow for being a miser, lamenting the paltry sum offered. Yet, money is money, and its allure is timeless. Thus, the pace of the mercenaries quickened considerably. Rex peered over the parapet, holding his shield aloft. Those large shields were indeed a threat. Even if their fire arrows struck them, the muck smeared across the shields would extinguish the flames. Stop shooting. You all go fetch the stones. As Rex concluded his statement, the ladder was once again propped against the battlement. The claws at the top of the ladder made it even more challenging to utilize the forked pole than before. Suddenly, rocks came crashing down. The golden substance spilled forth, striking those who dared to ascend the ladder. Each stone hurled down carried the potency to send a man tumbling from the ladder, while the enemy archers, shielded by their large shields, began to rain arrows upon the walls. Several stone throwers were hit by arrows, some collapsing backward, while others transformed into lifeless stones. contributing their final efforts to the wall's defense. The golden substance inflicted considerable casualties upon the foe, as the cunning mercenaries deliberately urged their slave soldiers forward. Only after the golden substance had poured down did they commence their ascent of the ladder. The anguished cries of the slave soldiers below did little to impede the mercenaries' advance. And soon several, armed with round shields and long swords, had successfully scaled the wall. Rex swiftly seized the battle axe resting on the walkway and swung it at the mercenaries. All hands, engage in close combat. With Rex's command, all soldiers upon the wall converged upon the point where the ladder met the battlement. As a mercenary approached the battlement, raising his shield to defend against an incoming strike, he was caught off guard when the enemy employed a forked pole against his shield, causing the already drawn sword-wielding mercenary to lose his balance and topple over the edge. The crossbow tower also provided crucial support. A handful of crossbowmen, strategically stationed by Ryan atop the tower, were now ready to unleash their power. They extended their crossbow bolts toward the wall, pulling the triggers to pierce the skull of a mercenary clad in an iron helmet. Following this auspicious start, the distinctive sounds of crossbows firing echoed, and mercenaries continued to fall lifeless to the ground. Since the onset of the siege, the mercenaries had already suffered over 20 casualties, while a significant number of slave soldiers had perished as well. However, the defenders' advantage was merely temporary, as the brutal melee on the walls intensified. The defenders wielded spears and forked poles to thwart the mercenaries' ascent, yet the mercenaries skillfully severed or seized these implements, utilizing them to scale the walls. The attacking mercenaries hailed from various small mercenary groups, working in cohesive pairs, alternating their cover and assaults to provide stable strongholds for their comrades climbing the wall. This strategy was the safest approach. As long as the number of their own on the battlements increased, victory would ultimately be theirs. Rex was acutely aware of this reality. He charged alongside his sword and shield soldiers toward the mercenary stronghold on the wall. I have faced foes more formidable than you. Rex effortlessly knocked down mercenaries, and his sword and shield soldiers, equally robust, mirrored his actions, toppling the mercenaries and either delivering finishing blows or leaving it to the spear-wielding soldiers to dispatch them. At that moment, a heavily armored giant appeared on the battlements, wielding an iron hammer. With no discernible technique, he swung the hammer with brute force, shattering the skulls of 3 slave soldiers. The remaining slave soldiers scattered in disarray. As the section of the city wall, held by the giant, appeared on the brink of total occupation, Rex charged recklessly towards it. The colossal man, noticing Rex's advance, raised his iron hammer, uttering incomprehensible incantations. The clash of the battle axe against the hammer reverberated, forcing Rex to stagger back a few steps, while the giant remained unperturbed, taunting Rex with mocking words. Yet, Rex, undeterred by the giant's derision, recognized that mercenaries were ascending the wall behind him. With unwavering resolve, he disregarded the giant's swinging hammer, taking cover behind his comrades wielding shields and spears. He bent his knees, rolled on the ground, and surged past the giant, directing his fury towards the mercenaries scaling the wall. The giant became entangled with Rex's subordinates, attempting to glance back at the unfolding chaos when an arrow struck him squarely in the forehead. He stumbled backward and fell headlong into the inner side of the wall. A cacophony of battle erupted atop the wall as mercenaries and slave soldiers continued to ascend, only to be met with swift demise. Although 30 of the elite among the 150 mercenaries were decimated on the battlements, their sacrifice allowed the assailants to establish a foothold atop the wall. In the siege camp, the mercenary captains, observing the imminent fall of the wall, proposed to Melro, "Captain, let us reinforce our ranks and seize the wall at once." Melro turned to his companion and inquired, "My dear vice-captain, what say you?" Ben Puling, the vice-captain of the Second Sons, immediately shook his head, asserting, "I believe we should not increase our forces. Let those men continue their slaughter. With the wall nearly breached, one would wonder when the time to exert more effort would be. Indeed, my men are up there. It seems you of the Second Sons harbor ulterior motives, wishing to see us perish while you claim the bounty for yourselves." The mercenary captains vociferously opposed Ben Puling's suggestion to the point of drawing their blades. Melro intervened to avert impending violence, bellowing, "Enough. If you wish to reinforce, go ahead. But do not say I did not warn you. There are many more surprises in store from the enemy." The captains dismissed Melro's caution as mere noise, harboring deep-seated skepticism towards the notorious leader of the Second Sons. To ignore his counsel might not yield dire consequences, but adhering to it would surely lead to ruin. Observing the mercenary captains leading 500 of their men out of the besieged camp, Melro smirked coldly. "Fools, no one understands the Braavosians better than I. Do you think the defenders possess merely that level of skill? Those thriving in the slave bay are certainly formidable. Though Melro's character may be questionable, his methods are undeniably astute. He consistently seizes the greatest advantage in every decision. This is precisely why, despite the Second Son's infamous reputation that deterred potential employers. There had been no insurrection among their ranks. The profit from Melro's first act of betrayal had been enjoyed by the Second Sons ever since. Melro held no belief that the city could fall within a single day. He was certain traps lay in wait. Let those arrogant mercenaries collide with the inevitable, while I, Melro of the Second Sons, shall reap all the rewards. Chapter 63. The Dothraki cavalry. The horn sounded, signaling the second reserve to ascend the city walls, with the third reserve to follow after an hour, alternating in succession. As Ryan unsheathed his sword, he led his guards down from the arrow tower. Of the initial 150 mercenaries who had scaled the walls, half lay dead. Over 100 of the 700 slaves had also perished. The battlements had descended into chaos, with both sides relentlessly pouring in their forces. The attackers were constrained by their numbers, while the defenders were unable to dislodge their adversaries from the walls. The soldiers of the reserve were horrified by the infernal scenes atop the walls, with some discarding their issued weapons and fleeing. Yet they did not get far, as the foremost among them was swiftly struck down by Nymeria, her spear finding his heart. "Return," she commanded. "You may not fight to the death atop the walls, but if you do not engage, you shall certainly meet your end." Following her words, their superior, a group of 10 Braavosi sailors, drew their blades, brandishing them menacingly before the reserve. Under Nymeria's watchful eye, the reserve had no choice but to stifle their fear and nausea as they ascended the walls. Ryan's expectations of them were modest. He merely required them to serve as fodder and occasionally assist the seasoned warriors. Most importantly, he sought to bolster their courage, for once they possessed that, everything else would fall into place. To achieve this, Ryan refrained from deploying all his elite forces at once. Instead, he sent them in waves to fight alongside the reserves, creating the illusion of intense conflict atop the walls and leading the mercenary captains to believe that Ryan was on the verge of collapse. The mercenaries, led by their captain, were nearing the ladders, and had it not been for the necessity of leaving some to watch over the Second Sons, their reinforcements would have exceeded 300. What they did not anticipate was that the force obstructing their advance to the walls was not the defending army, but the slave army. Though the mercenary captain held the slave army in contempt, these inept individuals could still serve to bolster their numbers. Without the slaves, the mercenaries' fighting spirit would inevitably wane. In the captain's eyes, the slave army was thus deemed expendable. However, to their astonishment, upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, the slave army did not rally but instead retreated en masse. "Back, all of you, return," the mercenary captain bellowed, furious as he ordered his men to intercept the retreating slaves. "You have arrived. Why must we continue fighting?" one slave questioned. "Indeed, we are all mere property of our masters. They do not wish for us to perish. Is it not your duty as mercenaries to fight? Why do you require us?" The slaves had, in fact, demonstrated resilience, for they had held their ground until reinforcements arrived, rather than crumbling at the sight of a few corpses hurled from the walls. "You," the mercenary captain seethed with frustration, yet, as the slaves had pointed out, he could not arbitrarily slay the property of his employers. With no other recourse, he commanded the slaves to step aside, clearing the path for his men, for without support, the mercenaries above would inevitably face annihilation. As he beheld the arrival of 300 fresh mercenaries poised to enter the fray, Ryan ordered the Dothraki cavalry to charge forth. As the city gates swung open, the long-awaited Dothraki surged forth, reins in hand, streaming through the winding trenches and howling as they charged toward the mercenaries' flank. In this moment, the fearsome reputation of the Dothraki was manifest, as the mercenaries and enslaved soldiers displayed palpable trepidation upon witnessing the cavalry's advance. All eyes turned toward me. The mercenary captain hastily commanded his men to form a dense formation, but in an effort to facilitate their ascent up the siege ladders, they arranged themselves in a long and narrow line, rendering them vulnerable to the Dothraki onslaught. Furthermore, as this was a siege, the mercenaries were armed with shields, swords, maces, and hand axes, tools suitable for combat atop the walls, yet lacked any anti-cavalry weaponry such as pikes. The captain's second command urged the enslaved soldiers to hasten towards the besieging camp. He dared not allow them to confront the Dothraki cavalry, fearing they would cause a rout that could shatter the formation. It would be wiser to send these enslaved men forth as bait, allowing the mercenaries to regroup and buy precious time. However, the captain had miscalculated. A mere volley of arrows and the resounding battle cries that echoed across the battlefield compelled the already panicked enslaved soldiers to flee toward the mercenaries, seeking their protection. It was a disastrous sight that the captain could not bear to witness. The thunderous hooves of the Dothraki cavalry descended upon the throng with unquenchable fervor and a thirst for blood. The impact of their steeds shattered bones and rendered the foes incapable of rising again, while lances and curved swords carved fatal gashes into the enemy. their weapons swiftly drawn again to continue the slaughter as the Dothraki breached the mercenaries' formation. As the Dothraki turned their mounts to charge once more, the captain cursed Merrow for not sending reinforcements, then ordered all mercenaries near the enslaved soldiers to retreat towards the besieging camp, hastening to bring this burdensome lot back. Not a single Dothraki life had been claimed during the previous charge. Even one would have provided the captain with justification to continue the fight. He could clearly see the rectangular formation losing a corner, understanding that this was a customary tactic of the Dothraki when faced with a numerically superior foe. Each charge struck the flanks, akin to the slicing of an apple, ensuring that the cavalry's momentum was not hindered by the dense wall of infantry, gradually eroding the enemy's morale with each successive assault. The mercenary captains could not ascertain how many lives this charge would claim, yet they believed that reaching the archers within the besieging camp would ensure their survival. Following the captain's orders, the mercenaries near the enslaved soldiers dissolved their tight formation and fled toward the camp. The remaining mercenaries, under the captain's command, formed a circular formation. The imminent threat of death forged an extraordinary unity among those from different mercenary bands, and they quickly established a cohesive circle. Meanwhile, the fleeing enslaved soldiers inevitably became the target of the Dothraki's relentless assault. The slave army was soon repelled by the Dothraki, who continued to employ them in their mercenary tasks. This time, the mercenary captain was particularly ruthless, ordering his men to slay any slave soldiers daring to approach, sparing not even the mercenaries mingled among them. Caught between two forces, the slave army's numbers dwindled to 500 in a short span. Observing that the slave army was obstructed by the mercenaries, the Dothraki cavalry chose to maneuver in circles instead of charging into the fortified mercenaries. The mercenaries managed to halt the onslaught of the fleeing soldiers while simultaneously countering the arrows raining down from the Dothraki, inflicting minimal casualties yet undeniably undermining their morale. The Dothraki proved their mettle as the world's preeminent cavalry, flawlessly executing their task of holding the enemy at bay. Meanwhile, the mercenaries atop the walls witnessed their reinforcements rendered immobile by the Dothraki cavalry, leading to a collapse in morale. Soon enough, realizing that descending from the walls would only expose them to Dothraki attacks, they promptly discarded their weapons and knelt in surrender to the defenders. Chapter 64. The firefight. As night fell, the first day's siege came to a close. Ryan's forces suffered 130 casualties, primarily among the reserves, with losses distributed across 3 cohorts, leaving morale largely intact. The attacking forces endured 245 mercenary deaths and 333 slave soldiers, totaling nearly 600, surpassing 1/10 of the slave owner's entire army. The weary mercenary captains returned to their encampment, yet there was no time for rest. A dozen captains brandished their blades and stormed into Merrow's tent. "Merrow, you must provide an explanation. Why did you not send reinforcements?" Merrow, enjoying his dinner with knife and fork in hand, stood beside his son's brigade of axemen, asserting his authority within his domain. "I warned you that the enemy would have a backup. What more could I do if you refused to heed my counsel?" One mercenary captain retorted. "Then why did you not dispatch cavalry to confront the Dothraki? At that time, the cavalry in the camp was solely yours. The 2nd Brigade excels in infantry combat. My cavalry cannot defeat the Dothraki." Merrow's assertion held weight, yet the Dothraki outside the city numbered only around 40. Had he sent cavalry to engage a portion of them, the subsequent mercenary charge would likely have driven the Dothraki back. The captains, aware of this, could not accept Merrow's justification. However, they were wary of expressing their anger too vehemently, as Merrow's 2nd Brigade had now outnumbered them following the siege. In a confrontation, the combat prowess of the 2nd Brigade could easily overwhelm them. The ensuing 3 days were marked by minor skirmishes. Merrow's only actions were to bombard the walls with catapults and direct the slave soldiers to fill the trenches. On the 6th day of the siege, Merrow summoned the mercenary captains to his tent for a ceremony. "In this latest campaign, we have suffered fatalities, while your contingent has emerged unscathed. Tomorrow, we shall refrain from further conflict. Let your group face the peril instead. Indeed, we shall remain in our camp, awaiting the employer's arrival to witness your struggles in breaching the fortifications and to see if you will reconsider your command position." Upon entering the tent, the mercenary leaders promptly declared a collective strike. Merrow, indifferent, remarked, "Very well, strike if you must. You have slain numerous slave soldiers in the daylight, and I shall observe whether the slave owners choose to withhold your wages." With a single statement, Merrow deflated the spirits of the mercenary captains. Indeed, to prevent any disruption in formation, they had indeed dispatched a significant number of slave soldiers, should the slave owners become aware. It is highly likely that they would refuse to compensate you. This endeavor has not only yielded substantial casualties, but has also resulted in no financial gain. The mercenary leaders lamented that this venture was a losing proposition and declared their intent to withdraw. Esteemed colleagues, I propose a suggestion that may alleviate your losses. Would you care to hear it? Mero flashed a malevolent smile at the mercenary leaders, who, despite their disgust, conceded to hear him out in an effort to avoid incurring further losses. He uttered but a single sentence. There are still over 2,600 slave soldiers remaining. The mercenary leaders immediately grasped Mero's intentions. His audacity was remarkable. He had set his sights on the slave soldiers. Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Should this transpire, the entire slave base shall not harbor us, one of the mercenary leaders challenged Mero, expressing concerns over the disastrous consequences of openly selling the slave soldiers of the city-state. The slave owners would surely be driven to madness upon discovering such a betrayal. Rest assured, I would not dare to sell unless there were buyers. The eastern city-states are quite displeased with the recent actions of the western ones. Enlightenment dawned upon all the mercenary leaders. It became apparent that Mero had already forged an alliance with the eastern city-states, dispatched to rectify the western city-states' transgressions. It had been previously noted that the western city-states had acquired numerous slaves originally belonging to the eastern city-states, and with their reluctance to return them, the eastern city-states would devise a means to reclaim them. Selling the western city-state soldiers was indeed a clever stratagem. Such city-states would be unwilling to lose face and would assuredly return the slaves to the east. The mercenary leaders exchanged glances, deliberating the potential gains and losses of Mero's proposal. They were astute individuals, and Mero's revelation was undoubtedly a ploy to draw them into his scheme. Any who declined would find themselves unable to exit the tent. Observing the gathering of the contingent outside, someone finally inquired of Mero the value of a slave soldier. The benevolent magnates of the East viewed this as an opportune moment to reprimand the western city-states and would offer a price that would satisfy all parties involved. Mero gestured, and the mercenary leaders comprehended. The financial reward would be substantial. Let us proceed. As the first mercenary leader uttered this phrase, a second and then a third followed suit, until all were in agreement to engage in this transaction. Without hesitation, Mero later guided the mercenary leaders to the encampment of the slave soldiers. The slave master would certainly not entrust all military command to Mero. Instead, he appointed a minor slave owner to oversee Mero's operations as commander of the slave army. I demand to see your master. Summon him forth, for I have vital intelligence to convey. The master had just indulged in drink and was inebriated. Thus the officer could wait until the morrow to discuss pressing matters. Very well. What is so good about that? Mero swiftly dispatched the slave who received him with a single stroke, proceeding with the mercenary captain towards the largest tent within the slave army's encampment. Upon lifting the tent flap, he indeed beheld a man, deeply intoxicated, sprawled across a bed, a cup with remnants of wine still clasped in his hand. Yes, it was true. The slave army following Mero was led by that half-brother. Take this fellow and confine him to the prisoner cart. Mero had initially intended to slay the half-brother, but upon witnessing his current state, he abruptly reconsidered. Selling this individual as a slave might prove far more entertaining. And Mero chuckled heartily at his own thoughts. Upon exiting the tent, all the slave soldiers had been subdued by the mercenaries, with a few resistant ones having been slain. Are we certain there are no stragglers? Mero inquired of the deputy commander, Pullen, tasked with the control operation. None remain. They are all here, Pullen replied, gesturing towards the kneeling slave soldiers. It is simpler to command them than to slaughter pigs. Very well, but what happened here? Mero noticed an injury on Pullen's arm. It's nothing. A slave inexplicably charged towards you. I attempted to dispatch him, and it resulted in this. Mero nodded, casting a glance back at the slumbering slave master within the tent. He had not anticipated that this individual possessed a loyal slave. Such a pity. Mero ordered his men to drag the drunken master from the tent, unfastening his belt to awaken the half-brother with a stream of urine. The half-brother felt a sudden warmth upon his face. Awakening, he sniffed the air and realized what the warmth was. What is this? This is urine. That wretched cur shall pay for this. Pay for what? Speak. Mero kicked the half-brother to the ground, rendering him speechless. He should have completed his sentence, for it was the last time he would speak as a master. Chapter 65. Name and reality. On the morning following the skirmish, Mero dispatched a messenger to Ryan. Upon reading the contents of Mero's letter, Ryan could not help but exclaim, truly, he is the illegitimate son of Titan. His methods are ruthlessly cunning. The previous night, sounds had emerged from the siege camp, initially thought to be a conflict among mercenaries. It turned out that Mero had orchestrated a nocturnal raid on the slave army's encampment in alliance with the mercenary captain, capturing over 700 slaves. While Ryan mused, Mero had indeed rendered him a significant service. The retaliatory force of the slave masters had suffered losses exceeding half its strength. It was anticipated that the slave master had yet to receive word of this. If an agreement could be reached with Marrow to launch an assault now, a resounding victory would surely be within reach. Given the significant assistance Marrow has provided him, Ryan felt it would be remiss not to express his gratitude. Although Tycho and the Braavosians cautioned Ryan against leaving the city, suggesting that it was merely a ploy by Marrow to ensnare him, Ryan nonetheless ventured forth with a handful of guards to rendezvous with Marrow at the encampment between the besieged city and the city gates. "Are you not from Braavos?" Marrow scrutinized Ryan intently. Ryan replied, "I am a Westerosi, though initially the majority of my company consisted of Braavosians upon my arrival at Slavers Bay." The juxtaposition of a Westerosi and a Braavosian conversing in the Valyrian dialect of Slavers Bay was indeed intriguing. Ryan, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, "You may speak in the common tongue. I have no objections." Understanding Ryan's implication, Marrow shook his head, laughing heartily. "Ah, well, I cannot speak the common tongue." Ryan glanced past Marrow, searching for something behind him. "Where are your slaves?" "I intend to sell them in the east," Marrow replied. "To sell over 700 slaves at once, you must be poised for a fortune. How could I possibly profit? I must share the spoils with the mercenary captains." "Then you should leave quickly. Once the slave master's forces arrive, those mercenary captains might very well sell you as well." Marrow nodded, acknowledging the possibility. "So, what now?" Ryan inquired. Tilting his head, Marrow revealed the true purpose of their negotiation. He wished for Ryan to join him in a surprise attack on the slave masters, proposing that the city and captives would belong to Marrow while Ryan could control the city until the arrival of the Braavosian ships. As he spoke, Marrow displayed a toothy grin, an elegance that his half-brother, shackled in the prison cart, could not witness. Ryan responded, "Explain to me why I should agree to your proposition. I have witnessed your actions, and I do not believe our collaboration would be harmonious." Marrow replied with a smile, "If you refuse, war shall persist. This time, I will send all the slaves to storm the city walls without regard for casualties. Once you are exhausted, it will be the perfect moment for the Sons of the Harpy to reap the rewards." He was not mistaken. The main force of the Sons of the Harpy had not been depleted in the siege the previous day, and with Marrow's incursion, the besieging forces might have even strengthened. Ryan shook his head once more, asserting, "You will not breach this city. We still possess the capability to fight. When the slave masters arrive with reinforcements, you will find yourselves caught between two fronts. In such an event, your peril in the eyes of the slave masters would surpass mine. How could they not perceive you as a contender for the city as well?" Marrow sneered coldly, "Are you threatening me?" Ryan continued to shake his head. "This is a council. Your reputation precedes you, and I do not believe the Sons of the Harpy can maintain a foothold in Slavers Bay. I too aspire to seize a city in Slavers Bay, so that my brothers and I may cease our perilous existence and enjoy a life of peace. The slave masters will not permit you to do so. Enough. You claim you merely occupy this city temporarily, intending to return it to the slavers once the fleet from Braavos arrives. Such a fabrication is hardly credible, even to the slavers themselves. Do you think I cannot discern your true intentions?" "What intentions?" Lyanna inquired. "You seek to sow chaos in the Bay of Slaves, to inflict upon this place the horrors of war," Marrow replied. "My reputation is already tarnished. The wars the city will witness are beyond count, and of course, I have allies." Lyanna paused for a moment before informing Marrow, "The envoy from Braavos is approaching." Marrow burst into laughter. "That is more like it." After reaching an accord with Marrow, Lyanna set forth from the city with only the Dothraki cavalry, forming a temporary alliance with Marrow to confront the remaining forces of the slavers. The slavers' army, unprepared for Marrow's betrayal during their march, was caught off guard. Following a decisive charge by the Dothraki, the slavers, in their despair, took their own lives, and the retaliatory forces disbanded, leading to a resounding victory for Lyanna. After the defeat of the vengeful army, the slave cities of the West no longer wished to trouble Lyanna. However, to ensure Marrow's commitment to this path of no return, Lyanna demanded that Marrow personally execute the captured heirs of the slavers. Subsequently, they led their mercenaries westward, compelling all the cities of the Western Bay of Slaves to pay tribute. Lyanna proclaimed that only through tribute would the trade routes of the slavers receive her protection, ensuring the overland trade route from Volantis to the Bay of Slaves would remain unimpeded. In private, the slavers cursed her, for it was she who had disrupted their trade, and yet she dared to guarantee its safety. Moreover, with the execution of their family heirs, the slavers were even less inclined to accept Lyanna's terms. War would persist, and upon Lyanna's departure, the city would be governed by an organization known as the Council of Veterans. This council would consist of 5 from the Bay of Slaves, 2 from Westeros, and 3 from Braavos, with Marrow serving as its chair. The council would issue a strict decree to the slaves within the city. To attain true freedom, they must enlist and participate in the war. Lyanna had never contemplated altering the Bay of Slaves through economic means or bloodless solutions. Only war could reshape the power dynamics within the Bay of Slaves. Upon seizing the city, Lyanna did not grant the remaining slaves nominal freedom. Instead, she provided them with substantive liberty, albeit one they must claim for themselves. Only through participation in the war could slaves and their families achieve free status. The future of Bloodstone was destined to be surrounded by enemies, and in the nascent stages of its establishment, with hearts uncertain. The slaves needed to cultivate self-confidence and instill a sense of honor in their newfound identity. Nothing could foster such honor and confidence more than victories upon the battlefield. Through each triumph, the slaves would reshape their understanding and reforge their very essence. Marrow, a Bravosian, understands the significance of citizen soldiers to the city-state, thus he supports this policy. The measures introduced by Ryan adhere to the principle established in the Slave Bay that acquiring slaves necessitates a price. However, the cost has transformed from mere money and desire to iron and blood. Iron and blood, this is the counsel Ryan offers to the city. Bloodborder City is the new name Ryan has bestowed upon this place. Chapter 66. The foundation of victory. News of triumph swiftly spread throughout Slave Bay, and all slaves became aware of a city willing to shatter the shackles for their sake. The slaves began to believe in Ryan's ability to safeguard them. On the very next day after Ryan's return to the city, over 500 slaves expressed their desire to join the city. Ryan welcomed them all, granting these 500 individuals the freedom to move and seek employment within the city. He vowed that no one would be allowed to compel them to undertake tasks against their will, while these individuals remained nominally slaves. Their actual conditions had improved to resemble those of ordinary citizens. At this moment, the gates of Bloodborder City were teeming with a multitude of escaping slaves, all hoping to find freedom within its walls. The atmosphere was vibrant and full of life. Marrow stood at the gate, gazing down at the vast procession entering the city, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The Second Sons Regiment and the mercenaries remained encamped outside, and Marrow only brought a few guards along with the 3,000 slaves into the city to demonstrate his sincerity. Ryan also took 2/3 of the slave army out of the city to train with the Second Sons Regiment. Despite the objections from the Bravosian sailors regarding Marrow's entrance into the city, they were no longer the majority in the army, and Ryan no longer needed to concern himself with their opinions. The 3,000 slaves were securely held in the barracks. Marrow had dispatched envoys to the 3 great city-states, awaiting their ships. The moment a vessel arrived, he would load these slaves aboard for transport to the eastern Slave Bay. These 3,000 slaves served as Marrow's bargaining chip with the 3 great city-states. In his plan, securing the support of the eastern city-states would solidify Bloodborder City's foundation. 3,000 slaves represented a mere fraction for the 3 major slave city-states. Yet the true significance of this gesture was Marrow's declaration to the Slave Bay that Bloodborder City would not abolish slavery. He reassured the lords of Slave Bay that their source of wealth would remain intact. Perhaps the notion of mercenaries ruling a city within Slave Bay was intolerable to all slave owners. However, as long as Marrow continued to fight and win against the western city-states, a steady stream of prisoners of war would be dispatched to the east. The prospect of Marrow as lord of the city was not entirely unacceptable, provided he maintained his winning streak. Winning cannot rely solely on warfare, a sustainable base for resources. Finances and military personnel is essential, all of which require population support. The throng at the city gates represents Marrow's future assets. Despite their emaciated forms and tattered garments, Marrow found them irresistibly endearing. These individuals embodied wealth. Initially, Marrow held no particular expectations regarding the potential benefits this city might yield. However, upon witnessing the throngs of people at the city gates, he realized that the advantages he reaped were far greater than he had anticipated. Marrow had previously worked in the armory of Bravos, where the overseer often proclaimed that it was an honor for them to contribute to the world as foremost shipyard, asserting that Bravos warships were crafted to liberate the enslaved across the globe. Although Marrow scoffed at such lofty rhetoric, he could not deny that these ethereal ideals fueled the armory's remarkable productivity. While Marrow may not have shown much compassion for the slaves, he certainly knew how to exploit their plight in the name of freedom to compel them to labor fervently. When Ryan inquired why Marrow had abandoned the armory to become a mercenary in the Slave Bay, Marrow recounted a tale of gambling debts that left him on the brink of death at the hands of his creditors. In a moment of desperation, he pilfered a substantial deposit from the armory and fled Bravos, seeking refuge as a mercenary. Subsequently, Marrow spent over 2 decades with the Second Sons, amassing wealth through repeated acts of betrayal to reward his comrades, ultimately ascending to the position of commander and earning infamy as the most notorious mercenary leader. In comparison, the wealth he had toiled for through treachery paled against the benefits of his current role as a lord of the city. "Do you think of your hometown?" Ryan asked, standing beside Marrow. "A bit," But rest assured, Bloodstone City only trades in war captives. Those who voluntarily come to my side will be treated well. For ensuring their well-being will yield greater profits for me. Mero's eyes betrayed his avarice. In this era, mercenaries occasionally dabbled in banditry, just as bandits could venture into mercenary work. As the future chairman of the Soldiers' Committee, Mero's current task was to lead mercenaries in a continuous campaign of pillaging, generating a steady stream of captives. Not only could Mero partake in the wealth created by the city, but he could also profit from the sale of slaves. Descending from the city walls and strolling through the streets, Ryan and Mero walked side by side, while Braavosi sailors spat upon seeing Mero. "They do not like you," Ryan remarked. "Let them not like me. I have no illusions of returning to Braavos. Being a lord here has its merits. They should envy my position." Ryan corrected him. "It's chairman." "Indeed, chairman," Mero acknowledged, and the two resumed their discourse. "Will you truly not grant the slaves their freedom?" Mero queried. "No, the time is not ripe. Did I not mention that slaves must earn their freedom?" As a Braavosi, Mero understood the pivotal role that freedmen played in the city's development. Whether they were slaves or not mattered little to him. His sole aim was the prosperity of his domain, to effectively govern Bloodstone City. Mero strictly ordered his mercenaries to temper their behavior upon entering the city, even resorting to executing a few subordinates who ventured in recklessly. Even now, Mero was admonishing the guards who followed closely behind him. "Do not provoke trouble. This shall henceforth be our domain." Mero pointed towards a workshop engaged in weapon manufacturing. "Do you truly believe that seizing a fortune is more advantageous than becoming the lord of this city?" Observing the lackluster demeanor of the guards, Mero resignedly adjusted his hat. It was evident that Mero's thoughts had transitioned from that of a mercenary to a bureaucrat. On the surface, it appeared that Ryan had been significantly outmaneuvered by Mero. Yet Ryan held a differing perspective. The Soldiers' Council he proposed was modeled after a military government, aligning with the current state of Bloodstone City. And it represented Ryan's initial foray into establishing a military regime. There was a wealth of experience to be gleaned, which would aid Ryan in navigating the complexities when he established a military government in Westeros, allowing him to avoid unnecessary detours. More critically, Ryan's foundational base did not reside here. His stronghold lay on the continent of Westeros, making it impossible for him to simultaneously manage the Slavers' Bay. Ryan could indeed muster a slave army to sweep through the slave city-states, but should he attempt such actions in Slavers' Bay? By the time the War of the Five Kings commenced, it would be known that Ryan of House Hightower was adept at conscripting forces, prompting others to guard against his maneuvers. Without the support of refugees, Ryan could not amass his initial capital, thus hindering his rise and preventing him from contending with the noble elite. In Ryan's eyes, Mero resembled a mere mouse, perfectly suited to the role of a warlord. Not only did he possess commendable military prowess, but he was also cunning and treacherous, supported by a seasoned cadre like the Second Sons. The city-states of Slavers' Bay did not trust him, relying solely on blatant self-interest to forge alliances, often betraying his allies. Chapter 67. The Sea King upon arriving in Braavos. Boron and Trini sought out the Mermaid Queen, delivering a letter penned by Ryan. Prior to opening the letter, the Mermaid Queen felt a surge of delight, appreciating Ryan's flair for romance. At last, she thought, he had outshone the Nightingale. However, as she read through the missive, her satisfaction waned, pursing her lips in discontent. It lacked flavor. Why was this so? Because it was not a love letter, but rather a plea for aid. In essence, Ryan was in peril, struggling for survival alongside his companions in Slavers' Bay, urgently calling for assistance from the people of Braavos. The Mermaid Queen cast a disappointed glance at the parchment that accompanied the letter. What was this? A ransom list? Upon unrolling the parchment, she discovered it densely inscribed with text. The Mermaid Queen eagerly seized a magnifying glass to scrutinize the contents. With excitement, she clutched the parchment and dashed outside, exclaiming, "Quick! Take me to the Great Dome." On the very same day Boron and Trini visited the Mermaid Queen, the Great Dome unveiled a new theatrical production, The Wonderful Adventure, Striking Out, around Essos in 90 days. This tale recounted the saga of a Braavosi merchant ship besieged by pirates at sea, compelled to abandon ship and traverse the lands of Long Summer to reach Slavers' Bay, where they would vanquish slave traders and engage in a battle of wits against the slave masters. Upon its debut, the entire city of Braavos erupted in fervor. The elements that the citizens of Braavos cherish most, such as the allure of maritime adventures, the rescue of enslaved individuals, and the enigmatic tales of bravery, are all intricately woven into the narrative. It is no wonder they have succumbed to fervent enthusiasm. Furthermore, Ryan has meticulously illustrated the main characters within the tale: the swordsman, the archer, the spearman, the cavalryman, the assassin, the mage, and the berserker. Each portrait comes to life. For instance, The spearman is depicted in a dynamic pose, brandishing a long spear adorned with the image of a venomous serpent, which simultaneously sinks its fangs into an enemy's neck as the spear pierces their chest. It is said that the Grand Dome has miniaturized each portrait onto palm-sized slips of paper, which spectators entering the Grand Dome to witness the drama can randomly receive. The public has fervently clamored for these slips, captivated by the dynamic representations of each character wielding their weapons alongside the accompanying creatures. In their quest to collect these cards, tickets to the Grand Dome have been sold out, prompting other theaters and bravos to inquire about the source of the Grand Dome's remarkable script and marketing prowess. Upon investigation, they discovered that it was the Siren Queen who had bestowed such gifts. Consequently, the theater owners, laden with generous offerings, knocked on the doors of the Siren Queen's abode, hoping that the enchanting socialite might share some of her exquisite scripts, or at the very least, allow their opera houses to stage works by the Siren Queen. The Siren Queen then revealed to the theater proprietors that this tale was, in fact, derived from Ryan's true experiences. Could they bear to let such an angel, who brings them joy, suffer the indignities of the slaver's chains? With tears streaming down her face, the Siren Queen implored them, and the theater owners, understanding her distress, vowed earnestly that they would not allow Ryan, nor the suffering Bravosi, to be forgotten amidst the tragic circumstances of the Slave Bay. All opera houses and bravos mobilized, fervently promoting Ryan's story, ensuring that every Bravosi was aware of the plight of their compatriots languishing in the Slave Bay, waiting desperately for a hand of assistance from their homeland. The Bravosi, aflame with righteous indignation, collectively petitioned King Farragon in Italian, urging the Bravos officials to dispatch a fleet to bring their stranded citizens home. In response to the public outcry, the king convened a meeting within the royal palace to deliberate whether a fleet should be sent to retrieve the Bravosi in the Slave Bay. The royal palace is the residence of the King of Bravos, situated to the north of the Purple Harbor, where Bravosi merchant ships dock beneath its arches and towers. The king possesses an intricate intelligence network and has already learned that Ryan and his companions are not merely enduring hardship in the Slave Bay. Rather, they have been successfully challenging the local slavers. The story, as told, contains only a fragment of truth. Gazing at the purple sails and hulls of the merchant vessels in the harbor, the king has always valued discussions with his chief swordsman, seeking his insights for sound counsel. If you ask me, the king, Valentine, hesitated, but the king smiled and encouraged him, saying, "Continue. I shall not mind how many voices criticize my perceived folly. No. I merely wish to express that I am referring to the matter of today as public petition. It is highly probable that Ryan has manipulated you." The Sea King continued to chuckle. "Isn't this a rather commonplace occurrence? I exploit you. You exploit him. Politics operates in such a manner, a mutual utilization. Provided that those being utilized receive ample compensation, being exploited can indeed be a mutually beneficial affair. However, Your Majesty," I interjected, "I believe that once a fleet is dispatched, the strategic planning of Bravos for the coming decades will undergo a significant transformation." The Sea King nodded, acknowledging the truth in my assertion. Sending a fleet to the Slave Bay to retrieve individuals signifies an announcement to all the city-states of Essos that Bravos intends to extend its reach into the Slave Bay. Even if you manage to liberate Ryan's people, what of it? The ruler of that blood-soaked city is also a Bravosi. The abolition of slavery is the goal of Bravos. Yet 8 of the 9 free cities maintain deep ties with the Slave Bay, heavily involved in the slave trade. Establishing a foothold in the Slave Bay would allow Bravos to seize control of the slave trade routes of those 8 cities. Should those cities sour their relations with Bravos over this matter, it would strategically disadvantage Bravos, which lacks the strength to confront the entirety of the free cities alone. But we cannot simply turn a blind eye. The Sea King sighed. "I have taken an oath. During the inauguration ceremony of each Sea King, one swears to uphold the Bravosi Declaration of Independence inscribed upon the arch that spans the Long Canal. No man, woman, or child of Bravos shall ever become a slave. This is the foundation of the Sea King's legitimacy. To abstain from action would equate to political suicide. The Sea King must ensure that the people of Bravos witness their envisioned liberators and the freed slaves aboard Bravos' purple sails and shell ships traversing the Titan, marching along the Long Canal. Only in this manner can we dispatch a fleet to welcome our heroes home." The chief swordsman sought to counsel him to reconsider, but the Sea King waved him off, declaring, "My time is limited. Once I depart this world, feel free to cast all the blame upon me and allow future generations to fulfill the ambitions of their forebears." The pain from his ailments was ever present, a reminder of his dwindling days. Chapter 68. CG The arena is an emblematic feature of every city-state within the Slave Bay, reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum, providing a spectacle of entertainment for both slave masters and the common folk, satisfying their bloodthirsty desires. The Daznak Arena in Mir is the grandest and most opulent in all the Slave Bay. Blood-soaked City also possesses its own arena, albeit significantly smaller. Currently serving as a venue for resolving disputes between Ryan's slave army and the Sons of the Harpy. Wooden weapons accompanied by rudimentary helmets are the implements of combat within the arena. To prevent fatalities, participants are prohibited from bringing their own gear. Dust swirled, blood splattered, and lifeblood flowed as fallen bodies lay upon the ground. CG, drenched in sweat, silently assessed his next opponent. Previously, he had vanquished 19 warriors of the Sons of the Harpy, using his wooden sword entwined with iron chains. Should he triumph over the 20th contender, the subjugators would owe an apology to the enslaved soldiers they trained. During the training process, the subjugators had grossly insulted these captives, and Shiji vowed to vanquish them. His adversary, towering in stature and wielding a wooden club as thick as a basin, was notorious among the subjugators as the Butcher. With a thunderous roar, the Butcher charged towards Shiji. Focused intensely, Shiji's strategy leaned towards a defensive counterattack, raising his wooden sword high while aligning his chains against the oncoming Butcher. A heavy blow struck the sword's blade as the Butcher relentlessly swung down with his massive frame, while Shiji parried each strike with his sword and chains. The sounds of clashing resounding through the arena. As Shiji found himself on the defensive, the crowd erupted with fervor, a cacophony of jeers, cheers, and roars echoing around them. Indeed, the Butcher. That's how you strike. End him. Crush him. Shatter his skull. Shiji, rise. The Butcher's eyes widened. His strikes had failed to deliver a decisive blow to Shiji as anticipated. It was worth noting that Shiji had already endured 19 grueling rounds, and his stamina ought to be nearly depleted. Moreover, being of the same age as Ryan, the Butcher questioned whether to even regard Shiji as human. Yet, Shiji's strength was astonishing, formidable enough that even he doubted his own capacity to overcome it. Though Shiji's endurance waned rapidly due to the continuous blockades, he still retained some vigor. Sensing a reduction in the Butcher's forceful strikes, he seized the moment. With a fierce shout, Shiji unleashed the full might of his chains, delivering a powerful blow to the Butcher's arm. The sudden impact, coupled with fatigue and soreness, caused the Butcher to falter, his grip on the club wavering as he halted his offensive and retreated. An opportunity for Shiji to counterattack arose. He hurled his wooden sword, which struck the Butcher's helmet, sending him stumbling backward. Retrieving the sword with his chains, Shiji switched to a two-handed grip and commenced a flurry of rapid strikes akin to a whirlwind. With his swordsmanship reaching an exquisite level of mastery, Shiji expertly adjusted his stance, launching his blade upward with force. As anticipated, the Butcher raised his club, and the wooden sword, stained with the blood of prior foes, clashed once more with the Butcher's weapon. The sword swept across, striking the Butcher at the neck. In response to the injury, the Butcher immediately retaliated. His powerful arm gripped the wooden club tightly, aiming downward towards Shiji's head, who swiftly evaded. Next, Shiji stepped onto the Butcher's club. A resounding impact. The two engaged in a fierce battle, neither yielding an inch. With sparks flying from the clashing weapons, the Butcher unleashed a roar of fury, while Shiji's sword appeared to defy the laws of physics, leaving afterimages with every swing. The Butcher continued his desperate struggle, battered and bruised, his attacks now a frenzied exchange of life for life. Despite Sig's efforts to suppress the Butcher's onslaught, a cautious voice within him warned that the Butcher was gradually losing his sanity. The towering figure of the Butcher leapt with a furious roar, charging forth. Determined to conclude the battle, Sig tightened his grip on the wooden sword, summoned his strength, and surged forward until the clash erupted with a thunderous sound across the battlefield. The earth trembled under the immense force, compelling Sig to retreat 2 steps, narrowly evading the Butcher's relentless pursuit as the wooden club nearly struck his head. Sig pivoted, gathered his strength, and unleashed a decisive strike upon the Butcher's chest. Yet, the Butcher retaliated with even greater ferocity, his bloodied club transforming into a meat grinder, almost engulfing Sig. Each of the Butcher's devastating blows forced Sig to retreat, but he was no novice. His experience surpassed that of any warrior. Seizing an opening amidst the chaos, he struck the Butcher, causing him to stagger backward. Sig, recognizing the opportunity, swung his sword in a wide arc before delivering a fierce blow to the Butcher's chest. The sound of cracking ribs echoed as the Butcher collapsed, and Sig seized the moment to unleash a frenzied assault. With a vertical strike, he struck the Butcher's head, and even through the helmet. The audience could discern the Butcher's weakening form from his anguished cries and retreating silhouette. A subsequent horizontal slash struck the Butcher's head once more, and under Sig's relentless barrage, crimson liquid began to flow from within the helmet. The Butcher, Los, fell to the ground with a resounding thud, signaling the end of the duel. Immediately, the physicians of the Sons of the Second entered the arena to attend to the Butcher. Though still alive, the series of blows to his head had rendered him unconscious. Sig raised his sword in triumph, declaring his victory, as the spectators, both Sons of the Second and slaves, cheered, waving their hats and garments in jubilation. They had just witnessed a spectacular confrontation. The thrilling and blood-pumping duel sent the audience into a frenzy, their applause and cheers resonating like thunder. Reminiscent of the ancient Roman arenas, as they enthusiastically lauded Sig. He had astonishingly completed a gauntlet against 20 opponents. The announcer bellowed, urging the crowd to chant Sig's name, Sig, 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 Sig. As Sig surveyed the scene, the accolades surrounding him felt less substantial than a piece of roasted meat. He was solely focused on receiving the apology from the Sons of the Second, and then seeking out Ryan with the iron chain that had accompanied him in battle. Ryan had promised to gift Sig a sword, a knightly blade from Westeros. Sig intended to entwine the sword with the chain, forging an unbreakable bond that would forever tie them together. Chapter 69. Home at last, the fleet from Braavos has reached the port of Bloodstone. And it is time for Lane to depart from the Bay of Slaves and return to Westeros. Gazing upon the violet sails above, Lane reflects on the fruits of his journey. He has liberated thousands of slaves, yet he has not abolished the slave trade. The only semblance of decency lies in the fact that Lane's expulsion of the previous occupiers of Bloodstone was conducted under the pretext of his rightful claim. Thus the slave trade ceased during his governance, only to resume upon the ascendance of the new ruler. In other words, to the public eye, Lane appears to have been ousted from the Bay of Slaves, a reputation that is far from commendable. First driven away by pirates, then by mercenaries, Lane has indeed earned the title of a repeatedly defeated general. Although he did not acquire any unsullied during his expedition to the Bay of Slaves, Lane has nonetheless garnered some compensation. Every one of his surviving guards has withstood the trials of war. Transforming these individuals from mere soldiers into generals may well prove more valuable than simply obtaining unsullied. Among his newly gathered subordinates from the Bay of Slaves, he has decided to retain Siggy in Bloodstone. His role will be to monitor Meloro, ensuring that he fulfills his promise to grant freedom to every slave who participates in battle. Siggy will serve as a key instigator, perpetuating conflict between Bloodstone and the slave city-states. The rationale behind keeping Siggy in Bloodstone is straightforward. He has established considerable prestige within the Sons of the Harpy by defeating 20 of their formidable members during amicable exchanges. Siggy's status will facilitate alliances with the militant factions within the city, and this force will continue to grow. Meloro must reckon with their strength should he wish to negotiate peace with the slave city-states. The future vision for Bloodstone involves the establishment of a trade route, linking the free city-states with the Bay of Slaves, both overland and by sea, creating the only such passage. This necessitates ongoing warfare with the western city-states. War is the sole avenue for the expansion and prosperity of Bloodstone. Once this singular trade route is established, Bloodstone will swiftly transform from a modest coastal town into the fourth largest city-state of the Bay of Slaves. Lane is aware that this endeavor will cost many lives. Yet it is an unavoidable necessity. Mere capitulation will not suffice against the slave city-states. The population of the Bay of Slaves is vast, and without the cruel exploitation by slave masters and the importation of goods, it could not sustain such numbers. Hence, when Daenerys liberates the Bay of Slaves, she faces inevitable challenges with the well-fed slaves and the cessation of trade, leading to her precarious rule. Currently, Bloodstone's population is limited, and this issue is not yet pressing. However, a demographic explosion looms in the future. A means of population export will be essential to prevent Bloodstone from falling into the same plight as Daenerys. Regardless of how harsh it may seem, this strategy is ultimately beneficial for Bloodstone. As the spoils of war continually flow in, Lane need not worry that Meloro, as a beneficiary, will betray the city. The declaration of freedom acquired through blood and iron will be genuinely realized. Certainly, this is merely the most optimistic estimation. Ryan must now contemplate his relationship with Braavos. He orchestrated the situation that led the Sea King to dispatch the Braavosi fleet, and undoubtedly, the Sea King is aware of Ryan's involvement behind the scenes. It remains uncertain how the Sea King might retaliate against Ryan. The long-forgotten sound of crashing waves filled Ryan's thoughts. He vaguely recalled that upon boarding yesterday, his Braavosi sailors initially refused to share a vessel with him, believing that Ryan's compromise with a traitor constituted a betrayal in itself. Ryan felt somewhat helpless, recognizing that at times, one must sacrifice the will of certain individuals, even if those desires are rooted in righteousness, to achieve a greater goal. Overthinking it, Ryan felt a slight ache in his head. What is wrong? You are on the brink of returning home, yet you appear so burdened with thoughts. Namelia approached, having exchanged her battle attire for a flowing white gown, her dark hair cascading down without embellishment. In this moment, her beauty epitomized the poetic line, "The pure water produces the lotus, naturally devoid of adornment." "You have scarcely slept these past months. You ought to rest more," she advised. Ryan grasped Namelia's delicate hand, assuring her, "It is nothing." I am still young and recover swiftly. After I am gone, I shall have ample time for sleep. Namelia did not find humor in Ryan's words about his eventual repose. Instead, she earnestly remarked, "You should not have struck a deal with that Merrill." Indeed, but what alternative was there? This arrangement preserves the dignity of all three parties. Ryan replied, "The slave bay has reclaimed the cities occupied by the Bravosi. Blood Border City has gained formidable military strength, and Bravos has accepted our band of defeated soldiers, preventing an escalation of conflict with the slave bay. Yet this has inflicted severe damage to your reputation," Namelia countered, drawing closer to Ryan, her fragrance replacing the briny scent of the sea. "Reputation? I care not for it. I seek tangible benefits. The most fragile and unstable things in the world are power and reputation not grounded in one's own strength. I have indeed fulfilled my promise. I personally unshackled every enslaved individual who fought and even attended their weddings. According to Ryan's decree, any enslaved person who participated in battle would secure freedom for their families as well. Thus, many women among the enslaved in Blood Border City aspired to marry these warriors to attain their own liberation. Ryan took note of this and promptly selected 300 remarkably beautiful female slaves to wed the most valorous of the freed men. With a grand gesture, he allocated vacant houses in Blood Border City to serve as new homes for the newlyweds. Those slaves who gained both homes and beautiful wives expressed their profound gratitude to Ryan, referring to him as their benefactor. Perhaps, Namelia mused. Feeling the warmth emanating from Ryan's hand, her cheeks slightly flushed. When their eyes met, she instinctively averted her gaze, changing the subject. "How long until we reach Bravos?" "Indeed. You are brazenly engaging in such acts under the broad daylight." A lively feminine voice resonated from the other side. "Ryan, we have splendidly accomplished the task you entrusted to us. What sort of reward do you think I deserve?" With that, Tyranny embraced Ryan. And under the astonished gaze of Namelia, she exclaimed, "I hope to witness just how skillful the archers by the lake of the divine I truly are." "There will be an opportunity," Ryan replied with a smile, gently pushing Tyranny away. Tyranny leaned against him. "I hadn't anticipated that your artistic skills were so exceptional, Ryan. Let's go to my room. I wish for you to create a painting for me." "Haven't I already painted for you?" "That one was unsatisfactory. You depicted me entirely in black, wielding poison and a dagger. It was rather unbecoming." "Tyranny, what do you mean by that?" Namelia, her expression dark, stood before the two, stating, "You ought to show respect to your sister. Do you intend to disregard my presence entirely?" Tyranny's beautiful almond eyes betrayed no concern for Namelia. She merely retrieved a card from her bosom and tossed it to her. "Sister, once you see this, you will comprehend my meaning." Namelia took the card, momentarily stunned, for it depicted none other than herself. Tyranny glanced at Ryan, saying, "Thanks to you, we sisters have become the shining stars of Bravos." Chapter 70. Arrival at King's Landing. The king's vengeance arrived swiftly. The fleet of Bravos did not take him to the city, but rather abandoned him at Blackwater Bay. His Highness the Sea King wished for Lord Ryan to refrain from visiting Bravos for the next few years, allowing the people of Bravos to bask in their own glory. Tycho, with a face full of regret, informed Ryan that the Sea King believed, since the populace desired him to rescue the people of Bravos, he could only return with them in the spoils of war. Ryan and the other Westerlanders should return whence they came. Ryan welcomed this fate, recognizing it as a form of divine providence. Furthermore, he had not returned to Westeros in 7 months. The year of conquest had now reached 298. The Sea King had inadvertently saved Ryan a considerable amount of time. Those who played against the Sea King were kings, princes, and governors. For a mere lord to dare scheme against him was a lenient punishment indeed. As the group arrived at the mud gate of King's Landing, it was time to bid farewell to the Sand Snakes. Namelia and Tyranny needed to return to Dorne to report their experiences during this journey to their father, the Red Viper, as well as to assess Ryan's potential as a future ally of Dorne. Namelia approached Ryan, her dark eyes reflecting the visage of the man before her. "I will forever remember this journey. Do not forget, Ryan." "I shall not," Ryan replied with a smile, patting Naemelia's shoulder. "Do not forget your ransom." "I know," Naemelia retorted, shaking off Ryan's hand. "What a humorless man you are." After Naemelia's farewell, it was Tyranny's turn. Her sweet voice chimed in. "What score would you give me for my performance during this journey? As this is your first time accompanying me, I shall grant you a passing grade." "And what if that is insufficient?" "Why?" "Because you are not wearing stockings. You appear so alluring," Ryan remarked before leaping onto a carriage. Tyranny wore a puzzled expression, having not yet had the chance to inquire about what stockings were. In an instant, Ryan's figure vanished, leaving only the laughter of Namelia in response. Upon entering the carriage, Ryan acknowledged the occupant within, my Lord Baelish. It was Peter Baelish who had come to retrieve Ryan, within the spacious carriage. Baelish gazed through the small window at Namelia and Tyranny. "Those two are the illegitimate daughters of the Red Viper," Truly two beauties, he mused. Ryan chuckled wryly, alas. One sister wields a bone-cutting dagger while the other is a venomous poison. A bone-cutting dagger and a venomous poison make for a splendid combination. Ryan, you are indeed fortunate. Peter teased, causing Ryan to feel somewhat embarrassed. My Lord Baelish, please refrain from jesting about me, he replied. Very well, let us change the subject. Ryan, you have certainly stirred quite a commotion in the Slavers' Bay. The entire Westeros is abuzz with tales of your conquest of the city under the cover of night with the Dothraki. Peter laughed. Yet Ryan detected no hint of mirth in his demeanor. It is unavoidable. The Slavers' Bay is rife with slave traders, and one must be ruthless to survive. Although I believe you would be willing to pay my ransom, I would prefer not to burden you with such expenses. Their laughter echoed in unison. Ha ha. I have heard that you have established an organization called the Soldiers' Committee in the city of Bloodstone. Could you elaborate? Peter's tone shifted. Ryan nodded. Of course, my lord. New tales awaited to be told, and as Tyrion recounted Ryan's exploits in Essos at the dining table, Myrcella longed to see Ryan once more. She had perused the fairy tale book he gifted her no fewer than 50 times, growing weary of the stories. Since the age of 7, she had begun learning to ride. Despite her mother's occasional complaints about her horseback riding and Joffrey's taunts while she rode, her father and 2 uncles were very supportive. Once atop her horse, Myrcella suddenly found the embroidery she once adored to be dull and uninspiring. Upon glimpsing Ryan's archery cards, she yearned to learn archery as well. Regrettably, her mother would surely prevent her. From the perspective of a 7-year-old, Myrcella hoped Ryan would return swiftly to regale her with tales of his adventures in Essos and to demonstrate his remarkable archery skills. At the dining table within the Red Keep, the Lannisters were gathered for a meal. I did not anticipate that Ryan's archery would surpass his swordsmanship. Could my brother defeat him from 50 paces? Tyrion queried of Jaime. Jaime contemplated his brother's question earnestly before responding. I eagerly await the day Ryan and I engage in a contest with bows, for as you mentioned, he is at his most formidable when wielding only a bow. The 2 brothers exchanged knowing smiles and continued their repast. Cersei, their sister, felt a profound sense of revulsion at the scene before her. No matter how many times she witnessed it, she longed to confine Tyrion to a pigsty to feed him swine fodder. As for the proficiency of Lonn's archery, Cersei was indifferent. With merely a flick of her finger, countless skilled archers would eagerly pledge their allegiance to her. She cast her gaze upon her beloved son, Joffrey, who, neglecting his meal, was envisioning a scenario where he commanded Lonn to shoot. Lonn's anatomical rendering was flawed, striking the flesh of one who dared offend the king. Magnanimous Joffrey would not express ire, forgiving Lonn's blunder. My dear nephew, are you experiencing a bout of spring fever? Ha ha ha, it seems our Joffrey has grown into a man. Tyrion's words jolted Joffrey back to reality, and as he comprehended the implications of what had been said, noticing Myrcella and Tommen stifling their laughter, his face flushed crimson. You! How dare you insult the prince? Joffrey rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Tyrion, if his visage could be described as menacing. Even a newborn babe would appear more composed in comparison. It is indeed a good thing that the prince is developing healthily. I am merely extending my well wishes. You shall surely become a formidable presence on the battlefield, much like your father. Tyrion presented a platter of eel towards Joffrey, urging him to indulge. Proclaiming to the 7 kingdoms what it means to be a tiger's son. Rendered speechless by Tyrion's remarks, Joffrey could not muster a retort to preserve his dignity. He maintained his previous posture. However, the prolonged display of intimidation only served to elicit laughter. Cersei could no longer contain herself. Tyrion's words had already implicitly criticized both her and Joffrey, and witnessing her eldest son's comical demeanor only intensified her fury. She threatened Tyrion, warning that should he dare to speak foul language in the presence of royal family members again, she would have him expelled from King's Landing. You have no authority over me. It is father who commanded me to come to King's Landing to keep an eye on you and Jaime. Tyrion replied boldly, then turned to Jaime and remarked, by the way, regarding Lonn, he should have arrived in King's Landing by now. Jaime picked up on Tyrion's cue, stating, indeed. The king ordered the master of coin, Peter Baelish, to fetch him to the Red Keep's council chamber. The king has matters to discuss with Lonn. Chapter 71. Reporting Lonn entered the council chamber of the Red Keep, accompanied by Peter Baelish, where Robert and several council lords were gathered. Your Grace, my lords. Lonn offered a brief salute, and Robert gestured for him to take a seat. Once seated, Robert wasted no time in questioning, Lonn. I hear you commanded a band of Dothraki in Essos. Tell me, what manner of wretched warriors are they? Indeed. Robert had summoned Lonn to the council because he had learned of the possibility that Illyrio, the governor of Pentos across the Narrow Sea, might marry his 13-year-old sister, Daenerys Targaryen, to Khal Drogo this year. According to Varys' intelligence, once Daenerys bore an heir, Drogo's Khalasar would cross the Narrow Sea to assist Viserys in reclaiming the Iron Throne. As the sole Westerosi lord who has witnessed the Dothraki in battle, Lion was acutely aware of their strengths and weaknesses. Accordingly, he began to recount the nature of the Dothraki, as Robert had hoped. The Dothraki are a horse-riding people, fierce and bloodthirsty, where every individual is a warrior. They perceive killing as a form of entertainment and regard dying in battle as the highest honor. From birth, they live upon their steeds, and their cavalry is arguably the finest in the world. Each Dothraki can shoot arrows while standing atop a galloping horse, launching volleys before charging to both inflict casualties and demoralize their foes. Their tactics are flexible and varied, adeptly exploiting the advantages of cavalry. They raid villages and supply lines, harassing sleeping soldiers at night, and when faced with numerically superior enemies, they lure them into a trap before encircling them, executing multiple charges. With the thunder of hooves and the roar of warriors fueling their assault, any army that dares to confront the Dothraki on the plains is courting disaster. Upon hearing Lion's introduction to the Dothraki, Robert's brow furrowed. Indeed, they were a formidable foe. To the north of Slavers Bay lies the Dothraki Sea. I have stationed men in Slavers Bay, and I shall instruct them to keep a vigilant watch toward the north. Excellent. It seems you have not returned from Slavers Bay empty-handed, Robert remarked with a smile. Lion continued, however, Your Grace, I believe the Dothraki would never cross the Narrow Sea. Oh, pray tell, why is that? Robert inquired. A Khalasar comprises not only warriors but also many women and children. The Dothraki would never abandon their families to traverse the Narrow Sea. They engage in warfare and production as families and cannot bear prolonged separation from their kin. The presence of women and children, along with their horses, necessitates a vast fleet for transport. And I fear that Pintos would struggle to assemble such a number of vessels in a short time. What are the ships from the 9 free cities? Questioned the master of ships, Stannis. That falls beyond my purview. Let the matters of diplomacy rest in your capable hands, my lords, Lion replied. Moreover, even if sufficient ships were available for transport, the Dothraki would undoubtedly suffer significant losses at sea. The diseases of the ocean are as dreadful as those on land. Furthermore, the Dothraki have never set foot on a ship, let alone cross the Narrow Sea. I am confident that the royal fleet under your command, Master of Ships, is capable of preventing a Dothraki landing. With that, Lion turned his gaze towards Stannis, as did the others present. Stannis, you can thwart the enemy's fleet, correct? Robert asked his brother. Stannis replied that had it been the royal fleet of 2 years prior, he would have been confident in their ability to do so. However, the crown now bore immense debt, and the crew of the royal fleet had not received their wages in some time, resulting in a morale that was despondent. It would require the combined naval forces of the 7 kingdoms to accomplish the task. Stannis spoke the truth, yet he was met with Robert's ire. The king rebuked Stannis, chastising him not to use a lack of funds as an excuse. It was his incompetence that had led to the demoralization of the royal fleet. Stannis was deemed utterly worthless by Robert, yet all present, aside from Robert, recognized Stannis' unwavering commitment to duty. He was diligently expending his own prestige to placate the sailors who were owed wages. Had anyone else been appointed as the Lord Commander of the Navy, the sailors would have long since abandoned their posts. Robert's treatment of Stannis was hardly befitting of an elder brother, although there was widespread discontent regarding Stannis. No one dared to speak a kind word in his defense. He was quite unpopular at court, with Robert's ire directed solely at Stannis, while Stannis maintained a sour disposition towards everyone. This discord culminated in a fierce argument between the eldest and second sons of House Baratheon, with the youngest, Renly, showing no inclination to mediate. Nearly 3 months prior, Stannis had approached to inform him that Cersei Lannister had summoned 3 children of House Lannister to the Red Keep. After all, Stannis' domain, Dragonstone, had historically been the fief of the heir apparent. When Stannis presented the family tree, highlighting that throughout the generations of intermarriage between the Baratheons and Lannisters, whenever the father belonged to House Baratheon, the offspring invariably inherited their father's hair color. Thus, if the 3 children at the Red Keep were indeed Robert's, their hair should be black, as his was. Upon hearing Stannis' revelation, Jon was engulfed in conflict, questioning why Stannis had not disclosed this finding to his brother, King Robert. Stannis explained that he refrained from directly informing Robert, knowing that Robert would not believe him, but he would heed the counsel of his most trusted hand. Stannis spoke the truth, for Robert's sake. He and Jon spent the following month seeking out all of Robert's illegitimate offspring in King's Landing. Ultimately, each discovery intensified Jon's dread, as they found 3 children, all with black hair. The truth was so cruel. Upon acquiring a particular tome, he resolved to ensure that Lisa would send Robert to Dragonstone upon their return. Your Grace? This was the Iron Throne's reward for your successful advocacy on behalf of the crown and securing favorable conditions. Chapter 72. The Reward. The king would command you to serve as his hunting squire, and in the near future, he would elevate you to the position of commander of the city watch. Renly stared in shock at the appointment document in his hand, while Peter maintained his characteristic slight smirk, exuding an air of amiability. He nodded towards Renly. Renly inquired, "Hasn't the commander of the city watch always been Lord Mandanmore?" Peter replied, "Lord Mandan passed away recently. I beg your pardon. Let us take a moment to honor the memory of this dutiful commander. In the original narrative, after Mandan's death, during Jon's tenure as commander of the watch, 1/3 of the officers were required to contribute a portion of their wages to him. As a result, Sherlyn retained his position, and upon learning of Cersei's affairs, Jon's desire to replace the commander of the city watch intensified. When Lane returned to King's Landing, recounting his heroic exploits in Essos, he brought with him considerable wealth, eliminating the need for bribery. Furthermore, his blood relation to Lisa rendered him far more trustworthy than Sterling. Appointing Lane as the commander of the city watch would not only remove a corrupt official, but also provide invaluable assistance in the forthcoming efforts to undermine the Lannisters. As anticipated, Lane had already demonstrated his capabilities in Essos, making him a deserving candidate for the position of commander of the city watch. With one of their own at the helm, the odds in the ensuing power struggle would be decidedly in their favor, a prospect that Peter Baelish undoubtedly welcomed. However, Peter needed to tread carefully. The denizens of King's Landing were well aware that Lane was aligned with him, while outwardly, Peter presented himself as a loyal supporter of the Prime Minister. To overtly express support for Lane's ascension to commander would be an egregiously blatant display of factionalism. Peter proposed to the king, "Is it not said that Lane possesses remarkable archery skills? Why not appoint him as the king's hunting attendant, ensuring the king's safety during hunts and assisting in the pursuit of game?" Robert, who relished hunting, would surely appreciate Lane's presence in the royal forest, thus allowing Lane to curry favor with the king. Once Lane had successfully attended to the king's needs, a proposal for him to assume the role of commander of the city watch would surely meet with success. The royal forest, located not far from King's Landing, sprawled across the southern expanse of Blackwater Bay. Even after Lane assumed the role of commander, he could continue accompanying the king on hunts without conflict. Although the King's Guard was tasked with protecting the king, it was worth noting that one of their ranks was a regicide of the Lannister lineage. Thus, Lane became Robert's hunting attendant. Everyone was satisfied, save for one, Lane himself. Although serving as the king's attendant and remaining close to the monarch promised a bright future, the reality was that Robert was likely to perish this year. What good would it do Lane to be the king's hunting attendant then? At present, Lane yearned to return to his domain and prepare for the impending War of the Five Kings. Grateful for the king's and prime minister's favor, he expressed, however, "My prolonged stay in Essos has exhausted me. I wish to return and visit my grandmother before I take up my position in King's Landing." Lane sought to delay his appointment, hoping to buy some time before Robert's demise. "Lane, you must understand that becoming the king's attendant is a rare opportunity. You must seize this plan," Peter cautioned. Meanwhile, Robert and Stannis concluded their quarrel, resulting in Stannis storming out of the council meeting in a huff. "You should know by now, Prime Minister, that my brother is nothing more than a stubborn and obstinate stone. Let us not dwell on him," Robert remarked, taking a sip from the goblet before him. Turning to Lane, he said, "Come here, lad." Lane approached, and Robert gazed down at his hands, calloused and rough, a stark contrast to Lane's handsome visage. "Indeed, those are the hands befitting a master archer." Robert nodded, placing his goblet back upon the table, and gave Lon the lightest of taps on the shoulder. "Come, accompany me to the royal hunt. I wish to ascertain whether you are as formidable as the whispers suggest. Should you prove otherwise, I shall hold you accountable for treason against the crown." "As you command, Your Majesty," Lon replied, trailing the king as they departed from the council chamber, with the ministers dispersing in succession. "Observe Varys' bald head," he remarked. "I have received word that Lon bid farewell to 2 women at the mud gate before entering King's Landing. Those women are the Sand Snakes. What are you implying? Dorne is indeed part of the Seven Kingdoms." "Precisely," Varys nodded, producing 2 cards depicting Lon's likenesses of the 2 Sand Snakes, which had garnered acclaim in Bravos. "My Lord Varys, I would appreciate your candor," came the response. "The peril of the Sand Snakes lies in the fact that even when recognized, they remain overlooked. Much like the awareness of a snake's venom without knowledge of its fangs. Lon had shattered the Sand Snake's secrecy, laying bare Dorne's venomous entities before public scrutiny, transforming serpents into spears." Varys gazed at the cards of the soldiers and remarked, "Is this not a positive development? The danger of anything stems from the unknown." Varys mused. "Thus, Lon is astute. The Sand Snakes initially encountered him as pirates, Yet he not only tamed the two but also struck at their vulnerable points without drawing a single weapon. My Lord Prime Minister, I must caution you that having overly clever subordinates often leads to complications. Chapter 73. The beginning. Robert arrived at the royal hunting grounds for a week-long expedition. At this moment, the forests of Westeros still basked in the prolonged summer, the recently cleared underbrush once again flourishing with the season's vitality. To avert the sudden charge of wild boars from the thickets towards the king, the royal entourage unsheathed their swords, clearing a path as they proceeded. Lon joined the ranks of the brush-clearing team, contemplating his escape from King's Landing back to his fief. King's Landing was not far from Cain, and with Coben in command, Lon felt no trepidation about his lands being neglected for an extended period. Now confined to King's Landing, he resolved to send his guards back to train the army. Of the 20 guards who had accompanied Lon to Essos, 16 ultimately returned to Westeros, all of whom he promoted to officers. The forces of Cain numbered 800, 500 of which were merchant guards, boasting a quality superior to that of slaves. Thus, entrusting Carl, Rex, and their peers to lead 50 men each should pose no significant challenge. After clearing a sufficient passage for the king and his retinue, nightfall enveloped the scene. The party established their hunting camp beside a small brook, where multiple bonfires crackled by the water's edge. A well-seasoned suckling pig sizzled upon a spit, releasing an enticing aroma into the air. Thanks to his status as the king's hunting squire, Ryan was privileged to a sumptuous dinner, consisting of roasted pork accompanied by white bread, a goblet of wine, and an assortment of fruits and vegetables. Moreover, Ryan was spared the task of serving Robert, as someone else had already taken on that duty, and he frequently found himself the subject of Robert's jest regarding his mother. Having just returned to Westeros, Ryan had no appetite, for Robert had compelled him to work overtime. The staff meal could not soothe his weary spirit. Your mother is a fat and foolish harlot. The king's tent echoed with Robert's curses, and Ryan felt a slight alleviation of his gloom. Those witnessing the scene shared knowing glances and stifled laughter. The king was none too fond of this squire who constantly provoked him, particularly since he was a nephew of Tywin. Per Lancel, nearly 16 years of age and brimming with youthful vigor, was forced to endure the insults of a rotund king day in and day out. With a swift motion, Ryan drew a small knife from his belt, sliced off a piece of pork, and tore a chunk of bread, placing the meat atop the bread and swallowing it whole. Throughout his chewing, Ryan's gaze remained fixed on Lancel, who, feeling the scrutiny, approached him directly. What are you staring at? I am not looking at anything. I said. What are you staring at? I am merely eating. What are you looking at? As Lancel discerned that Ryan was indeed observing him, a certain nerve within him snapped. Why was it that both were squires of the king, yet Ryan could relish his meal while he was relegated to serving that wretched king, consuming the leftovers of others? I am a noble Lannister. The name Lannister alone could grant one a sense of superiority across the 7 kingdoms, yet Ryan had no intention of yielding to Lancel. Are you finished? If so, kindly refrain from disturbing my meal. With that, Ryan took another bite of his bread, chewing deliberately to ensure Lancel could see the morsel being swallowed. Lancel extended a wine jug toward Ryan, stating, His Majesty requires wine. Go pour it for him. Ryan did not accept the jug, replying, That is your responsibility. We are all servants of the king. I am the hunting squire, responsible for ensuring the king's safety while he hunts amidst the beasts of the forest. Lancel's eyes widened. Are you certain you wish to defy me? A Lannister? Ryan smiled faintly. Very well. Lancel's expression darkened significantly. Ryan continued, Do you truly believe that when the king sees your backside intact, he will transform your lies into reality? How dare you insult a Lannister? Lancel, unable to contain his fury, hurled the wine jug to the ground, which, to the dismay of onlookers, did not shatter, causing the exquisite wine from the esteemed arbor all to spill onto the earth. Shall we settle this with a trial by combat? Ryan grasped his knife. At that moment, Lancel recalled that Ryan's prowess in combat was comparable to that of his cousin Jaime. Perhaps upon returning, you might summon your cousin to fight for you. I would relish the opportunity to duel Ser Jaime once more. Lancel ceased to speak, acutely aware that if Jaime were to choose between him and Lisa, he would undoubtedly select Lisa. Jaime might agree to engage in a duel with Lisa, but following the confrontation, he would deliver a resounding slap to Lancel, compelling him to apologize to Lisa. Consequently, the humiliation Lancel would endure would be even more profound. He picked up a wine bottle from the ground and shot a venomous glare at Lisa before hastily returning to the wine storage. Upon his return with the wine, he was met with a scathing reprimand from Robert for having kept him waiting for an inordinate amount of time. A member of the king's entourage, seated beside Lisa, offered a well-meaning warning. Brother, you ought not to behave this way. Lancel is the queen's cousin, and he will surely relay your words to her. The queen places great importance on every Lannister. Except for Tyrion, Lisa retorted with a chuckle. Thank you for your concern. Rest assured. I happen to be friends with Ser Jaime, yet he is still a Lannister. Indeed, but if I were to grovel before any Lannister indiscriminately, Ser Jaime would no longer regard me as a friend. The man fell silent, for Ser Jaime was notorious for his arrogance and lack of discernment, coupled with the infamous title of Kingslayer, which rendered him an object of wariness. It seemed, therefore, that Lisa possessed a peculiar camaraderie with Jaime. King. The king approaches. A panicked voice suddenly pierced the air outside the camp, and all the guards stood alert. When they discerned the source of the commotion to be the Prime Minister's attendant, Shyff, they lowered their weapons. Shyff frequently acted as the Prime Minister's messenger to the king, and the guards recognized him, swiftly clearing a path for him to relay the news to the king. Shyff had barely entered the king's tent for a minute when Robert rushed out, hastening towards King's Landing. Robert appeared before the crowd, his chest bared, while Lancel trailed behind, grasping a large cloak in an attempt to drape it over him. Robert shoved Lancel away with a forceful hand, exclaiming, "Get lost. Don't bother me. Damn it. Why did we come here to hunt?" Upon witnessing Robert's reaction, Lisa immediately understood the gravity of the situation and discarded the wine onto the ground. Thus, the prologue of A Song of Ice and Fire unfurled. Chapter 74. The Northbound Journey. Robert. Noble lineage, resilient lineage. But Robert had arrived too late. When the king reached the Prime Minister's tower the following morning, the entire King's Landing mourned the passing of this esteemed man, including the Duke of the Vale, the Wardens of the East, and the Prime Minister himself. Robert, who held the deepest affection for him, wept uncontrollably. This marked the first time in over a decade that Robert had not succumbed to slumber through the embrace of alcohol. Cersei. The Prime Minister's funeral would be held at the Red Keep, but a fateful incident transpired prior to the ceremony. Lisa unhesitatingly rejected the proposal. And disregarding that her husband's body had yet to be interred, she fled King's Landing under the cover of night with her son, returning to the Vale. Not only did Lisa and her son depart King's Landing, Stannis too, upon learning of the Prime Minister's demise, hastily boarded a ship bound for his domain, Dragonstone. Due to the Prime Minister's wife's son's absence from the funeral, it was publicly declared that the king, overwhelmed with grief, desired to focus solely on mourning the esteemed Prime Minister, hence forbidding the nobles from the Seven Kingdoms to attend. In a corner, only Myrcella wept sorrowfully. Grandfather Jon treated her with utmost kindness, akin to that of a biological grandfather. Each time Myrcella sought comfort from Grandfather Jon after being bullied by Joffrey, all her negative emotions would dissipate. Poor Myrcella. Henceforth, she would have to face the monstrous denizens of King's Landing alone. "What troubles you, Myrcella?" A familiar voice prompted her to turn, revealing Lon. "Lon," Myrcella exclaimed with delight. "What brings you here?" "Well, I suppose I can be considered half related to the Prime Minister. In the absence of direct relatives, the king summoned me to fill the void," he chuckled. Myrcella smiled faintly, but her expression soon turned melancholic. "Grandfather Jon has departed, and now there will be no one in the Red Keep to confide in." Her mother only cared for Joffrey, and her father, Robert, was a poor excuse for a parent, especially since none of the three children were truly his. From Lon's perspective, Robert's behavior was merely an attempt to escape accountability. Gently, Lon reassured Myrcella, "I will be serving as the king's hunting attendant in King's Landing. Should we both find time, you may share your burdens with me." "Really? Indeed. Would I deceive you?" Lon replied, "Even if legions stand in my way, I will return to King's Landing." Tears welled in Myrcella's eyes as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Lon. At your service, your highness," he responded. Subsequent events proved Lon's sincerity. He did not deceive Myrcella. Following the funeral, the position of the Prime Minister became vacant, and Queen Cersei proposed that her father, Tywin, assume the role. Robert rejected the notion without a second thought, as he had already set his sights on a new candidate, his true brother, Eddard, who preferred to guard the north rather than assume the premiership. Therefore, it was imperative for Robert to personally persuade Eddard to descend south, ensuring all royal members would accompany him. Time was of the essence as the king's entourage journeyed north along the King's Road. As a hunting attendant, Lon was required to accompany the king, which meant he too would follow the procession northward. The creatures of the deep northern woods would soon face a tempest of bloodshed. Fortunately, Tyrion sought to visit the wall, and he was part of the king's retinue. With such a giant companion, Lon's journey would not lack entertainment. That night at the camp, Lon and Tyrion conversed about the soldiers' council Lon had established in the Bloodlands. Lon unsheathed his longsword, clearing the grass beneath him and compacting the ground with his feet to ensure a comfortable sleeping surface, free from the discomfort of uneven terrain. He then began to pitch his tent. After setting up the tent, Ryan unfurled a fur blanket upon the ground and called out to Tyrion outside, inviting him to enter. Tyrion stepped into the tent, cradling 2 bottles of fine wine, while Ryan presented slices of smoked meat and cheese, marking the commencement of their discussion. Ryan, why have you established a governing body in Bloodstone City akin to the councils of Essos? Tyrion inquired as he settled onto the small stool Ryan had prepared for him. Ryan replied, every region possesses its own cultural customs. To impose the logic of one place upon another is akin to forcing a man in the north to don the robes of Dorne. Governance must be adapted to local conditions. Tyrion nodded in agreement and continued, likewise, one cannot bestow benefits upon subjects without expectation. To gain advantage, one must pay a price. Just as the Lannisters, debts must be repaid. Ryan understood that Tyrion was alluding to his decision to send slaves to battle in exchange for their freedom, signaling to him that some nobles were growing discontent with his actions. Although Westeros had abolished slavery, Ryan's approach was not without justification, however. The nobility largely perceived him as audacious and dismissive of established norms. A reasonable individual would not assault a city-state with which they had no connection. Such a person is perilous, and with Ryan's close ties to Tyrion and Jaime, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms speculated that Ryan might very well become the executioner of House Lannister. This was a prospect Tyrion found appealing. Beyond Ryan being a good friend, Tyrion was optimistic about his future prospects, seeking to win Ryan's allegiance to serve House Lannister. With Ryan's support, Tyrion's voice within the family would significantly amplify. To Tyrion, this situation promised mutual benefits. However, Ryan was astute, equally clever, and Tyrion wished to cultivate their relationship gradually. Unexpectedly, Ryan directly articulated Tyrion's intentions. When Ryan uttered the well-known Lannister maxim, Tyrion felt a sense of resignation. As his family's reputation was entirely founded upon gold and the fear of Tywin throughout the Seven Kingdoms, Tyrion was uncertain whether Ryan operated under similar principles. He who dares to attack a slave city could just as easily relinquish a stronghold to a mercenary without a second thought. Ryan's actions in Slaver's Bay appeared, at first glance, to be futile, even bordering on madness. Yet, Tyrion's instincts told him that Ryan's endeavors were anything but fruitless. Chapter 75. Discussion rather than discussing politics. It would be more enlightening to hear Ryan speak of his military strategies, Jaime remarked as he entered Ryan's tent, glancing at the small stool Tyrion occupied. This piece seems quite suited to you. Tyrion replied, it was crafted by Ryan. It's foldable and perfect for resting while traveling. Wherever I go, I desire a comfortable experience. As Ryan handed a goblet of wine to Jaime, he remarked to Tyrion, as long as you refrain from summoning whores into my tent, I welcome you at any time. The chair is too small to support 2 people. 3 individuals sat drinking wine, accompanied by smoked meat and cheese, engaged in conversation. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be guarding the king? Tyrion inquired. The king is drunk again today, shouting for the queen to carry him to bed, while also summoning Prince Joffrey, proclaiming that he intends to arrange a long-anticipated marriage for Joffrey. Tyrion raised a finger to signal Jaime to refrain from continuing. Let me guess. Yes, our sister, while somewhat discontent with this arrangement, has consented, primarily to win over the North. She believes that a crude girl raised in the North is unworthy of marrying Joffrey. Poor child, Lisa could not help but remark. Jaime and Tyrion turned their gazes towards Lisa. I was referring to Sansa. What? Am I mistaken? Tyrion picked up a piece of smoked meat and chewed thoughtfully. You are indeed correct. I genuinely feel for the girl named Sansa. Why must she bear the burden of being the eldest daughter? Fate is most unjust. Lisa sighed in agreement. That foolish girl is probably still dreaming of being queen. Becoming the queen of our future king is no small feat, well said. Ha. Lisa and Tyrion burst into laughter. You dare mock the future queen in front of the king's guard? I could have you executed. Jaime glared at them, the cheese still lingering at his lips. Come now, brother, you wouldn't dare. You love me as I love my family. Among the 3 siblings, Jaime held the least affection for Joffrey, whom he believed was spoiled by his mother. Jaime shrugged, snatched the wine bottle from Tyrion, took a sip, then turned to Lisa and asked seriously, I heard you discussing the Bay of Slaves. I have a question. Please, do share. You could have returned to Westeros peacefully, yet you chose to provoke the slave masters. Why? Is youthful recklessness a valid excuse? Lisa replied, that answer is rather simplistic. Once you have been to the Bay of Slaves, you will understand my motivations. Lisa continued, I once saw a signpost in the Bay of Slaves, depicting a 7 or 8-year-old girl nailed to a cross, directing passers-by. There are countless tortures inflicted by slave masters upon their slaves. Would you like me to elaborate? Lisa regarded Jaime with calm intensity. Jaime, a character of late-blooming greatness, had idolized knights since childhood. At the age of 15, he joined the King's Guard of the Mad King Aerys. During Robert's rebellion, to prevent wildfire from consuming King's Landing, he betrayed Aerys, killing him beneath the Iron Throne. Ironically, on that day, the people of King's Landing owed their lives to Jaime, yet he chose to remain silent about the truth, enduring their scorn and disdain in silence. Lisa believed that Jaime could comprehend his actions. Any knight would not remain indifferent in the face of human tragedy. The words of Lannister indeed struck a chord with Jaime. As a father, his daughter Myrcella was of the same age as that unfortunate girl. Had he foreseen such a fate, Jaime would have certainly been moved to action. Observing Jaime's contemplative silence, Tyrion seized the opportunity to interject. However, I believe, Lannister, that your approach cannot bring liberation to all the slaves of Slavers Bay. The city-states you liberate stand isolated and defenseless, devoid of commerce and allies. Bravos may offer some assistance, yet the distance is considerable. Separated by other city-states that equally uphold the institution of slavery. Lannister retorted, I have not abolished slavery there. They merely sell war captives, not slaves. That is an overly idealistic viewpoint, Lannister, Tyrion harshly critiqued. Only selling war captives cannot fulfill the daily needs of a city-state. The source of war captives is war itself, which is not only inefficient in capture but also implies that the city will never know peace. One must simply continue to win. Continue to win? What makes you so optimistic? If Lannister viewed the Bloodlands with the most favorable outcome, Tyrion foresaw the direst future for the city. He predicted that Bloodlands would eventually face a siege from all the slave cities. Even if Bloodlands' armies continued to win, perhaps even seizing the western portion of Slavers Bay, the burgeoning military factions would become as uncontrollable as a runaway carriage. Lannister's vision for Bloodlands was one wholly devoted to military service. Those who gained their freedom would not lay down their swords, and those who remained enslaved would certainly not relinquish theirs. They would ignite the flames of war until the entrenched interests felt their own privileges threatened. At that moment, the tale of the dragon slayer transforming into the dragon would unfold, and the antiquated institution of slavery would return to Slavers Bay, albeit with a new set of masters. As their discussion grew more fervent, Jaime interjected. I believe Lannister has done nothing wrong. This is the best he can achieve. Rather than allowing the slaves to die in despair, it is better for them to die fighting on the battlefield. Jaime imagined that if he were in Slavers Bay, he would undoubtedly act even more harshly than Lannister. He is a Westerosi. He cannot remain in Slavers Bay forever. Perhaps you should accompany him when he departs for Essos. Tyrion shook his head. Let it be. I will need decades for Slavers Bay. The conversation reached an impasse, and time had run out. The salon gathering concluded. Before leaving, Jaime inquired of Lannister if there were any means to alleviate the jostling of the carriage, as the queen and princess were suffering from the bumpy ride. Lannister replied that he indeed had a solution, but it could only be applied where there were blacksmiths. After the Lannister brothers departed, Lannister reclined upon a blanket, contemplating the day's discussions. The matter of Slavers Bay remained nebulous, with each individual harboring their own justifications. To assert that Tyrion truly inherited Tywin's spirit and character would be an oversimplification. Jaime and Tyrion, as Tywin's sons, had each inherited his prowess and cunning in their own distinct ways. Tyrion, devoid of physical might, possesses an extraordinary ability to perceive the hearts of men, while Jaime places his unwavering faith solely in strength, disregarding the intricacies of human sentiment. Tywin, on the other hand, understands that the essence of power is forged through the will of the people, with strength serving as a vessel to carry that will. He unites the noble houses of the Westerlands through the storm of Castamere, and the armies formed by these lords instill fear across the Seven Kingdoms. This is the mark of a master of power. Thus, Lon intends to become a player of Tywin's caliber. Once Lon achieves this ambition, the dynamics between him, Tyrion, and Jaime may evolve into a discourse as ambiguous as discussions regarding the slave cities. Chapter 76, a small invention to ensure that the lovely Myrcella endures less hardship during their journey. Lon embarks ahead to the town of Saltpans, situated not far from King S Road, to seek a blacksmith capable of crafting a device to mitigate the shock for their carriage. Tyrion accompanies Lon, seeking amusement in the venture. Saltpans, governed by House Coastline of the Reach, lies adjacent to the Bay of Crabs and serves as a trading port. The former king of the Reach denied the town a charter, stunting its growth and preventing it from blossoming into a city. The Reach lacks many areas that could be deemed urban, largely due to its status as a battleground for various factions, with its populace frequently ravaged every few decades. Not far from Saltpans lies the renowned Quiet Isle, a sanctuary for the acolytes of the Seven. Lon speculates that Tyrion might venture to the isle for some thrill. Upon their arrival in Saltpans, they are warmly welcomed by House Coastline. Learning of Lon's purpose to create shock-absorbing devices for the queen and princess, Lon instructs the blacksmith to forge springs for a cushion yet to be sewn by the seamstress. Once the springs are crafted, they are placed within the cushion, filled with softer material to ensure a snug fit. Tyrion watches with eager anticipation as Lon conjures this novel invention. Allow me to give it a try, Tyrion declares, taking a seat upon the cushion and applying his weight. Ah, indeed, it is quite comfortable. Can you produce several more? Then I shall need not move at all. In addition to the cushions, Lon creates leaf springs for the carriage as shock absorbers, mindful that the condition of the roads will deteriorate further upon entering the north. He also instructs Quentin to procure a substantial amount of leather straps from a leatherworker, employing them to suspend the carriage from the ends of the supports. This leather suspension adeptly adapts to the north's perilous terrain, transforming the jolting motion of the carriage into a gentle sway. I now comprehend how you came to invent perfume. Tyrion muses, reclining on the spring cushion in a lavish room at an inn, having just experienced a novel delight. You are truly a genius. You could very well pursue a scholarly path. If you were to offer that old lecher, Pycelle, these cushions for life, he would surely relinquish the position of scholar at the Red Keep to you. A creation that could benefit countless travelers has been sullied into mere bedding, truly the work of a little imp. Lon regards Tyrion with disdain, for he has merely come to return borrowed tomes. Sensing the odor permeating the room, Ryan pinched his nose and opened the window, allowing fresh air to waft in as he exhaled deeply. It bewildered him why he chose to lose his virginity on the night of his wedding. Missing the joy that women could have bestowed upon him in earlier years, it truly was a lamentable oversight. Tyrion reclined on the bed, perusing the book that Ryan had returned to him. According to the imp, this moment post-coitus was when the human mind was at its clearest, making it an opportune time for reading. Ryan quipped, the sage's hour. Tyrion regarded this with high praise, a splendid name, encapsulating my current state. Suddenly, an idea struck Tyrion. He retrieved the cushion he had been sitting on and remarked, the queen often suffers from headaches. This cushion would surely alleviate her discomfort. Ryan shook his head, aware that such an act could lead to dire consequences. In truth, he felt a twinge of intrigue and was tempted to inquire if Tyrion had seen Cersei consume the turtle soup he had prepared. Tyrion chuckled. How about a wager? The king might commission you to create an even larger cushion. What shall we bet on? The exclusive rights to the carriage shock absorbers. Does a Lannister truly lack such funds? My private stash, which you taught me to enhance by presenting inventions to the Iron Throne for greater profit. After spending a day in Salpans, the king's entourage approached, and Ryan's spring cushions and shock absorption devices performed admirably, garnering the satisfaction of Cersei, Myrcella, and Tommen. Consequently, Cersei generously rewarded Ryan with 1,000 golden dragons. Meanwhile, Joffrey, observing his siblings reveling in delight while he remained excluded, demanded that Cersei retrieve Ryan from Robert's company. Naturally, Cersei acquiesced to Joffrey's request. That night, she entered Robert's tent only to find him inebriated. Ryan has gone to craft a larger cushion for me. I intend to have 10 of them. Cersei stormed out of the tent, her fondness for Ryan evaporating in an instant. Who taught the king such behavior? It was your brother, the queen's own Tyrion. Have him come to see me upon Ryan's return. When Ryan arrived back at the camp with the large cushion, he found Tyrion and Jaime awaiting him. What is amiss? Ryan inquired. The queen wishes to see you. Please follow us. On their way to Cersei, Ryan asked Tyrion, what transpired? The king, in his drunken state, divulged your creation of a novelty item to the queen. This is utterly unfounded, Ryan protested. Indeed. Yet my sister perceives it as a desecration of her dignity to sit upon such items. Cersei speaks of desecration? Ryan nearly laughed. Fear not. I shall accompany you to meet my sister, prepare to witness our performance. Lannisters repay their debts. You owe me nothing. The rights to the shock absorbers. I have my own criteria for assessing debts. Tyrion sauntered into Cersei's tent, proclaiming, my dear sister, I have brought Ryan with me. Why have you come? Cersei frowned, glancing at Jaime. Jaime remained silent. Should Cersei seek to blame Lysa, he would support Tyrion in protecting her. Your Grace. Lysa entered the tent and immediately bowed before Cersei. Lysa, lift your head and look at me, Cersei commanded. You look quite presentable. This was the first time Cersei had taken a detailed look at Lysa's appearance. After 6 months, Lysa had matured into a more alluring figure. Noticing Lysa's commendable looks, Cersei's tone softened. Do you know what your creations are being used for? Your Grace. The nature of a sword changes depending on who wields it, Lysa replied earnestly. What I create is solely intended to spare you and the princess from hardship, devoid of any ulterior motives. Yet, the people have already learned how to sit upon the cushions. You should not have included Tyrion alongside you, for he will transform all that is beautiful into something dreadful. This is your fault, is it not? Cersei demanded Lysa to admit before Tyrion that he was indeed a little monster. I am delighted, sister, that you hold me in such high esteem, Tyrion interjected. I had no idea I possessed such talents. Now you do, Cersei replied coldly. No. I wonder why you insist on clinging to a pillow that enhances the pleasures between men and women. Lysa has already granted the rights to the shock-absorbing carriage to House Lannister, to me. Otherwise, why would I seek an audience with the king? Tyrion urged Cersei. Why should we expose our weaknesses to a capable individual who is eager to befriend House Lannister? Chapter 77, House Stark. Ahead lay Winterfell. After a month of arduous travel, King Robert's party finally arrived at Winterfell. Gazing at the 80-foot outer walls and the 100-foot inner walls, Lisa mused. Who would have thought that this seemingly impregnable fortress would change hands multiple times, fall to the Ironborn, and be burned by the Boltons? Speaking of the Ironborn, she recalled a recent setback suffered at the hands of Euron, Theon's uncle. Unable to take revenge on his uncle, she resolved to make his nephew pay the price instead. In her subjective understanding, to ascend the power hierarchy, one must stake their lineage as collateral. Tyrion rode up to Lisa. I wish to visit the market in White Harbor to observe the differences between the Northmen and the Southerners. Will you accompany me? Lisa shook her head. No, I wish to meet that unfortunate girl we have both spoken of, and if necessary, employ a little cunning to reveal Joffrey's true nature to her. This is far more virtuous than merely caring for fallen women. Best of luck. I have faith in you. With just this endeavor, you could ascend to the heavens, Tyrion said as he galloped towards the market. While Lisa followed the king through the gates of Winterfell, Lisa had awaited the Stark family for quite some time. Robert's imposing figure obscured Eddard's view, allowing her to observe his children first. First, there is the eldest, Robb, whose appearance largely reflects that of his mother, possessing striking blue eyes, chestnut hair, and a robust physique. He casts a scrutinizing glance at Joffrey, for his beloved sister Sansa is infatuated with the young prince. The second, Sansa, shares similar physical characteristics with Robb. Perhaps it is a trait of the realm that individuals mature early, as at the tender age of 12. She stands as tall as Joffrey, her form elongated and graceful, a true beauty in the making. Regrettably, Sansa harbors a naive romantic fantasy about handsome princes, noble knights, and love, a naivety that would lead to her downfall in the future. The third, Arya, deserves particular attention. In the spoiler-laden conclusion, after the demise of Jon and Daenerys, a daughter remains. Lane once believed that Arya's fate would involve donning the mask of either Jon or Daenerys, aided by Tyrion, to ascend the Iron Throne until that daughter grew up and faded into obscurity. As Lane observes Arya, after a quest of her own, catches sight of Lane. Arya's eyes widen, eager to discover the similarities between Lane and the Lane she had seen a month prior in the 90 days around Essos from the Turingame troop. Arya is the only Stark child bearing the family's features, an elongated face, gray eyes, and chestnut hair. Eddard sees in Arya the shadow of her aunt, Lyanna Stark, noting that both share the blood of the direwolf. Consequently, Arya receives Eddard's utmost affection and indulgence. She is headstrong, courageous, and possesses a fervent spirit of exploration. Unlike her sister Sansa, who revels in tales of knightly love, Arya is drawn to stories of warrior adventures. Naturally, Lane, fresh from her extraordinary exploits, captures Arya's attention. Under the gaze of Arya, the future faceless one, Lane feels a shiver run down her spine. After flashing a smile at Arya, she diverts her gaze to the charming boy standing beside her, Arya's brother, Bran. Bran is destined to fall short of the warrior that Robert envisions, for he is the candidate for the Three-Eyed Raven, the key to halting the Night King. Moreover, the Three-Eyed Raven may very well be the unseen force preventing Lane from establishing the Riverlands' 3 towns at God's Eye Lake. To evade the constant scrutiny of the Three-Eyed Raven, Lane keeps the black stone material she brought from the ruins of the Valyrian Council close at hand. While it may not guarantee success, it offers a semblance of psychological comfort. As for the youngest, Rickon, he is too young, and his presence is not in the south, so I shall refrain from further description. As King Robert begins to greet Eddard's children, Lane observes the countenance of Eddard and Catelyn. Eddard wears a serious expression, clearly inheriting the Stark family's unwavering commitment to honor and their fair, principled approach to matters. As for Catelyn, to be candid, upon first laying eyes on her, Rian harbored doubts about whether Lisa and Catelyn were indeed sisters. Despite Lisa being the younger of the two, Catelyn exuded youthful vitality while Lisa appeared plump, with sagging cheeks and a pallid complexion, making her look a decade older than her sister, resembling a frenzied, worn-down matron. After Robert exchanged pleasantries with the Stark family, he instructed Eddard to accompany him to the crypts of Winterfell. Just as depicted in the television series, Cersei wished for Robert to delay his visit. Yet he disregarded her entirely and called for Eddard to depart. Look, there's Rian, Arya said to Sansa. Can he really hit someone 500 meters away? Sansa scolded Arya for being too loud, admonishing, be quiet, Arya, that is hardly ladylike. Cersei overheard the sisters' conversation and turned to Rian, beckoning him over. Catelyn possessed a resilient spirit and a profound love for her children. To outsiders, she appeared as the flawless lady of Winterfell, yet she too had her imperfections. Rian, being a bastard and the sole male heir of House Tully, stirred Catelyn's insecurities. Upon learning of Rian's status as the heir, Catelyn could not help but associate Jon with Rian, despite Jon posing no threat to her children's inheritance. as Rian gradually led House Tully out of its troubles. Caitlyn's sentiments intensified. Now, with the role she had envisioned for Jon manifesting before her in Rian, her animosity towards Rian only grew, adversely affecting her perception of him. Caitlyn could not harbor any fondness for Rian, as he merely deepened her anxieties. Thus, when Rian greeted Caitlyn, she regarded him with cold indifference. This was precisely the outcome Cersei desired. Having heard of Caitlyn's disdain for bastards, she sought to provoke her with Rian, a bastard born of her own kin. Lady Caitlyn, why do you not extend your hand? Is this the North's way of treating kin? Cersei raised an eyebrow. Caitlyn trembled at Cersei's words, her breath quickening. Certainly not. Your Grace. Robb stepped forward to defend his mother, extending his hand to Rian. The North has its own customs regarding warriors. Chapter 78. The Archery Contest, Your Grace. I have long heard of Rian's exceptional archery skills. I too have a master archer here. May we borrow Rian for a comparison? Robb called out, Theon, are you the son of Balon, the self-proclaimed king of the Iron Islands? I've heard tales of the great fire you set at Lannisport, Cersei remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Theon. The relationship between the Iron Islands and the Westerlands was fraught with tension, and Cersei showed no inclination to treat Theon favorably. Your Grace. My father is paid dearly for his misdeeds. I now serve House Stark as a means of atonement, Theon asserted earnestly, revealing no trace of insincerity. I hope you maintain this demeanor. Cersei nodded towards Rian. Since the lords of the North have called upon you to compete, do not bring shame upon the crown. At your command. The scene shifts to the archery range in Winterfell, where Caitlyn arrives with her 5 children to witness the archery competition. Cersei, citing a desire for rest, has chosen to send Joffrey in her stead, and later, Myrcella makes her appearance. Lady Sansa, whom do you wish to triumph? Joffrey inquires, seated beside Sansa. His gaze fixated on her exquisite features, their noses nearly touching. Sansa, feeling a flush of embarrassment, lowers her gaze. Why do you say that, Prince Joffrey? It would be a simple matter for Lon to best that bastard from the Iron Islands, yet if Lady Sansa wishes for the Northerners to prevail, I could easily arrange for Lon to lose. Though Joffrey's derogatory term for Theon irks Sansa, the thought of his attentions momentarily dissipates her guilt toward Theon. She reassures herself, I shall invite Theon for lemon cake later as recompense. After all, the contest is meant to be fair. Very well, we shall heed Lady Sansa's wishes. Robb, with furrowed brows, glances disapprovingly at his sister and Joffrey. The union between Sansa and Joffrey had long been sealed by their forebears. A political alliance and a testament to the friendship between Eddard and Robert. Despite his unfavorable first impression of Joffrey, Robb cannot prevent his sister from marrying him. Meanwhile, Bran and Arya are wholly absorbed in the competition, eagerly anticipating the moment they can approach Lon after he finishes shooting to hear his untold adventures from a journey across Essos in 90 days. Lon and Theon stride forth from the crowd, each bearing a bow. You are the master. You dictate the terms of our contest, Lon states to Theon. Theon scoffs inwardly, believing Lon's archery prowess to be exaggerated. Who could rival the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands? Let us first see who can shoot accurately, and then we will measure distance. Agreed. The competition begins. First, they shoot at a target 30 meters away, with both Lon and Theon hitting the bullseye with all 5 arrows. At 50 meters, they again hit the target perfectly. As they reach 100 meters, Theon begins to struggle. In contrast, Lon continues to shine. At 150 meters, bullseye. At 180 meters, still a bullseye. As Lon steps back to 200 meters, he hits the mark once more. When he reaches 250 meters, the crowd gasps in astonishment. Can anyone truly achieve such a feat? With the wind at his back, Lon draws his bowstring, launching an arrow that streaks across the sky like a shooting star. Bullseye. The crowd erupts in cheers, applauding Lon's remarkable skill. Theon, pale and disheartened, realizes he can no longer shoot accurately beyond 100 meters. What manner of creature is this? After finishing, Lon strides up to Theon and provocatively states, Is that all you've got? Theon feels the heat of embarrassment wash over him, yet the harsh reality of the scores lays bare before him. Dejectedly, he concedes. You have won, Ryan remarked. In comparison to archery, you fall far short of your uncle Euron. You have met my uncle Euron. The incredulity in Theon's voice was palpable. In his mind, Euron was an untouchable figure. Indeed, I have encountered the silence. You and I were robbed of a considerable fortune. So you wish for me to repay your Uncle Estet's? No. I merely sought to ascertain whether all individuals from the Iron Islands resemble Euron, and it seems my worries were unfounded. You, in fact, pose no threat. Perhaps you could learn from your uncle and don an eye patch. With that, Ryan turned his back and walked away, leaving Theon in a state of humiliation. Robb approached and comforted Theon with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Don't take it to heart. Theon discarded his bow upon the ground, leaving the archery range in silence. Meanwhile, Joffrey boasted to Sansa, "See, I told you Ryan would easily win the competition. It is said that upon his return to King's Landing, my father will appoint him as the commander of the City Watch, which I believe is an excellent choice." Indeed, Sansa nodded in agreement. "He will execute those who defy the King's orders, first aiming at their bodies, then gradually targeting their hearts, inch by inch. I would not grant the criminals a swift death. I would shoot straight for their heads." Joffrey's excitement grew with each word. "What do you think?" "Well, traitors who oppose the king deserve no mercy," Sansa replied. Catelyn remained seated, cradling Rickon in her arms. As the scene of Ryan hitting the 400-meter target replayed in her mind, it was becoming clear that Ryan's future was exceedingly bright. The Tully name could very well be revived under his stewardship, potentially becoming one of the most prominent houses in the Seven Kingdoms. Though it was her maternal lineage, Catelyn felt nothing but revulsion for the Tully name now associated with Ryan. Why? Why must Ryan be a bastard? And why did Eddard insist on bringing Jon back? Mother. Everyone was applauding, but you didn't join in, Rickon asked Catelyn. Catelyn smiled at him, saying, "Theon is our kin. We must preserve a measure of dignity for our family, you understand? But why did my siblings applaud?" Catelyn fell silent. Ryan's excellence as a bastard was on full display for all to see, and Jon too was a commendable bastard. A sharp sting aimed at bastards began to pierce Catelyn's heart. As Ryan exited the archery range, Myrcella approached him. "Ryan, you were incredible," she exclaimed in admiration. Then added earnestly, "Could you teach me archery?" "The queen would not be pleased," Ryan replied. "I knew it would be like this," Myrcella said, her disappointment evident. "You could ask the king. If he consents, I could teach you. After all, I am a servant of the king, and his commands take precedence over all." "Really?" "Indeed." Just as they were discussing how to gain the king's approval, Arya and Bran approached Ryan. "Greetings, I am Arya." "I am Brandon." Chapter 79, Tyrion's Joke. "Hello. Miss Arya, Master Brandon." "I am not a miss, I am Arya." Arya immediately countered when Lane referred to her as Miss. Observing his sister's response, Brandon chimed in, asserting that he was not a master, but rather Brandon. "Very well, Arya and Brandon." Both Arya and Brandon smiled in unison. Lane introduced them to Myrcella. "This is Myrcella." "Your Highness." Myrcella smiled and said, "You may simply call me Myrcella." "All right, Myrcella." Arya then revealed to Lane her purpose for seeking him. "Could you share with us the stories about a journey through Essos in 90 days that you did not include?" "Well, I am curious to know if others are as remarkable as the book suggests. I have already witnessed your prowess, Lane." Brandon chimed in. "That might take quite some time to recount." Arya replied, "That's fine. You can take your time." "All right. But could you wait a moment? I must first find Tyrion." "The imp." Arya's eyes lit up. "May I accompany you?" "Perhaps it is best not to." Lane shook his head and said to Myrcella, "Myrcella, please keep Arya and Brandon company here. I shall return shortly." "Very well." Myrcella understood Lane's intention to seek out Uncle Tyrion and accepted the responsibility to avoid any significant diplomatic mishaps. Lane hurried out of the city, and Arya called out after him, "Do not forget to tell me everything." Lane was eager to engage more with Arya. Yet it was only through attending the feast with the imp that he could witness that monumental encounter. Since entering the city, Lane had not formally greeted Jon, who was clearly standing behind Eddard. It was possible that Eddard had instructed Jon to remain silent, considering he was the first heir to the Targaryen Iron Throne. Lane looked forward to seeing how this starkly different bastard would influence Jon during their meeting. Upon arriving in Winterfell, Lane inquired about the location of the brothel. The Northerners were rather straightforward. Upon learning of Lane's inquiry, they kindly guided him to the brothel's entrance. "There it is, the brothel. Would you like me to recommend someone? She is quite fair and clean." Lane awkwardly shook his head, prompting laughter from his guide. "Indeed, that is quite the naivete." As Lane entered the brothel, a heavily made-up woman approached him immediately. "What a handsome man. I can offer you a discount." Lane evaded her advances and said, "I am here to find someone." "A dwarf." "Another one seeking a dwarf?" "A handsome fellow was just here looking for a dwarf as well." "Why do you Southerners come here for dwarfs instead of going elsewhere?" "The Northerners are quite reserved, and it adversely affects our business." The woman prattled on, while Ryan remained silent, producing a silver stag and handing it to her. Taking the stag and pressing it to her chest, the woman turned and said, "Come with me. I do not wish to confront that crowd alone." Upon entering the room, Ryan noticed Jaime pouring wine while urging Tyrion to join the festivities sooner. "Ah, Ryan, have you come for a dalliance as well?" Tyrion toyed with the hair of a courtesan, lamenting, "Alas, there is already company here. You should procure another chamber." Ryan cast a glance at the courtesan on Tyrion's bed, uncertain if she was Rose. Do not misconstrue. Ryan had no intention of forming any camaraderie with Tyrion or Theon. Rose was the most renowned courtesan of Winterfell. Just before the outbreak of the War of the Five Kings, sensing that business in the north would soon dwindle, she relocated to the capital, King's Landing, where she secured employment in Littlefinger's upscale brothel. Later, she began covertly serving Varys, monitoring Littlefinger's activities. However, Littlefinger somehow discovered their dealings and gifted Roast to King Joffrey as a living target for his crossbow, resulting in her demise by multiple bolts. Roast was an original character from the television series. Had this ill-fated woman truly existed, she would have been Ryan's finest spy on Littlefinger, and he would have granted her genuine safety. Ryan addressed Tyrion. My purpose for being here mirrors Jaime's. I seek your assistance in dealing with the Stark children, who pester me for tales. Who could tell a story more captivating than yours, having traversed Essos and explored the ruins of Valyria? I dare say your turtle soup is far more intriguing. The three men erupted into hearty laughter, the courtesan lounging on the bed joining in. Oh, my brother. How did you come to share that story with Ryan? Tyrion inquired of the courtesan. Would you care to hear the tale of the turtle soup? Do enlighten me. When I was 12, I added some potent ingredients to a pot of turtle soup, stirring it with fervor as my eyes widened in excitement. I served the spice soup to a bald man, who instantly broke down in tears. The courtesan laughed until her sides ached. And then? Ryan prodded. There was a time when Tyrion visited a brothel with a donkey and a beehive. The madam asked him what he desired. He replied that he sought a woman, for his had left him. The madam inquired about the donkey and the beehive. Tyrion recounted, my woman found a bottle containing a fairy, who promised to grant her 3 wishes. Her first wish was for a residence fit for a queen, thus the fairy bestowed upon her the beehive. Her second wish was to possess the most beautiful posterior in the world, hence the fairy provided her with the donkey. The courtesan queried, and what of her third wish? To which Tyrion replied, she wished for me to possess a member that would reach my knees. How splendid! The courtesan exclaimed, resembling the madam from Tyrion's tale. Tyrion shouted, not quite. I once stood at a height of 1.86 meters, and laughter erupted in the room, infusing it with an air of merriment. No, I've shared a jest. Now it's your turn, Ryan. Otherwise, beware the Lannisters. Debts must be repaid, I jested. Ryan replied, spare me, I truly cannot tell a joke. Nay, in my eyes, you possess a certain wit. I excel more in personal jibes. Then deliver one, if you dare. As Tyrion persisted, Ryan finally spoke. Tyrion, did you know I have always believed your sister, Queen Cersei, to be beloved by all, graceful, kind, strikingly beautiful, and possessing a charm that leaves both moon and flowers envious? Tyrion shuddered at the flattery and quickly interjected, stop, stop. Are you speaking of my sister? None of those words apply to her. With an innocent expression, Ryan spread his hands and said, did you not claim I was humorous? Chapter 80. Jon Snow Jaime departed ahead, leaving the brothel to attend a banquet in Winterfell. Ryan and Tyrion strolled through the market of White Harbor after finishing their tasks. What is this? Ryan inquired, gesturing to a whip made from the Shadowcat. The Northerners soak it in wine. A daily sip is said to enhance virility. You are already quite formidable. Be wary of extremes. Perhaps this could serve as your wedding gift. The longer it steeps, the more potent its effects. Upon their return to Winterfell, they encountered a young man and a middle-aged one engaged in discussion about the youth's potential joining of the Night's Watch. The Night's Watch? That must be Eddard's brother, Benjen. Why would Eddard's illegitimate son wish to join such a harsh life? Ryan and Tyrion observed silently as the uncle and nephew concluded their conversation. Come, let us 3 bastards have a proper chat. Tyrion and Ryan emerged from the shadows in Jon's line of sight. So, your uncle is a member of the Night's Watch. Jon remarked. What brings you here? To partake in your welcoming feast, Tyrion said, sipping from his wine pouch as he leaned against a stump. I have long yearned to behold the grandeur of the Wall. Ryan interjected, alas, duty calls, and I cannot accompany you. Jon remarked, you are the Queen's brother, Tyrion. And you are Ryan of House Tully. I suppose that is our highest achievement thus far. Upon hearing the term bastard, Jon turned to leave. Ryan said, if my friend has offended you, I sincerely apologize. Jon turned back, stating, indeed, and your mother is not Lady Stark, hence you are a bastard, just a bastard. Jon was stung by Tyrion's words, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Hey, do not be so harsh. You've wounded him, Ryan chided, kicking Tyrion lightly. Ouch. Be cautious. This garment is quite expensive. Brushing off the shoe marks, Tyrion continued, young bastard, heed my counsel, never forget your identity. Look at this scoundrel. Who doesn't he even know his own surname? Do not speak so, for arrogance requires merit, and I possess it in abundance, Tyrion remarked, gesturing towards Lane. Behold. Jon exclaimed in irritation, I did not come here to witness your displays of bravado. Bravado? What a strange accusation. We, the bastards, speak only truth. Our entrance into this realm is fortified by our own prowess, Lane replied. I am a potential heir, destined for ruin, and like you, I am a bastard. The prodigal son of the God's Eye. It seems my reputation precedes me. However, the wealth I squandered was earned by my own efforts, and I spend it with a clear conscience. Lane earnestly continued, yet, no matter my achievements, there will always be those who discuss my illegitimate origins, believing my success to stem from sorcery. But you still bear the name Hightower. What difference does it make whether I am a Hightower or a Hightower? Will my hands falter, or my bow lack strength simply because I bear the Hightower name? Lane raised his hands to reveal the calluses upon them. Observing the numerous calluses that outnumbered his own, Jon found himself at a loss for words. This world will never forget your identity. Arm yourself with it, and no one can wield it against you. With this, Tyrion beckoned Lane to join the feast. You cannot possibly comprehend the plight of a bastard. Tyrion helplessly glanced at Lane, nudging his head backward. In Jon's eyes, Tyrion's mother was Tywin's legitimate wife. Children born of a legitimate union are not bastards. While Lane bears his father's surname, neither had endured a day living under the stigma of illegitimacy. Facing Jon, they acknowledged that if his frustrations could not be expressed, let combat be the resolution. Tyrion seated himself upon a wooden stump, declaring, I shall name this battle the Bastards' War. It will be the most exhilarating clash I have ever witnessed in my life. Come forth. Lane smiled at Jon. Jon nodded in response. Let us begin. In the training yard, under the watchful eyes of the dwarf, the bastards met. Jon, sword in hand, silently observed Lane, who wielded a sword with one hand. Appearing remarkably at ease, Jon dared not be careless. The title of Kingslayer is not earned lightly. Taking a deep breath, Jon summoned his strength, his feet moving in a serpentine rhythm. With a flick of his wrist, the blade aimed directly at Lane's neck. Lane skillfully parried the strike. His wooden sword fluid and versatile, chopping, slicing, and cleaving with precision. Their duel, employing the training swords, resonated with a rhythmic clattering. Lane's movements were exceedingly swift. After successfully parrying several attacks, Jon found himself exposed, a glimmer of cold steel striking his shoulder. Wincing in pain, Jon retreated, while Lane remained composed, observing him from his position. Steadying himself, Jon summoned his muscles once more, charging at Lane again. Just as the blade descended, Lane deftly sidestepped, evading the strike. Subsequently, the two engaged in a tempestuous series of relentless assaults, yet neither could inflict harm upon the other. Each strike was deftly parried, akin to two unyielding boulders colliding. Only the one who persevered until the end could claim victory. Ryan, unfazed, rested the blade of his sword upon his shoulder, then, with both hands, unleashed a piercing slash. Jon narrowly evaded the blow, revealing that in terms of strength and skill, he was at a distinct disadvantage. It appeared that Ryan had grown impatient. He stepped laterally and struck the midpoint of Jon's wooden sword, eliciting a muffled grunt as Jon's hand trembled in response. Yet, Ryan's tempestuous onslaught had only just begun. His wooden sword gleaming under the starlight. A swift strike to the sword's center sent Jon reeling backward, desperately attempting to raise his weapon, hoping to find an opportunity for a counterattack. However, Jon found no such chance. Ryan launched a fierce assault from the right, retreating momentarily before executing a graceful spin, his sword arcing through the air to deliver a decisive blow from another direction. The battle concluded with Jon disarmed. What now? Are you convinced? He panted, still eager to retrieve the wooden sword and continue the fight. Ryan kicked it away, remarking, channel that vigor into arming yourself as Tyrion suggests. Jon's eyes brightened with clarity as he hoarsely replied, Thank you. You have imparted a most valuable lesson. He hung his head like a chastened pupil, listening intently to Ryan's words. Lift your head. You are not afflicted with hunchback. In your future as a Night's Watchman, strive to protect the Seven Kingdoms. Do not wallow in self-pity. You can scarcely fathom the grand endeavors awaiting you. I have faith in you. Tyrion approached Jon, adding, Did you not say I could not comprehend the feelings of a bastard? Allow me to enlighten you. In the eyes of fathers across the realm, dwarves are regarded as bastards. Chapter 81. Arya, Ryan, and Tyrion encouraged Jon to join them at the feast. The northern banquet starkly contrasted with those of the south. Rather than indulging in lavish decorations, the northern gathering was refreshingly straightforward, featuring long tables laden with hearty meats and robust alesh, accustomed to fine red wine. Tyrion opted for a mug of beer, claiming it served to cleanse the stomach. On the last day of each month, I solely drink beer to purge the excesses I've accumulated. As Tyrion sipped his beer, his gaze fell upon Cersei, who sat at the head of the table. Robert buried his face in the ample bosom of a northern woman, while Cersei observed with a cold demeanor. Tyrion turned to Ryan and remarked, You know, I genuinely wish to approach my sister and tell her to cease her frowning. She resembles a roasted pig at the feast. If Father Tywin were present, he would certainly remind her of the importance of our family's reputation. Ryan replied, Then go ahead and say it. You haven't even approached her to mention meeting Lady Stark. Let us abandon such thoughts. The combined ages of the two women above nearly amount to thrice my own, so let us indulge in the festivities. Tyrion raised his goblet in a toast to Lady Stark, who prepared this magnificent banquet. Upon entering the feast, Lyanna noticed that Arya was absent. She must have been dismissed from the gathering for pranking her sister Sansa. This weighed on Lyanna's conscience, for she had promised Arya to share a story at the banquet. Fortunately, Bran remained at the gathering, and Lyanna approached him to inquire about her sister. Bran replied that Arya had been sent back to her chambers to rest. Thus, Lyanna requested Bran to inform Arya that she would fulfill her promise of storytelling after the hunt the following day. Bran, with his wide eyes fixed intently on Lyanna, suggested, "You could share it now. I can relay it to her. Are you certain your sister would not retaliate?" "No," Bran shook his head, observing this boy. Blissfully unaware of the events that awaited him the next day, Lyanna acquiesced to his wish. "Listen, the Flying Riverlander is a ship." The next morning, Lyanna rose early, for the king was to hunt in the forests near Winterfell, and as a hunting attendant, she needed to prepare. Her first task was to clean the hooves of the hunting horses, followed by sharpening the spears and knives. After rising and having a simple breakfast, Lyanna carried a bucket of clean water and a toolbox to the stables. "Time to clean your hooves, my friend." The king's horse neighed excitedly upon seeing her and presented its hoof. Lyanna skillfully removed the horseshoe with a pair of tongs, discarding the shoe and tongs on the ground. With deft hands, she utilized a small hook to meticulously clean the mud and debris from the horse's hoof. Yet, her duties were not concluded. She retrieved the tongs once more to trim away the aging and darkened keratin, then brushed the hoof again and affixed a new horseshoe. By the time she finished, beads of perspiration adorned her forehead. Though hunting attendants did not endure the same burdens as those like Lancel, who served the king's wine daily, they were nonetheless responsible for ensuring everything was in order for the hunt. The horse whinnied with delight, reveling in the comfort of its freshly cleaned hoofs. "Do you often perform such tasks?" Arya stood behind Lyanna, having risen early to seek her out. The previous night, Bran had approached Arya before she slept, conveying Lyanna's words. Subsequently, Bran animatedly recounted the tale Lyanna had shared, proclaiming it the finest adventure story he had ever heard. Arya, her curiosity piqued, had arisen early to find Lyanna. After searching Lyanna's chambers without success, Arya scoured Winterfell until she finally discovered Lyanna in the stables tending to the horses. "I wish to clean the horses' hooves too. But after every ride, Mother forbids me from doing so, insisting that the servants are available for such tasks." "Indeed, I am but a servant." "Are you?" Arya questioned, her disbelief evident, for in her eyes, how could someone as remarkable as Lyanna ever consider herself a servant? Ryan remarked, "The legendary Kingsguard, the tall dunk, was once a squire for the knights before he became a member of the Kingsguard." "Yes, I am aware of him, the tall dunk hailing from the Flea Bottom," Arya replied. "So, why can't I be a servant at this moment? Is it because my renown has grown, and my legendary tale has reached its conclusion, thus freeing me from such toil?" Ryan teased Arya, his laughter genuine, the corners of his mouth slightly curling upwards. As the youngest notable figure in Westeros, Ryan's accomplishments were indeed beyond the reach of most. "It seems that way," Arya nodded, sincerely acknowledging that Ryan's achievements surpassed mere fame. Ryan's deep gaze fixed upon Arya. "You may belittle your opponents with words, but your actions must remain humble. Oh, by the way, I came to seek your assistance." Arya stepped forward, grasping the hem of Ryan's garment. "Please take me with you to hunt." Ryan chuckled at her request. "No, that is not possible." "Why not? You are my kin. After all, you should take me hunting." Arya tightened her grip. "Kinship does not work that way," Ryan retorted irritably, adding, "and I believe your parents do not treat relatives particularly well." Unrelenting, Arya insisted, "Take me along. Perhaps wait until your dire wolf grows a bit more." Ryan led his horse out of the stable, with Arya following closely, chattering incessantly, which he chose to ignore. "I am now the cold-hearted Ryan. I shall not acquiesce to your every demand. You promised to return swiftly, yet here I am, waiting endlessly. That was because you soiled your sister's dress, causing you to leave the table early. When I arrived, Bran was still there. If you had come sooner, I wouldn't have bored myself into ruining Sansa's dress. Look. It's the imp and the hound." Ryan pointed aside, where Tyrion and Sandor sat and stood, respectively. "Neither of them are handsome, yet their spirits shine brighter than diamonds," Ryan remarked to Arya. Tyrion approached Ryan, saying, "And what of you? An angelic visage with a devil's heart?" "Indeed. So Arya, hurry and join the true angels." Ryan nudged her closer to Tyrion. Due to certain well-known reasons, Sandor's smile was unsettling as he addressed Ryan. "Ha. The one who defeated Jaime at the tourney is afraid of a little girl. Open blades can be evaded, but hidden arrows are perilous," Ryan replied. This implies Arya's noble status. Arya, infuriated, retorted, "I have said it before, I am not a lady." Chapter 82. The imp and the wolf girl Sandor Clegane. Known as the Hound, is the brother of Gregor Clegane, the Mountain. Like his brother, the Hound is a formidable warrior, claiming to have killed a man by his own hand at the tender age of 12. Yet, more terrifying to Arya than the notoriety of killing at 12 was the sight of the Hound's left cheek, marred and grotesque, with his ear entirely burned away, leaving only a gaping hole. Though his sight was not impaired, his surroundings were marred by grotesque scars, the smooth ebony skin as tough as leather, riddled with pockmarks and depressions, with a crimson fissure that revealed itself with the slightest movement. This was the handiwork of his brother. For the Hound had been disfigured as a child when his brother, the Mountain, pressed his head into a brazier as punishment for playing with one of his toys. Since that fateful day, the Hound had been haunted by a profound fear of fire. In service to the Lannisters, he had assumed the role of Joffrey's protector. Lyon had encountered him previously during Myrcella's naming day, though their conversation was regrettably brief. In the subsequent tournament, Lyon found himself pitted against Jaime, while the other match featured Barristan and the Hound. Gazing upon the Hound's fearsome visage, Arya swallowed hard, anxiously responding to his inquiry. "You say you are not a lady. What do you wish to become? A whore?" "Absolutely not. I wish to accompany Lyon on a hunt." The Hound erupted into hearty laughter. "Why do you find this amusing?" Although Arya would later endure the harsh realities of the common tongue and grow accustomed to its vulgarities, the initial encounter was akin to the painful experience of a maiden's first night. The Hound's retort mirrored her own discomfort. "I have witnessed ladies who are either thoroughly inebriated or engaging in infidelity, often indulging in both simultaneously. Are you suggesting you wish to engage in infidelity and then return to drink yourself into a stupor? I am not a lady. You hideous creature." Arya could scarcely tolerate the Hound's words, bearing in mind she was merely 9 years of age. Lyon, compelled to intervene, restrained Arya as she attempted to strike the Hound. Truly, they were adversaries. How infuriating. Do members of their family always speak in such a manner? If it were the Mountain, he would not waste his breath with such trivialities. Beyond my father, I have never encountered anyone who could provoke the Mountain into uttering words as the Hound does. Tyrion raised his hands, fingers splayed in a gripping gesture, recalling how the Mountain would often crush the heads of those who dared disturb him. "I am not afraid. I have Nymeria." "Nymeria? Is that your direwolf?" Tyrion feigned enlightenment. "Ah, the direwolf, the fiercest creature of the north, the sigil of House Stark. I once dreamed of receiving a dragon as a gift. You were quite fortunate, child. Dragons can fly and take one to many places. But Nymeria is 100 times more ferocious than any dragon. I have no doubt of that." "Nymeria, what a splendid name. You refer to the famed Dornish queen, I presume?" "No, she is a warrior." Arya interjected. "Nymeria is a warrior. Then she must surely be your idol." Arya nodded, affirming, "Indeed. It is arduous for a woman to aspire to be a warrior, let alone a renowned one. I can ride and shoot arrows." Tyrion spoke earnestly. "Indeed. Warriors require such things, yet what transforms an individual into a warrior is wisdom, wisdom in wielding weapons, wisdom in survival, and wisdom in achieving victory." Arya remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "Are you truly the imp?" "Yes, I am," he replied. "But you appear nothing like a demon. That is merely a moniker. I have heard that wherever the imp treads, despair follows. That is not entirely incorrect. You are still rather young, otherwise I would regale you with tales of my illustrious exploits. I shall accompany my father to King's Landing. We can discuss that later. Could you persuade Robb to take me hunting?" Tyrion gazed into Arya's earnest eyes, unable to resist shaking his head. She reminded him of someone, the one who instigated the war of the usurper, Robert's former betrothed. Fortuitously, our prince wed her sister, otherwise we might have faced yet another war of succession. Tyrion acquiesced to Arya's request. "Robb, take Lady Arya along with you. Just call me Arya," she insisted. "Very well, Robb. Ensure Arya's safety during the hunt, will you?" Robb replied. "Could I possibly refuse a friend's request? If you do, I shall recount the tale of the turtle soup to him. Should the future Prime Minister inquire, I shall say it was you who wished to rid yourself of Arya, allowing me to delay her." In the future, when Tyrion is wrongfully captured by Catelyn, Robb would undoubtedly find the absurdity of that moment amusing. "All right, Arya. You should express your gratitude to your uncle Tyrion." Robb nodded in agreement to take Arya hunting. "Hooray!" Arya exclaimed, thanking the imp with delight. "No need for thanks. Young warrior, go and relish your hunt." Today, the king and the Duke of the North would be hunting at the edge of the Wolfwoods, northwest of Winterfell. It was there that Eddard discovered a wolf and a deer carcass, along with 6 direwolves entrusted to the Stark children for care. Robb rode behind Robert, while Arya donned the attire of a page and sat behind him, concealed by a cap. Eddard, Robb, and Bran failed to notice her presence. Or perhaps they chose to remain silent about it. As they entered the forest, they soon spotted a wild boar. "Why do you not shoot?" Arya asked. The boar is not large enough to pose a significant threat. Since Lord Commander Jon's demise, the king has not hunted in over a month, and he yearns for the thrill of the chase. I cannot extinguish his enthusiasm with a single arrow. Robb educated Arya on his duties as a hunting attendant. When encountering rabbits or squirrels, he would take the shot himself. For medium-sized animals like wild boars or wolves, he would injure the beast but leave the final blow for the king. If they encountered a bear, he would have to abandon his bow and, regardless of whether the king chose to flee or fight, draw his sword to protect him. Listening to Ryan's explanation, Arya furrowed her brow and remarked, "What kind of hunting is this? My father and his men have never needed someone like you. They always hunt their prey by their own hand. In the north, it is this way, yet the king hunts to satiate his bloodthirsty desires. For him, each hunt is akin to a war, a reminder to his vassals that he remains a formidable force. The civilized men of the north are your father, while the savages of the south are the king." Arya shook her head, troubled, and said, "I do not understand any of this." "It is as it should be," came the reply. Chapter 83. The Butcher's Apprentice upon returning to Winterfell, filled with the exhilaration of the hunt. The Stark family was struck by a thunderous piece of news. Bran had fallen from the castle walls while climbing. Ryan was likely the fifth person in Winterfell to learn the reason for Bran's fall, though the Maester's intervention had temporarily spared Bran from peril. The entire Stark household was engulfed in grief. Catelyn remained by Bran's bedside, weeping openly, while Eddard's silent sorrow led Robert to lament why such dismal news always arrived during his hunting trips. Robert approached Eddard, suggesting that Eddard remain at Winterfell to care for Bran, while the position of Hand of the King could be filled by another. Eddard declined Robert's proposal, asserting that having promised to serve as Hand in King's Landing, he would honor his commitment. On the day of their return to King's Landing, Tyrion rewarded Joffrey with 3 slaps, instructing him to offer condolences to Eddard and Catelyn. Ultimately, Joffrey did not go. "I wish to resign from my position as hunting attendant and return home," Ryan said to Tyrion. Tyrion replied blandly, "On that day, I saw countless prey pierced by arrows. The king was quite pleased with your performance. What sudden enlightenment has led you to this decision? Are you to don the black cloak at the wall or become a hermit on Quiet Isle? I believe that one day, the king will require me to shoot men instead of animals. That is indeed your duty." "The king I speak of is not Robert, but Joffrey," Ryan said, casting a knowing glance at Tyrion. "Rest assured, my friend, should he dare to compel you to do so, I will ensure he receives a lesson he will not forget. He is the king. To hell with the king. Indeed, I shall have my brother keep a watchful eye on Joffrey." As the party reached a crossroads, one path leading to King's Landing and the other to the wall, Tyrion and Ryan bid their farewells, with Ryan heading back to King's Landing while Tyrion and Jon set off for the wall. Eddard and Jon also exchanged farewells, with Eddard promising Jon that when they next met, he would reveal the truth about Jon's mother. The king's party moved swiftly. Robert, though largely indifferent to matters of state, was impatient to ensure the Hand was brought to King's Landing without delay. During the journey back, Arya would seek out Ryan each time they set up camp, eager to hear his tales. Eddard Stark harbored reservations about Arya's growing closeness to Laen, particularly as Laen had forged an unsettling alliance with the Lannisters. Moreover, Laen's clandestine warfare against the slave cities of Slavers Bay stood in stark contrast to the teachings of House Stark. However, Arya remained resolute, countering her father's concerns by asserting that Laen's actions were motivated by a desire to aid the suffering slaves of Slavers Bay. With a heavy sigh, Eddard acknowledged Arya's stubbornness, a trait that mirrored her aunt's, rendering him powerless to sway her resolve. As fate would have it, Arya befriended a 13-year-old butcher's apprentice named Micah during their travels, and the two would practice swordplay with wooden sticks. One day, while Prince Joffrey and Sansa were strolling, they inadvertently stumbled upon Arya and Micah engaged in their training amidst the woods. Upon discovering that Micah was merely a butcher's apprentice, Joffrey deemed him unworthy of wielding a sword. Fueled by drink, he drew his sword, Lion's Tooth, and demanded that Micah face him with his wooden stick. Terrified, Micah hesitated, prompting Joffrey to leave a mark upon Micah's pockmarked face with his blade. Upon hearing Micah's anguished groan, Arya could no longer contain herself and struck Joffrey across the back with her stick. The blow nearly sent Joffrey tumbling, and by the time he regained his footing, Micah had fled the scene. Yet, his escape was short-lived as he encountered Laen, who had drawn his bow and aimed it at the fleeing boy. "You dare offend the prince and think to run?" Laen warned. "Return, or your life shall be forfeit." Satisfied, Joffrey nodded at Laen's display of loyalty, turning his sword point towards Arya with a menacing glare. "You shall pay for the harm done to the prince," he declared. "Joffrey." "No," Sansa pleaded, urging him to spare her sister. Laen quickly apprehended Micah and approached Joffrey from behind. "Prince Joffrey, how shall we deal with this low-born wretch?" Joffrey, without turning, coolly replied, "Kill him." "Nyla," Arya cried out, desperate for her dire wolf. "Silence, or I shall slay your beast alongside you," Joffrey threatened. Arya wondered why Nyla had not rushed to her aid, as the wolf was nearby. Unbeknownst to her, Lane had lured Nyla away with a piece of meat. And the time spent with Arya had ingrained Lane's sin in Nyla's memory. "Your Highness, might I offer a suggestion?" Micah said, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at Arya on the ground. "Speak," Joffrey commanded, his sadistic tendencies ignited by Micah's distress. "Let us leave the fate of this lowborn to the Seven. I have an apple. Let the peasant place it upon his head and walk. Should I hit the apple? It shall prove that the Seven are willing to spare his life." "Excellent, excellent," Joffrey exclaimed, instructing Micah to accept the apple from Lane and place it upon his head. Arya watched in disbelief as Lane aided Joffrey in tormenting Micah, seeing only a callous indifference to the boy's life etched upon his face. "Ryan, why did you?" Ryan pulled Michaela aside and handed him a piece of candy, whispering, "Put this in your mouth. It will numb your pain. Whatever you do, do not drop the apple, or I cannot guarantee your safety." With no alternative, Michaela placed the candy in his mouth and began to move forward step by step. Ryan approached Sansa and said, "Miss Sansa, please keep a close watch on Arya." Sansa nodded, tightening her grip on Arya's arms. Arya glared resentfully at Ryan and exclaimed angrily, "I misjudged you. I hate you. I hate you." To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Ryan stood merely 5 paces away from Arya before drawing his bow. "Hurry up," Joffrey urged excitedly. "Very well." Ryan drew the bowstring and then released it. The arrow whistled through the air, grazing Michaela's shoulder, blood oozing forth. "Ah!" Arya screamed in horror, struggling desperately to escape Sansa's grasp in an attempt to save Michaela. Joffrey trembled with excitement, his lips curling into a grin. "Continue." Ryan shot again, hitting Michaela's leg, hand, and ribs in succession, rendering him nearly a figure of blood. "Keep going. Keep going." Joffrey shouted at Ryan, "I command you to continue." Sansa, suppressing her nausea, said to Joffrey, "Joffrey, enough. That butcher's apprentice has already suffered enough punishment." "Silence, woman. I command you to continue." Ryan released his final arrow. The apple fell, and Michaela collapsed alongside it. Joffrey, witnessing Ryan strike the apple, roared, "Why? Why at the apple?" "Because Miss Sansa deemed it sufficient. I believe His Highness should display a merciful side to his fiancée. See, Miss Sansa is quite satisfied." Sansa immediately released Arya and rushed forward to embrace Joffrey, saying, "My prince, you are truly merciful." Meanwhile, Arya dashed to Michaela's side. "Michaela, someone please help him." Chapter 84. The altered conclusion. Though Michaela fainted before the maester from excessive blood loss, he survived. Far better than his fate in the original tale, where he was slain by the Hound. However, Arya could not comprehend Ryan's actions. To her, he was merely an accomplice in Joffrey's torment of Michaela. She sought out her father, Eddard, to plead for justice on behalf of Michaela, while her sister Sansa insisted that Michaela had offended Joffrey and that the prince had shown him mercy. To uncover the truth behind the incident, Eddard summoned Ryan to confront Arya. Ryan arrived before Eddard. "My lord," Ryan bowed. "Murderer!" Arya shouted at Ryan from beside Eddard. "Arya!" Sansa urged her sister to be quiet. Eddard signaled for his daughters to silence, then turned to Ryan, saying, "Tell me about the butcher's apprentice named Michaela from earlier today." Ryan recounted the events truthfully. "Father, did you hear? He admitted it himself. Punish him." "Wait, Arya, there must be more to this story." Eddard intercepted Arya. Having understood from Lyon's recounting of the tale that Lyon's actions had ultimately saved Mikey's life. "Arya, do you comprehend what would have transpired had I not acted thus?" Lyon gazed calmly at Arya, elucidating the potential course of events. "In truth, Nymeria was drawn away by me. Had she remained nearby, she would undoubtedly have lunged at Joffrey." Arya's anger intensified upon this revelation. "So it was you. If Nymeria were to bite Joffrey, you are aware that she would face execution as punishment. And then you would drive her away. In turn, you would be brought before the king, and the queen, who cherishes Prince Joffrey dearly, would seek to avenge her son. Consequently, Sansa's direwolf, Lady, would be condemned in place of the missing Nymeria. The fate of your friend Mikey would also be grim. He would perish while fleeing from Joffrey's hunting hounds." The expressions of the Stark family darkened. Lyon's alternative scenario was both logical and compelling, leaving little room for doubt. One person and one wolf would thus suffer an unjust fate. Arya and Sansa were profoundly shaken. Sansa felt fortunate that Lady had escaped disaster, while Arya's gaze towards Lyon transformed from hatred to contemplation. Eddard pondered the implications of Lyon's assertions, if they held true. The relationship between the Starks and Lannisters would surely deteriorate, rendering their already precarious journey to King's Landing even more perilous. Is Mikey to endure such injustice? Arya implored Eddard. "Father, you must compel Joffrey to apologize to Mikey for his actions." Eddard wished to avoid escalating the situation and sought to soothe Arya, but before he could speak, Lion interjected as the villain. Do not forget, Arya, he is merely a butcher's apprentice. He is my friend, Arya retorted. Yet he remains a butcher's apprentice. And that cannot be altered. The harsh truth delivered by Lion struck Arya with its cruelty. He is but a butcher's apprentice. While you are the daughter of the Warden of the North, regardless of your actions towards Joffrey, it is Mikey who will ultimately bear the consequences. He must be sacrificed. I alone shall bear the repercussions of my actions. This is not a burden one can simply choose to accept. I cannot bear it either. We are forced to make choices. Arya, lost in despair, found herself rendered speechless by the argument, yet she remained unwilling to forgive Lion. Eddard, observing Lion's resigned demeanor, recognized his well-intentioned motives. He could not afford to offend either the prince or the prime minister, and thus had no choice but to assume the role of the antagonist. Let today suffice, he declared. I shall personally visit Mikey tomorrow. With that, Lion took his leave, but Eddard called out to him before he departed. I shall remember your sacrifices for Arya, Sansa, and Arya's friends. I understand. Thank you, my lord, Lion replied, offering Eddard a cautionary verse. No one can exist as an isolated island, sovereign in the sea. Each individual is but a fragment of earth, contributing to the entirety of land. The death of each person is my sorrow, for I am encompassed within the concept of humanity. Therefore, I never inquire for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. I have come to understand this, and I sincerely wish for your governance to ensure enduring peace and stability. Yet, Ed did not grasp the deeper significance of the poem. He mistakenly believed it to be a code of conduct for Lyanna, when, in fact, it served as a cautionary tale directed at him. The following day, Ed accompanied Arya to visit Mikey. Mikey lay in bed, munching on an apple. Upon seeing Arya enter, he placed the apple down and said, Arya? Noticing Mikey's body enveloped in bandages, Arya anxiously inquired, Mikey, are you all right? Mikey smiled reassuringly, I am fine, Arya. The maester has applied ointment to my wounds, and I shall recover swiftly. Soon, we shall practice swordplay together, and once we hone our skills, Joffrey shall no longer intimidate you. Arya, Ed called out to her. Mikey recognized the man who addressed Arya as her father, the Prime Minister. He attempted to rise to greet Ed, but Ed gently restrained him, advising, rest well. Any sudden movement may cause your wounds to reopen. It will be fine, my lord. The maester has assured me that my injuries are not severe and will heal with time. Observing Mikey's pale visage yet bright smile, Ed asked, Can you recount to me the events of yesterday? Of course, my lord, Mikey replied. His narration closely mirrored Lyanna's account. When he recounted how Lyanna had taken him away, Arya interjected, that despicable traitor. Arya, you must not speak ill of Lord Lyanna. He is the one who transformed you into this state. How can you defend him? But he saved my life. Just before he shot me, he offered me a sweet, which dulled my pain. Otherwise, I would not have endured the first arrow. According to Joffrey's decree, had the apple fallen, I would have perished. Mikey continued, last night, Lord Lyanna not only visited me bearing a substantial supply of provisions, but also gifted me a bag of gold dragons. He purchased me from my master and arranged for me to be taken to his fiefdom, where a favorable position awaits me. Lord Lyanna expressed his apologies for the events of the previous day, stating that both of us were deemed expendable in Joffrey's eyes, and that we could only serve as mere tokens of protection. Mikey picked up the apple he had previously set aside, saying, Lord Lyanna urged me to eat more apples, for they alleviate fear. The effect has been quite remarkable. I did not have nightmares last night. Listening to Mikey, Arya appeared lost in thought. Lyanna. Mikey earnestly interjected, Arya, Lord Lyanna is truly a good man. Do not harbor misunderstandings towards him. As he spoke, he awkwardly turned his head, stating, I am unsure how to persuade you, but I wish to convey that my master often strikes me, and at times it draws blood. I have grown accustomed to such pain. You must not blame Mr. Lyanna.